Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Chapter 201, The Shuzen Sisters. Human World, Japan, Kōō. A week has passed since the promotion exam fiasco. In that week, not much of note has happened. The only thing that happened was, James asked Muramasa to reforge Nothung and Turfing, two of Siegfried's demonic swords, into one of his new swords. Other than that, school days have gone by peacefully, followed by club activities. However, today was an exception. During the lunch break, while the supernatural students were having lunch in their club rooms, James received a call from Dante. "Hey, Dante, what's up?" James asked after answering the phone call. "We've got some illegal entries from the south," Dante said. "Lady went to stop them, and she was attacked. They didn't even say anything." Hearing that, James' aura exploded for a moment. Before it could influence any of the normal humans on campus, however, he reeled it in. "Who are they?" James asked in a chillingly calm tone. "And how many?" "There were 13, according to Lady," Dante replied. She couldn't tell who they were, though. They were all covered in big-ass black cloaks. "Is Lady all right?" James asked. "Yeah," Dante replied. "She said she tried to talk to them, and they attacked. Then, after she dodged, they rushed past her into the town." "Well damn," James said. "I guess I'll check for myself. Thanks for letting me know." With that, James and Dante ended the call. After that, James looked around the MMA club where he saw Mizore, Mocha, Flora, Shuna, Mio, and Maria looking at him with concern. "It looks like our peaceful days are over," James said solemnly. "Dante just called and told me that Lady was attacked by unknown intruders into the town." "So, what are we gonna do about it?" Mocha asked. "Give me a second," James said as he closed his eyes to spread his perception over the entire town. A moment later, James opened his eyes with a smile on his face. As he did, the normal human members of the club who also like to have their lunch in the training hall began to fall asleep. "Looks like I won't have to search anymore," James said as he stood up. "They're already here." Hearing that, the girls also stood up and began to ready themselves for battle. On top of that, James could feel the other supernatural beings in the academy beginning to move as well. "They put up a barrier around the whole school?" Mizore asked. "They should be pretty strong if they can do this so fast, right?" Mio asked. "Probably, high rank at minimum, I'd guess," Shuna said. "Well, let's take a walk," James said as his two swords appeared on his hip. "We can use it to help digest our lunch." With that, the six exited the MMA hall. When they did, they noticed that the barrier did more than just putting normal humans to sleep. It also blocked out the rays of the sun, making the sky look as if night fell early. "Vampires," Mocha said. "Vampires?" Maria asked. "Is that who put up the barrier?" "How do you know that?" "Well, other than the fact that I was a vampire before I was reincarnated as a devil," Mocha said with a wry smile on her face. "Oh, yeah," Maria said before sticking out her tongue and bopping herself on the head. "I don't know any other species that do this during the day," Mocha continued. "I agree," James replied. "Plus, they're on their way here." Just as James finished, 13 cloaked figures arrived in front of them. Then, the two leading figures removed the hood of their cloaks and stepped in front of the rest. "Akua. Kalua," Mocha said, clearly surprised at who the intruders were. "Father has ordered us to bring you back." Akua, a beautiful woman with long black hair, red eyes, slit pupils, and pale skin said in a cold tone. "Yeah, come home with us, little Mocha." Kalua, a beautiful, tan-skinned woman with wavy blonde hair and dark red eyes, said in a cheerful tone. "Then we'll be family like we were again." "There's no way I'm going back," Mocha said without hesitation. "I don't even know why they want me to come back, I'm not even a Shinso vampire anymore." "It doesn't matter why they want you back," Akua stated. "But you've been ordered to come back with us, and that's what you're going to do." "Not a chance," Mocha refused. "If you won't go willingly, I'll drag you back," Akua said while narrowing her eyes. "After killing your friends, that is." Hearing that, everyone on James' side frowned. Then, they began to laugh, with Mizore laughing the hardest. "Mocha, you know this chick, right?" Mizore asked while trying to keep her laughter under control. "Who is she?" "That's my eldest sister, Akua Shuzen," Mocha said while still giggling. Hearing the young people laughing in front of her, Akua was a bit confused. However, she was more angry than anything else. She had never been mocked like this before. What do you find so funny? Aqua asked with a scowl on her face. As she asked the question, the members of the Student Council and Occult Research Club showed up, surrounding the vampires from 3 directions. Have you even checked how strong we are? Mizor asked. She probably hasn't. Mocha said. She would never believe that any one of us could be stronger than her. Well, being at the initial level of the ultimate rank would make her a powerhouse wherever she goes. James said with a smile. Seeing 3 high school kids who are stronger than her would have never crossed her mind. Noticing that they were surrounded, Aqua decided to check how strong those surrounding her were. When she did, her eyes opened wide. She could not believe that there were 4 people at the intermediate level of the ultimate rank around her. On top of that, the caramel-skinned boy in front of her was on a whole different level. Why wouldn't you want to come home to be with your family? Kahlua asked in a tone of genuine confusion. Mocha, you're breaking your older sister's heart. Do you even know why I ran away in the first place? Mocha asked with a frown on her face. None of the vampires answered. Because they wanted to sacrifice me to resurrect the primogenitor, Alucard. Mocha said through gritted teeth. So, please excuse me if I don't want to come back and be a family again. They would never do that. Kahlua said in disbelief. Aqua frowned after hearing that. Why would you say that? Aqua asked. Because I heard Father and Marius Teeps discussing it. Mocha basically spat those words. This time, both Aqua and Kahlua were silent. Before they could formulate any words, however, one of the 11 vampires behind them, who happened to be at the peak of the ultimate rank, dashed forward at Mocha to take her away by force. Boom. Unfortunately, he found himself pressed into the ground, face first, by James' right hand before even getting into arm's reach of Mocha. Not a good idea to try and touch my woman like that, right in front of me. James said in a cold tone. Release him immediately. Aqua ordered. You would order around the disciple of this Scathatch right in front of her? Scathatch asked as she walked from the direction of the main school building. It would seem you are having notions that you have lived for too long. After hearing the name Scathatch, Aqua's eyes opened wide. Then, she hurriedly looked in the direction that voice came from. Damn it. Aqua said quietly. The rumors were true. Who's Scathatch? Kahlua asked while tilting her head. It doesn't matter, we're leaving. Aqua said. But what about him? Kahlua asked while pointing at the peak ultimate rank vampire James was pressing to the ground. Let him die. Aqua said coldly. He attacked without orders. Although Kahlua was saddened by the decision, she knew that disobeying orders was not tolerated. And what makes you think you can just leave? Rias asked from in front of the Occult Research Club members. You entered Devil territory unannounced and expect to leave in one piece. Because if you don't let us go, we'll destroy as much of this school. Aqua said coldly. Bang. Before her words even finished, Scathatch slammed the butt of her spear onto the ground. Then, a hemispherical barrier rose around the entire group. Aqua's eyes widened once again. What were you saying? Rias asked while tilting her head cutely. At that, Aqua gritted her teeth and clenched her fists. However, she had no idea what to say. So, what do you want to do with the ones who wanted to bring you back and sacrifice you, Mocha? James asked while casually suppressing the vampire beneath him. Can you let my sisters go? Mocha asked. I don't care what happens to the rest, though. Hearing that, James crushed the vampire's head with a single hand. Then, he stood up and drew Okairu Sakura. No problem. James replied. Scatter, Senbon Sakura. With that, the petal-shaped blades flew forward and minced 10 of the remaining vampires into blood mist. Then, they returned to James and reconverged into Okairu Sakura. Done. James said while sheathing his sword. Now, you two can leave. After James' display, Aqua and Kahlua were frozen in place. They could feel the real possibility of death as the petals of Senbon Sakura rushed past them and erased their comrades. Kahlua, let's go. Aqua said with fear in her tone. Kahlua could only nod while staring at James. However, her stare did not hold any fear. Instead, she seemed interested. Kahlua continued to stare until Aqua's teleportation magic circle teleported them away. I guess we're going to Romania over the weekend. James said in an annoyed tone. Why? Mizor asked curiously. Because it seems that the example I made out of Chow Chow was not enough. James said. Excuse me. Gasper said in a nervous tone as the rest of the groups walked toward the MMA club. What's up, Gasper? James asked. If you go to Romania, you're going to fight the vampires, right? Gasper asked nervously. That's the plan. James replied. Can I go with you, then? Gasper asked another question. Gasper. Rias asked in confusion. Why do you want to go with them? Because the person who helped me escape is still there, Gasper said in a sad tone. I want to help her. She probably got in real trouble for helping me. Hearing that, Rias and the rest of her peerage could only look at Gasper warmly. At the same time, James began to laugh loudly. Damn, Gasper. James exclaimed after his laughter died down. I never expected something like that from you. Looks like you're finally growing into a man. Gasper blushed at James' enthusiastic declaration. In turn, the rest of the group laughed. As long as Riri okays it, I don't mind. James continued. But even if she doesn't, I'll save your friend for you. We'll all be going. Rias said with a frown. They invaded our territory. That is a crime that can't go unpunished. Agreed. Sona said while adjusting her glasses. This kind of behavior cannot be tolerated. If it is, it will show signs of weakness, and we are not weak. Right. The members of the peerages cheered. However, we'll have to put that trip on hold for a while. Sona said. Why? Rias asked while tilting her head. We talked about this only 2 days ago. Sona said in a tired tone. Did you really forgot about making pacts with magicians from the Magician Association? James and Rias looked away awkwardly at the same time when Sona asked about their prior engagements. Ha. Ha. Of course not. James replied with a sheepish grin on his face. Sona only rolled her eyes at James' attempt to appear innocent. We'll go after the first round of magician applicants are taken care of. Sona said with a note of finality in her tone. James and Rias nodded in response, while the rest of their peerages chuckled at them. After that, a short, cute girl with pale skin, long dark purple hair tied into a braid with a bow that has a skull on it, and sleepy-looking golden eyes wearing a Grim Reaper mask on the side of her head approached James. In her hand was a copy of Bleach Volume 1. James also noticed her approach and looked at her curiously. Who is this? James asked curiously. Oh, I forgot to introduce you. This is Benia Orcus, my new knight, Sona said in slight embarrassment. After contacting me during the day, she showed up at our house last night, and asked to join my peerage. But only because yours was full, James. James could feel a bit of resentment coming off of Sona when she said that last part. However, he could not really blame her. Nobody likes being told that they are only the second option. Hello, sir. Benia said shyly. I'm Benia. I'm a huge fan of yours. Could I have an autograph, and if it's not too much trouble, a handshake? Sure. James said with a smile. Then, he reached for the manga in Benia's hand, pulled a marker pen from his pocket, and signed the book for her. When he was done, he handed it back and extended his hand for a handshake, which Benia accepted happily. Oh, I have a new pawn, as well. Sona said. But I'll have to wait until after school to introduce him. How many pieces did he take? Rias asked. 3. Sona replied. Doesn't that mean that your peerage is complete now? James asked. That's right. Sona replied with a smile. And when did you have time to add him? Rias asked. He was waiting at the entrance to our neighborhood this morning. Sona answered. I had been in contact with him before that, though. The negotiations to get him to join me took much longer than I expected. Chapter 202, The Last Member of Sona's Peerage. Human World, Japan, Kuo. Hold on, did you say Orcus? James asked, reacting quite late to the information. Like Orcus the Grim Reaper? Yeah. He's my dad. Benia replied while scratching the side of her head not covered by the mask. He was one of the Reapers who was against the plan to attack you all in the underworld. So, the Grim Reapers aren't all on the same page? Rias asked. That's not what I was expecting to hear. Yeah, if they were, I would have never been sent here. Benia said with a nod. Dad didn't want me to get caught up in whatever was going to happen in the land of the dead. Instead, he sent you here to get caught up in whatever trouble there is for the weak. Rhea said. I mean, James has protagonist syndrome, so problems always pop up around him. As much as I'd like to refute that. James said while shaking his head. Anyway, so we have another companion to look forward to meeting after school, huh? Yeah. Sona replied simply. Is he already at the estate? Rias asked. Impossible. James and Scathatch answered simultaneously. Until the newcomer is registered with the runic defenses, he will not be allowed entry. Scathatch continued the answer. But how does that work with guests? Maria asked curiously. They can enter while accompanying someone who has been registered. James said with a smile. But if the registered member they entered with leaves the house, then they'll have to leave, too. Otherwise, the security systems will begin to go off. The group continued to chat for a few minutes more, until they felt the humans begin to stir once again. So, they quickly made their way back to where they were before the barrier was erected. After that little incident, the rest of the school day went without a hitch. After finishing their club activities and returning home, with James and the members of the MMA club arriving after everyone else had already come home, Mocha noticed a scent that she was not fond of. A lichen. Mocha said while twitching her nose. How unpleasant. Now. James said while patting Mocha on her head. That's racist. But considering the grudges your original species held for one another, I guess I can understand how you feel. Anyway, play nice, okay? Because of James' petting, Mocha began to melt while her eyes narrowed like a cat. Because of that, she agreed to what James had to say subconsciously. After she realized what she had done, she snapped back to her senses and looked at James in an aggrieved manner. What's wrong, Mocha? James looked at her with an innocent expression on his face. It's unfair to get me to agree to things like that, James. Mocha replied with a pout. Especially since you know that I'll never go back on my word. It would seem we need to work on your mental defenses. Scathatch said impassively. We cannot allow your mentality to be influenced so easily from this point forward. Master Scathatch, could it be that you're jealous seeing Mocha get her head patted? Mizor asked. When Flora, Mio, and Maria heard that, they quietly, yet quickly, distanced themselves from Mizor. As they did, Scathatch slowly turned her head toward Mizor as well. When their eyes met, Scathatch did not speak. Instead, she continued to stare into Mizor's eyes for close to a minute. Mizor found herself terrified for the duration. None of you should be late for this evening's training session. Scathatch said as she broke eye contact with Mizor. After that, Scathatch walked past everyone and made her way deeper into the house. When they could no longer see her, the rest of the group turned gazes of displeasure toward Mizor. What? Why are you all looking at me like that? Mizor asked, a bit of fear seeping into her tone. You're just as bad as Lancer. Mocha said while shaking her head. Yeah, that was a pretty serious case of saying what shouldn't have been said. Flora said. Master Scathatch is going to kill you 100 times during tonight's training. Mio said before heading into the house. What? Wait. Mizor said frantically. What did I do wrong? Letting Mizor suffer, the girls continued to enter the house. At the same time, James could only chuckle at them. Especially since he knew that Mizor had hit the nail on the head with Scathatch. Still, he did not pity Mizor for the storm she brought onto herself. He did pity the rest of the group who would be training tonight, though. Scathatch would intensify everyone's training to keep up her appearance as a fair trainer. Good luck, everyone. James said as he followed the girls into the house, toward the living room on the ground floor. When he arrived, he saw the usual suspects, plus the members of each peerage who were not living in the mansion. However, there was one person, a tall, young man in his late teens with gray hair and yellow eyes. On top of that, he was well built, extremely well built. He had a physique comparable to Serorg's. Damn, that's a big motherfucker. James thought to himself as he sized up the new guy. Asterisk and that staring contest with Mocha is going to be annoying in the long run, if I don't put an end to it early. A few minutes earlier, before James and the members of the MMA club returned home, Sona was introducing her new pawn to the other residents of the mansion. This is Lou Garu. Sona said as she introduced Lou to Rias Peerage. He was originally a half-werewolf. It's a pleasure to meet you all. Lou said in a polite tone. I would appreciate it if you would call me Rugal. Hearing the word werewolf, Gasper was shaken. Vampires and werewolves were enemies historically. He was afraid that Lou would bully him because of that. Naturally, Kaneko noticed Gasper shaking in fear. Gaspy, what are you afraid of? Kaneko asked while patting Gasper on the head. He's only at the middle rank. The intermediate level, at that. Hearing that, Gasper stopped shaking and checked the authenticity of Kaneko's words. When he realized that she was right, he calmed down considerably. After that, Scathatch made her way into the room. When she saw Lou, she looked him up and down. Then, she nodded. Quite the good piece of material. Scathatch said calmly. I can mold him into quite the warrior. On top of that, he should have some talent in magic as well. Hearing that, and seeing the unfamiliar woman, Lou turned his gaze toward his king. That is Master Scathatch, the greatest trainer of heroes in Celtic lore. Sona replied to the question in Lou's eyes. Then, she smiled before continuing. And my fiancé, James, Queen. She's also the one responsible for training us. Lu's eyes widened after hearing Scat Hacka's identity. Then, he bowed his head politely. "It's a pleasure to meet you, Master Scat Hatch," Lu said with reverence in his tone. "I look forward to your guidance in the future." Everyone else in the room smiled wryly. They could all remember how enthusiastic they were to receive training from such a legendary trainer as Scat Hatch. Until they started training with her, anyway. Now, they truly understand the saying, no pain, no gain. A few moments later, Mocha entered the living room. When she did, the atmosphere changed immediately. Though they both knew better than to start a fight here, the tensions between the races of vampires and werewolves were deeply ingrained in both of them at this point. As time went by, Mizor, Flora, Shuna, Mio, and Maria also entered the room. "Didn't James just say something to her like 2 minutes ago?" Mizor said. "Like you're one to talk." Flora replied with a wry smile. Mizor could only blush in embarrassment and look away. At the same time, Shuna, Mio, and Maria snickered quietly. Eventually James stepped into the room. Examining the situation for a moment, he sighed. Then, he flared his aura, targeting Mocha and Lu, putting just enough pressure on them that they would feel like kneeling, without actually forcing them to kneel. Then, he strode over to Mocha. Thump. And flicked her in the middle of the forehead. "Ow. James." Mocha whined. "Don't give me that, Mocha," James said sternly. "Didn't I just tell you to play nice, like, 2 minutes ago?" "Yeah, but..." Mocha tried to protest. "No buts," James said in a tone that suggested there was nothing else to discuss. Then, he turned toward the newcomer, Lu. "Nice to meet you. I'm James Alaverus, the owner of this house and your, king's, fiancé." For a moment after James spoke with his hand extended for a handshake, Lu was frozen. He had never felt an aura that strong before. James' aura dwarfed his, king's, by quite a bit as well. However, he was able to snap out of his surprised state quickly enough. Then, he quickly extended his own hand and accepted James' handshake. "The pleasure is mine," Lu replied. "I'm Lu Garu, but you can call me Rugal." "All right then, Rugal," James said with a smile. "Welcome to the family." "It's over, just like that?" Issei asked Asia quietly. "Probably," Asia replied. "James is a nice person, so he shouldn't do anything to Rugal, right?" "I'm not so sure," Issei said apprehensively. At the same time, James flared his aura once again. "I'm going to say this to both of you," James said, looking at Mocha and Lu, alternately. "There will be no discrimination over racial stuff. I don't care if you don't get along after getting to know each other, but drop the prejudice, right now. Are we clear?" This time, James released enough aura that the entire estate began to shake. Mocha and Lu paled quickly, as most of James' pressure was focused on the two of them. Though, everyone was a bit flustered by the amount of power James was showing. "I understand," Mocha and Lu said simultaneously. "Good, anyone who can't follow this rule gets to spar with me for an hour," James said with a bright smile on his face. "I hate that smile," Issei said while shuddering. "What was that, Ise?" James asked. Nothing at all," Issei replied while waving his hands in front of him. "All right, that's enough flexing, sweetheart," Leona said. "We should have dinner, already. I'm sure you don't want to go into training with no energy." "Yes," Scat Hatch said in response. "I would advise against going into tonight's training without enough calories." Most of the people in the living room were confused. It seemed as if Scat Hatch had the intention to raise the intensity of their training. However, none of them could tell why. Those who entered with James, however, all stared at Mizor with frustration in their gazes. Seeing that, everyone else began staring at Mizor as well. "Why is everyone looking at me like that?" Mizor asked. "What did she do?" Tsubaki asked, ignoring Mizor's confusion. "She's contracted your boyfriend's disease." Flora responded with a wry smile. "I see." Tsubaki nodded in understanding. "I don't have any disease," Siyu Chilin said with confusion in his tone. "You do," Akino said with pity in her eyes. "It's a very serious one, as well." "What are you talking about?" Siyu Chilin asked, his confusion growing. "Your disease is a lot like James," Rhea said. "It's kind of a metaphysical disease." Hearing that, James could only smile wryly. Meanwhile, Siyu Chilin grew more and more confused as time went by. "You have an illness that causes you to put your foot in your mouth at a high frequency," Shuna said. After Shuna's comment, Siyu Chilin joined James in wearing a wry smile. He knew exactly what everyone was talking about now. A moment later, he turned his gaze toward Mizor. However, his smile had turned from a wry one to a smug one. Mizor, oh, Mizor. C.U. Chulin said with schadenfreude in his tone. I wonder what you said to bring this upon yourself. No, wait, don't repeat it. I wouldn't want you to make things worse. Shut up, C.U. Mizor shouted. Human world, Romania, Teep's territory. In the castle that houses the Shuzan clan, Aqua and Kalua were seated on opposite sides of a table with a pot of tea between them. I don't remember the last time I failed a mission. Aqua said, sipping from her teacup. I wasn't expecting Mocha to grow up so much after running away. I know. Kalua said with a naive smile on her face. But was what she said about the Teeps in our clan wanting to sacrifice her true? I mean, Daddy would never let that happen, right? I don't know. Aqua replied. But if that meant attacking without our orders is any indication, it's probably true. I don't know, I mean we don't have the highest positions because we're women, you know. Kalua pointed out. I know. Aqua said, taking another sip of her tea. We'll have to wait until Father returns to ask him about this. Chapter 203, Mephistopheles. Human world, Japan, Kuo. The rest of the week after Sona introduced Lu to everyone went by without further incident. However, one thing did happen. The 6 parts of Excalibur that the church had were forged into one and delivered to Zenobia in the form of a sheath for Durandal. No one doubted that this was only possible thanks to Excalibur Mimic's abilities. Unfortunately, Zenobia was almost completely unable to use 5 of the 6 powers that made up the new Excalibur. Other than that, nothing of note happened. Today, however, was the day that each of the devils in Kuo would be briefed on the significance and procedure behind signing a pact with a magician. Because of that, even C.U. Chulin and Cheyenne showed up at the MMA club, which was closed for today, after the final bell of the school day rang. How the hell did Dante and Lady get out of this? C.U. Chulin asked in a disgruntled tone. Seriously. Mizor chimed in. They shouldn't be exempt from this as members of the peerage. I don't even know why Dante would want to. James replied. Any money or payments Dante received from his contractor would be his and his alone. I couldn't do anything to confiscate it. Speaking of confiscating his money. Mocha said with a smile. How is his debt repayment going? Oh, after a few months of putting all his payments from me into it, it's almost paid off. James replied with a smile. As long as his shop isn't destroyed again in the next 3 weeks, it will be paid off completely. It sounds like you just raised a flag. Mizor pointed out. In response, James just shrugged. Who knows? James said with a smile. Anyway, that doesn't explain how Dante and Lady got out of this. C.U. Chulin said, returning to the main topic. Oh, Dante said that being called by magicians while he was on a job could result in him failing the job. James replied. And what about Lady? Shuna asked. Because of her father, she doesn't really trust magicians all that much. James answered. To that, everyone nodded. They had all heard about what Lady's father, Arkham, did to her and her mother, all in the pursuit of power. Like that, James and his peerage chatted in the MMA club until it was their turn to talk to the head of the Magicians Association. They knew that they would be the last to hear from him or her. However, they were beginning to get impatient. Damn, what's taking so long? C.U. Chulin asked. There are a lot of things I could be doing right now, instead of just waiting here. That last text you got must have been from Tsubaki, huh? Mocha asked in a teasing tone. And so, what if it was? C.U. Chulin said in an overly defensive tone. Oh, nothing. Nothing at all. Mocha said in a sing-song tone. Anyway, I'm sure the others had a lot of questions about the process. James said, answering C.U. Chulin's question. This is new to most of them, especially the members of Sona's peerage. Since none of them went through Auntie Venelana's devil education. Being reminded of that experience, Mizor and C.U. Chulin shuddered for a moment. It's amazing how that sweet lady could turn into such a demonic headmistress. Mizor said. Seriously. C.U. Chulin continued. When it came to schoolwork, she was a real devil. Ah. She's a real devil regardless. Mocha interjected. You know what I meant. C.U. Chulin said while rolling his eyes. Even if they had questions. Mizor said, shaking off the memories of Venelana's no-nonsense approach to education. I bet most of the questions came from Hayadu. And a lot of them were stupid, too. Are you ever gonna lay off on taking pot shots at that guy? James asked with a wry smile. He's not that bad. He hasn't even stumbled into the baths when you girls were in it yet, right? I guess, that's true. Mizor said in an uncertain tone. I guess I just can't get over my initial impression. The only reason he hasn't tried that yet is because James would sense it. Mocha said. That's a possibility as well. James said, maintaining his wry smile. Before the conversation could continue, a magic circle that Scathatch had drawn after arriving in the MMA hall this afternoon lit up. When it did, a hologram of a middle-aged man with red and blue hair, a blue left eye, and red right eye, and giving off a mysterious air similar to that of a Juka Beelzebub flickered into existence over the circle. Mephistopheles, it's been quite a while. Scathatch said after recognizing the middle-aged man in the hologram. Mephistopheles? Shuna asked. The one who made a pact with the original George Faust. That would be me. Mephisto said with a smile that took the edge off his mysterious vibe. It certainly has been a while, Scathatch. I never thought I would see you roaming outside of the land of shadows in this lifetime. All I can say is that I was blessed with an extremely talented disciple. Scathatch said with a smile as she glanced at James. Indeed. Mephisto replied with a nod. Although I haven't returned to the underworld in ages, I've still heard about the strongest member of the current generation and his peerage. So, the rumors that you stayed in the human world after Faust's death because you didn't see eye to eye with the original Satans was true, huh? James said while stroking his chin. That's more or less correct. Mephisto replied. Anyway, let us get down to business. There were a lot of newcomers to Devil Society in the 2 previous meetings, so it took longer than I expected. Sure, I'll answer any questions the members of my peerage may have later. James said with a nod. Then, he turned his attention to his peerage. You guys should take notes. That way, if you have any questions, I can answer them for you later. I'm sure Lord Felis has a busy schedule. They all nodded in response. However, only Mocha and Shuna pulled out notebooks. James could only sigh at that. He knew he would be bombarded by questions later when they were going over the offers from magicians. All right. Mephisto said as he noticed that everyone seemed to be ready for his explanation. We from the Magicians Association informed the magicians under our supervision about you all, as well as the young devils under Rias Gremory and Sona Citri. Usually, we would wait until you were fully matured devils to begin introducing pacts. However, with the strength you have all shown, we thought that there was no tangible reason to put it off. Mephisto then paused, giving the devils a moment to absorb what he had said. Most magicians seek pacts with devils to either raise their status among the magician community, increase their own power, or further their research. Mephisto began to explain. However, not all of them are top-tier magicians that would suit you. In fact, with your strengths, there are very few magicians that would suit any of you. As Mephisto finished, he could feel the pride rolling off the young devils in front of him. And to be honest, they had the right to be proud. To reach the levels of strength that they have in such a brief time is praiseworthy. After that, Mephisto explained what the group needed to know for a while longer. Then, he bid them goodbye. After Mephisto's hologram disappeared, a stack of documents appeared in his place. Are those all applications for pacts? Mizor asked. That's a lot. True to what Mizor said, there were 3 stacks of documents. And they all reached the height of Mizor's shoulders, who stood at 5 feet 1 inch, 1.55 meters. Well, let's get these sorted by individual. James said, taking charge of the situation. After that, we can teleport them home, and head home ourselves. Okay / got it / Roger, understood. James' peerage replied in their unique manners. We need a standardized response for situations like this. James thought to himself as he began helping with the work. After about an hour, the group of 9 finished sorting the applications. When they did, it was no surprise that James had received the most applications, just as Rias and Sona had. The reason was the same, as well. Most of the magicians that applied for a pact with the king of a peerage thought that they would be able to control the entire peerage if they made a pact with the king. James would almost immediately discard those kinds of applications. After James, Scathatch received the next most applications. Thanks to her knowledge of Norse runes, she was quite popular. Then, it was Shuna, Mizor, Siu Chulin, Mocha, Cheyenne, and Iam. Damn, going through paperwork is a pain in the ass. Siu Chulin said in a slightly fatigued tone. Don't think that we're done already. James replied. When we get back, we're all going to have to go over these applications seriously. You don't want a shitty contractor, do you? Ugh. Siu Chulin grunted as his shoulders slumped. Do we have to? Actually, you don't. James replied with a smile. Hearing that, everyone, except for Scathatch, had their ears perk up. But if you don't, there will be more and more applications coming. James said with a bright smile. Until you make a pact, that is. Wait, you mean this isn't a one-time thing? Siu Chulin asked with horror in his eyes. Nope. James said in a sing-song tone. This will happen every time a pact expires, or your contractor dies. Until the day you die. Ugh. Siyu Chulin grunted once again. Then, can you kill me now? Everyone laughed at Siyu Chulin's misery as they all began to teleport their pact applications to their own rooms in the mansion. When they got home, they would all gather in the living room and begin their first screening of their pacts. After all the pacts were teleported, Siyu Chulin and Cheyenne teleported back home. Then, James and the others began cleaning up anything they missed in the training hall. After that, they prepared to leave, opting to walk home. You know, it's a good thing Ravel is living with us, James said while locking the doors to the MMA training hall. She's offered to help everyone who doesn't understand about the pacts. Why would she do that? Mocha asked curiously. I mean, that's a lot of work. She said she wanted to do something to show her gratitude for helping her get stronger. Ever since Ravel transferred into Ko Academy, Ravel has been joining the 3 peerages while they trained with Scathatch. And her power has increased significantly. In 2.5 months, she has raised her power from the initial level of the middle rank to the peak of the middle rank. The girl from the Phoenix house is quite talented, Scathatch said. Her talent may not be inferior to Rias or Sona's. Actually, it is probably on par with Sona's, as Rias is one of the more talented individuals I have seen in my long life. Can you imagine how much stronger she would have been if she hadn't been held back by her douchebag older brother? Mocha asked. Yeah, she'd be a little monster right now, Mizor said. A little monster who might not have a crush on you, James. I don't mind another cute girl having a crush on me, James replied with a smile. At that, Iam's eyes lit up. I should start making a move, myself, Iam thought. But easing James-sama into the heavy stuff that I like might be a problem. James felt a chill run down his spine at that moment. Looking around with caution in his eyes, he could not find what gave him that feeling. James, are you all right? Mocha asked while wrapping her hands around James' right hand and looking at him with concern in her eyes. James shook off the feeling he was having after hearing Mocha's question. Then, with a smile on his face, he ran the fingers of his left hand through Mocha's hair and smiled. I'm fine, James said. Let's go home, this weekend is going to be a long one. Damn paperwork. Chapter 204, about the master-servant contract. Human world, Japan, Ko. After James and the members of his peerage returned to their house, Ravel took the chance to explain everything that the newer devils would need to know when choosing a contractor. After Ravel's explanation was finished, most of the residents in the mansion went back to their own bedrooms to look over their applications. James, on the other hand, decided to stay in the living room. While reading each application, he would separate them into 2 piles. The ones that would be considered more later, and the ones that would be discarded immediately. Damn, James said as he set another application in the discard pile. It's almost impressive how many ways there are for a magician to say that they want to control my peerage through me. Apparently, they don't realize that you might kill them if they go overboard, huh? Drake asked while reading the applications along with James. These people are something else. Yeah, they're so concerned with raising their standing and fulfilling their desires that they haven't considered that I'm stronger than they are, James said while shaking his head. Yeah, but the ones you have left are pretty impressive, Drake said. Some of the most promising members of the clock tower, from what I can tell. I know, James said. I'm just tired of sifting through the trash that's mixed with the treasures. That's just how life goes, Drake said. Finding the good parts is what takes most of your time. You're getting all philosophical on me, Drake. What's up? James asked as he picked up the next application. Nothing at all, Drake said. While James was reading the application in his hand and chatting with Drake, Fenrir, a wolf the size of a large German shepherd, entered the living room. Without even slowing down, he approached the sofa James was sitting on, climbed up on it, and laid next to James. Once Fenrir laid his head on James' lap, James began scratching behind the wolf's ears without missing a beat. It's weird, Drake said as he observed James and Fenrir's interaction. What's weird? James asked, never taking his eyes off the application in his hand. Fenrir spends more time with you than Scathatch if Ophis isn't around, Drake replied. He probably feels safer next to Master, James said in response. But she can't scratch behind the ears like I can. Can she, Fenrir? With that, James began to scratch Fenrir's favorite spot behind his ears with more vigor, causing Fenrir to open his mouth and let his tongue hang out. Like that, James continued to go over the magician applications and scratch Fenrir behind his ears. Eventually, Fenrir fell asleep while resting his head on James' lap. After realizing that, James took a moment to stretch. Damn, there are just so many, James said while stretching. I'm definitely not gonna be finished with these tonight. You didn't expect to be done tonight, did you? Drake asked. Nah, not really, James replied. At that moment, James felt a pair of presences approaching the living room. A moment later, Mio and Maria entered the living room and were surprised to see James sitting there alone. "James Nee, what are you doing here alone?" Maria asked curiously. "Just going over the applications I received earlier." James replied with a smile. "It looks like you two are doing much better since the attack. I'm glad you're doing better. If it wasn't for you, we'd be slaves of that disgusting devil, Zalgier," Maria said. While James and Maria were talking, Mio took a seat next to James. Then, to both James and Maria's surprise, Mio leaned onto James and rested her head on his shoulder, causing a break in the conversation. "Mio, you," Maria said, unsure of what to make of her half-sister's actions. "Thank you for saving us," Mio said softly. "Don't misunderstand, though. It's not like I needed your help. But since you did help, it's only polite to give thanks." After speaking, she buried her face in James' shoulder to hide the blush that made its way onto her face. To that, James and Maria smiled. Fenrir even seemed to frown when James looked at him. "Mio, you're so cute," Maria shouted as she jumped onto the sofa and wrapped Mio in a hug. "Let go of me, Maria," Mio said, struggling with all her might to free herself from Maria's clutches. "If you don't let me go, I'll kill you 100 times. Kia!" Maria screamed. "Sundara Mio is the best." "Who are you calling Sundara?" Mio asked angrily while struggling to free herself. James and Fenrir continued to watch the sisters mess around until they were both out of breath. Then, James remembered something that Maria's mother, Sheila, said before she teleported away with zest. "Hey, Maria," James said casually. "Yeah," Maria responded with her arms still wrapped around Mio. "Seriously, let go of me," Mio muttered between ragged breaths. "What can you tell me about your clan's master-servant contract?" James asked nonchalantly. Contrary to James' expectations, Maria jumped off the sofa and took a defensive stance. Naturally, not only James was surprised by this, Mio and Fenrir also looked at Maria like she had lost her mind. "How do you know about that?" Maria asked cautiously. "I did tell you that your mother showed up at the end of the whole incident, right?" James asked in a tired tone. "Yeah, so what?" Maria asked aggressively. Maria, why don't you try using your brain for a moment?" Mio said while placing her hand on her forehead. "It's obvious that James Senpai heard about it from your mother." "Huh?" Maria froze with shock swirling in her eyes. "Now that you mention it." James smiled wryly at Maria's reaction while Mio supported her head with her hand in exasperation. "Sheila told me to ask you about it right before she left with the chick that put you through the ringer," James said, filling in the blanks for Maria. "Oh, okay," Maria said energetically. "I'll tell you, if Mama said I should." "Thanks, Maria," James said with a smile. Maria nodded in response while Mio looked at her half-sister in disbelief. Just because James said that her mother told her to tell him, she believed it immediately. "Anyway, the ritual for the master-servant contract is relatively simple when in the underworld," Maria said, getting right into her explanation. "In the underworld, you simply create a magic circle. Then, the two parties stand on their designated spots. After the magic circle is activated, the one who is designated as the master will have a small magic circle appear on the back of their hand. After that, the servant must kiss the master's magic circle to complete the ritual. So, I guess there are more steps or restrictions to take into account when in the human world, huh?" James said after analyzing Maria's explanation. "That's right," Maria replied with a nod. "In the human world, the ritual can only be performed during the full moon. For some reason that doesn't surprise me," Mio said. "Me, neither," James agreed. Then, after a bit of thought, James asked another question. "So, what does this ritual do, exactly?" "It makes both parties stronger," Maria said in a serious tone. "But it doesn't always work well with the evil pieces." "What do you mean?" Mio asked. "For example, Mio could not become James' servant," Maria said, beginning a new explanation. "Like I would ever become someone's servant," Mio said in a huff. "Well, technically," James said with a wry smile. "You're already Riri's servant." Although Mio already knew that, she had put that thought into the back of her mind after the conversation about the master-servant contract came up. "Anyway, like I was saying," Maria said, deciding to ignore Mio's outburst. "If Mio were to become your servant, the magic in the ritual would end up punishing her." "Why?" Mio asked curiously. "Because your allegiance would be split," Maria answered. "Regardless of what you say, you know that Riasne's orders would supersede James' Nee's. And that minute amount of guilt would activate the punishment function of the ritual. And what would this punishment consist of? James asked curiously. That's not a simple question to answer, Maria replied. It depends on whose magic power goes into the ritual when the contract is established. For example? James asked. An example, huh? Maria said as she pondered. Okay, let's say Riasne's magic was used to establish the contract. If the servant did something that would cause the contract to react in a minor way, the power of destruction would begin to eat at them very subtly. Mio could not help but draw in a breath of cold air when she heard that. Does that mean if I used my power for the contract? Mio began to ask. In the same situation, they would feel the gravity surrounding them increase, Maria said, finishing Mio's sentence. That's pretty hardcore, James said. So, if the servant member of the contract straight up betrayed the master, they would probably poof out of existence with Riri's power, huh? More or less, Maria replied with a shrug. Your power would be pretty gruesome, too. Senbin Sakura, huh? James said as he began stroking his chin. Ria-senpai is right, Mio said while watching James. You really do look like an old man when you do that. Ignoring the jab Mio took at him, and the teasing smile Maria was wearing, James considered the pros and cons of using the master-servant contract. Even though it would make him stronger, something about it just did not sit well with him. Wouldn't it be dangerous if that punishment function kicked in during a battle? James asked. A distraction when in a life-or-death battle could really be bad, right? That's true, Maria replied with a nod. But for combatants on the level of our 3 peerages, the guilt is more likely to kick in after a battle. What makes you say that? Mio asked curiously. Because when in battle, most combatants are too focused to think about other things, Maria said in response. So, the feelings of guilt or conflicted feelings usually wouldn't surface until their heightened focus is over with. I guess that makes sense, James said. If any of us do end up implementing this contract, I think we should keep Akino from signing a servant contract with Riri. Mio and Maria nodded in agreement to James' last statement. None of them believed that Akino would ever betray Rias. However, Akino's sadistic side would definitely be a hindrance to the contract. Oh, I am out, too, James said. Thump. As soon as James finished his words, I am fell from the ceiling and slammed into the floor. James knew that she was looking over her Magician Pact applications from up there the whole time he was doing the same on the sofa. In fact, he was even impressed that none of her paperwork fell from the ceiling. However, that also meant that he knew she was listening to their conversation. I mean, seriously, James said, completely ignoring Iam. An Iam-level pervert would probably do things on purpose to invoke the punishment feature. That way, she could stay in her perverted ideal world. Damn, she's such a disgusting masochist. As James spoke, Iam's cheeks began to redden. On top of that, she could feel her excitement rising. And finally, when James called her a disgusting masochist, she reached a light climax. After seeing the state that Iam was in, Mio pressed herself into James even further. She also wrapped her arms around his arm and pressed it between her breasts. James, are you sure it's a good idea to say all that? Mio asked while watching Iam warily. I mean, look at her. It's fine, James said with a wry smile. Every now and then, I have to reward my hard-working kunoichi. Even if she is a world-level masochistic pervert. Once again, Iam began to fidget. On top of that, she could feel the disgust James was looking at her with. I beg the two of you, James said after turning his gaze away from Iam. Please, never turn into something like that. As James finished, he pointed his chin toward Iam. And when James called her that, she began to shudder. After a few seconds, she passed out with euphoria plastered all over her face. Chapter 205, Indra's Messenger. Mount Meru, Triastria. Bang. What did you say? Indra shouted angrily. As I said, the Devil Council rejected our request to have James Alaverus extradited. Sun Wukong replied. Why wouldn't they, you pompous moron? Sun Wukong thought to himself. Your little pet attacked them as a member of a terrorist organization. Are they looking for war with Mount Meru? Indra asked. They don't have anyone who can compare to me in their ranks. They said James was a hero for protecting the underworld from the attack of a terrorist group. How dare they defy me? Indra shouted. Boom. As Indra's anger rose, the sky above his throne turned dark. Finally, when he could no longer control it, a bolt of lightning fell from the sky onto his throne, the power of which sent Sun Wukong flying back toward the entrance of the throne room. Damn it, kid. Sun Wukong thought as he righted himself before being flung into a wall. Did you have to piss off this man-child like this? Why would those fools from the Devil Council protect a half-devil even with the threat of war with the Hindu pantheon? Indra thought aloud after he calmed himself. While Indra was muttering to himself, Sun Wukong made his way back to his previous position. To answer your question, it would seem that many of the pureblood supremacists that were formerly members of the Devil Council have been relieved of duty or sentenced to death. Sun Wukong said once he was back in position. Really? Indra asked. Damn it. And I'm sure that old fox Zikram Baal knew that the threat of war was impossible. It would seem that was the case. Sun Wukong replied. Mount Kailash. Thank you for the information, said a tall woman with unparalleled beauty, jet black hair, and red eyes in a gentle and loving tone. Please, return to your post and keep us up to date on any new information. Yes, ma'am, an attendant said. After that, the attendant bowed politely. Then, she left the room. Once she did, there were only two people left in the room. First, was the beautiful woman, and second was a handsome young boy, who appeared to be the age of a middle school student with shiny blue-black hair and sharp eyes that seemed to be bottomless in depth. Did you hear that, Shiva? The beautiful woman asked, her tone changing completely once she was sure that the attendant was Northwest Longer Close. Indra's pawn was killed and the devils are ignoring him. Chuckle yes Durga, I heard. Shiva said with a smile. It would seem that our old foe is in quite the mood. In fact, the only reason that Shiva and Durga were even meeting at the moment was because of the lightning that struck the peak of Mount Meru. What surprises me, however, is the fact that the Devil Council did not give in to Indra's demands. Shiva said. It just proves that entitled fool isn't as prestigious as he thinks. Durga said uncaringly. But I would love to recruit that boy. James, was it? Into our legions. Recruit or force to join? Shiva asked with a relaxed smile. Is there a difference? Durga asked with a manic smile. Anyone who would kill one of Indra's toys with full knowledge that he was one should be under my command. There is no secret among Shiva's legions. Durga, who commands his armies, does not have the respect of her troops. Instead, she leads by making all of her troops fear her extensively. However, this is also no surprise to anyone. She was created to combat the Asura king, Mahishasura, by the Devas and the Trimurti. Created to be a sociopathic, unempathetic warrior, nothing less would be expected. Are you sure about that? Shiva asked, his smile growing wider. He is the student of Skathatch. Hearing that, Durga paused momentarily. However, her smile returned shortly afterward. So, what if he is? Durg asked. That witch is bound to the land of shadows. What can she even do? That is no longer the case. Shiva said. Apparently, that young man was able to grant the immortal witch's greatest wish. Then why are you even bringing it up? Durga asked. With her dead, she's even less of a reason to hesitate in getting the boy into our legion. Because he's a devil. Shiva said. An ultimate class 1, with a complete peerage. Would you stop beating around the bush? Durga said in annoyance. He resurrected her as his queen. Shiva said with a chuckle. So, forcing the boy would have an infuriated Skathatch following him back to Mount Kailash. With that, Durga began to grit her teeth. She's definitely a threat. Durga said through gritted teeth. However, she would find it hard to kill me. But the havoc she could wreak on the troops would be catastrophic. Exactly. Shiva said with a nod of his head. So, you may want to put off, no, altogether reconsider, forcing him into your armies. Fine. Durga said with a bit of a pout, which made Shiva smile even wider. Underworld, Baal territory, Baal castle. Sitting in his study after the meeting with Indra's messenger, Zikram was smiling, or what he would call smiling, in amusement. To think, the corruption of the former members of the Devil Council was so widespread that even that fool Indra knew of it. Zikram thought as he took a sip of wine. I would not be surprised if those fools had dealings with Indra's faction that were not documented. While swirling the wine in his glass, Zikram began to recall the meeting with Indra's messenger from an hour ago. Flashback. Underworld, Satan territory, capital city, Lilith. About an hour ago, Zikram, the other members of the Devil Council, and 3 of the 4 great Satans, Serzex, Seraphal, and Falbium were seated in the meeting hall in the Devil Council building. From up on their balcony, they met with Indra's messenger, who was standing on the lower floor. My lord, Heavenly King Indra, requests top the men who killed the human he favors be handed over for execution. Indra's messenger said after all the pleasantries were taken care of. And who is this human you speak of? Seraphal asked while tilting her head cutely. His name was Chow Chow. The messenger stated. Are you referring to the Chow Chow that invaded the underworld? Seraphal asked, tilting her head to the other side. The messenger frowned at Seraphal's question. Or are you referring to the Chow Chow who was the leader of the Cows Brigade's hero faction? Seraphal asked. With that, the messenger's frown deepened. Oh, I forgot. Serafal said, pounding the side of her right fist into her left palm. Those two are the same person, teehee. Will you hand over the killer or not? The messenger asked in a cold tone. Why would we hand over Jaekuin? Serafal asked, tilting her head once again. Because he killed the human that Heavenly King Indra favors. The messenger said without changing his tone. Are you saying that Indra is requesting extradition for someone who killed a terrorist? Serzex asked. It would be in the underworld's best interest to hand over the killer. The messenger said coldly. Why would we turn in Jaekuin? Serafal asked in mock confusion. He is a hero of the underworld for beating the bad guys. I would assume you are refusing the request for extradition. The messenger asked while staring at the members of the Devil Council, who had yet to speak. From what he had been told, the Devil Council would be eager to get rid of talented half-breeds. As long as they agreed, James would have to either come along peacefully or go rogue. Either option would have been fine with Indra. Hunting down a rogue devil of James' caliber would have even gained him a favor from the Devil Council, as insignificant as that would have been. We of the Devil Council agree with the Satans. Zekrom said. Why would we allow you to take the hero who protected our people from a terrorist attack? Even if the consequences of doing so would be war with the Hindu pantheon. The messenger asked coldly. With that, the atmosphere in the meeting hall grew thick. Both sides fell silent for a time, with Zekrom and the messenger maintaining eye contact the entire time. Eventually, just as Serzex was about to speak, Zekrom did so beforehand. Do you take me for a fool? Zekrom asked. I think those words are what I should be saying. The messenger replied. We have no reason to fear war with the Hindu pantheon. Zekrom said in a sure tone. Are you willing to put that to the test? The messenger asked while narrowing his eyes. There is no need. Zekrom said. Perhaps if Indra controlled the entire pantheon we might have need to fear. However, Shiva would never ally with Indra to take revenge for a bratty human terrorist. Indra's messenger also knew that. So, he could do nothing other than grit his teeth. I hope you don't regret this. The messenger said, trying one last time to scare the devils as he turned and began walking toward the meeting hall's exit. There is no need to worry. Zekrom said. I trust you can find your way, for we shall not be seeing you out. Flashback end And on the off chance Indra does declare war on us, we would make a deal with Shiva. Zekrom said before taking another sip of his wine. Then Indra would be wiped from this world. Underworld, Satan territory, capital city, Lilith. So, how did things go? Ajuka asked as he took his seat in the Satan's meeting room. As expected. Serafal said. He threatened us with war. Just like I told James he would. Serzex said with a frown. And old Zekrom replied the same way Jaekuin replied to you. Serafal said with a big smile. In response, Serzex frown deepened, and he looked away. So, how did Indrasman take that? Ajuka asked. He turned around and told us not to regret it. Falbium said. Then, he left. Ajuka continued to keep his attention on Falbium for a moment. However, the larger men did not continue. That's all. Ajuka asked after Falbium did not continue. That's all. Falbium said. They didn't try to negotiate terms or declare war. Ajuka asked. Nope. Serafal said, shaking her head vigorously. But we knew he wouldn't declare war beforehand. That's true. Ajuka replied. Going to war with us would be a perfect time for Shiva to invade Mount Meru. Exactly. Serafal said with an energetic nod. Well, now that Ajuka is up to speed, can we go home and get some sleep? Falbium asked. If that's really it, then let's adjourn. Ajuka said, as he stood from his seat. Human world, Japan, Kuo. Like he had been before, James was sitting in the living room reviewing packed applications. However, unlike the night before, tonight he was accompanied by Rias and Sona. Rias, like James, was still sifting through a pile of applications. However, Sona was able to find a suitable magician rather quickly. How the hell did you find someone so quickly? Rias asked with envy in her tone while reading yet another application. A girl with magic control issues. Why would you even accept her pact? Because I've heard about her in the past. Sona replied while adjusting her glasses. She's from a family that is considered royalty in the magician community. On top of that, the only person I've ever seen that works as hard as she does is James. There are other people that work that hard. Rias asked with shock clear on her face. Yes. Sona replied. Not everyone is as lazy as you are, Rias. James, Sona is bullying me. Rhea said, dropping the stack of papers in her hands while jumping toward James, landing in his lap. TCH. Sona clicked her tongue when she saw that. Is it bullying if she's telling the truth? James asked. Besides, I'm not even the hardest working person I know. Rhea pouted at the first thing James said. However, she was staring at him wide-eyed after what he said next. Who could possibly work harder than you do? Rhea asked. Sarord would be sad if he heard you, Rhea. Sona said. Oh, yeah. Rhea said while tapping a finger on her chin. I guess he does work harder than James. That's only because I pursue other things as well. James said with a smile. Anyway, what is this magician you chose, name, Sona? Oh, her name is Noelle Silva, and she specializes in water magic. Sona replied. I'll do my best to help her with her magic power control. Chapter 206, James' Short List. Human World, Japan, Kuo. In the training room under his mansion, James was laying on a workout bench currently, bench pressing the equivalent of 2 fully loaded subway cars with his physical strength alone. As he lifted the bar for his final rep, he heard footsteps entering the room. And just as he placed the bar back on the rack, the new arrival, Siyu Chilin, became visible. Oh, didn't expect you to be here. Siyu Chilin said as he walked toward the middle of the room. Yeah, I usually do my workout a little earlier. James replied as he toweled off. But I lost track of time reading over those damn applications. Sucks to be you. Siyu Chilin said with a chuckle. Yeah, it must be nice to only have 4 people who thought you were interesting enough to choose. James said with a smile. I had more than 4 and you damn well know it. Siyu Chilin said as he began adjusting the weights for the leg press machine. So, you got leg day, huh? James said as he watched Siyu Chilin. I would have thought you'd skip it. Why the hell would I do that intentionally? Siyu Chilin asked. Do you have any idea what Master would do if she caught me slacking like that? I'm just worried about you, dude. James said as he began adjusting the weights on the bar again. Worried? Siyu Chilin looked at him skeptically. Yeah, if your legs are too strong, you might break your teeth when you put your foot in your mouth next time. James said with a smile. Fuck you. Siyu Chilin replied while rolling his eyes. After that exchange, James and Siyu Chilin continued their workouts while joking and poking fun at each other. Eventually, they got back onto the topic of pact contracts. So, have you chosen your contractor? James asked curiously. Yeah, a chick named Tosaka Rin. Siyu Chilin replied. That gem magic or whatever it's called seems interesting. She's quite the cutie, too. James added. Yeah, she is. Wait. How do you know that? Siyu Chilin asked in panic. She applied to be my contractor, too. James replied. In fact, she's on my short list, as of now. Well, I guess I should just give up, then. Siyu Chilin said. She'd have access to meet me if she was your contractor, anyway. Nah, she's all yours. James replied while shaking his head. The thing you find interesting doesn't really interest me as much. Then, how many are on your short list if you don't include her? Siyu Chilin asked before wiping the sweat off his face. 2. James said as he unstrapped his ankles from the bar he was hanging from. Damn, you got that big-ass stack of papers down to only 3 in 2 days. Siyu Chilin asked. Yeah, it wasn't easy. James replied as he flipped down to his feet. But there were some pretty interesting topics for magic study. That's not really your thing, though. Siyu Chilin said. I know. James replied with a nod. Although I'm good enough at math to make a difference in their calculation-based magic, I'd rather not. So, who are these 2 mages that have your attention? Siyu Chilin asked with curiosity. The first is a guy a year or so younger than me. James replied. His name is Shiba Tatsuya. He has 2 innate magics that I find interesting as hell. In fact, one of them could help me break into the major god rank, I think. Oh, you got me interested, now. Siyu Chilin said as he leaned closer. He has what's called elemental sight. James continued. Basically, he can break the world down into information that he can decipher. Seriously? Siyu Chilin replied. Now, I can see why you think he could help you break into the next rank. Well, it's just a hypothesis. James replied while shrugging his shoulders. Just because he can see what step I'm on, doesn't mean he can tell me what the next step is to get where I want to be, you know. Not really, but whatever. Siyu Chilin replied with a shrug. Anyway, who's the other one? A woman named Irene Belzarian. James replied. She seems to be greatly interested in the research of dragons and dragon aspects. So, she wants to study you, right? Siyu Chilin asked. Basically. James replied with a nod. Knowing more about my dragon aspect would be nice, but I haven't been able to decide yet. Why would you even need to consider? Drake asked in James' mind. You literally have the soul of one of the strongest dragons to ever live living in your soul. But you have Drake, the Red Dragon Emperor living in your soul, right? Siyu Chilin asked at the same time as Drake. Why would you need this woman to help you learn about your dragon aspect? There is actually a really simple reason behind that. James replied with a chuckle. Hearing that, Drake and Siyu Chilin had the same thought. Because she has a pussy, and Drake/I doesn't/don't. Because Drake sucks at explaining anything related to dragons. James replied nonchalantly. Huh. Siyu Chilin was dumbfounded. What the hell do you mean by that? Drake shouted in James' mind, outraged by the accusation. Do you remember when I first awakened the boosted gear? James asked. Of course, I do. Drake replied. At the same time, Siyu Chilin nodded. Was Drake the reason I learned how to use so many of his abilities so quickly? James asked. Of course. Drake shouted. If it wasn't him, then who could it be? Siyu Chilin asked in confusion. Nope. James said while shaking his head. It was Master. Drake was just about to open his mouth in protest. However, a split second before he could, the memories that he tried to forget made themselves known. And James' next words solidified them. Every time Drake would explain one of his powers that I should be able to use, Master would tell him to stop. James said in a tired tone. After that, she would explain it in a much easier way to understand. Then, I would be forced to practice the move. Over, and 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 over. James continued to repeat those two words. And as he did, his eyes turned more and more lifeless. As a matter of fact, when James awakened the boosted gear, James' schedule was not adjusted to fit training with it into the schedule. Instead, Scathatch just tacked it on wherever she could. And if James' progress was not satisfactory, by her standards, James' time to sleep was reduced. Seeing the light in James' eyes going out, Siyu Chilin felt sorry for the guy. So, he snapped him out of his recollections. James, dude, snap out of it. Siyu Chilin said, patting James' shoulder with some force. Huh. James was shocked out of his stupor. Looking around his surroundings for a moment, James let out a sigh of relief when he realized he was in the training room under his mansion. Anyway, where was I? You were saying that Drake sucked at explaining the aspect of a dragon. Siyu Chilin said, reminding James. Oh, yeah, that's right. James said with a nod. Well, the reason I said that is because Drake explains it all as if I were born a dragon. And when I ask him to simplify it for a noob, he can't be bothered. Yeah, I guess that would make him suck at it. Siyu Chilin said, nodding in response. It's not my fault you're too dumb to understand. Drake said in a pouty tone. This definitely isn't the first time someone brought this up with him. James thought as he rolled his eyes at his draconic partner. But seriously, a pouting dragon is not something I ever want to see. That's not what I was expecting to hear. Siyu Chilin said with a wry smile. Oh, really? James replied with a smile. You were probably thinking something along the lines of, because she has a pussy and he doesn't, right? Siyu Chilin's jaw fell when he heard what James had to say. Even Drake stopped his pouting and was thoroughly surprised that he knew what was going through his mind. Look at that stupid look on your face. James said with a chuckle. I bet Drake is wearing the same one right now. How? Siyu Chilin asked. I've known you just as long as you've known me. James said. So, just as you can try and predict what I'm thinking, why can't I do the same? And since I'm better than you in all aspects, why wouldn't I be right when you're wrong? Wait. I can't let that part slide. Siyu Chilin said. Better than me in all aspects? I don't think so. Denial really isn't just a river in Egypt, huh? James said in a forlorn tone while looking at Siyu Chilin with pity. Then why don't you prove it? Siyu Chilin said, materializing his spear in his hand. Keep your output at the same as mine and fight me with skill alone. Bruh. You act like we haven't been doing this since I first surpassed you in rank. James said while shaking his head. Cut the shit, are we gonna fight or not? Siyu Chilin said while stepping toward the sparring ring. Fine, if you want to catch an asshoopin' that bad, James said while raising his right hand with a magic circle forming above his index and middle fingers, who am I to stop you? After that, James completed the magic circle and materialized his swords on his left hip. At the same time, Siyu Chilin reached the sparring ring and turned toward James, who was still walking toward him. When he saw the magic circle floating there, he was dumbfounded. "Hold on, why?" Siyu Chilin said, reaching out his hand to stop James. Unfortunately, he was too late. James had just activated the magic circle. "Attention, all residents. A fighting skills challenge has been made in the training room," James said, speaking into the magic circle. "Lancer, the challenger, has challenged me. I will delay the beginning of the spar by 3 minutes. Anyone who would like to watch and or gain some inspiration or to improve their own skills through observation, please make your way here, now." A moment later, James ended the transmission. Then, the magic circle faded into the air. "What the hell, man?" Siyu Chilin asked in exasperation. "What do you mean?" James asked in an innocent tone, with an equally innocent expression on his face. "Don't play innocent with me, damn it," Siyu Chilin shouted. There was no reason to make this a public spectacle. And just as Siyu Chilin said, James' innocent expression turned into a sly smile. "What's wrong, Lancer?" James asked in a provocative tone. "It sounds like you're afraid to lose in front of everyone. Or maybe. Oh, she's home today, huh? Don't fucking play with me," Siyu Chilin shouted. "You knew she was here from the damn beginning." James' sly smile widened exponentially after Siyu Chilin's outburst. "I don't know why you sound so upset though, Lancer," James said, going back to his innocent tone and expression. "You said you could beat me in pure skill, right?" "Damn you, James," Siyu Chilin replied. "You know I was just shootin' the shit with one of the guys. Even if you're just shootin' the shit, this should teach you to keep your mouth from writing checks that your ass can't cash," James said with a smile. "Hell yeah, I love watching James-senpai kick someone's ass," Issei said as he and Asia walked into the training room. "Especially if it's not mine." "Issei, you shouldn't say that when Lancer is standing right there," Asia said quietly. "Whether I say it or not, the outcome is written in stone," Issei said with a smile. A moment later, Issei and Asia were standing near the sparring ring. While Asia greeted both combatants with a polite greeting, Issei smiled at Siyu Chilin with schadenfreude. Just behind them was Scathatch. Without saying a word, her gaze alone told both James and Siyu Chilin that they had better not half-ass it. Tsubaki was the next to arrive. Following her were Mazor, Mocha, and Shuna. The rest of the Gremory and Citri peerages followed them. Then, the last to arrive were Leona and Cheyenne. "Cheyenne, I give up," Leona said, shaking her head with a frown on her face. "No," Cheyenne said with tears in her eyes. "You can't give up on me like that." "Sorry, Cheyenne," Leona said, not making eye contact with the former Oni. "There's really nothing I can do to help. Maybe you should ask Scatty, she's a better teacher than I am." Before Cheyenne could even turn her gaze in Scathatch's direction, she answered the question before it could be asked. "I know when I am out of my depth," Scathatch said, shaking her head. "Not even the Scathatch can improve whatever it is that you call cooking." At that, Cheyenne froze. Shortly after that, she appeared to pale rapidly and what appeared to be her soul began to seep out of her mouth. "Why are you so concerned with being able to cook, anyway?" Aquino asked curiously. "Because the magazine said that men like women who know how to cook," Cheyenne said tearfully. "That means James won't like me if I can't cook." The room fell silent with that outburst. Realizing what she said, Cheyenne immediately covered her mouth with both hands. On the other hand, James' level of confusion was off the charts. And no one could blame him for it. Cheyenne had in no way shown that she was romantically interested in James. The only thing she had ever done was ask James to taste her cooking, which he never did again after the 6-hour coma his first taste sunk him into. Seeing the lost look in James' eyes, Siyu Chilin smiled deviously. Then, he turned toward Scathatch. "Master, I think we should start the match," Siyu Chilin said. Scathatch only shook her head at her disciple's antics. Tsubaki, on the other hand, looked at her boyfriend with a bit of disappointment. Nevertheless, Scathatch did as Siyu Chilin asked and began the match. With James not reacting, Siyu Chilin moved toward James quickly, thinking that he would place the tip of his spear on James' throat then wait until he was back to his senses. Unfortunately, things did not go as Siyu Chilin expected. Cling. Thump. As Siyu Chilin drew near, James' body reacted without any input from his brain. Quickly drawing Mangetsu no Shitada, James parried and disarmed the unprepared Siyu Chilin with such force that Gi-Balg was stuck in a wall and vibrating fiercely. Then, after disarming Siyu Chilin, James placed his blade on Siyu Chilin's neck. And he did all this while still in shock from Cheyenne's confession. Now, Siyu Chilin was also sporting a lost look similar to James' expression. "I think somebody should move Lancer," Issei said. If I were him, I'd just move my neck onto James Senpai's blade after a showing like that. Chapter 207, Scathacca's Revenge. Human World, Japan, Kuo. 2 days have passed since James and Siyu Chilin had their spar. Since then, Siyu Chilin has not been having the best of times. Sprawled out in the middle of the training room, Scathatch was standing over him with her spear resting on her shoulder. Are you still mad at me for what happened the other day, master? Siyu Chilin asked, unable to move. Are you referring to your unsightly defeat at James' hand? Scathatch asked. Or are you referring to the dishonorable way you began that match? I'll take that as a yes. Siyu Chilin muttered. I trained you to be a better warrior than that. Scathatch said while shaking her head. I am disappointed that in a match you posed the challenge to, you tried something so underhanded. Yeah, I know. Siyu Chilin said, a little disappointed in himself. I got what I deserved for that. But seriously, how the hell does he have an autopilot like that? That would be my fault. Scathatch admitted. When I realized how great his potential was, I pushed him to be the greatest warrior to ever live. What do you mean? Siyu Chilin asked as he pushed himself to sit upright. During his first few years training with us in Dun Scaith, I may have been a bit overzealous. Scathatch said with a smile. Though you may not know this, many of his knights did not see him sleep peacefully. The sexual under. Ugh. Siyu Chilin began to speak, however, he was quickly silenced by a strike from the shaft of Scathacca's spear. I do not know how Tsubaki puts up with your prattling. Scathatch said. As I was saying before I was interrupted, I often woke James from his sleep with surprise attacks. In the end, his body's natural reflex to aggressive action was honed excessively. Excessively might be an understatement. Siyu Chilin said, rubbing his throat with his left hand. I honestly thought he was going to kill me. And had your attack contained killing intent, he very well might have. Scathatch replied. And with his sword-drawing technique, I would not have been fast enough to save you. Siyu Chilin shuddered just thinking about it. It's a good thing he's my best friend. Siyu Chilin said with a shrug and cold sweat flowing down his back. As much as we mess with each other I would never want to see him hurt. Anyway, why aren't you at school today, master? To that, Scathatch smiled with a bit of bloodthirst. Because there was a fool of a man who thought that he could teach the students better than I could. Scathatch replied. So, I requested your colleagues to put the arrogant fool in his place. Oh, fuck. Siyu Chilin said while lowering his head. That guy is screwed. At the same time at Kuo Academy, Class 3A was participating in PE, and the teacher that Scathatch mentioned was refereeing a volleyball game with a bit of fear in his expression. Currently, there were several dents in the gymnasium's floor caused by spikes from the supernatural students in the class. On top of that, none of the normal students seemed to be bothered by the happenings. What's wrong with Sakurai-sensei? A girl asked after seeing the fear in the teacher, Sakurai-sensei's, eyes. I don't know, he looks like he's seen a ghost. Another girl said with a chuckle. Or maybe he just didn't realize how awesome Alaverus and his girls are. A third girl added. I mean, it's not every day you get to see such a yummy freak of nature like that, right? The other two girls nodded as they watched James move around, rally, and coordinate his team on the court. However, what they did not know was that the supernatural students were not holding back while playing today. Although they were not cycling their demonic energy, they were using the full capabilities of their physical bodies. Excluding James, that is. After gaining another point for his team with a devastating spike, James returned to his position, high-fiving the boys and girls along the way. Eventually, he ended up next to Rhea. Everything looks good, so far. Rhea said in a quiet voice as she prepared to serve the ball again. Yeah, it shouldn't be long until he starts to doubt life as a whole. James replied with a smile. After that, we'll put the fear of Satan in him. Giggle I have to admit, this is much more fun than I thought it would be. Rhea continued. In response, James shrugged his shoulders with a smile. Okay guys, let's get one more. James shouted, rallying his teammates. Yeah. The other 4 members of the team shouted enthusiastically. As Rhea tossed the ball up to serve once again, she could not help but think to herself. James' speed is ridiculous. Rhea thought. He's been making sure that the superhuman spikes have been slowed down enough so that none of the normal students were hurt when they tried to receive them. However, I have no idea how he's done it, at all. No idea, at all, is a bit of an overstatement. Rhea knew that James was using his speed to constantly tap the ball and dampen its momentum every time a normal human was going to try and receive it. What she did not understand was how James could make it look like he was still playing the game like nothing was happening while he did it. After a few more back and forths exchanging points and serves, James looked at Rhea, who was on his team, as well as Sona and Flora, who were on the opposing team, and gave them all a nod with a smile. When they all nodded in return, they all knew it was time to put the fear that Scathatch asked them to into Sakurai. Then, after a girl on Sona's team served the ball, a boy on James' team received it. After that, Rhea set it in front of the net while James approached from the baseline. "Oh, here it comes," Akino said with a sadistic smile on her face. "I wonder if Sensei will soil his pants after this is over." "Who knows?" Tsubaki said with a shrug. But he really did make a mistake insulting Master Scathatch like that. Rias and Akino nodded, excitement written all over their faces as they watched James leap high into the air. On the other side of the net, Flora and 2 other students jumped as well to block James' smash. However, having jumped a little higher and a little faster, James' spike went unhindered. Unfortunately, James seemed to have missed the spot on the ball he was aiming for due to jumping earlier than he meant to. Smack! With a loud sound of impact, James sent the ball flying. No one could tell where the ball would land at the moment of impact. However, a moment later, they all realized that it would sail out of the court by a large margin. Watching the flight path, many students shouted when they saw where it was headed. "Sakurai-sensei, watch out!" Several girls shouted before covering their eyes a moment later. Boom! Crack! Before Sakurai could react, the ball whizzed past his left ear, missing him by less than an inch, approximate 2.5 centimeters, and cracked the wall behind him. Petrified by what just happened, Sakurai fell back, his back resting against the wall before he slowly slid down until he was sitting on his butt. After a moment, the ball landed next to him and bounced toward the court a couple of times. This prompted him to look up to the spot where the ball hit the wall. "What the hell?" Sakurai muttered in a nearly inaudible whisper. After that, James came rushing toward him. When he arrived, he used magic stealthily to fix the wall. Then, he reached down to help Sakurai up to his feet. "I'm sorry about that, Sakurai-sensei," James said in a sincere tone. "Are you all right?" James' words were loud enough for the rest of his classmates to hear. And although he was still in shock, Sakurai nodded his head stiffly in response. "That's good," James said with a hint of relief in his tone. However, in the next moment, James turned his head away from the rest of the class so that only Sakurai could see his expression that had turned malevolent. Then, with a lowered volume, he continued. "That was just a warning, Sakurai. Next time you insult my master, things will be quite different." Hearing that, Sakurai almost fell to the floor again. Noticing that, James caught him and put his concerned expression back on his face. Then, he supported Sakurai to stand and helped him over to a bench. "It seems like you're still a bit shaken, sensei," James said, helping Sakurai to sit. "I think it would be safer for you to sit over here, so that you don't fall and hurt yourself." Then, James put on a reassuring smile before he returned to his side of the volleyball court. However, to Sakurai, that smile looked like the smile of a devil, and he began to shudder. After that, the rest of class went on like nothing happened. James and the girls fixed the damage to the gym, and with a bit of memory manipulation the other students and Sakurai were none the wiser. However, the near-death experience Sakurai went through was left intact. Because of that, the teacher ended up taking the rest of the day off. He even considered resigning from Kuo Academy because the students scared him. In fact, for the next few months he continued to have nightmares about the gym being destroyed, all because of a game of volleyball. "Damn, that was fun," James said while stretching as he and the rest of Class 3A returned to their classroom. "Yeah, it's not often we're allowed to have fun with that many of our limiters off," Ria said with a smile. "Seriously?" Akino exclaimed. "We really should thank Sakurai-sensei. Scathatch-sensei is never gonna let us do that again." Sona, Tsubaki, Rhea, and Flora nodded in agreement. "On top of that, someone is probably gonna get a reward tonight," Flora said with a smile while wrapping her arms around James' left arm. "One can only hope," James said, stealthily patting Flora's ass with the hand she was embracing. Flora giggled in response while Rias, Sona, and Akino, who had seen James' action, rolled their eyes. Tsubaki on the other hand looked at the interaction between James and Flora while thinking. "I'll have to train Satanta to be as bold and upfront as James is," Tsubaki thought to herself. "My men will not be someone who has to resort to sneak attacks in a duel," he requested. After that, the rest of the school day went by without a hitch. After attending their club activities, James and the girls were once again back at the mansion. Although Sona had no trouble deciding on who her magician would be, she was among the extreme minority. Except for her, only Mocha had chosen a magician. "So, you chose this girl?" "Sendo Yukari," James asked when Mocha came to inform him of her selection. "Yeah, apparently she's some kind of genius," Mocha said. "She would have to be," Shuna replied. "It says she's only 11. A 12-year-old which is considered to be among the best of the clock tower? Cheyenne asked. Are the clock tower's standards that low? Did you pay attention at all when Lord Feelies was explaining to us? Mocha asked while rolling her eyes. No, not really. Cheyenne admitted while smiling embarrassedly. I don't even know why I asked. Mocha said while shaking her head. That's why she's been called a genius. As far as her magic research goes, she's on par with some of the senior magicians from the tower. Oh, I get it. Cheyenne replied excitedly. Really? Mizor asked. No, not really. Cheyenne replied with yet another embarrassed smile. This time, everyone present sighed in response. Hey, Master, do you think you could contact Lord Feelies for me? James asked, after a moment of pondering. That should not be an issue. Scathatch replied. Then, Scathatch stomped her foot. A moment later, a runic circle appeared in front of the sofa that James was sitting on. After glowing for about a minute, Mephisto appeared in a hologram floating above the runic circle. Good evening. Mephisto said with a smile. To what do I owe the pleasure? My disciple asked that I contact you. Scathatch replied. Oh. Mephisto exclaimed before turning his attention to James. What can I do for you, young man? I was just curious about something. James said with a smile and a polite bow. Please, go ahead. Mephisto said. Is it possible to form a pact with more than one magician? James asked in a serious tone. That was not the question I was expecting. Mephisto said. But to answer your question, as long as your demonic power can support it, it is theoretically possible to have an infinite number of pacts. And with your power, there should be no issue. Thank you, Lord Feelies. James replied with a smile. I was really cracking my head open trying to figure out who I should choose. Haha. Mephisto laughed. I'm glad I could help. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have work to do. I hope we have another opportunity to speak again. Then, Mephisto bid Scathatch farewell and disconnected the transmission. ***1 is never enough for you, is it? See you chillin' asked in an exasperated tone. Why choose one when I can have both? James asked with a smile. Irene Belzarian, Sheba Tatsuya, I hope we'll be able to help each other going forward. Chapter 208, Why I Can't Breathe Fire. Human World, Japan, Kuo. The next evening, after James made his decision about his 2 pacts, he was relaxing in his bedroom. Having nothing to do while most of the household was still trying to decide on whom they should choose for their own contracts, James was mentally planning an assault on the Teeps faction in Romania for their attack and attempted kidnapping of Mocha. Something seems wrong with this. Drake said. It's been common knowledge that Mocha has been with you since you became a high-class devil. So, why did the Teeps wait so long to make a move? That's been bothering me too, actually. James replied. I said we would go last weekend in the heat of the moment. But to be honest, something seems off. On top of that, why would they send such a weak group after her? Drake added. It's also no secret that you're in the minor god rank. For now. James interrupted with a grin. Yeah, for now. Drake agreed in a dismissive tone. But why would they think that they could take Mocha with a group that weak? With that, both James and Drake fell silent. Neither knew what the Teeps, more precisely the Shuzhen clan, were thinking. Well, since I've had some time to calm down, I guess I better go about this the intelligent way. James said as he reached for his smartphone. A moment later, James had unlocked his phone and was scrolling through his contacts. Then, when he found the entry he was looking for, he pressed the call button and put the phone up to his ear. After the phone rang a few times, it was answered. Devil May Cry, Lady said answering the phone. Yo, Lady, what's up? James said in a cheerful tone. Oh, James, it's you. Lady said, recognizing the voice immediately. Since you're calling the shops line, I guess you have a job for Dante and or I. Correct. James replied. Drake and I have some suspicions about the vampire attack last week. So, I want you and Dante to go to Romania and investigate what's going on with the Teeps faction. Does that mean I can get some revenge for the sneak attack from last time? Lady asked with a bit of excitement in her tone. Feel free. James replied. But I want you to keep Akua, Kalua, and Kokoa Shuzhen alive. And if possible, bring them back. Mocha wants to speak to them. Anything else? Lady asked after noting that request down. Anything in particular you want us to pay attention to during our investigation? Yeah, figure out why they sent such a weak group with all the public information about my peerage. James instructed. Oh, right. Figure out why they took so long to attack, even though it's been no secret that Mocha has been with me. Understood. Lady replied while noting down the instructions. Time frame. As fast as you can, without getting sloppy. James answered. I'd prefer if they never knew the two of you were there. But you can tell Dante that collateral damage is not a concern this time. As long as they don't know it was him, that is. I'm sure he'll be thrilled. Lady said in a dry tone. I'm so sick of hearing him complain about how hard it is to hold back. He spends more time whining like a bitch than actually doing his job lately. And for the next 3 minutes, Lady continued to bash Dante about the way he acts on and off jobs. Eventually, James, with a wry smile on his face, ended the call and let Lady inform Dante of their next mission. It sounds like that little girl has it rough. Drake said with a chuckle. Just imagine if Dante had been your host instead of me. James said with a smile. Ugh. No thanks. Drake replied immediately. I can feel my blood pressure and cholesterol going up just thinking about eating that much pizza. I probably would have initiated swapping his internal organs for dragon versions without his consent. Hold on, I just heard something I can't ignore. James said in a serious tone. What do you mean swapping internal organs for dragon versions? Oh, I kinda forgot to tell you, huh? Drake replied in an apologetic tone. Yeah, I think that's something I would remember. James replied while rolling his eyes. Yeah, about that. Drake said, giving off the impression that he was scratching his head sheepishly. You're so much stronger and more talented than my previous hosts that I didn't think it was necessary at first. Then, I forgot about it completely. I get it. There's no need to kiss my ass. James said. Just spill. Yeah, fine. Drake said in an annoyed tone. As you know, the longer we're together, the greater your dragon aspect will become, right? Right. James replied. Well, without the proper dragon physiology, you can't put that part of you to proper use. So, after a host reaches a certain threshold, most dragon type, sacred gears, with sentience. So, just you and Albion so far. James interrupted. Since Vritra is newly whole again, and no one knew about Skyadram until recently. Basically. Drake said with a nod. Anyway, we have the ability to change your physiology into that of a dragon. And the more of you that becomes draconic, the better you would be able to wield your dragon aspect and aura. So, is that why I can't breathe fire yet? James asked. That's right. Drake answered. And if this little slip-up didn't happen, you would have continued to not tell me. James asked with his eyebrow twitching. Sorry about that, partner. Drake said, apologizing sincerely. ****whatever. James replied. I guess we can work on this until Dante and Lady give us a report on what's going on in Teep's territory. Well, with your strength, it shouldn't take as long as it usually would. Drake said. Your body can handle the strain a lot better than any of my other hosts would be able to. Knock, 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 knock. Before James and Drake could discuss any further, frantic knocking could be heard. Activating his presence detection, James was not surprised to see that it was Mizor who was knocking on his door so excitedly. However, he was surprised to see that Scathatch was with her. Curious about the pairing, James stood from his bed and made his way over to the door. Take it easy, I'm coming. James said as he placed his right hand on the doorknob. As soon as he opened the door, Mizor threw herself at him and wrapped her arms and legs around him. What's got you so excited, Mizor? James asked with a smile while supporting Mizor's body with a hand under her butt and patting her head with the other. Master Scathatch and I have chosen our contractors. Mizor replied happily. Oh. James was genuinely surprised by the news. Yes, what she says is true. Scathatch said, entering James' bedroom as she spoke. It would seem we were both able to find magicians, or a psychic in my case, that suit us well. Oh, now you got me curious. James said as he closed the bedroom door behind them. I shall allow the girl to tell you first. Scathatch said as she gazed at Mizor, after taking a seat on James' bed. If she has to wait any longer, she may not be able to bear it. Sure. James said, taking a seat next to Scathatch with Mizor still in his embrace. Yeah. Mizor cheered happily. My contractor's name is Shiba Miyuki. Shiba. James replied. Yup. Mizor said with a nod. Just what you're thinking. She's the younger sister of one of your contractors-to-be. And she specializes in ice magic. Well, temperature manipulation magic. But she usually uses it to lower the temperature and cause phenomenon that result in ice being created. I see. James replied. And why did she choose you as a contract target? The application said that she wanted to be introduced to more practical applications of ice magic in combat. Mizor said after recalling what was written on the application. I see. James said with a smile. Well, congratulations. Mizor smiled sweetly after hearing James' heartfelt congratulations. After patting Mizor's head for a bit longer, James turned his attention to Scathatch. And how about you, Master? James inquired. I chose a woman who used to be one of the country's foremost presences in the use of magic to hunt stray devils and yokai. Scathatch replied. She goes by the name, Genkai. Genkai. Really, James thought to himself. I know I haven't said this in a while, but what's up with this world? Why are there so many characters from other series in it? Oh well, at least I never made Yu Yu Hakusho as a manga. Otherwise, this could be awkward. She's not from the clock tower, right? James asked. That is correct. Scathatch replied with a nod. For the last 50 years or so, she has been living in a reclusive fashion. I see. Then, how did she find out about you? James asked curiously. After hearing James' question, Mizor was also curious about it. It would seem she has a connection to some supernatural beings. Scathatch replied. They suggested that she attempt to make a contract with me so that I could assist in training her new disciple. So, does that mean there's a possibility to meet Yusuke? James thought to himself. He's definitely my favorite shonen protagonist from all those memories I inherited. Well, congratulations are in order for you as well, Master. James replied with a nod and a smile. It's rare to find someone who's as compatible in terms of focus as you are, like the two of you have. Hee hee, yeah, I'm pretty awesome. Mizor said proudly. Indeed. Scathatch said with a nod. However, only time will tell if we are truly compatible. A person's personality cannot be summed up in a few paragraphs. Hearing that, both James and Mizor put on serious expressions and nodded their heads in agreement. Everyone involved in the choosing of magician contracts had a similar thought regarding these contracts. Even though most of the new contractors would not be living with or near them, they were all concerned with the group dynamic being destroyed by the newcomers. After that, like he had done with Mocha when she chose her contractor, James reached into a small refrigerator he kept in his room and pulled out a bottle of wine. Then, with a snap of his fingers, a small table appeared in front of him with 3 wine glasses on top of it. Well, then. James said, sitting Mizor next to him, opposite Scathatch. Why don't we have a little toast to celebrate your success in finding a magician pact? Good. Scathatch said with a smile. This Scathatch would never turn down a drink from you, my disciple. Instead of immediately jumping at the opportunity to drink like Scathatch, Mizor looked at James suspiciously. What's wrong? James asked curiously. Are you trying to get us drunk so that you can have your way with us? Mizor asked, staring directly into James' eyes. In response, James looked at her blankly for a moment. Then, he smiled and asked. And why would you ask that? Scathatch was also curious to hear the answer. Because Mocha told me that after you had your drink with her, you left her weak in the knees the next morning. Mizor said in a solemn tone. And let me tell you, James. If you're only giving us alcohol for that. I'm totes in. James could only smile wryly after hearing Mizor's outburst at the end. It is true that James and Mocha had a night of wild sex after she found her pact. And it is also true that James had offered a toast to her success. However, those two things are not connected in the slightest. In fact, James was not even the one that initiated the sex that evening. Mocha had jumped him before she even finished her first glass of wine. I guess someone didn't fact-check, huh? James said with a wry smile. Or did Mocha tell you that I took advantage of her while she was drunk? Mizor stopped to think about it for a moment. Then, she shook her head. Now that you mention it, she never said that. Mizor replied. But drunk sex always seems like fun in movies and stuff. So, I kinda figured. I would not be opposed to an evening of such activities either. Scathatch said, interrupting Mizor's explanation. Besides, it is not likely that James has enough wine to get all of us drunk, in the first place. Anyway, why don't we have our toast? James said, picking up the bottle of wine and beginning to pour. We can move forward from there. Chapter 209, Forgot the Silencing Barrier. Again, R18. Human World, Japan, Kuo. After addressing Mizor's thoughts of James getting his girls drunk to have his way with them, James, Scathatch, and Mizor each raised one of the recently filled wine glasses. Cheers, X3. They all cried happily. Then, they all tipped both the wine glass in their hand and their head and took a sip or two of the wine. After that, they continued to chat while slowly enjoying their wine. Eventually, when the wine glasses were empty, James found himself sitting on his bed sandwiched by Scathatch and Mizor like they had been the entire time. However, Mizor was rubbing her hand on James' thigh, dangerously close to his crotch. Scathatch, on the other hand, was much more aggressive in showing what she wanted. MMM. Scathatch moaned as she grabbed James by his cheeks and forced a kiss on him. Seeing Scathatch's boldness, Mizor was also emboldened. Instead of softly rubbing James' thigh, she immediately reached for the waistband of James' shorts and pulled them down. Then, in similar fashion, she reached for his boxers and pulled them down as well. Once she wrapped her fingers around James' dick, however, Scathatch broke the kiss and swooped down on it with her mouth open. MMM. James moaned softly as he felt the wet and warm sensation Scathatch's mouth provided. At the same time, Mizor pouted. Scathatch had stolen the fruit of her labor, so to speak. However, instead of complaining aloud, she gathered Scathatch's hair into a ponytail. Then, she began to force Scathatch's head up and down on James' dick. Opening her eyes wide at Mizor's treatment, Scathatch was not deterred. Instead, she opened her mouth slightly wider and stuck her tongue out while James' dick was forced deep down her throat. At the same time, every time her nose met James' pelvis, she would flick her tongue to tickle his balls ever so slightly. Holy shit. James grunted with pleasure. That's fucking amazing. Once again, Mizor pouted. She was expecting Scathatch to be caught off guard by her sudden action. At the same time, however, she was impressed that Scathatch could turn that situation into something pleasurable for James. Come here, Mizor. James said while gesturing at Mizor after seeing her pouty face. Stop trying to compete. We're here to have a good time, right? Nodding in response, Mizor released Scathatch's hair and raised herself onto her knees. James then wrapped an arm around her waist and grabbed a handful of hair with the other. Then, he pulled her into a deep and intense kiss. MMM. Mizor moaned, enjoying the slightly rough treatment. As James kissed her, Mizor wasted no time wrapping her arms around his neck and pulling herself deeper into the kiss. At the same time, James began to slip off Mizor's panties, leaving the skirt above them in place. Then, once her panties were down around her knees, James used his left hand to reach around Mizor and slide a finger into her pussy while his right began to rub her clit. MMM. Mizor moaned even louder as James began to slowly stimulate her pussy both inside and out. At the same time, Scathatch, now on her knees on the other side of James, watched James pleasure Mizor as his dick continuously disappeared and reappeared in her mouth. As time went by, James' fingers moved faster and faster. In turn, Scathatch bobbed his head to match James' pace. Then, after 5 or so more minutes. Oh, my fucking. Ah. Mizor shouted after breaking the kiss with James when her body was rocked with an intense orgasm. Humph. James also released his first load into Scathatch's mouth a moment later. As James and Mizor were enjoying the reverberations of their orgasms, Scathatch freed James' dick from her lips and raised her body. Then, with her mouth full of James' cum, she grabbed Mizor's face, in a manner similar to the way she grabbed James a few minutes ago and kissed her. As she did, she pushed some of James' cum into the younger girl's mouth. At the same time, James enjoyed the show his two girlfriends were putting on. Then, once he felt he was ready to re-enter the battle, he slipped from between the two and positioned himself behind Mizor. A moment later, he was rubbing the head of his dick between her lower lips. MMM. James. Mizor said in a whiny tone after she was not penetrated like she had been expecting. Stop teasing me. Just put it on. Before she could finish, James pushed balls deep into Mizor in one go, causing Mizor to grab onto Scathatch for support. With her face pressed into Scathatch's chest, Mizor is rocked hard by James' intense pounding. Yes. Fuck me, James, fuck me hard. Mizor shouted into Scathatch's bosom as James pounded her from behind. At the same time, Scathatch was unbuttoning Mizor's blouse while she was being rocked back and forth along with Mizor. Also, she was making eye contact with James the entire time. Did you forget the silencing barrier on purpose, my disciple? Scathatch asked as she removed Mizor's bra. Maybe. James replied with a wink as he raised his right hand. Smack. MMM. Mizor moaned from the sudden stimulation on her right ass cheek. I was just wondering how many fish I'd catch if I threw out this bait. James said as he continued to pound into Mizor from behind. In response, Scathatch only shook her head and smiled. However, her hands continued to move as she also removed the cute lavender bra Mizor was wearing. Then, she began to fondle Mizor's breasts while brushing the tips of her nipples with her index fingers. Oh. Don't stop. On. Don't stop. Mizor screamed as she could feel her second orgasm approaching. Harder. MMM. Fuck me harder. On. Eventually, Mizor's back arched, and her toes curled as she was hit with an intense orgasm that caused her entire body to shudder. At the same time, Scathatch conjured water in her mouth, swished it around, then stole another kiss from Mizor, cleaning both of their mouths of James' cum in the process. While Scathatch was making out with Mizor, again, James pulled his dick from inside Mizor. Then, without waiting for the women to finish, he separated them and pressed Scathatch onto her back. In the process, like a magician, James removed Scathatch's clothes at high speed. However, before he could plunge his dick into her, she wrapped her arms and legs around him and switched their positions. Now, with Scathatch on top of James, she smiled down at him with a predatory smile on her face. "Boy, you are still too young to consider dominating the Scathatch," Scathatch said as she began to lower herself onto James' dick. "Oh, we'll have to see about that," James replied with a smile of his own. Then, just as Scathatch had taken the head of James' dick into her pussy, James bucked his hips and forced the rest of it in abruptly. On. Scathatch moaned as she was forced to support herself by placing her hands on James' chest. At the same time, James gripped Scathatch's hips and began slamming upward with all his might, causing Scathatch to involuntarily bounce up and down. "By the gods!" Scathatch shouted as she orgasmed for the first time. Even though Scathatch had orgasmed, James had no intention of slowing down. Instead, he lengthened the duration of her orgasm. And even after coming down from it, James was still pounding away at her pussy with reckless abandon. Also, around this time, Scathatch felt the left side of her neck being licked and kissed while her left nipple was being rubbed and pinched. "Mizor, wait a moment," Scathatch said, trying to catch her breath for a moment. "I am still sensitive." "On. I know," Mizor said with a devious smile on her face. "That makes this the perfect time." And just as she finished speaking, Mizor went back to kissing Scathatch's neck. On top of playing with her nipple, Mizor reached around and flicked Scathatch's clit with her right hand. Then, after only another minute or so, "On." Scathatch screamed loud enough to be heard throughout the rest of the house. At the same time on the first floor, Leona was sitting in her bedroom catching up on some of the manga she had backlogged when she heard Scathatch's ear-splitting scream. "God damn it!" Leona shouted as she dog-eared the page she was reading. "They forgot the damn silencing barrier, again. Whatever, I'll just go see Cass." And just like that, Leona stomped her foot and a teleportation magic circle appeared beneath her, then she vanished from the room. Rias, Sona, and Aquino also heard the sounds coming from the passionate actions of James, Scathatch, and Mizor. And upon hearing that scream, Aquino shot to her feet. "Rias, Sona, I have something to do," Aquino said quickly with a smile on her face. "So, if you'll excuse me." However, before she could take her first step, Rias' vice-like grip was wrapped around Aquino's arm. "Sit down," Rias said in a commanding tone. "We need to finish choosing our magicians, now." Although she was unwilling, Aquino sat down as she was told. However, the pout on her face made it clear that she was not happy about it. "Just wait, when James gives me my celebration dick, I'm gonna make sure that we don't put on the silencing barrier, too," Aquino said in a spoiled tone. "And when you come to try and join, I'm gonna tell you no." Meanwhile, Shuna and Cheyenne were in Shuna's bedroom. Cheyenne had been playing the part of a mannequin while Shuna was making final adjustments to a piece of formal attire that she and James were planning to market for a clothing line they would start together. However, when Scathatch's scream echoed through the mansion, Shuna's hands stopped while Cheyenne tensed for a moment. Then, after a moment of awkward silence, Cheyenne was the first to open her mouth. "To scream like that?" Cheyenne said while looking toward the door. "Is it really that good?" "I don't know," Shuna said with her face flushed. "But it can't be bad, right?" "Right," Cheyenne said, continuing to gaze at the door. "Wanna go and take a look?" Then, the two stared at each other, unsure of what to do after Cheyenne's suggestion. Meanwhile, back in James' bedroom, James pulled Scathatch down onto his chest. After gesturing for Mizor to move away for a moment, he rolled over so that Scathatch was back underneath him. Then, he raised his upper body and smiled after seeing the sloppy content smile on Scathatch's face. "Damn, that's a fucking ego boost," James said with a smile. Then, he pulled Mizor close and kissed her. After the kiss, he laid Mizor on top of Scathatch, face up. Once she was positioned properly, James pulled his dick out of Scathatch, which caused her to moan quietly. Then, he pushed his dick into Mizor. Once he was all the way in, he began rocking back and forth, stroking her slowly to begin with. However, as he worked up to a certain speed, he pulled out. On dot. Mizor was mid-moan when James pulled out. "James, what are you doing?" Ignoring Mizor's protest, just as Scathatch had recovered from her last orgasm, James slammed into her pussy, again. And picked up at the speed he was running at before he pulled out of Mizor. On. Scathatch moaned with a hint of confusion. However, she had no intention of complaining. Instead, Scathatch continued to moan as James ramped up his speed even higher. At the same time, Scathatch wrapped her arms around Mizor who was laying on top of her. And like Mizor had done to her previously, she began to fondle Mizor's breasts and rub her clit. MMM. Mizore moaned from Scathacca's touch. Slow down, Master Scat. On. Hatch. I want to come on James' dick. To Mizore's surprise, Scathatch complied. Instead of making her orgasm, she managed to keep Mizore on the cusp. Until James reached the speed he intended to and pulled out of Scathatch. MMM. Mizore moaned just as, if not louder, than Scathacca's ear-splitting scream from a few minutes ago as James plunged back into her. As Mizore's mind blanked out from the orgasm, James continued to pound her pussy while Scathatch continued to stimulate her nipples and clit with her hands. Eventually, after a few more minutes, James had reached his own limit. So, before coming once again, he pulled out of Mizore and slammed his dick into Scathatch, one more time. When his dick was kissing Scathacca's cervix, he painted her insides in his color. Then, when he was done coming, James slumped down onto Mizore and Scathatch, trying to catch his breath. That was quite enjoyable. Scathatch said with a smile. But if you were to say that you were done for the evening, this Scathatch would be disappointed. Oh, we're just getting started. James said as he gestured toward the door, which was cracked at the moment, with his chin. When Scathatch followed James' gaze and gesture, Scathatch saw a pair of glowing red eyes peeking through the crack and staring at the trio intensely. So, it would seem. Scathatch said with a smile. Well, I am not against bonding with more of my sisters, if you would. Chapter 210, Mission Report. Human World, Japan, Kuo. The weekend following the night Scathatch and Mizore chose their pacts, the Alaverus estate in the human world was scheduled to receive some guests. Namely, the contractors of those who had made their decisions about their pacts. Currently, the residents of the mansion were seated around the dining room table having breakfast and chatting about the day's visitors. So, how many people are going to be here today? Leona asked. Then, as she scanned the residents of the mansion, she asked a more specific question. Rather, how many of you have chosen your contractors? There will be 2 for me. James replied, raising his hand like the student he is. Irene and Sheba should be here around lunchtime. Miyuki-chan should be here at the same time. Mizore added in. Since she'll be traveling with her brother. Master Genkai should arrive in the evening. Scathatch said while slicing her stack of pancakes. I never thought I'd hear you refer to someone so respectfully, Scatty. Leona said with a giggle. Unlike you, Leona, I know when respect is due. Scathatch replied nonchalantly. Anyway, who else among you have made, or rather, picked out your contracts? James asked. I know Sona and Lancer have. What about you, Ri? **I haven't. Rias replied. I've spent most of my time trying to stop Issei from picking his contractor with his lower body. Haha. That's our ISE. James replied in an amused tone. That pervert will never learn. Kaneko said as she nibbled on a biscuit. He's probably gonna get himself dissected one day if some evil chick promises to let him touch her boobs in return. At that, everyone at the table, except for Scathatch, felt sweat forming on their backs. Even though they just wanted to laugh it off, they could not rule Kaneko's statement out of the realm of possibility. He'd probably calm down a lot if he got some. James said, thinking aloud. The virgin girls at the table, except Maria, all blushed after James' statement. However, they, like everyone else, agreed with what James had to say. I thought he would have gotten some by now, honestly. Aquino said in response while spreading some jam on a slice of toast. I mean, Asia is pretty intent on making it happen. Yes, but Irina keeps getting in the way. Zenobia said. She basically guilt-trips Asia into not doing it. Saying that is against the teaching of the L. Oh, sorry, I mean, you know who. Zenobia quickly corrected herself when she could see the other devils began to wince in pain at her words. I'm amazed that girl hasn't fallen yet. Mocha said. I mean envy is a deadly sin too, right? Seriously, even I feel bad for Haidu a little. Mizore said. His balls are probably bluer than Zenovia's hair at this point. Irina's got cock-blocking down to a science. Once again, many of the girls around the blushed at Mizore's blunt comment. Okay, take it easy, Mizore. Leona said with a smile. You're gonna cause the less experienced girls to pass out if you say stuff like that. Anyway, Lancer, did you seal the deal with that Tosaka girl? James said after getting his laughter under control. Yeah, everything is settled. See Chillin responded. She won't be summoning me until she's finished with a magic experiment she's been working on. Wow, Tsubaki sure is trusting. Mocha said. You're gonna let them meet away from your sight? In response, Tsubaki simply adjusted her glasses then shrugged her shoulders. She actually trusted Chillin implicitly. Unlike James, he was not prone to disappearing and reappearing with a new girl on his arm. Even if James had not done that since he picked up Mocha. I know you're thinking of saying something that would be too much, Mizor, so stop right there. James said before taking a bite of his pancakes. First, after James said what he did, Mizor wore a surprised expression on her face. She could not believe that James already knew what it was that she was thinking. However, a moment later, she began to pout. Making fun of Cu Chulin was one of her favorite things to do in this life, and James was stopping it. This time, James is right, Mizor. Mocha said as she leaned in close to whisper to Mizor. We all know what you were about to say. And that's way over the line. Fine. Mizor said with a pout. I get it. She really is on the level below Lancer when it comes to sticking her foot in her mouth, huh? Mio asked. Why is she on a level below me? Cu Chulin asked, not happy with the categorization. Because we can at least tell when she's gonna do it from time to time. Rhea replied. But with you, it's always a shot from left field. Seriously, have you ever seen any of us able to stop you from saying something stupid? Tsubaki asked with a playful smile on her face. Though he wanted to flare up with indignation, Cu Chulin could not refute what everyone normally says about him. On top of that, Tsubaki had made the last point, and he had learned over the years that he was not skilled enough in the art of debating to even consider rebutting her claim. Whatever. Cu Chulin muttered before stuffing a fork full of pancakes into his mouth. Anyway, as much fun as it is to make fun of Lancer relentlessly, Leona said, you all need to start getting ready for your visitors in a few hours, right? Then, how about a few rounds of DOA? She's totally hooked on another fighting game. James said. I would say she needs a hobby, but gaming is her hobby. At least she's not addicted to Smash Brothers. Rhea said. I've seen Smash Brothers addicts ruin their lives. Before they could decide how they would spend their time before their guests would arrive, James and Scathatch, who created the warding around the house, felt someone teleporting into the living room. Noticing that it was a familiar magic signature, they did not rush into the living room on high alert. Instead, they finished their meal and began to make their way to the living room calmly. I'm back, Naya. Kuroka shouted from the living room before the group could even enter. Welcome back. James said with a smile after entering the living room. You've been gone for quite a while. How was training with Chiron? That man is a slave driver, Naya. Kuroka said as she flopped down on the sofa. My feet are so sore. Get up, Nae-sama. Kaneko said, dragging Kuroka into a seated position. We're going to play video games and you're in the way. Resisting her sister with all her might, Kuroka did everything she could to remain lying down on the couch. No, Naya. Kuroka shouted while flailing around like a spoiled child. James-kun, help me. Chiron is being mean. Yeah, sure. James replied nonchalantly. Get out of the way, you lazy cat. Taken aback by James' heartless reply, Kuroka stared at him in disbelief. She thought that James would take her side. Especially since her kimono had slipped even lower, showing just about everything that would usually remain hidden, while she struggled with her sister. James-kun. Kuroka shouted. If you help me, I'll let you make kittens with me. Hearing that, Kaneko frowned and tried even harder to move Kuroka from her spot on the couch. You can't have James' knee, Naya. Kaneko shouted as her ears and two tails appeared on her head and lower back. Deciding that this show was more entertaining than the round of DOA she had suggested earlier, Leona decided to throw more fuel on the fire. Oh, I don't think I would mind if Kuroka gave me grandbabies. Leona said with a mischievous smile on her face. Looking at his mother with a deadpan expression, James eventually turned his attention back to the sisters and their cat fight. By now, one of Kuroka's breasts were completely exposed and somehow, Kaneko's panties had been pulled halfway down her thighs while her skirt was flipped up. Judging by the mischievous smile on Kuroka's face, James and the others figured that Kuroka was doing all of this on purpose. This damn horny cat. James said while shaking his head. A moment later, James walked over to the sofa and separated the sisters. Then, as if he had done it 100 times, James pulled up Kaneko's panties and lowered her skirt. This of course caused Kaneko to turn completely red after realizing that she had shown James the goods inadvertently. After straightening out Kaneko's clothes, James proceeded to fix Kuroka's kimono. Unfortunately, his male instincts took over and he sneaked a few extra peeks at Kuroka's assets while doing so. And naturally, Kuroka noticed. Like what you see, Naya? Kuroka asked in a seductive tone. Yes. James replied, not changing his expression. They're really nice. Surprised that James would admit it, Kuroka was shocked into silence for a moment. Before she could tease him any further, though, James' smartphone began to ring. Yo, lady, what's up? James asked after pulling his phone out of his pocket and checking the caller ID. James, we have an update about the mission you gave us. Lady replied. Oh, that's faster than I expected. James said in surprise, taking a seat on the sofa between Kuroka and Kaneko. What's going on over there in Romania? When we got here, the Teeps faction was under attack. Lady said in response. Seriously? James asked in disbelief. Did a war between the Teeps and the Carmilla occur? Not from what we could tell. Lady replied. It looked like they had been attacked by a bunch of dragons. On top of that, the Valley team was here. Valley got seriously injured by this weird and vicious middle-aged man with silver hair, too, coma. Since she was so close to James, Kuroka could hear bits and pieces of the conversation James was having with Lady. When she heard that the Valley team had been there, she tensed. And just as she expected, James looked at her suspiciously. So, what was the outcome? James questioned. We were able to secure the Shuzhen sisters, as well as a seriously injured Issa Shuzhen. Lady answered. Right now, we're hiding with the 4 of them. The dragons are doing their best to hunt them down. Understood. James replied in a serious tone. Do you need us to make a move to extract you? No need. Lady replied. The only reason we're still here is because the sun is out. After hearing that, James paused for a moment in total disbelief. Even Kuroka and Kaneko, who had climbed onto James' lap while he was talking on the phone, stared at the phone in disbelief. Sometimes I wonder how you two ever complete any of your missions. James said in a tired tone. What the hell does that mean? Dante shouted from a little further away. You know that the time difference is pretty big there, right? James asked in a flat tone. It's 8:45 a.m. here. So, it should only be like 1:45 in the morning there, with the 7-hour time difference and all. With that, the other side of the phone call fell silent. About 15 seconds later, Dante spoke once again. Haha, of course we know that. Dante said nervously. We meant the sun is out in Japan. Do you think we're idiots? Yes. James, Kuroka, and Kaneko said in unison. Damn, this moron's idiocy is starting to rub off on me. Lady said in a tired voice. Anyway, we can't teleport back until we get out of the barrier set up over the Teeps faction. Once we do, we'll teleport back into the mansion. You could probably expect us in about an hour. I guess you'll have to make sure that the living room is dark before we show up. Who are you calling a moron? Dante asked angrily. Everything will be ready, don't worry. James said with a smile. You can tell me the details when you get back. Got it, Lady replied before ending the phone call. After that, James slipped his phone back into his pocket. Then, he turned his attention to Kuroka. When he laid his eyes on her, she was smiling brightly and pressing her breasts against his arm. Training, huh? James asked while narrowing his eyes. Valley got pretty banged up during your training from what I hear. Is there anything you want to tell us? We went on a field trip, Naya. Kuroka asked more than told James while tilting her head to the side cutely. Chapter 211, Punishing Kuroka and the Situation in Romania. Human World, Japan, Kuo. A field trip, huh? James asked, narrowing his eyes. A field trip to Teeps territory sounds a bit far-fetched, don't you think? I know, right, Naya? Kuroka said with a smile. We were only going to Romania to try a new restaurant. But we got lost and things just happened, Naya. Hearing that, not only James, but everyone in the living room looked at Kuroka with a blank stare. Eventually, with all eyes on her, even Kuroka could feel cold sweat beginning to form on her forehead. Kitty cat, let me give you an example on how you should punish a naughty cat. James said while shaking his head. Kuroka was confused by what James said. On top of that, she was left even more confused when Kaneko nodded her head resolutely and climbed off James' lap. When she found herself lying face down across James' lap herself, she had no idea how she even ended up there. How fast is he? Kuroka thought to herself. I don't even remember being pulled over here. What are you doing, Naya? Kuroka asked, struggling to get up from James' lap. Like I said, naughty cats need to be punished. James replied with a smile. Then, he raised his hand. Now, watch carefully, kitty cat. Smack. Naya. Kuroka shrieked when James brought his hand down on her backside. Stop it. Snack. Naya. Kuroka shrieked again. You won't get away with humiliating me like this. If you don't want to be punished, you shouldn't be naughty and lie to me like that. James said with a smile. Believe me, Kuroka, this hurts me much more than it hurts you. Wow, I bet he's been waiting to use that line for years. Leona said with a smile. I said that a few times when I had to spank him when he was a kid. Once again, everyone stared blankly. Instead of directing them at Kuroka, this time they were directed at Leona. However, Rias and Sona were quick to roll their eyes after they came back to their senses. Yeah, right. Rias said. Every time James got spanked, it really did hurt him more than it hurt you, Auntie Leona. Seriously. Sona chimed in. From what I remember, the only times he ever got a spanking was after he reminded you that it would be better to practice your energy control exercise outside. Haha. Look at the time. Come on, let's get to playing DOA already. Leona said with an embarrassed expression on her face. Like what Rias and Sona said, Leona never spanked James much when he was a child. As a matter of fact, there really never was a reason to. However, she found herself quite embarrassed that she continuously made a mess in the house while practicing the energy control method James came up with. On top of that, James would be practicing right next to her, and he never made any messes at all. So, when James would point it out to her, with that cheeky smile he had developed over the years, she would lose her temper a bit and punish him for embarrassing her. Although most of the people in the crowd were listening to the conversation between Leona, Rias, and Sona, there were two girls who were looking at Kuroka enviously. And of course, those were Akino and Ayam. Damn, why is James keeping all the fun to himself? Akino thought to herself. I want to spank her, too. It would be fun to torment her a bit. That damn cat is so lucky. Ayam thought to herself while writhing around. I want to be punished by James-sama, too. While everyone in the room either conversed, listened, or daydreamed, Kuroka could no longer take the spankings. On top of that, she was beginning to find the pain slightly pleasurable. And that scared her. Okay, stop. Kuroka cried. I'll tell you the truth. At that point, James' hand was on its way down again. But when Kuroka mentioned that she would tell the truth, James stopped his hand less than an inch, approximate 2.5 centimeters, away from her butt. Kuroka moaned. Even though James did not strike her, the wind produced from James' movement brushed against the tender skin of Kuroka's now red butt. And that stimulation was enough to make her moan with pleasure. Naturally, when Kuroka moaned, everyone stopped whatever they were doing. However, Ayam stared at her even more intensely. Seeing the red mark on Kuroka's butt made her even more envious. Having stopped his hand, James smiled, and his hand began to glow with a dusky pink light. Then, using his healing Kido, which worked more like the mystical palm technique from Naruto, James began to rub Kuroka's red and swollen backside. This of course, caused Kuroka to have to stifle another moan as her bruises and swelling were healed. See, this could have all been avoided if you had just told me the truth from the beginning. James said with a smile. You're a bully, Naya. Kuroka grumbled with a red face. Once Kuroka was healed, James sat her back in her original position. Then, she wasted no time leaning into him once again. Although I don't like being spanked, I think. Kuroka thought to herself while she rubbed herself on James as if she were marking her territory. I didn't mind his dominant side at all. Making kittens with him wouldn't be so bad. So, are you ready to tell us what's really going on? James asked. With that, everyone turned their attention to Kuroka, while Kaneko climbed back onto James' lap. Fine. Kuroka said exasperatedly. Before I get started, do you know Val's full name? Yeah, it's Val Lucifer. James replied. Azazel told us after he betrayed. That was also the only reason that made any sense as to why he was working with the old Satan faction. Sona continued. Any other reason would have made absolutely no sense. Seriously. Rias added. They hate half-devils even more than the former members of the Devil Council. Anyway, we were tipped off that Val's grandfather, Rizavim Levon Lucifer, was sighted in Teep's territory. Kuroka said while shaking her head. So, when Valley heard that, he rushed headfirst into Teep's territory. Sounds like Valley. James said with a wry smile. So, I'm guessing he got his ass kicked by his gramps, huh? James, language. Leona said sternly. Kuroka nodded in response to James' question. Then, she giggled when the Red Dragon Emperor was reprimanded for his foul language. You're right, though. Kuroka said while she lowered her head and ears. Rizavim was the one that seriously injured Valley. He has a power that Valley wasn't aware of. Oh, what's that? James asked curiously. Sacred Gear Canceller. Kuroka replied solemnly. When Valley came in contact with him, his scale mail just vanished. That could be problematic. James said while stroking his chin in thought. You need not worry, my disciple. Scathatch said calmly. Once you are able to break into the major god rank, like the son of Lucifer, he would not be your match. Wait, I forgot he was at the major god rank. James said with his eyes wide open. Has Valley even jumped into the minor god rank yet? Haha. No, Naya. Kuroka said while looking away. What kind of moron is he? James said in an exasperated tone. If he's going to lead a team, he needs to get his shit together. He could have gotten his whole team killed. Instead of making any excuses for Valley, as that would involve telling about his past, Kuroka decided to remain silent. Then, she remembered something else. Oh yeah, we kidnapped the current leader of the Teeps faction. Kuroka said with her chest puffed out proudly. Why do you look so proud to have committed a crime, Ne-sama? Kaneko asked. Because they were experimenting on her, Naya. Kuroka replied. She's the wielder of Sephiroth Graal, and they were using her to resurrect evil dragons. The Sephiroth Graal, one of the 13 Longinus class, sacred gear. This particular, sacred gears, allows its wielders to come in contact with the principles of life themselves. Unfortunately, overusing this ability usually results in the deterioration of the wielder's mental health. Lady mentioned that the Teeps were being attacked by a bunch of dragons. James said. So, that's where they were coming from. On top of that, they had already resurrected Grendel, Azidahaka, Layden, and Apophis. Kuroka said. This is gonna be a lot of work coming up. James said. I'm not looking forward to this. The worst part is that Ryzavim is just crazy. He likes to be bad just for the sake of it. At least that's what the records say. That's not the most important thing to do right now, though. Sona said. We need to report this to the Underworld and the Three-Faction Alliance, immediately. I know you're right. James said with a smile. But I think we should wait until the Shuzans get here first. Then we'll have more information for them. Like that, the group began to play their video games or chat while they waited for Dante and Lady to arrive with the Shuzan clan. Eventually, the corner of the living room was lit up with a teleportation magic circle. And like everyone expected, Dante and Lady were accompanied by the 3 Shuzan sisters and their father. However, what they did not expect was the blonde-haired, blue-eyed woman standing among them. Finally, we're back. Dante said in a tired tone. Those dragons were out of their fucking minds, especially that damn Grendel. You would have never even had to fight him if you had treated this like a stealth mission. Lady said in an annoyed tone. If I waited like you wanted me to, we would have never been able to find the Shuzans. Dante said in an equally annoyed tone. On top of that, the old man would have been dead. Whatever, it wouldn't have killed you to go in a little quieter. Lady replied. Look, Lady, don't tell me how to do my job. Dante said in a lowered tone. Well, maybe if you didn't suck at it, I wouldn't tell you how to do it. Lady said. As Dante and Lady continued to argue, the vampires standing behind them were thoroughly confused. They knew that they had been teleported out of Romania. However, they were unsure of anything beyond that. They did at least know who they were supposed to be meeting. The meeting place, however, was a mystery to them, as Dante and Lady could not stop arguing long enough to inform them. Holy shit. Siyu Chulin said in exasperation. Would you two just have sex already? If you managed to cut that sexual tension between you, these arguments wouldn't be so out of control. Immediately after Siyu Chulin opened his mouth, Tsubaki's head snapped in his direction. Unfortunately, she knew she was too late to stop whatever it was that he was about to say. Then, when his words were finished, the only thing she could do was cover her face with her hands. What did you say? Dante and Lady asked simultaneously. Like I would ever sleep with this asshole/bitch. God damn it. James said. Things just went from bad to worse. Anyway, Mocha, could you take your family and the other girl to get cleaned up? Although she was unwilling to associate with her father after hearing that he wanted to sacrifice her to awaken Alucard's full power, Mocha did what James asked of her. Who are you calling an asshole/a bitch? Dante and Lady shouted in unison once again. Lancer, you started this mess. James said without looking in Siyu Chulin's direction. So, you clean it up. And how do you expect me to do that? Siyu Chulin asked with a frown on his face. Honestly, I don't care. James replied. But you've been tasked to stop them from arguing. Whatever. Siyu Chulin said in response to James' order. Then, he turned his attention toward Dante. Hey, Dante, quit your bitchin' already. We need a report on the mission. No one wants to hear you cry a river. What was that? Dante asked as he snapped his head in Siyu Chulin's direction. It sounds like someone wants a few new holes. If you're not afraid of another ass kicking, why don't you step into the training room with me? We'll see who gets their ass kicked. Dante said as he began to stride toward the elevator. One of these days I'm gonna learn to keep my mouth shut. Siyu Chulin said as he followed Dante. Yeah, I seriously doubt that. James said as he selected his character before his match with his mother. Alright, now that it's quiet, I'll show you how to play this game, Mom. Chapter 212, Meeting the Vampires. Human World, Japan, Kōō. After sending the Shuzens off, James and the rest of the group, minus Cu Chillin and Dante, continued to either play video games or chat and watch. Eventually, Mocha returned to join them. Then, about half an hour later, the Shuzens and the unknown girl returned. Although the group had met Akua and Kahlua before, the other three faces were new to most of them. Though they could guess who two of the three unfamiliar faces were. The first, a handsome middle-aged man with shoulder-length black hair, sharp, red eyes, and a short, well-maintained beard. The second was a beautiful, young woman with fair skin, green eyes, and red hair tied into bushy twin tails with red ribbons tied into bows. I've met Akua and Kahlua Shuzen before, James said after the quintet entered the room. And judging from what Mocha has told me over the years, you two must be Issa and Kokoa Shuzen, right? That's right. The middle-aged man said. I'm Issa Shuzen, head of the Shuzen clan and the father of Akua, Kahlua, Mocha, and Kokoa. As he introduced himself, Issa also took the chance to introduce Kokoa, who was not paying attention to James in the slightest. Instead, Kokoa was staring at Mocha as if she wanted to set her ablaze. When Mocha disappeared after being hunted down by the other members of the Teeps faction, Kokoa was heartbroken. Even more so because Mocha did not bring her with her. Unfortunately, I don't know who you are, Mississippi. James said, directing his attention to the last member of the quintet. Would you mind introducing yourself? Well, seeing as your subordinates were kind enough to save me from that hellhole, I suppose that would not be too much to ask. The beautiful, blonde woman said in a proud tone. You may call me Evangeline. My full name is Evangeline A.K. McDowell. Evangeline, a beautiful, curvaceous woman standing at 5 feet 6 inches, approximate 1.64 m, tall with long straight platinum blonde hair and blue eyes wearing a women's business suit with pants instead of a skirt, stood proudly as she introduced herself. Eva, it's so cute when you pretend to be a grown-up. Kahlua said with a smile as she wrapped her arms around Evangeline. Why don't you stop pretending and go back to your true form? Let go of me. Evangeline shouted. And how many times do I have to tell you? Don't call me Eva. And why are you telling my secrets in front of strangers? Naturally, most of the people watching the interaction between Kahlua and Evangeline were confused. However, Mocha took it upon herself to dispel the confusion everyone was feeling. Evangeline wasn't born a vampire. Mocha said, drawing all the devil's attention. Instead, she was turned into a vampire at around 10 years old or so. I see. Scathatch replied. Like Scathatch, James, Rias, Sona, Aquino, Tsubaki, and Mizor understood what that meant based on Mocha's brief explanation alone. The rest of the group, including Leona, were still thoroughly confused. What do you see? Shuna asked. It's simple, actually. James replied. Vampires born naturally from two parents age and mature the same way that most long-lived supernatural species do. However, vampires who are converted into vampires from other races cease aging and remain in the state they were when they returned. With James' explanation, everyone finally understood. Then, they all turned their attention to Evangeline, curious to know what she looked like in her true form. Oh, for the love of! Evangeline said in exasperation. If I turn back, will you let me go? Probably. Kahlua said while tilting her head cutely. But I'm not sure. You're so cute as a little girl that I might want to hug you some more. Issa Shuzen. Evangeline said in a deadpan tone. Do something about your daughter. If you don't, I'll be placing a curse on you while you sleep. Don't forget, I already have a portion of your blood. If I could, I would. Issa said. But you know how she is, when her mind is set to something, she's as stubborn as a mule. Evangeline simply rolled her eyes at the noncommittal answer from Issa. However, she figured that the chances of Kahlua releasing her would rise if she dropped her transformation. So, just like that, Evangeline began to shrink, her features grew younger, and her hairstyle changed into a set of twin tails. On top of that, her clothes changed to gothic Lolita fashion. Eva, you're so cute. Kahlua shouted, ready to wrap her arms around Evangeline again. When she tried to hug Evangeline again, Kahlua missed her target. When she noticed that Evangeline was gone, the confusion was evident all over her face. The rest of the Shuzen family was also confused. They had no idea how Evangeline was able to get away from Kahlua. You are absolutely adorable. Leona squealed with Evangeline in her arms. What the hell? Evangeline said in confusion while staring at the unfamiliar woman hugging her in the corner of the room. She only uses the flash step for stuff like this. James said as he appeared behind Leona. After he finished speaking, James pulled Evangeline from Leona's arms and set her on the floor. Then, he picked up his mother by the scruff of her neck, like a cat that had been caught misbehaving, and walked back to the sofa they were sitting on. "James, let me go," Leona said weakly. "She's like Kuno-level cute." "Yes, I agree. But you're bothering her," James said in an exasperated tone. "Contrary to what her appearance might suggest, she's a grown woman. And she deserves to be treated as such." I know," Leona replied. "My instincts just took over." After James and Leona were seated, James began to introduce everyone to the vampires. After the introductions were done, James' friendly demeanor was dropped. "Now, Issa Shuzan, if Mocha didn't ask me to keep you alive, I'd have taken your head the moment you appeared in my home," James said with his eyes narrowed. "But since she wants to know why you agreed to have her sacrificed, I'll give you a chance to speak." The more James spoke, the more his aura leaked. Luckily, he had enough control to keep it from hurting the people on his side of the room. Unfortunately, the vampires were not so lucky. Immediately after feeling James' power, Cocoa was forced to her knees. Less than 30 seconds later, Akua and Kalua were also forced to kneel. Finally, Issa, although he was not forced to kneel, began to shake, unable to contest with the power James was releasing. How is it possible that someone this young could be this powerful? Issa asked himself as he did all he could to remain standing. "I'm about halfway through the minor god rank and I can't even stand the pressure from his aura." Meanwhile, Evangeline, who had been left in the corner away from the rest of the Shuzan family, was not affected by James' aura. However, as someone in the minor god rank like Issa, she could understand just how powerful the young man in front of her was. What kind of monster is this boy? Evangeline thought as she looked at James with intrigue. I never intended to sacrifice Mocha, Issa said, struggling to even speak. "Don't lie," Mocha shouted indignantly. "I heard you discussing it with Marius. You two plan to sacrifice me to restore Alucard to his full strength. Do you think you would have been able to overhear if I didn't allow it?" Issa asked. With that, James lowered the pressure on the Shuzans. "I knew that you were nearby and within earshot," Issa said after taking a deep breath once the pressure was reduced. "Then, I made sure that you had a clear path out of the Teep's territory. Otherwise, how do you think you, when you were at the middle rank, were able to make it out into the outside world so easily?" With that, Mocha stopped to think. She realized what Issa said was true. Until she had created some distance between her and the Teep's territory, she did not encounter a single hostile vampire and was not delayed in her escape in the slightest. "I'll admit, that makes sense," James said while Mocha was thinking back on the day she escaped. "What I don't understand is why you sent your other daughters to retrieve her 3 years later. That was a bit more complicated," Issa said with a shake of his head. For close to a century, Marius had been working with a man, a devil, called Euclid Lucifuge. "Hold on, he's supposed to be dead," Ria said, interrupting Issa's explanation. "He was declared killed in action during the Devil Civil War. I know for a fact that he is alive, and well," Issa said. "I met him several times before the Civil War. So, I knew that it was him at first glance." "Damn it, there's so much to report to Big Brother," Ria said in an exasperated tone. "So, then what's up with Alucard?" James asked. "How was he revived?" Marius used Valerie's sacred gear, Sephiroth Graal, to revive him. However, it seems that there can only be one Shinso vampire in existence at a time. So, Alucard was greatly weakened after revival. Either that, or the resurrection was incomplete. Scathatch added. "That's possible as well," Issa said with a nod. "We were not exactly proficient in the Sephiroth Graal's usage." Excuse me," Gasper said, cutting into the conversation now that there was a slight pause. "You mentioned a Valerie. Did you mean Valerie Teeps?" After Gasper asked his question, it was easy to see that he was extremely nervous. However, he stared at Issa with resolution in his eyes. If Issa answered positively, Gasper would then not only know that Valerie was still alive after helping him escape from the Teeps faction, but he would also know where she is. "I see," Issa said after examining Gasper for a while. "So, you're the damper Valerie helped escape from the faction all those years ago." "And yes, she is Valerie Teeps. She became the matriarch of the Teeps family after Marius killed their father." "But why would he make her the matriarch?" Sona asked. "Vampires are even bigger pureblood supremacists than devils are. I'm fairly certain that had something to do with Euclid Lucifuge," Issa stated in response. "It's probably because she was a holder of a Longinus," Rias added. "Does it really matter?" James asked, putting an end to the conversation. Even if she was the family head, she was still used in those assholes' experiments. As James finished speaking, he braced himself to be hit by his mother for using such colorful language. However, the smack upside the head he was expecting never came. Instead, when he looked toward Leona, he saw her boiling over in rage. Eventually, everyone else in the room could feel the killing intent rolling off Leona. Well damn, the tormenting of a child or young woman has flipped mom's switch, I guess. James said to himself. And just as James expected, Leona looked toward him with a solemn expression on her face. James, I don't care what it takes. Leona said in a heavy tone. But Graphia's brother has to pay for this. Don't worry, Mom. James said calmly. I never intended to let him get away with it in the first place. Him and his buddy Rizovim will pay. Nodding her head in satisfaction at James' reply, Leona's killing intent began to be retracted. However, before everyone could breathe a sigh of relief, another voice rang out. Should I beat up Rizovim? Ophis asked while tilting her head with a cookie hanging out of her mouth. He was part of the Cows Brigade. Hearing that voice, the vampires looked over to the little girl Ophis was taking the form of. Who is that adorable little girl? Kahlua asked with stars in her eyes. I really want to hug her. Oh, that's the infinite dragon god, the Ouroboros dragon, Ophis. James replied nonchalantly. Hearing that, Aqua, Cocoa, Issa, and Evangeline froze. Kahlua on the other hand, tilted her head while she continued to stare at Ophis. So, can I hug her, or not? Kahlua asked in a confused tone. To that, Aqua, Mocha, and Cocoa sighed. They expected nothing less from their sister. Issa on the other hand stared at Kahlua sternly, while Evangeline did not know what to think about Kahlua's my pace attitude. However, before anyone could answer Kahlua's question, the doorbell rang. Ring, ring. Well, let's put this conversation on hold until a later time. James said as he stood from the sofa. I'll go invite our guest inside. Chapter 213, Irene Belzarian. Human World, Japan, Kuo. After the doorbell rang, James made his way to the front entrance of the mansion. When he arrived, he wasted no time opening the door. When he did, he saw a tall, beautiful woman with long, braided scarlet hair, fair skin, and brown eyes while her full lips were made up with scarlet lipstick. On her voluptuous figure, she wore a modified witch's dress with a large diamond-shaped opening that exposed her chest, a heart-shaped opening that exposed her navel and most of her abdomen, and high slits that showed off her thigh-high, high-heeled boots and the upper portion of her thighs. On top of her head, she wore a black witch hat with a fluffy white brim. After seeing this woman, James, like most men, was mesmerized momentarily. Before he could break out of his daze on his own, however, he was forcefully broken out of it by Drake's voice ringing in his head. This woman, she's no magician interested in dragons. Drake said in shock. She's a dragon. Naturally, James was surprised by Drake's statement. However, he did not allow his surprise to show in his expression. Instead, he recomposed himself. Hi. James said with a smile. You must be Irene Belzarian. I wasn't expecting you to show up so early. Either way, I'm James Alaverus. It's nice to meet you. As James had said, he had set his appointments with his 2 contracts for noon or so. However, it was not much later than 10:30 a.m. In fact, Irene showing up this early could be considered rude. Yes, I found myself arriving earlier than expected. Irene replied. And I wouldn't be surprised if Drake already exposed me as a dragon. The no-nonsense type, huh? James replied with a shrug of his shoulders. I can dig it. Anyway, why don't you come inside? After Irene nodded in agreement, James turned his body and ushered her inside. However, before she could go too far, James stopped her. Even though this may be a Western mansion, we follow the Japanese custom of not wearing shoes inside. James said, pointing toward the shoe rack next to the front door as he spoke. Deciding not to make a fuss, Irene used magic and changed her footwear into a pair of comfortable black slippers. Then, she continued to walk forward. I don't know why, but I was expecting her to take issue with that. James said while shaking his head. I'm sure she's seen much more than you have, Drake replied. She probably already knows the customs of this country. I guess. James replied. A few moments later, James and Irene entered the living room. When they did, the eyes of all those present fell onto the newcomer. I'm glad Issei isn't here. Rias said. Yeah, this woman is strong. Aquino said. She might kill him if he got out of hand. Hearing what the 2 girls who Irene identified as Rias and Aquino from the information she received from the clock tower, Irene was confused. Although she had received information about the 3 peerages of devils that resided in Kuo, she was not familiar with those she had no interest in. "Who is this, Issei?" Irene asked with curiosity. "And why would I kill him?" "He's my pawn," Rias replied. "A reincarnated devil with the sacred gear, shadow claws. And a super-level pervert," Kaneko added. "In fact, if you killed him 100 times, most of us wouldn't mind," Mio chimed in. Hearing all those responses, Irene looked at Rias with a strange glint in her eyes. Could it be that the princess of House Gremory is into perverted young men like that? Irene asked with a smile on her face. Most of the group of people were taken aback by Irene's teasing tone. Leona, on the other hand, began laughing immediately. "Oh, I like her," Leona said. James wanted to laugh like his mother did, however, he knew that if he did Rias would be unhappy. And from the past, he knew that an unhappy Rias is a handful to deal with. "I hope that's not the kind of guy she's into," James replied, doing everything in his power to not laugh aloud. "Otherwise, our engagement won't go very far." "I see," Irene said as she glanced at James, deciding to drop the topic after that. After that, James introduced Irene to the residents of the mansion. However, he decided it was not necessary to introduce her to the vampires. Then, James took Irene up to the 2nd floor where his bedroom and art studio were. A few moments later, James was seated with Irene in his art studio. "A mangaka, huh?" Irene said as she let her eyes scan the room. "I'll admit, I did not see that coming. Well, when I was a kid, I grew tired of the manga I had access to, rather quickly," James said with a nostalgic smile on his face. "And when I complained about it, Riri told me that I should just make one myself instead of complaining. So, I did." "And how old were you when you had this conversation?" Irene asked full of curiosity. 7. I think, James replied while tilting his head in thought. "I started publishing my work when I was 8, I think." Although she was not into manga, comics, and the like, Irene found herself impressed by the young man seated across from her. It is not often that someone can make something of themselves that early in life. "Anyway, I guess it's time that we got down to business," James said, breaking Irene from her thoughts. "Why would you, a dragon posing as a human, want to research my dragon aspect?" This is a long story," Irene said. "Have you heard of the dragon slayers of old?" "I wouldn't be surprised if you haven't, Draig." "Yeah, Skyadram told us about it one time," James replied nonchalantly. "Was dead before it was a thing," Irene said, continuing what she was saying while James interrupted her. "Wait, you said you heard it from Skyadram. Isn't he dead?" "Oh, he's dead all right," James replied. "But Big G was quite greedy back then. He just snatched up the stronger dragon souls and put them into sacred gears." "Well then, that makes things easier," Irene said with a nod. "There was an issue with the dragon slayer magic humans learned from the dragons." "Of course, there was," James said. "Dragon slayer magic was too powerful for there to be no side effects. Unfortunately, no one considered that back then," Irene said in a sad tone. "And that includes me, the very first dragon slayer mage." "Well damn," James muttered as he put 2 and 2 together. "So, if a human uses dragon slayer magic too much, they turn into a dragon, huh?" "That's right," Irene said with a nod. "As their power grew, they gained a dragon aspect," Irene explained. "And as they grew stronger still, their dragon aspect grew as well. Until they eventually were mutated into dragons by their dragon aspect." "That must have been tough during the dragon riots," James said with his eyes open wide. "I can only imagine what you had to go through when your dragon aspect grew to be too much." "Yes," Irene replied. "I'd rather not go into detail, though. I have no intention of prying," James said. "Anyway, what exactly do you wish to gain by studying my dragon aspect?" "I want to find a way to become human again," Irene said. "I don't know if it's possible, but your dragon aspect is powerful enough to begin transforming into a dragon. However, you have yet to change." "I would not raise your hopes too high, Irene Belzerian," Draig said in a way that Irene would be able to hear as well. "We had the intention of changing James' internal organs to that of a dragon. But I'm sure that his race would not change because of that. I know I'm clutching at straws," Irene said as she lowered her head. "But I have to try. I can't meet her if I can't become a human again." Seeing the sorrow in Irene's expression, James had no idea what to say. Considering that he had no idea how she was feeling, he wisely decided to keep his silence. When Irene came back to herself, she noticed that James was staring at her with concern and an expression that shouted, "I don't know what to do." When she saw that look on his face, despite herself, she let a giggle slip out. Ahem. Irene coughed strongly to cover her giggle. Anyway, I want to study your dragon aspect and how you maintain your original species. If I can figure that out, there might be a chance that I can reverse my own change. After seeing the expression on Irene's face earlier, James did not have the heart to even consider rejecting Irene's request. So, instead of that, he jumped right into negotiating the terms of their pact. Eventually, around the time Irene should have shown up originally, James and Irene came to an agreement. Irene would be allowed to study James' dragon aspect and the effect it had on his physical body. Also, she would move into the mansion, living in one of the guest rooms on the first floor. In return, Irene would teach James and Drake about Dragon Slayer magic, and assist in James' training of Dragon Slayer magic. Alright, this should be interesting, James said as he stretched his right hand toward Irene. I look forward to working with you, Irene. As am I. Irene replied, reaching out to shake James' outstretched hand. I look forward to a fruitful partnership. Plus, you'll be able to observe 2 more draconic, sacred gear wielders, though not as closely, while you're here. James said after he released Irene's hand. We've also got Skyadram and Vritra's hosts in our group. But I'll have to request that you don't kill Skyadram's host for his perverted actions. Hearing what James said at first, Irene was surprised. Never did she expect that she would encounter so many individuals who were accompanying the souls of long-dead dragons. However, when she heard the second half of what James had to say, her expression changed into one of confusion. Wait, you were serious about that? Irene asked. How bad could this boy be? You have no idea. James replied. He doesn't have the guts to try and lay his hands on any of the girls. But he has no problem invading your privacy. And his eyes will be drawn immediately to the little boob window in your outfit. Irene began to regret her choice to reside in the mansion. Somehow, James could discern that thought from her expression. Don't worry, ISE doesn't live here. James said with a smile. He lives with his human parents as he is originally from this town. ****IC. Irene said with a sigh of relief. Also, if you ever feel that his sexual harassment has gone too far, feel free to punish him for it. James said. As long as he doesn't die or lose any limbs, it's open season. Hearing that, Irene smiled. At the same time, in his room at his house, Issei felt a chill shoot up his back for an inexplicable reason. Issei, hurry up. Asia called out from the other side of Issei's bedroom door. We're supposed to arrive at the mansion by noon. I know, Asia, Issei replied, shaking off the feeling he just had. I'm almost ready. Meanwhile back at the mansion, James continued. And if you feel that punishing such a pervert is beneath you, James continued, you can just tell me. I find beating that guy up quite therapeutic. I'll keep that in mind. Irene replied with a smile. Anyway, I guess I should go and mingle with the other residents of the estate. Living in harmony would be for the best, after all. I agree. James said as he stood from his seat. Let's head back downstairs. My other contractor should be arriving soon as well. Chapter 214, She's a Brocon, right? Human World, Japan, Kuo. Not long after James and Irene returned to the living room with the rest of the group, the doorbell rang once again. And like last time, James was the one to answer it. This time, however, Mizore decided to follow him, thinking that her contractor would also be present. Just as he expected, when James opened the front door, a boy and a girl stood there. The boy, by comparison, seemed to be quite plain-looking. He had short, black hair that covered his forehead with messy, uneven bangs and deep-set, stern-looking dark blue eyes. With an athletic build and standing at 5 feet 11 inches, 180 centimeters tall, he gave off a dependable and competent impression. The girl, on the other hand, personified the word beautiful. Like the boy she accompanied, she had dark blue eyes. Her black hair grew down to her lower back with bangs that covered her forehead and eyebrows with long side bangs that reached her chest. Her facial features, arms, legs, and the rest of her rather curvy figure were nearly perfectly symmetrical. Damn, the picture attached to the application didn't do this girl justice. Mizore thought as she examined the girl who she suspected to be her contractor, Shiba Miyuki. With looks like these, I wouldn't be surprised if even James, who is surrounded by beauty, is captivated. Contrary to Mizore's thoughts, although James' gaze was drawn to Miyuki, he was more interested in her micro-expressions. When she looked at him, she frowned ever so slightly. Though he did not know why, he did not think it was because of his appearance. Instead, it seemed as though she was comparing him to something. Even though she's trying to be discreet about it, she's evaluating me. James thought to himself. But why do her eyes keep shifting between me and... Never mind, I'm sure I'll figure it out over time. Good afternoon, my name is Shiba Tatsuya. The young man, Tatsuya said after a moment spent evaluating the two people standing in the doorway. And this is my younger sister, Miyuki. We've come to meet with James Alaverus and Shirayuki Mizore, respectively. Good afternoon. The girl, Miyuki, said as she bowed her head politely after her brother's introduction. Well, it looks like you're in the right place, standing in front of the right people. James replied with a smile. I'm James Alaverus, the owner of this estate. And this is one of my bishops. Shirayuki Mizore. Mizore said, finishing James' sentence. It's nice to meet the two of you. Anyway, now that introductions are out of the way, why don't the two of you come inside? James said, stepping to the side and ushering the Shiba siblings into his home. Nodding in response, Tatsuya and Miyuki stepped forward and entered the house. However, before James could close the door behind them, he heard a shout coming from the street. Hey, senpai. We're here, too, Issei shouted, trying to get James' attention before he closed the door. Oh, goddammit. James thought to himself. Issei really might die today. Irene is at the minor god rank while Tatsuya and Miyuki are at the ultimate and high ranks, respectively. Sighing as the trio of Issei, Asia, and Irina approached, James stopped his action of closing the door and opened it wide again. Then with a smile, he greeted the new arrivals. Yo, Ise. James said. What's up? Asia, Irina, it's always nice to see the two of you. Hi, senpai. Irina replied in her normally energetic manner. Good afternoon, James senpai. Asia replied to the greeting politely. Issei, however, did not pay attention to James in the slightest. Instead, his vision was focused on Miyuki, who was standing in the entranceway changing into a pair of house slippers. Seeing her beauty and the shape of her body, Issei was about to lose his mind. Damn it, why now? James thought after he saw Issei's expression. I really don't want to see him die. What can I do about this? While Issei, Asia, and Irina were making their way toward the front door, James was racking his brains for a way to warn, or at least, separate Issei from Miyuki. As people who were not familiar with Issei, James was afraid that Miyuki or Tatsuya might kill him if they were offended by his inevitable sexual harassment. Hayadu, I'm warning you. Mizore said before James could come up with a solution. If you get up to your usual antics, you might actually die today. Hearing Mizore, Issei snapped out of his daze. Then, when he looked at her, he realized that was a real warning and not just a threat like she usually makes. On the other hand, Asia and Irina were confused. However, when they saw Miyuki, they understood what Mizore meant. She was beautiful to the extreme and she had a great figure. Ise, you have to be polite. Irina said. Don't cause any trouble for James senpai and Mizore-chan. Irina is right, Issei. Asia said, pinching the skin on Issei's waist. Don't cause any trouble. Ow. Ow. Asia. Asia-san. Asia-sama, could you let go, please? Issei said in a pleading tone. I haven't done anything, yet. Why am I being punished already? As they entered the front door, Issei, Asia, and Irina continued to bicker back and forth. At the same time, Tatsuya and Miyuki looked at them with confusion. Neither of them felt anything strange when Issei was staring at Miyuki. In fact, it happens quite often. They actually found it more abnormal that James' stare contained more curiosity than infatuation. Anyway, let's get going. James said. Depending on the terms of our pacts, we might be seeing a lot more of each other. So, I'll introduce you to the rest of the residents of the mansion. Makes sense. Tatsuya said with a nod. That would be delightful. Miyuki replied with a nod and a smile. Seeing Miyuki smile, even if it was not a genuine one, Mizore, Issei, Asia, and Irina were dazed. Meanwhile, James kept observing the siblings. And he noticed that Miyuki's attention, even when she was seemingly focused on something else, was always firmly set on Tatsuya. Oh, shit. James thought to himself. I think she might be a Seraphol-level Brocon. No, she might be even worse. Like, it's just a matter of time before she crosses a line that should not be crossed. As James was having this thought, Miyuki also noticed that James was observing her. I'm used to men staring at me. Miyuki thought to herself. But the way he looks at me is different. He doesn't even seem to care about my beauty. Instead, it feels like he's trying to look deeper. But what does he want? A moment later, Miyuki shook visibly. She was surprised at how interesting she found someone who was not captivated by her beauty. No, he's not interesting. Miyuki thought to herself while shaking her head. Oni-sama is the only man I need in my life. All other men are not worth my time. But then again, I might be able to have my first male friend. Ever. Miyuki continued to shake her head back and forth as she argued with herself. Naturally, Tatsuya noticed her strange behavior. "Miyuki, are you all right?" Tatsuya asked. As she was too deep in her own thoughts, Miyuki was surprised when she heard Tatsuya's voice. "There's nothing to worry about, Oniai-sama," Miyuki said with a smile. A genuine smile. "I'm perfectly fine." With that, everyone else noticed the strangeness that James had been noticing since the two arrived on his doorstep. Naturally, Issei was the first to say something about it. "Hey, senpai," Issei said after drawing near to James. "Is she?" "Probably," James replied. "But that's none of our business, you know." "Yeah, I know," Issei said in a dejected tone. "But it's such a waste." "I don't know why you're saying that," James said with a smile. "It's not like you had a chance anyway." "Ow, that's fucked up, senpai," Issei said. "You don't know that." "Of course, I do," James replied. "I mean, look at you. You're a raging pervert with a voyeurism fetish." "That's not true, I haven't peeped in," Issei said, trying to defend himself. "Months," James cut him off. "But I guess that ass-kicking made you forget. I'm amazed you would try to peep while I was staying in the same hotel." Hearing James and Issei's conversation, Mizore, Asia, and Irina did not react much. However, Tatsuya and Miyuki were confused and a bit disgusted. "Shirayuki-san, who is this degenerate?" Miyuki asked while looking at Issei with caution. "Oh, that's Hayato Issei," Mizore answered casually. "He's a member of Rias Gremory's peerage." By this point, James and the others had made it into the living room. When they did, Mizore pointed at Rias while she explained Issei's identity. And following Mizore's finger, Miyuki and Tatsuya saw Rias chatting with a few other girls. "So, the Gremory princess is into perverts?" Miyuki asked in a tone full of curiosity. As soon as her words fell, Leona began laughing uproariously. Irene, who was sitting across from her with Scathatch, also smiled. It's even funnier because she was asking with genuine curiosity in her tone. Leona said while trying to catch her breath from laughing so hard. "Ugh. I've been asked if I'm interested in Issei twice today," Ria said while supporting her forehead with her hand. "I'm seriously regretting accepting him into my peerage now." "Bucho, you don't really mean that, right?" Issei asked, sounding a little hurt. "Shut up, Issei," Ria snapped back. "What will my fiancé think if he keeps hearing that over and over?" Meanwhile, Ria's fiancé, Jays, was doing all he could to not start laughing aloud. "My disciple, why do you not defend your fiancé?" Scathatch asked with a mischievous smile on her face. "Shit!" James exclaimed in his mind. As soon as Scathatch drew attention to him, everyone noticed that James' shoulders were shaking with laughter. "James, is there something that you find funny?" Rias asked, standing from the sofa with her left hand resting on her left hip. "No, haha, of course not," James replied, unable to completely hide his laughter when he was forced to answer. "Oh, really?" Ria said, now crossing her arms under her large breasts and making them more pronounced. Naturally, when Rias crossed her arms, Issei's eyes zeroed in on her breasts. However, before he could get a good look, a pair of fingers poked him in the eyes. "Ah. My eyes." Issei shouted in pain. "Seriously, ISE," James said while shaking his head. "At least have the decency to not ogle my fiancé when I'm standing right here." Seeing James' movement speed, Irene, Tatsuya, and Miyuki were surprised. Even though Irene could tell that James was stronger than her, she did not think that he outclassed her in speed by that much. Tatsuya and Miyuki, on the other hand, were surprised. Because they are so much weaker than James, they could not feel how powerful he was. However, they had heard rumors of James' power. But they never expected him to be that fast. "Anyway, allow me to make the introductions," James said with a smile as if he had not just poked Issei in the eyes. Then, he strode toward the sofa that Rias and Sona were sitting on and took them both by the hand. "First, let me introduce you to my two beautiful fiancés, Sona Citri and Rias Gremory." With James holding her hand and complimenting her in front of the crowd, Rias was quick to forget that she was angry at James for laughing at her. At the same time, Siyu Chilin and Dante came back from the training room and noticed the three new arrivals. However, they decided that they did not want to draw any attention to themselves. Unfortunately, James had no intention of letting them be. "And last but not least, those are my knights," James said as he pointed at Siyu Chilin and Dante. The spiritual reincarnation of Ireland's greatest hero, Siyu Chilin, and the youngest son of the underworld's greatest traitor, Sparta. His name is Dante. After James' introductions, Siyu Chilin and Dante nodded, making sure that their gazes did not linger on Miyuki for too long. "So, which of you won the argument?" James asked. In response, both Siyu Chulin and Dante looked away without answering. Interesting," James said while stroking his chin. "So, Siyu Chulin lost the verbal argument while Dante lost the physical one, huh? How did you determine that from them just turning their heads away?" Evangeline asked with curiosity in her tone. "Oh, that's simple," James replied. Siyu Chulin was in the wrong for what he said, everyone knew that. So, there was no way that he was going to convince anyone that he wasn't in the wrong. Everyone, other than Issei, Asia, Irina, Irene, Tatsuya, and Miyuki, nodded their heads since they were present for the statement that started the argument. But they were curious to know how James knew that Dante had lost the fight. "And I knew Dante lost because if Lancer had lost, Master would have made his life hell for the next week or so," James continued. "Indeed," Scathatch said, nodding in agreement. "If this Scathack's disciple had lost to one with a lower rank, it would be a disgrace. Anyway, now that introductions are out of the way, Tatsuya, Miyuki. I hope you don't mind that I'm using your given names." James stopped mid-sentence after he realized that he was not using the sibling surnames. "But since you're both surnamed Shiba, I would have gotten confused." "I don't mind," Tatsuya said without much change in his expression. "If Oni-sama doesn't mind, then neither do I," Miyuki added after her brother. "Good," James replied with a smile. "Then, Tatsuya, why don't you follow me to my studio so we can discuss our pact? Miyuki, you should follow Mizore to do the same." With that, the Shiba siblings followed their contractors to be upstairs to the place they would negotiate their pacts. Meanwhile, everyone left in the living room exchanged glances. Eventually, Rias and Sona looked at each other and spoke in unison. "That girl is a Brokon," Rias and Sona said in unison. "I can see it in her eyes. It's just like the look in Big Brother/Sister's eyes." Chapter 215, A Challenge to Spar. But we'll fire up the grill first. Human World, Japan, Kuo. After returning to his art studio, this time with Tatsuya, James and Tatsuya wasted no time in beginning the negotiations for their pact. "So, I heard that you have an ability called Elemental Sight," James said with interest apparent in his tone. "I don't know how you found out about that, but yes," Tatsuya replied with a slight frown. Like Tatsuya said, no one should know about his Elemental Sight ability. However, something that even fewer people know about is that Tatsuya was a character from a light novel James had read in his past life. What James found strange, though, was that Tatsuya should be from almost 100 years in the future. Seriously, what the fuck is up with this world? James asked himself as he listened to Tatsuya's reply. "Don't worry, I have no interest in anything like taking that power from you," James said while waving dismissively. "I just want you to use those eyes of yours to watch me as I try to break through to the next level. That way, you can help me know what kind of progress I'm making." "I see," Tatsuya replied. "I can understand that having an outside view of an issue could be helpful." "Exactly," James said with a nod. "For a devil. Well, I don't know if it's the same for other beings, but for devils, we have to integrate more deeply with our attribute to progress into the major god rank." "Interesting," Tatsuya replied. "And you intend to use my Elemental Sight to see how much you've integrated with your attribute?" "Right," James replied simply. "But I'm still not sure what it is that you want from this pact. Honestly, I only chose you because you're the closest to the devil that Miyuki chose to form a pact with," Tatsuya said without changing his expression. "Oh, goddammit," James said, keeping his expression from changing with all his might. "The brother is a Siscon, too." As James maintained eye contact with Tatsuya, he felt there was something wrong with his gaze. Then, he began to analyze all of Tatsuya's micro-expressions since he arrived. "Wait, there's something wrong with the way this boy acts," James thought to himself. "I'm not sure what it is, but his lack of emotions is more than it seems." "Well, you didn't need to form a pact with me to accompany your sister when she comes over to work with Mizore, right?" James asked. "That's true," Tatsuya agreed. "However, I also heard that you're quite the capable hand-to-hand fighter. If you are as good as the rumors say, then you could help me improve my own technique." "Oh, so you're looking for a sparring partner, huh?" James said with a battle-hungry grin. "If you wanted to throw hands, you should have said so." To James' surprise, Tatsuya wore a similar grin to James. Then, he spoke once more. "Good," Tatsuya said. "I've never met someone near my age that could keep up with me in hand-to-hand combat." So it's not that his emotions are lacking," James thought to himself while he observed Tatsuya. "It looks like his emotions are being suppressed. I know that his mother removed the majority of his emotions in the light novel. but I don't know if that's how it is in this world. Well, since I intend to spar with him, I'll ask Master to check him out while we spar. Well, I don't mind sparring with you whenever you want. James said. You might even benefit from sparring with the other 3 hand-to-hand fighters in my peerage. As long as you don't have an aversion to sparring with women, that is. With a sister like mine, I know that looking at women as the weaker sex is foolish. Tatsuya said while shaking his head gently. That's probably a good thing. James said with a nod. It's embarrassing to get your ass kicked by someone you look down on, or so I hear. I wouldn't know, either. Tatsuya said. I've never lost a fight before. Interested in finding out how it feels? James asked in a mischievous tone. Don't be too confident. Tatsuya said in a competitive tone. Well, then, why don't we seal the deal on this pact? James said. Then, we can have a little spar and see who will see their first defeat from their peers. Oh, wait. Tatsuya said, as if he had just remembered. I've heard that you're quite the artist. Your manga sales throughout the realms prove that rumor even more. I'm not too bad. James replied with a smile. What's that got to do with our pact, though? I'd like to have you help in designing the outward appearances of my CADs. Tatsuya replied. CADs? James asked, although he was fully aware of what the term meant. I'm sure you know that human magic relies on mathematical calculations for casting their phenomenon, right? Tatsuya asked. Yeah, I'm aware. James replied. Well, I've been designing devices that assist in the calculations necessary for humans to cast magic that I call casting assistance devices, or CADs for short. Tatsuya explained. So, he's not just a front-runner in the field in this world. James thought to himself. Instead, he's the pioneer. And you want me to design the external appearances of these CADs, right? James asked to be sure. That's right. Tatsuya replied. And do you plan to sell these devices? James asked. Eventually. Tatsuya replied with a nod. Then, there will have to be some monetary compensation for my work. James said. That was expected. Tatsuya said. I'll have my manager contact you about that in a few days. James said. Like that, James and Tatsuya spent a few more minutes hashing out the details of their contracts. Then, they signed a pact that stated that James would spar with and assist Tatsuya in designing his CADs. In return, Tatsuya would use his elemental sight to observe James' progress in breaking into the major god rank, and that James' CAD design drawings would be compensated with cash. After that, the 2 young men left the art studio and returned to the living room. When they arrived, Mizore and Miyuki had yet to return. So, they decided to join the rest of the group, chatting until the other 2 came back. While Tatsuya sat alone to the side, James joined the table with Leona, Scathatch, Irene, and Evangeline, who had returned to her adult form. Hey, sweetie, how did the negotiations go? Leona asked as James took a seat. Not bad. James replied. He didn't ask for much. What did he want? Leona asked curiously. He wanted someone to spar with in hand-to-hand combat and for me to put my drawing talents to use. James replied nonchalantly. Oh, is he talented in combat? Scathatch asked in interest. He should be. James replied. His posture and physique would suggest so. I would assume that means that you're talented in hand-to-hand combat as well. Evangeline asked. I'm passable. James replied with a smile. I've heard of your feats with a sword. Irene chimed in. But this is the first time I'm hearing of your bare-handed fighting skill. Huh? James exclaimed in confusion. Yes, the rumors say that you're a phenomenal swordsman who uses strange and unique magic. Irene explained. But there have never been any mentions of you being a skilled hand-to-hand fighter. That's weird. James said, scratching his head in confusion. I've shown off my hand-to-hand ability twice in public. And both times, there were more than a few spectators. I wonder why it hasn't been taken seriously. It's probably because you outclassed your opponents in terms of power at those times. Leona said. Did I? James asked, thinking back on the 2 fights where he engaged in hand-to-hand combat. That might be true for the fight with Sai. But when it comes to Valley, we were on par at the time. He just sucked at hand-to-hand combat. Really? Leona asked. According to Sarah, you beat him like he stole something. Yeah, we were both at the ultimate rank. James replied. In fact, I think we were both at the intermediate level. Does it really matter? Evangeline asked. You use a sword more often anyway, right? That may be true for now. Irene said. But when he starts using Dragon Slayer magic, there's a good chance that will change. At that moment, Mizore and Miyuki made their way down the stairs. "Yo, Mizore, how did it go?" James asked as soon as he noticed Mizore was back in the living room. Hearing James' question, Mizore looked to where he was sitting. When she saw that he was sitting alone, she sprinted in his direction. Then, before getting too close, she jumped at him. Seeing that, James smiled wryly. Then, he opened his arms and plucked Mizore out of the air and sat her on his lap. "Tee-hee. My seat," Mizore said happily. After Mizore spoke, Rias, Sona, Akino, Kaneko, Mocha, Shuna, Cheyenne, Mio, and Ophis looked like they had not realized that James' lap was free. "Oh, Mio, why do you look so disappointed?" Maria asked in a mischievous tone. "Did you want to sit on James' knee's lap, too?" Hearing Maria pointing out that she might have wanted to sit on James' lap, Mio blushed so hard that it was hard to distinguish between her face and her hair. "Shut up, Maria," Mio shouted as her embarrassment had been transformed into anger. "Or I'll kill you 100 times. Wow, they really are cousins," Sona said in an exaggerated tone. "No one blushes quite like a Gremory. You should have seen Rias the first time James kissed her on the cheek. Humph. Shut up, Sona," Rias said, covering Sona's mouth with her hands at the same time. "Oh, this sounds like a story I'd like to hear," Akino said with a sadistic smile. "Why don't you share with the class, Rias?" The first time I kissed Rias on the cheek." James began stroking his chin as he thought about it. "That was when she told me to make my own manga after I complained about how much the manga available at the time sucked." "Manga?" Kokoa, the youngest of the Shuzen sisters, asked. "You draw manga?" "Yes, he does," Mocha replied. "He's drawn some of the world's most popular manga." Then, Mocha went on to list all the manga James has drawn over the years. Naturally, Kokoa was surprised. She had read most, if not all, of those manga and enjoyed them from cover to cover. "He really is quite the talented boy," Akua said with an interested gaze. "Yeah, plus that girl looks so comfortable sitting in his lap," Kahlua said with intrigue in her tone. "I wonder if it's really that comfortable." "It is," Mocha said with a smile. "A lot of the girls in the room right now consider it their favorite seat." "I guess that includes you as well?" Akua asked. "Naturally," Mocha replied without hesitation. "I want to try," Kahlua said. Clap. After realizing that they had not served lunch yet, James clapped his hands to draw everyone's attention. "All right, since the work is out of the way, why don't we have lunch and celebrate the successful pacts?" James asked with a smile. "Can I cook?" Cheyenne asked. "Absolutely not," Leona and the members of the 3 peerages present shouted in unison. Hearing the adamant rejection, Cheyenne almost cried. "I'll be cooking," James said. "I bought a bunch of steaks for today. I figured they would be good celebration food." When James mentioned that he would be cooking, everyone familiar with his cooking knew that he would be grilling the food. However, they had no complaints. James may be a train wreck when cooking in the kitchen, but when cooking outdoors, he is on the level of a professional chef. "Before I get started, though," James said while looking around the living room. "Does anyone know where Flora is?" "Oh, she had an appointment at the salon," Shuna replied. "Oh, okay," James replied. "Well then, everyone should head up to the roof. I'll be grilling near the pool. So, if anyone wants to swim, they can feel free." "Oh, and ISE. Yeah. What's up, senpai?" Issei asked in response. "If you get out of hand, I will kick your ass," James said with a smile. Chapter 216, The last of the guests arrive. Human world, Japan, Kuo. As James said earlier, he had bought a truly immense number of steaks for the just-in-case scenario of him and Mizore sealing the deal on their pacts. So, James spent quite a bit of the next hour and a half just grilling steaks while Rias and Sona took turns feeding him while he was cooking. About halfway through the mealtime, which lasted for 2.5 hours after the group arrived on the rooftop of the mansion, Flora arrived with her hair and nails looking absolutely fabulous. On top of that, with her voluptuous figure, extremely low cut off the shoulder top, swaying hips wrapped in a pair of tight stretch jeans, and the catwalk she performed on her way from the elevator to where James was chatting with Cu Chulin, Dante, Yuto, Issei, and Tatsuya, she succeeded in drawing most, if not all, of the eyes on the roof toward herself. "James, I'm here," Flora called out as she made her way toward James. Naturally, Flora's voice drew the attention of the 5 young men. However, unlike the other 4, Issei lost control of himself, as usual. "Holy shit, her boobs look." "Ah," Issei began to say, before he screamed as he was sent flying away. Splash. Due to Issei's usual antics, James flung his hand at Issei reflexively, resulting in a backhand that sent Issei flying into the pool. Asterisk whistle asterisk now that's what you call a bitch slap. Dante said with a grin. Is he always like that? Tatsuya asked with a slight frown. He is. Siyu Chillin replied. Issei is unique in that regard. But you don't need to worry about Miyuki's safety. James replied as he watched Flora, more specifically the way her hips swayed back and forth. He doesn't have the balls to do more than look and comment about what he sees. I see. Tatsuya replied. However, his wariness had yet to decrease. Oh, and if he goes too far in your opinion, feel free to beat the hell out of him. James added. As long as he doesn't die or end up crippled, it's always open season on Issei. I'll keep that in mind. Tatsuya said while considering exactly how far he could go when punishing Issei. A moment later, Flora finally arrived in front of James. Immediately after arriving, she wrapped her arms around James' neck and gave him a passionate kiss. Then, she took a step back and made a twirl on the spot. So, how do I look? Flora asked with a smile. Stunning. James replied with a smile of his own. Then, he nodded, giving off a feeling that he had just received enlightenment before he continued. I can understand why you showed up so late. Perfection takes time. Flora's smile broadened after hearing James' compliment. Then, she wrapped her arms around James' left arm and looked at the unfamiliar face, Tatsuya. I noticed a few new faces on my way over here, mind introducing me? Flora asked with a smile. Sure. James replied with a smile and a shrug. First, this is Shiba Tatsuya, one of my pack contractors. It's nice to meet you. Shiba. Flora said, maintaining her smile. You can call me Tatsuya. Tatsuya replied with a nod. Since my sister is here as well, it would be inconvenient distinguishing who you're referring to. Okay then, it's nice to meet you, Tatsuya. Flora said. And this is Flora Nanadan, one of my rooks, another one of the hand-to-hand fighters in my peerage, and one of my girlfriends. It's a pleasure. Tatsuya said with a slight bow. The pleasure is mine. Flora replied. After that, James separated from the group of young men. Then, he introduced Flora to all the people whose introductions she was not present for earlier in the day. First making his way over to Irene, who was chatting in a group with Leona, Scathatch, and Evangeline. Naturally, after introducing Flora to his second contractor, he also introduced Evangeline. Oh my, James. Evangeline said with a slight slur. You have quite the luck with the ladies, huh? Yeah, I guess I do. James replied with his arm wrapped around Flora's waist. Then, he whispered to his mother. Her speech is slurring, how much has she had? She's still nursing her first drink. Leona whispered in response. Hey! What are you two whispering about? Evangeline shouted indignantly. Oh, I was just telling Mom that I think your blue eyes are quite fetching. James replied with a smile. Then, as if he were embarrassed, he began scratching his head. But it was embarrassing to say it out loud. Seeing James' display, Leona, Scathatch, and Flora smile wryly. At the same time, Irene was surprised at how convincing James' act was. Evangeline, on the other hand, was smiling like a fool. Living in the Teeps faction for most of her life, she was very rarely complimented sincerely by those male supremacists. On top of that, James' appearance of being bashful pushed all the right buttons for her. However, if she weren't under the influence, she would have realized that James was simply faking the bashful act. I'd better be careful around this boy. Irene thought to herself as she watched James naturally flirt with Evangeline. If I'm not careful, I might end up in his bed like so many of the girls here. Based on your expression, I would hazard a guess that you fear ending up in his bed as well. Scathatch said, breaking Irene from her thoughts. And you aren't? Irene asked with curiosity. It is far too late for me to be worrying about that. Scathatch replied with a smile. Why would someone with a status like yours give herself to such a young man? Irene asked. First, I have trained all of my disciples in the ways of sex over the years. Scathatch replied. Well, other than this generation's Satanta. Hearing that, Irene opened her eyes wide. How many heroes had Scathatch trained over the centuries? For someone with her status to have laid with so many younger men. At the same time, she understood why she chose to do so. How many heroes throughout history have lost their lives in honey traps? The second reason I choose to be with James is much simpler. Scathatch said, regaining Irene's attention. He granted my greatest wish and freed me from the land of shadows. With that statement, Irene's knowledge of Scathatch's situation surfaced in her mind. That's right, she was bound by Aegeus with the Celtic pantheon to serve as the gatekeeper to the land of shadows for as long as she lived. Irene thought with a frown. On top of that, she was cursed with immortality shortly after agreeing to the geas. I would probably fall for the men who could free me from that suffering, as well. While Scathatch and Irene continued their conversation, James and Flora excused themselves, not before James suffered a bit of sexual harassment from a drunk Evangeline. After leaving the group of women, James made the rounds with Flora and introduced her to the rest of the mansion's new arrivals. Eventually, the grill party on the roof ended. When it did, Tatsuya approached James with Miyuki in tow. "Yo, Tatsuya, Miyuki," James said with a wave. "I hope you enjoyed the food." "Yes, it was spectacular," Miyuki replied with a smile. "It was good," Tatsuya also replied. "However, I think we have some business to attend to. I didn't realize you were in such a hurry to catch an asshupin. James said in a tired tone. "Well, whatever. I'll get my master to referee the match." "That's fine by me," Tatsuya said with a nod. "Wait, are the two of you going to fight?" Miyuki asked, having not heard about this earlier. "Why? Don't worry your pretty little head, Miyuki," James said with a smile. "We're actually only going to spar. It would seem that your brother has never met anyone on his level in terms of martial arts, so we're going to have a little match to compare notes." When James explained it like that, Miyuki had nothing to say. However, she still had a bad feeling about this whole situation. "What is this I'm feeling?" Miyuki thought to herself. "It's only a spar, so it's not like Oni-sama will get hurt. Even so, I don't like this." But why? Without giving Miyuki more time to think, James and Tatsuya made their way over to Scathatch and asked her to officiate their spar. Naturally, Scathatch agreed at once. "I have no problem with it," Scathatch said. "However, my packed contractor should be here shortly. If you can wait for a short time, I will officiate your match." Hearing that, the boys fell silent for a moment. Then, James turned to Tatsuya. "Well, it's up to you, man," James said with a shrug. "Whether we do it tonight or on another day, it's fine with me. I live here, after all. But if you need to get back home, I understand as well." To that, Tatsuya stopped to think for a moment. As they had taken the train to get to James' home, it would take them some time to return home. However, before he could sink too deep into his thoughts, James did something to catch his attention. "Clap. I almost forgot," James said with an embarrassed smile. "I can teleport you back to your home in Tokyo, if you're comfortable with that. You would just have to give me the coordinates so I can integrate them into my teleportation circle." Although that was a good idea, Tatsuya's nature made him reject that idea immediately. Though, he did not say it aloud. Instead, he tried to think of other ways that he could make use of James' teleportation magic. "What if I had him teleport us near our home?" Tatsuya thought. "That way we could still get home at a decent hour. On top of that, he wouldn't know exactly where we live." "Oni-sama, it's okay if you'd like to have your spar this evening," Miyuki said, cutting into the conversation. "Getting home a little later than usual once won't kill us, after all." If you say so, Miyuki," Tatsuya said. Then, he turned his attention back to James. "In that case, we'll stay, and you and I will have our spar." "Sure," James replied with a smile. "Then, once Master's contractor arrives, we'll get started." "Sounds good to me," Tatsuya responded. Scathatch's contractor, Genkai, arrived not long after James and Tatsuya made their arrangements. And like he had for the past 2 times, James was the one to answer the door. And when he did, he saw a pair, a young man and an elderly woman. First the elderly, who James assumed to be Genkai, had wavy shoulder length, light pink hair and brown eyes. Though she should have been at least 70 years old, she did not look a day over 50. On her head, she wore a purple cap with the kanji for Maji on its front. On her short and slim frame, she wore a traditional martial arts attire with predominantly red and white as their color scheme. She also held a lit cigarette in her hand. Next to the elderly woman stood a young man who appeared to be in middle school. His jet black hair was slicked back and had a slightly green shine to it. On his athletically built body, he wore a white t-shirt with a red jacket over it, as well as a pair of blue jeans and white sneakers. "Good evening," James said with a smile. "If I'm not mistaken, you must be Master Genkai. And I would assume this is your apprentice." "A brat with manners," Genkai replied before taking a drag from her cigarette. "It looks like you could stand to learn a thing or two from him, dimwit." "Shut up you old hag," the young man replied in a huff. "And you do nothing but prove her point when you respond like that," James said with a wry smile. "No one asked you," the young man grumbled. "Stop pouting like a bitch," Genkai said, as she smacked the young man on his head. Introduce yourself, already. Nah, I'm good. The young man replied without hesitation. Then, you can wait out here while Master Genkai and my master hash out the terms of their pact. James said, deciding that this kid was not worth his time. Like you could stop me if I decided to come in. The young man said in an arrogant tone. Hearing that, James opened his eyes wide in surprise. Then, he stared at Genkai with a look that screamed, "Is this kid serious?" In response to James' gaze, Genkai simply sighed. Then, she took another drag of her cigarette. After that, she looked at her apprentice and spoke. "If you're stupid enough to try and barge in, be my guest," Genkai said. "At least I won't have to teaching a dimwit like you. We'll see about." Genkai's apprentice began to speak in an arrogant tone once again. However, his words came to an abrupt stop once he felt a blade pressed against his throat. "Listen, kid," James said in a solemn tone. "Your master wouldn't challenge me like that, and she's an untold amount stronger than you are. Before you can read someone's strength accurately, it would be better for you to keep your head down. Otherwise, you might lose it." After he finished speaking, James removed his sword from the young man's neck. Then, he sheathed it in a fluid motion. After that, he sent his swords back to his storage. "Now, let's try this again," James said with a smile. "What's your name, kid?" "TCH. It's Urameshi Yusuker," Yusuker said with a frown on his face. "See, that wasn't so hard," James said as he patted Yusuker on the head. "Now that we got that out of the way, why don't the two of you come inside?" "Don't mind if I do," Genkai replied as she walked straight through the door. However, before she could react, her cigarette disappeared from her hand. When she looked for it, she found James holding it just as he used his demonic energy to incinerate it. "Sorry, Master Genkai," James replied to the angry gaze he received from Genkai. "But Mom doesn't like the smell of cigarette smoke. And I'm way more afraid of her than I am of you." I get it," Genkai replied, shooting a glare at Yusuker who was chuckling at her misfortune. "Let's just get this meeting over with." "Sure," James said with a smile. "But I really have to ask. Do you really intend to have Master help with his training?" "That was the plan," Genkai replied as she began changing her shoes. "Then, all I can say is don't give up," James said as he shifted his attention to Yusuker. "What the hell does that mean?" Yusuker asked aggressively. However, James did not answer. Instead, he waited until they changed their shoes into slippers and led them into the house. Chapter 217, Spar, James vs. Tatsuya. Underworld, Grigori Territory, Grigori Headquarters. At about the same time that Genkai arrived at the Alaverus estate in the human world with her apprentice, Yusuker, Azazel was finishing up a bit of the research he was looking forward to starting after the hero faction attacked the Devil's capital city. In the examination room of his private laboratory, Leonardo, the wielder of Annihilation Maker, was lying on an examination table, unconscious after a round of experimentation. While the child lay there, Azazel read over the results of his latest experiment. "Wow, that Chow Chow was quite the piece of work," Azazel said with the documents detailing the result of his latest experiment. Although he was able to raise this kid's power from intermediate level, low rank to peak middle rank in less than 2 months, he basically dried up this kid's lifespan. After saying that, Azazel dropped the document on his desk. Then, he picked up another. This one detailing the life of Leonardo. "And this kid, he never had it easy," Azazel said, reading the new document. "His parents were killed by one of Chow Chow's goons after they refused to hand him over. Then, after kidnapping the newly orphaned boy, he was subjected to intense torture and brainwashing until he was completely loyal. Sometimes humans can be more evil than any of us dark races." Because of how far gone Leonardo's mind was after the treatment he received from the hero faction, this information did not come from him directly. Instead, it came from one of the few members of the hero faction that had been captured by the guards stationed in Lilith. The real question, however, is what do we do with the kid now? Azazel said, looking at the young boy on the examination table with pity. Even if we erase the memories of the torture and the loss of his parents, he only has a few months to half a year left to live. Once again, Azazel sighed. Even though he was considered to be the most evil of all the angels who fell, he felt sorry for the boy. At that moment, though, he had an epiphany. The Phoenix girl should have a set of evil pieces, right? Azazel said with a smile. If she were to accept him into her peerage, that would kill more than one bird with a single stone. Just as Azazel said, adding Leonardo to a peerage would serve several purposes. First, the boy would live for a much longer time. Second, it would ensure Annihilation Maker would be on the side of the Alliance for the duration of that much longer life. And third, ha ha ha. Azazel began to laugh while he thought of the last reason why having Leonardo reincarnated into a devil would be such a good thing. I'll have all the time in the world to continue my research of the Annihilation Maker. I really am a genius. Underworld, Satan territory, capital city, Lilith. While Azazel was laughing hysterically and praising himself for his genius, the four great Satans were once again meeting to discuss the most pressing matters in the underworld. Damn that Indra! Seraphal shouted, her usual childish demeanor nowhere to be seen. And damn those lazy bastards on the council. I can understand why you're so upset with Indra. Ajuka said with a bit of bewilderment in his tone. But what did the council do? Those jerks decided that they were tired of dealing with that manchild's demands and requests, so they forwarded them all to me. You'd think he would get tired of being rejected by now. It's obvious we're not going to hand over Jakuin. I don't envy, you. Falbium said in a more lethargic than normal tone. How is it possible that you sound lazier than usual? Seraphal asked, her angry tone completely gone, replaced by one of curiosity. Super Smash Brothers. Falbium said. I started playing and lost track of my nap time. That game really does ruin lives. Surzek said, shaking his head in pity. Anyway, I told you that killing Chow Chow was a bad move. James may have sparked a future war. Hearing that, Ajuka, Seraphal, and Falbium all turned toward Surzex with blank expressions on their faces. Then, Seraphal and Falbium turned away as if Surzex had not said anything at all. Surzex, I know you're still sour about what James said to you that day. Ajuka said. Instead of being upset about it, maybe you should think about why he would say that in the first place. He's only a child, what could he possibly know? Surzex replied, refusing to acknowledge that he handled the old members of the Devil Council incorrectly. The pot sure likes to call the kettle black. Falbium said. You did something much worse than what James did when he killed the Chow Chow brat. Charging into the domain of one of another pantheon's chief god-ranked combatants like you did was beyond reckless. Knowing what Falbium said was correct, Surzex decided to remain silent. Even he knew what James did was completely justified. He also knew that Indra would never start a war with the devils when he had Shiva to deal with in his own pantheon. But his pride would not allow him to just let go of what James said to him in front of his sister and wife. Graphia still isn't speaking to me. Surzex thought to himself. If I don't do something about the way I'm acting, I'm going to lose her. Human world, Japan, Kuo. Currently, all those who were present for the rooftop grill part, along with Genkai and Yusuke, were in the basement training room of James' mansion. While most of the people were standing or sitting outside of the sparring area, James and Tatsuya were stretching and or warming up for their spar. By now, Scat Hatch and Genkai had come to an agreement on their pact. For the next 3 months, Genkai and Yusuke would live in the Alaverus estate. Then, when Scat Hatch was training the residents of the mansion, Yusuke would join their training. And when they were not around, Genkai would have free reign over the mansion's training facilities to use for Yusuke's training. Now, dimwit. Genkai said, getting Yusuke's attention. I suggest you pay attention. This is what you could become if you work hard enough. If that guy didn't have his sword, there's no way he would have caught me off guard like that. Smack. As soon as Yusuke's words finished, Genkai smacked him upside the head. I told you to pay attention, you dimwit. Genkai said angrily. So, you better damn well pay attention. Fine, I get it, you old hag. Yusuke said, rubbing the back of his head where Genkai struck him. Are both of you ready? Scat Hatch asked when she noticed that James and Tatsuya were done with their warm-ups. Both boys nodded to Scat Hatch's question. Then, Scat Hatch raised her right hand above her head. Then, begin. Scat Hatch exclaimed as she swung her hand down. As soon as the signal to begin was given, Tatsuya channeled his magic power into the soles of his feet and pushed off towards James. Then, in a blur, he appeared in front of James with his left hand shooting toward James' throat. Reacting quickly, James slapped Tatsuya's arm upward and stepped in toward Tatsuya's unprotected left side. However, reacting just as quickly, Tatsuya raised his left knee. Expecting this counterattack, James slammed his right palm down onto Tatsuya's knee, stopping its momentum. Then, James dropped down and attempted to sweep the leg that Tatsuya was balanced on, before he could lower his left leg. However, Tatsuya quickly hopped over James' incoming leg. Then, while in midair, he swung his right leg at the side of James' head. Instead of trying to block the incoming kick, James threw himself flat on his back. Then, when Tatsuya's foot passed, James pressed his hands on the floor on either side of his head and hopped up, feet first. Unable to change positions midair, Tatsuya was forced to take the kicks aimed at his back and hip. Ugh. Tatsuya grunted as he was pushed away while the places that James kicked throbbed with dull pain. However, before he could take his stance once again after landing, James was already in range to strike once again. Starting with a left jab, Tatsuya tilted his head to avoid. James then stepped in further and transitioned from a punch to an elbow strike with his left elbow. Quickly, Tatsuya raised his right arm and blocked the blow. However, he was then left open to the knee that James raised. Ugh. Once again, Tatsuya grunted after taking one of James' blows. However, without stopping due to the pain, Tatsuya lowered his right arm and wrapped it around James' thigh. At the same time, he grabbed James' left wrist with his own left hand. After that, he raised James' whole body and slammed him to the floor. Gah! James cried as the air was forced out of his lungs. Before he could even begin to pant from the feeling of breathlessness, James swung his right elbow and struck Tatsuya across the face. Though Tatsuya did not have the time to try anything, yet, James expected someone hailed as a genius in close-quarters combat to have a follow-up planned. With that elbow strike, Tatsuya involuntarily loosened his grip on James' wrist. Forcing his wrist free from the loosened hold, James created a little more distance between Tatsuya and himself, though Tatsuya still had a firm grip on James' leg. As James and Tatsuya struggled to gain the advantage, the rest of the group watched them with interest. "This is just a spar, right?" Issei asked. "I don't think Senpai has ever hit me that hard with his elbow before." "There are two reasons for that." Sona replied to Issei's question. "First, you've never been able to make James take you seriously. Second, he usually isn't restricted when he spars with you. So, if he swung at you with that kind of force, you'd probably lose your head." "What do you mean?" Issei asked in confusion. Not only Issei, but many of the devils from Rias Peerage were also confused. They had never seen James fight with Scathachus suppressing runes on. In fact, most of them never even knew that he wore them most of the time before summer break. "Before the match began, I saw Master Scathach putting runic sentences on James." Sona continued. "If I'm not mistaken, they are meant to lower James' physical ability so that they would be similar to Tatsuya's. Oni-sama doesn't need a handicap like that," Miyuki said, after hearing Sona's explanation. "If this were an all-out fight to the death, that might be true," Sona said while adjusting her glasses. "Against any minor god rank beings other than James and Master Scathach, that is," Sona thought to herself as she spoke. "However, as this is a simple test of skill in hand-to-hand combat, there is no way that Tatsuya, who is at the ultimate rank, could keep up with James' physical prowess." Sona continued. Although she did not want to admit it, Miyuki knew what Sona said was correct. Though she had absolute faith in her brother, she knew that Tatsuya could not compete physically with a minor god rank being. So, instead of arguing further, she decided to keep her mouth shut and watch the fight. Eventually, James was able to separate himself from Tatsuya and bring the fight back to an upright face-off. "Damn, I didn't think he would be so good on the ground," James thought as he sized up Tatsuya once again. "That's what I get for underestimating my opponent. I'm too used to handling my peers with no issue. That's probably why Master sealed my physical abilities before we started. She probably noticed that I was getting a bit arrogant." After that thought, James' expression changed slightly. And when they saw that, those who usually trained with him noticed immediately. "Well, this fight will be ending soon," Mocha said with a smile. "Why would you say that?" Evangeline asked. Like Evangeline, the rest of the vampires and Irene were curious to hear the answer to that question. "Because James is finally taking this seriously," Mocha replied. "He's never been in a fight with someone that is his equal in skill. Hell, he trained most of the younger devils here before Master Scathach joined his peerage." "He's only 18, right?" Issa asked with some amazement in his tone. "That's right," Mocha replied with a nod. "From the moment he saved me 4 years ago, he's been training me in Muay Thai. In fact, I wouldn't be surprised if he were no longer a match for me in hand-to-hand combat, Sister Acua." "We'll have to see if you can back up your words," Acua said, a little excited to see how much her little sister had grown. Before they could continue, however, James rushed toward Tatsuya. Then, when he was in range, James threw a high kick with his left leg that Tatsuya blocked. However, expecting the block, James slammed his foot down, stepping on Tatsuya's right foot. As Tatsuya winced from the pain, James followed up with a jab, straight, left hook to the body, right elbow to the jaw, a right knee to the gut, and an axe handle smash to Tatsuya's back after he doubled over from the knee strike. Not only Tatsuya, but none of the spectators, other than Scathach, were expecting James to turn it up like he had just done. Bang. After the smash on his back, Tatsuya was slammed into the floor. Then, James quickly pressed a knee into Tatsuya's back and positioned his hands to break his neck. At that point, Scathach interrupted. "That's enough," Scathach said calmly. "The winner is James." Immediately, James released Tatsuya and stood, removing his knee from Tatsuya's back. Then, he reached out and offered Tatsuya his hand. That was a good match, you all right? James asked. I'm fine. Tatsuya replied, a bit frustrated that he lost. However, he still grabbed James' outstretched hand. I won't lose next time, though. I look forward to our next match. James replied with a smile. Chapter 218, James ran away. Human World, Japan, Kōō. Shortly after James and Tatsuya's spar finished, Tatsuya and Miyuki decided that it was time for them to go home. Not long after they left, Issei, Asia, and Irina also headed home. On the other hand, everyone else, meaning Irene, the vampires, Genkai, and Yusuke stayed at the Alaverus estate, at least for the time being. Damn, all the guest rooms are occupied. James said after he and the other residents made up the guest rooms for the new arrivals. Does that mean I should get the house enlarged again? That might not be such a bad idea. Ria said. Then, with her arms crossed under her chest, she continued. Bigger is always better. Why are you emphasizing your chest when you say that, Rias? Sona asked with a twitching eyebrow. Sona, I have no idea to what you could be referring. Ria said as she wrapped her arms around James' left arm. Naturally, when Rias wrapped her arms around James' arm, not only were her arms wrapped around it, but so were her breasts. Seeing that, Sona's eyebrow began to twitch with even more intensity. Knowing how he would end up if he got caught in the middle of one of Rias and Sona's arguments, James quickly separated himself from Rias' grasp. Sorry ladies. James said with a wry smile while putting some distance between himself and the girls. But I need to make a trip to the underworld. Lilith to be exact. For what? Akino asked curiously. Well, Muramasa should be done with my new swords. James said with an excited glint in his eyes. Really, has it already been that long since the attack on Lilith? See-you Chillin asked. He said it would be 2 or 3 weeks, right? Yeah, it's already been 3 weeks. James replied. Time sure flies when you have to make pacts and deal with vampire invasions. Humph. Akua snorted at James' jab. We weren't invading. Kahlua said with a pout. We only wanted to bring our cute little sister back home. Yeah, coming to another faction's territory unannounced and attacking the one who asked for your reason to be here was a great way to convey that fact. Mocha said with a deadpan expression. Surprising everyone present, Kahlua rushed over to James and wrapped her arms around his waist after Mocha spoke. James, Mocha is bullying me. Kahlua said in a whiny tone. As she did, she began rubbing her face on James' chest. James froze in surprise due to Kahlua's actions. Today was only the second time he had met her. He wasn't complaining about feeling her body pressed against his, however, he was definitely not expecting such intimacy from someone he did not know very well. However, James was not the only one who found himself shocked by Kahlua's actions. Sister Kahlua, what are you doing? Mocha asked with a frown. Hugging James. Kahlua said with an innocent expression. Everyone else does it, and they look so happy when they do. So, I wanted to try it too. Hearing that, no one knew how to respond. Never had they seen such an innocent woman. The rest of the Shuzen sisters, however, could only sigh at the antics of their sister. There was only one person who acted in a completely different manner from the aforementioned 2 groups of people. Oh, and what do you think? Leona asked with a mischievous smile. Was it everything you thought it would be? With his mother playing devil's advocate. Pun intended. James could only sigh. Figuring that he would not be able to leave for a while, he simply emptied his mind and decided that he would focus on enjoying Kahlua's body pressing against his. While James was enjoying the predicament he found himself in, the girls were trying to remove Kahlua from James, Kahlua was holding on to James for dear life, and Leona was egging on all parties involved. At some point, a teleportation circle appeared in the corner of the living room. When it vanished, a silver-haired, red-eyed maid appeared. I'm not sure who all these new people are, nor am I sure of what's going on. Grafia thought to herself as she surveyed the situation in the room. But after seeing Leona smile like that, I know better than to get involved. So, for the next few minutes, Grafia waited right where she appeared. Eventually, the commotion came to an end and Grafia made her presence known. Good evening. Grafia said in her usual tone. Grafia, save me. James shouted as he escaped the encirclement of girls. I just wanted to go to the underworld to get my new swords and these crazy women started fighting over me. Then again, I can understand why they would fight over someone as strong and dashing as myself, but that's not the point. Hearing James' shameless declaration, the girls, with the exception of Kahlua, rolled their eyes hard. Actually, I didn't really mind the girls. James said while stroking his chin in thought. But I definitely need to be saved from the truest devil in the room, my mom. I knew it. Grafia thought to herself. There's no way Leona wasn't the driving force behind that bedlam. Scatty. James is bullying me. Leona said, trying to dive into Scathatch's embrace. However, before she could wrap her arms around Scathatch, the butt of Scathatch's spear knocked Leona on her head. Do not try and appear pitiful with me, Leona. Scathatch said. Especially when I, along with many others, watched you instigate those girls into a frenzy. From me, you shall receive no pity. You're no fun. Leona said with a pout. So, to what do we owe the pleasure? James asked Graphia as soon as Leona was put in her place by Scathatch. Actually, I have come for Miss Ravel. Graphia replied. For me? Ravel asked while pointing at herself with confusion written all over her face. That's correct, Miss Ravel. Graphia replied with a nod. On behalf of the 4 great Satans, your father, Lord Phoenix, the 4 great Seraphim, and the Grigori, I was tasked with retrieving you. Hearing that her father was the person with the lowest rank that was asking for her, Ravel grew nervous. Before she could overthink, though, James made his way over to her and placed his hand on top of her head. Then, while he gently rubbed her head, he spoke. I don't think there is anything to worry about, Ravel. James said with a smile. With the leaders of all 3 factions calling for you, it shouldn't be anything bad. Melting under James' head-patting technique, Ravel calmed down quickly. Eventually, she nodded in agreement with what James said. However, she made no attempt to walk toward Graphia so that she could meet with the higher-ups. I want to try that, too. Kahlua said after seeing the expression Ravel made thanks to James' head-patting. Eventually, Kaneko yanked Ravel from under James' palm after seeing that she was perfectly content standing there where she was. Hurry up, fried chicken girl. Kaneko said as she dragged Ravel toward Graphia. It's not polite to leave the higher-ups waiting like that. Let go of me, you flat-chested cat. Ravel shouted indignantly. I know more about what's polite than you'll ever know. With that, Kaneko's eyebrow began to twitch in a fashion that was quite similar to Sona not long ago. And naturally, that led to the first-year girls arguing while they approached Graphia. They're such good friends, Naya. Kuroka said with a smile. I'm kinda jealous, Naya. Who is friends with her? Kaneko and Ravel shouted simultaneously. Speaking in unison, Naya. Kuroka said in a teasing tone. You two really are close, Naya. Before Kuroka could tease Kaneko and Ravel any further, Ria's exclamation caught everyone off guard. Where did James go? Rias asked while looking around to see where James could be. Did he run away while we were distracted? Sona asked while adjusting her glasses. That's what it looks like. Mizor said. I can't believe he didn't take me with him. Why would he take you? Rias asked with an eyebrow raised. It's obvious he would have taken me. That statement led to another bedlam between the girls over who James would have taken with him, had he taken anyone with him in the first place. However, none of the younger girls noticed that James had in fact taken someone with him. At least, they had not noticed until someone pointed it out to them. It would seem that Master Scathatch is gone. Genkai said. It looks like you're off the hook for tonight, dimwit. Wait, did you plan on having me start tonight? Yusuke asked in an incredulous tone. What the hell, old hag? You think you're gonna get strong enough to survive the dark martial arts tournament by slacking off? Genkai asked while looking at Yusuke sternly. No, of course not. Yusuke said indignantly. But I think I deserve a break for tonight, at least. I mean, we did run all the way here. Overhearing the conversation between Genkai and Yusuke, the girls stopped their argument. Then, they began to look for Scathatch. When they could not find her, they grew even angrier. So, he took Master Scathatch. Sona said. Why wouldn't he take me, his fiancé? You say that like you're his only fiancé. Ria said with her cheeks puffed out. Do either of you know anything about swords? Flora asked with a smile. What do swords have to do with this? Aquino asked with confusion in her tone. Did you all seriously forget why he said he needed to go in the first place? Flora asked with an incredulous look in her eyes. Rias, Sona, Aquino, Mizor, and Cheyenne began thinking hard after Flora asked her question. Meanwhile Mocha, Flora, Shuna, and Mio looked at them with deadpan expressions. I expected this from Rias and Cheyenne. Flora said with disappointment in her tone. I mean, both of them have more boobs than sense. Hey! Rias and Cheyenne exclaimed in unison. But Sona, Aquino, and Mizor, how did you two forget? Flora asked. I kinda got caught up in the moment. Sona said in an embarrassed tone. I wasn't really paying attention at the beginning. However, when Kahlua hugged James, I was drawn into the situation. Mizor admitted with an embarrassed smile. That's so like the two of you, I don't know what to say. Mocha said while shaking her head. And what about you, Akino-senpai? Shuna asked. I only got involved in the situation before because seeing James' troubled face when Kahlua first hugged him turned me on. Akino said with a slight blush on her face. That's just like her, too. Mio said. Anyway, where did James go? Rias asked impatiently. Like he said, he probably went to pick up his new swords. Flora said with a smile. He said that they should be ready soon, right before Kahlua hugged him. But why did he take Master Scathatch with him? Cheyenne asked with a pout. I wanted to go with him. Actually, I know the answer to that one. See you chillin' cut in on the girls' discussion. Well, hurry up and tell us, see you. Mizor said in as impatient a tone as Rias had used. Even though he was annoyed by what Mizor called him, see you chillin' decided that keeping everyone waiting was not worth the trouble. So, he continued, doing his best to ignore Mizor's term of address. Master gave the swordsmith a piece of the sea beast that she forged mine and all her spears from as a raw material. See you chillin' explained. So, I'm sure that she wanted to see the final product just as much, if not more than James did. That makes sense. Sona said with a nod. Plus, that means that he didn't pick Master Scathatch because she's his favorite. Mizor said with a smile. Hearing that, everyone simply shook their heads at Mizor and gazed at her with pity. Why are you all looking at me like that? Mizor asked after seeing the gazes of pity that were directed at her. Anyway, I guess we can only wait. Shuna said. Yeah. Mocha added. But, I bet he will spar with Scathatch when they get back. Yeah, he'll want to put those new swords through their paces. Dante said. And that's a fight I definitely want to see. Although they had yet to say very much, Yuto and Tsubasa, who were also sword users, nodded their heads with what Dante had to say. Well, we probably won't have to wait too long. Leona said. Then, she held up a controller to the console they played earlier in the day. So, does anyone want to get in a few rounds of Dead or Alive? Me. After hearing that voice, everyone turned in its direction and was surprised to see that it was Genkai. What? Genkai asked without changing her expression. When you live secluded in a mountain for 50 years, you eventually find hobbies to keep from going crazy. Chapter 219, New Developments and New Swords. Underworld, Satan Territory, Capital City, Lilith. Shortly after the residents of the human world's Alaverus estate realized that James and Scathatch had left, Graphia was able to successfully teleport Ravel to the underworld. After they appeared outside of the four great Satans meeting room, Graphia politely knocked on the door. Excuse me, I have brought Lady Ravel Phoenix. Graphia said in her usual tone, announcing both her and Ravel's presence. Please, come in. Surzex replied. A moment later, Graphia opened the door. Then, she turned sideways and gestured for Ravel to enter the room. Nervously, Ravel took a deep breath. A moment later she entered the room as confidently as she could. Admittedly, her appearance did not appear to be very confident, though. With this being her first meeting with the Satans, Seraphim, and cadre-level fallen angels in an official capacity, it could not be helped. Naturally, the leaders of the respective factions, namely, Surzex, Ajuka, Seraphal, Falbium, Michael, Gabriel, Shamhazai, Barakiel, and Azazel, all noticed the nervous expression that Ravel wore. Hey, no need to be nervous. Azazel said with his usual grin. We called you here for something good. So, you should try and smile. If you want to console someone, Azazel, you should get rid of that mischievous grin that you always wear. Surzex said while shaking his head. Oh, should I wear the same kind of ridiculous doting smile you wear when you talk about Rias? Azazel asked, his mischievous grin transforming into a shit-eating one. That comment led to Surzex and Azazel beginning to bicker like old friends. This, naturally, left Ravel confused. Another thing that confused her was that Graphia had not taken her usual position behind Surzex. However, she did not have the time to ponder that fact for too long. Ravel-chan, there's no need to pay attention to those childish boys' argument. Seraphal said. Hey, you have no right to call anyone childish. Surzex and Azazel shouted, interrupting their bickering to object to what Seraphal said. Are you saying that I, Leviathan, am childish? Seraphal said as she struck the iconic Sailor Moon pose. In the name of the Satans, I will punish you. Naturally, Seraphal's antics led to the meeting room falling into even more chaos. That, of course, left Ravel to stand there even more confused than she was before. The silver lining to this situation, however, was that Ravel's nervousness had all but vanished due to the silly display she saw right after arriving in the meeting room. Ahem. As much fun as it seems that the three of you are having, we invited Miss Phoenix and her father here for something important. Michael said in his usual kind and bright tone. Perhaps we should tell them why they are here. At that moment, Ravel noticed that her father, Lord Phoenix, was also present. Due to her nervousness, she failed to realize that he was standing next to her the entire time after she entered the room. "Father, please excuse me for not greeting you earlier," Ravel said, hurrying to greet her father. "Pay it no mind, Ravel," Lord Phoenix said, waving off her apology. "I can understand how you were feeling. Anyway, like Michael said, it's time to get down to business," Azazel said, wiping away the grin that usually adorns his face. "Earlier today, I finished running all the experiments that I deemed necessary on the kid who wields the Annihilation Maker." From there, Azazel went on to explain what he had found out. He also mentioned the boy's past from what he could piece together from Leonardo's fractured memories. "So, basically, the kid doesn't have much time left to live," Azazel said, wrapping up his explanation. "Such a pity for a boy of his age to have had to go through a life like that," Michael said in a compassionate tone. "Since you called us all together, I would assume you took pity on the boy as well." "Something like that," Azazel said with a shrug. "And I'm guessing that you are suggesting that he be reincarnated into either a devil or angel," Ajuka said, the next to try and predict Azazel's intentions. "More specifically, you wish for him to be reincarnated into a devil, under Ravel's employ, correct? The title of the underworld's most intelligent devil isn't wasted on you, huh?" Azazel said with a grin. "That's right. I feel that turning the kid into a devil would work better than having him become an angel. With his current psyche, it probably would not take long for him to fall, which I wouldn't complain about. Although I'd rather have Annihilation Maker under Heaven's supervision, I agree with your assessment, Azazel," Michael said with a nod. "On top of that, he will be living with James and Scathatch," Azazel said with a grin. "That boy has had positive effects on those with damaged psyche for quite some time, according to the reports I've received. And with Scathatch nearby, the boy will get some of the best training available." Everyone present, with the exception of Falbium who had nodded off at some point, nodded at Azazel's statement. "Even though he is a half-devil, his acts of helping those in need is saint-like," Gabriel said with an innocent smile. "And, Senbon Sakura, is really pretty. I want to see it again." At Gabriel's last sentence, those who were present could only smile wryly at Gabriel's innocence. Then, they continued to discuss the possibility of Leonardo being reincarnated. Meanwhile, Ravel could only stand there with her mouth slightly ajar. Never did she think that she would be given the opportunity to add such a powerful, sacred gear into her very own peerage. "With this, I'll be able to help James," Ravel thought to herself as she firmed her expression and clenched her fists. "He's done so much to help me ever since I arrived in the human world. I'll be able to repay the favor. Then, maybe I can ask him for a DxD date." As Ravel continued to think, her face grew redder and redder. Lucky for her, no one was paying attention to her as everyone was busy discussing the ramifications that turning Leonardo into a devil would have. Meanwhile, around the same time that Ravel entered the meeting room with Graphia, James and Scathatch had arrived outside of Miramace's smithy. It's only been, 3 weeks since the last time I was here," James said while staring up at the shop sign. "So, why does it feel like it's been forever?" "It is natural," Scathatch replied from next to James. "A warrior will always look forward to wielding a weapon that suits him. And you are no different." "You're probably right," James replied with a shrug. "I've been feeling like my swords might break ever since you took the suppression seals off of me in the summer." "I could tell," Scathatch replied. "To be honest, I am quite surprised that you were able to defeat me using those swords. Honestly, I think I just got lucky," James said with a wry smile. "If I hadn't used Shukei Hakutiken, neither of my swords would have been able to handle the stress I would have put on them for that final attack. Even with that, it felt like Okairu Sakura was going to break, and it was already in, a million pieces. Do not sell yourself short, my disciple," Scathatch said with a gentle smile. "It was due to your strength and skill that you were able to defeat me. And had you not, I would still be bound to the land of shadows. So, please take pride in your accomplishment." Hearing that and seeing Scathatch's gentle smile, James turned his head away in embarrassment. "Anyway, let's go inside," James said, an obvious attempt to change the subject. Scathatch's smile became even more gentle as she observed James' reaction. However, she had no intention of embarrassing Herman any more while they were in public, anyway. So, instead of speaking any further, she followed James as he pushed open the door to the shop. Ring, ring. As James pushed the door open, the bell hanging above it rang as it usually does. To James' surprise, Muramasa was actually sitting in the storefront. "So, you're here," Muramasa said with a smile. "I knew you would be here soon, I just didn't think it would be this soon." "Of course," James replied with a smile of his own. I never expected to see you in the storefront, though. Ha ha ha. Muramasa laughed heartily. I guess you could say that I am more than satisfied with my work this time. And I was excited to see what you would think of your new partners. James' excitement rose even higher, if that were even possible, after hearing Muramasa's excited tone. Well, then let's see, James said in an impatient tone. Without wasting any more time, Muramasa reached under the counter and pulled out 2 sheathed katanas. Then, he set them down on the counter in front of him. Wasting no time, James approached the counter and picked up one of the katana. As he held it, before unsheathing it, he looked over the katana in his hands as well as the one still laying on the counter. In his hands was a katana with a red sheath, a cherry blossom petal-shaped handguard, and its hilt was wrapped with a black cloth. Near the mouth of the sheath was a ring of finely carved cherry blossom petals. On the counter, the katana had a similar appearance, with the color schemes swapped. Black sheath with red hilt. The cherry blossoms engraved onto the hilt were identical, though. Oh, this one is much heavier than the ones I'm using now. James mused as he inspected the sheathed appearance of the sword he was holding. Of course, it is. Muramasa replied. The materials the 2 of you brought me were much denser than the metals I used for your original swords. I guess that makes sense. James replied as he set the first sword back on the counter and lifted the second. At least they are the same weight. Don't talk like I'm some kind of amateur. Muramasa exclaimed indignantly. I've been doing this for centuries. I know my damn job, and I know it well. Chill out, old man. James said with a smile. I was just thinking out loud. Humph. Muramasa snorted in irritation. Why don't you hurry up and check out the blades? Then get out of my shop. I guess I touched a nerve. James said with a shrug. However, as Muramasa said, James wasted no more time unsheathing the sword he was holding. When he did, what he saw was a pitch-black blade with a red-tinted edge. He could feel a destructive force emanating from it, and even with his naked eye, he could see just how sharp the blade was. That one was made when I reforged and combined the demonic swords, Nathung and Turfing. Muramasa said, beginning to explain the sword that James was examining. Combining their abilities was the hardest part of forging that beauty. Although the sword no longer has the ability to fire off a destructive aura, as Turfing did. Instead, it is concentrated on the blade's edge which holds the sharpness of Nathung. Oh. Shit. James said absent-mindedly as he listened to Muramasa's explanation. So, in theory, as long as you pump enough demonic energy into it, you should be able to cut through anything. Muramasa said, bringing his explanation to a close. But you should be careful, the stronger the thing you wish to cut, the more demonic energy it will take. And the rise in energy consumption is exponential and not multiplicative. I'll keep that in mind. James said as he sheathed the sword and materialized his sword belt on his hips. After placing the new sword on his sword belt, James picked up the other sword. Then, he slowly unsheathed it. And as he expected, the blade was a crimson red with a black tinted edge. That one is special, too. Muramasa said, beginning his explanation about the second sword. It would seem that the Sea Beast Master Scathatch left with me must have had the ability to affect causality. I tried to keep that ability when I forged the blade and succeed. James could see the pride leaking from Muramasa after he announced that this weapon had the ability to affect causality. However, since you have the other sword, I tried to direct that ability into a more defensive one. Muramasa continued. So, when you activate the sword's ability, it will affect causality in a way that you will always be able to defend an incoming strike. However, like the other sword, with the strength of the attack, the demonic energy consumption will grow exponentially. Noted. James replied as he sheathed the sword and placed it on his sword belt. So, have you decided on names? Scathatch inquired. I have. James replied with a smile. Then, he placed his hand on the sword made from the sea beast. This one will be known as Sixth Sense. A/N, I just wanted to add my name into the narrative. Bite me. Since it can defend automatically, the name fits. Scathatch nodded as she replied. And the other? This one will be. James said as he switched to holding the other hilt. Carnage. Chapter 220, the date was interrupted. Human World, Japan, Kōō. A week has passed since the first meeting of the Pact members took place. Since then, not much has happened. Even though Ravel was asked to add Leonardo, the wielder of Annihilation Maker, to her peerage, she had yet to reincarnate him. The reason? Because his mental stability is terrible. Thanks to all the brainwashing and torture, his mind was far too broken. So, Leonardo was still in the care of the Grigori, undergoing extensive mental rehabilitation. James, on the other hand, has had a couple of intense sparring sessions with Scathatch so that he could get used to the new weights of the swords he received from Muramasa. Also, during that week, Irene had taught James and Drake the basics of Dragon Slayer magic. To her surprise, they both took to it like fish to water. In only 2 days, James became history's first Inferno Dragon Slayer. Like Igneal, the deceased Fire Dragon King, Drake also specialized in fire-based attacks originally. However, Drake's flames were hotter and more destructive than Igneal's. Thus, Irene felt it was more suitable to call James an Inferno Dragon Slayer rather than a Fire Dragon Slayer. Inferno Dragon's Scorching Fist. James called out as a magic circle appeared around his right fist. Then, James slammed his fist into a magically reinforced training dummy. However, the magical reinforcements did nothing to stop the destructive flames on James' fist from turning it to ash. However, James continued to attack the training dummies he was surrounding him. Inferno Dragon's Talon. James called as he threw a roundhouse kick with the same destructive flames covering his foot at the nearest dummy. Then, he balanced himself on both hands immediately afterward. Once again, he covered his feet with flames, then, he spun with his feet extended. Inferno Dragon's Tail Whip. While James performed move after move from his Dragon Slayer skill set, Scathatch, Irene, Genkai, and Yusuke watched. While Scathatch wore an expression that said, "As expected of my disciple," Irene wore a shocked expression while Genkai watched with a twitching eyebrow as she occasionally glanced at her own disciple. This kid is a freak. Irene thought to herself. It's only been a week. No, 6 days since I started teaching him about Dragon Slayer magic. And it only took him 2 days to learn how to convert his dragon aspect into Drake's flames and integrate them with his demonic power. And I thought my 5 years to do the same was worthy of the term genius. Am I really just average? While Irene was going through an existential crisis, Genkai was lost in her own thoughts as well. This boy, James, why can't this dimwit standing next to me work half? No, even Aquaruter as hard. Genkai thought as her eyebrow twitched once again. If he did, then I wouldn't have to worry about him so damn much. At least Master Scathatch doesn't put up with his crap. Either way, if he doesn't get his head out of his ass, Toguro will kill him. Unlike Genkai, Yusuke looked at James' display with shock. Is he really only 3 or so years older than me? Yusuke thought to himself, how is he that strong? On top of that, I watched his spar with that guy who seemed like his emotions were messed up. His skill in fighting is so high, how is that possible? Coincidentally, Scathatch happened to glance at Yusuke while he was contemplating. Immediately, she realized what was going through his mind. Like you, Urameshi Yusuke, James was born with exceptional fighting talent. Scathatch said calmly while watching James. However, unlike you, he never thought that his talent was enough. Instead, he pushed himself as hard and as far as he could. Seeing that she had not only Yusuke's attention, but that she also had the attentions of Irene and Genkai, Scathatch continued. Granted, you only heard about the world of the supernatural recently. Scathatch said. But even if you did not know about the supernatural, you could have attempted to take your fighting ability to the next level. Instead, you were content with brawling with those who were clearly inferior to yourself. James, on the other hand, searched for ways to increase his fighting skills by searching for instructors and fighting with strong opponents. For the first time, Yusuke stopped to think about what someone told him about putting his talents to use. He had never seen an example from the same age range as himself, so he never considered what the adults around him had been telling him with any importance. It's a shame that Kuwabara boy wasn't strong enough for the dimwit to take seriously. Genkai lamented. Otherwise, I wouldn't have had to worry about this crap at my age. While the observers were either talking to each other or lost in their own thoughts, James finally finished his move practice. Then, after taking a deep breath to cool down, James looked at the 4 spectators with a smile. Master, that's all for today, right? James asked as he walked toward a bench near the former circle of training dummies. Correct. Scathatch replied with a nod. For the rest of the day, I will be helping Master Genkai train her disciple. Even though Yusuke had trained with the group, until now, he had never trained alone with Scathatch. Just the thought made him shudder. Shit. Yusuke thought to himself with panic. Is today the day I die? Again. Cool. Then I'll go wash up. James replied with an even wider smile. I have a date this afternoon, after all. With that, James hurried toward the elevator. At the same time, Scathatch watched him leave with a fond smile on her face. Meanwhile, James' date, Shuna, was standing in her bedroom surrounded by several piles of clothing, most of which were of her own design. However, she was quite panicked at the moment. What do I do? What do I do? Shuna asked frantically as she looked through the piles of clothing. I've been trying to figure out what I should wear all morning. If I don't hurry, I'm gonna be late for my date with James-sama. As those words left her mouth, Shuna blushed and smiled in a goofy way. However, she quickly snapped back into the moment. You don't have time to start daydreaming. Shuna said, scolding herself. I refuse to be late for my first date. Like that, Shuna continued to sift through all of her clothing options while James cleaned up after training. An hour and a half later, James was waiting in front of the fountain in the park. Already, he had been waiting for 45 minutes. And the meeting time with Shuna had passé half an hour ago. Asterisk sigh asterisk at this point I'm not even surprised anymore. James said as he slid his smartphone into his pocket. Other than Sona, all the other girls are late for our dates. Even Master. I'm so sorry. Shuna shouted as she approached the fountain in a dead sprint by human standards. Seeing Shuna approaching frantically, James smiled brightly. Though it did not bother him all that much that Shuna was late, when he laid his eyes on her, he could understand why she was late. In short, she looked breathtaking. Wearing a black turtleneck embroidered with pink snowflakes that matched the color of her hair, dark blue jeans, black high-heeled boots and a dark gray thigh-length coat over all of that. Wow. James said with his mouth left ajar. You look great, Shuna. Smiling bashfully with a blush on her face, Shuna found herself happier than she had been for the last few weeks after James agreed to take her on a date. Although I was late, it was totally worth it. Shuna exclaimed to herself mentally. Hey. Anyway, you just finished training, right? Shuna asked, trying to draw attention away from her undoubtedly silly smile. Does that mean you haven't eaten yet? Yeah, I haven't eaten since breakfast. James replied. Then, why don't we get a bite to eat first? Shuna said, grabbing James' hand and beginning to pull him toward a nearby restaurant. I heard this place has really good Indian cuisine. Smiling at Shuna's enthusiasm, James allowed himself to be pulled along toward the restaurant. After a few minutes, the two were seated. About 40 minutes after that, they had finished the meal and James paid the bill. Then, they left the restaurant. You were right, Shuna. James said while rubbing his stomach as he and Shuna exited the restaurant. That really was good. It really was. Shuna replied with a smile. I will definitely be coming back. So will I. James said. Like that, James and Shuna walked and talked until they reached their next destination, a fabric shop. Knowing that Shuna enjoyed creating clothes, James had planned to begin a business with Shuna. However, until today, he had never worked with her on anything clothing related. And even though he had no intention of talking business on their date, James did want to show his interest in something she enjoyed. Even if his talent in creating clothing was non-existent, he did have a decent sense of style and his ideas may come in handy when Shuna begins her creation process. Her smiles are always pretty, but when she's talking about clothing, her smile and eyes light up like nothing I've ever seen before. James thought as he continued to talk about clothing creation and the matching of colors, textures, and patterns with Shuna. And for the next 2.5 hours, James and Shuna took their time comparing and appraising the materials in the store. After that, James took Shuna on a walk around the town, just to talk and enjoy each other's company. And like that, the sun began to set. Being early December, the days were naturally short. Just as the couple decided that it was time to head home, James snapped his head in a certain direction with a solemn expression on his face. James-sama, is everything okay? Shuna asked after seeing the change in James' expression. Shuna, you need to go back on your own. James said in a solemn tone. Tell Master to keep everyone at the mansion safe. Huh? Shuna exclaimed in confusion. There's no time to explain. James said more sternly. Just go back and tell Master what I said. Okay. Shuna said, clearly unwilling to leave James on his own. Please, be careful. Then, Shuna stepped forward, placed her hands on James' chest, stood on her tiptoes, and kissed him on the cheek. Then, with her face flushed, she turned around and ran back toward the mansion. That was cute. Drake spoke up from inside of James. Exceedingly so. James replied with a smile. Anyway, that's a dragon aura, right? It is. Drake replied. And it feels familiar, but I can't quite place it. Drake, you gotta give me more to work with. James said while shaking his head. But then again, I guess it doesn't matter who it is. For disturbing my date, it looks like I'm gonna be doing a little dragon slaying. Your date was pretty much over though. Drake pointed out. And this is why you were single until the day you died. James said smugly. What does this have to do with that? Drake questioned in annoyance, feeling the urge to smack James upside the head like Leona does when he curses. You should know, for future reference. James replied in that same smug tone. The date isn't over until she gets back home, remember that. During that short round of bickering, James sped through the town using his flash step. Eventually, when he made it to the town's outskirts, James was able to see the source of the gigantic draconic aura. Calmly walking towards Kua was a tall, handsome man with black and gold hair, pointy ears, and heterochromatic eyes. his right eye shining gold while his left eye was black as night. So, now that we're closer, are you still drawing a blank, Drake? James asked as he made eye contact with the approaching man. Sorry, partner. Drake replied. It's been a long time, I just can't remember. Well, then I guess I'll ask. James said with a shrug. You are approaching the territory of the Gremory and Citry houses, please state your name and affiliation, or I'll be forced to assume that you are hostile. That could be fun. The tall man said with a smile. Even still, I don't mind introducing myself. It will make the upcoming fight more entertaining. A battle junkie dragon. James groaned. Looks like a fight is inevitable. You'd be surprised how many dragons are like this. Drake said. No, I wouldn't. James replied. Dragons are either concerned with their treasures and or proving they are the strongest. Those like Skyadram are the exceptions to this rule. I can't deny that. Drake said in a resigned tone. Are you done talking to Drake yet? The tallman asked. More or less. James replied with a shrug. As he did, his sword belt appeared around his waist with Sixth Sense and Carnage strapped to it. It seems that you know who I am, but Drake doesn't seem to remember you. That doesn't surprise me. The tallman said with a shrug. When the Dragon of Domination fell, I was not strong enough to gain his notice. Now, however, I have finally reached the same stage as the twin heavenly dragons. Ugh. A super strong battle junkie dragon. James muttered to himself. Drake, perhaps you will remember this name. I am known as the Crescent Circle Dragon, Crumcrutch. Crumcrutch said in a powerful tone. Chapter 221, James vs. Crumcrutch. Human World, Japan, Kuo. At the time James first confronted Crumcrutch, Shuna had just reached the Alaverus estate. When she did, she immediately ran towards the underground training room in search of Scathatch. However, when she arrived, all she found was Genkai watching over Yusuke's training. Naturally, Genkai noticed Shuna's arrival. Do you need me for something, child? Genkai asked as she turned her head toward Shuna. However, when she saw the frantic expression on Shuna's face, Genkai began to take the situation more seriously. Instead of responding to Genkai, Shuna scoured the training room with her eyes. Unfortunately, only Genkai and Yusuke were present. Master Genkai, would you happen to know where Master Scathatch is? Shuna asked, doing her best to restrain her panic. No, I don't. Genkai replied while shaking her head. But if there is something wrong, you need to calm down. You won't do anyone any good if you lose yourself in panic. Realizing the truth in Genkai's words, Shuna took a deep breath. After releasing it, she took another, repeating the process until she felt herself calm down significantly. Once her composure had returned, she looked to Genkai and bowed her head. Thank you for helping me calm down, Master Genkai. Shuna said in a solemn tone. However, instead of waiting for Genkai to respond, Shuna closed her eyes and began to invoke her senjutsu. With it active, she had a much easier time sensing the presence and position of everyone currently in the mansion. To her surprise, however, Scathatch was on the roof. I found her. Shuna said quietly as she opened her eyes. Master Genkai, if you'll excuse me, I have something to discuss with Master Scathatch. Go on. Genkai said while waving Shuna away. If it's so important then get going already. Nodding her head, Shuna created a teleportation magic circle beneath her. Then, after a moment she disappeared along with the magic circle. It looks like things are getting crazy here, too. Genkai said as she glanced at Yusuke who was balancing on a spike with his magic power. Meanwhile, on the mansion's rooftop, Scathatch was standing with her spear resting on her shoulder. Just like James, she had also sensed the approaching powerful aura. However, unlike James and Drake, she knew exactly who was approaching the town. So, the Crescent Circle Dragon is here, huh? Scathatch muttered to herself. A moment later, Shuna's teleportation magic circle appeared not far behind Scathatch. Then, Shuna with a solemn expression on her face appeared from it. Master Scathatch, James-sama. Shuna began to speak, however, she was quickly interrupted. No need to explain. Scathatch said, cutting off Shuna's explanation. I am aware of the situation. I would assume that James sent you here to have me raise the mansion's defenses, correct? Yes. Shuna replied with a bit of surprise in her tone. Well, now that you are here, I can raise the barriers. Scathatch said with a nod. Then, Scathatch slammed the butt of her spear down on the floor. When she did, many runes scattered around the estate grounds lit up momentarily. After they dimmed again, a translucent barrier was erected. Now, I need you to report that Crumcrutch, the Crescent Circle Dragon, appeared on the outskirts of the town to reascend Sona. Scathatch said once she erected the barrier. I'm sure they will report it to the underworld. Also, let everyone in the mansion know that James will be fighting him. The Crescent Circle Dragon. Shuna said in shock. You mean, the strongest of all the evil dragons? Yes, but now is not the time to panic. Scathatch said. Make haste. Then, after reporting to them, come back up here. I will cast a scrying spell so that those who wish to, may watch the battle. Okay, got it. Shuna said, as she quickly conjured another teleportation circle. Meanwhile, while Shuna was heading back into the mansion to inform Rias and Sona, as well as the rest of the residents of the mansion of the incoming battle, James continued his conversation with Crumb-Crutch. Perhaps Drake will remember the name, Crescent Circle Dragon Crumb-Crutch. Crumb-Crutch said in a powerful tone. Whether Drake remembers you now is irrelevant. James said in a tired tone. I doubt there is anyone well versed in the supernatural that doesn't know who you are. So, that little whelp from Ireland has grown so much since my death. Drake said in an impressed tone. To think, it's only been about 1,000 years. You can revel in your nostalgia, later. James said, then he narrowed his eyes at Crumb-Crutch. So, why are you here, Crescent Circle Dragon? I have come to fight. Crumb-Crutch stated as if it were obvious. I have heard tales of you and your deeds, James Alaverus. I wish to see if you are a worthy wielder of the boosted gear. I can only hope that you will be more entertaining than the Vanishing Dragon's host. So, you fought Valley already, huh? James said with a shrug. Well, he's not exactly in my league. For you and the sake of this town, I hope you are right. Crumb-Crutch said impassively. Before we get started, where did you fight with Valley? James asked curiously. In the territory of the Teeps faction of vampires. Crumb-Crutch replied. Does that mean you're with Rise of him? James asked with a slight frown. And when he saw Crumb-Crutch nod his head, his frown deepened. Damn, does that mean that all the evil dragons are on his side? Enough talk. Crumb-Crutch said in a firm tone. If you are able to defeat me, I will answer any of your questions. And did you intend on fighting right here? James asked. Does it matter where we fight? Crumb-Crutch asked with a tilt of his head. I'd rather not have my home destroyed just because you want a good fight. James replied while rolling his eyes. Follow me, I know a good place for us to fight. With that, James spread his wings. However, unlike the usual devil wings, James' wings were those of a dragon. As it turns out, like Drake and James mentioned to Irene, Drake had already changed some of James' internal organs, namely his heart and lungs, into those of a dragon. Also, James swapped his devil wings for draconic ones, for good measure. Then, once his wings were spread, James shot off into the sky. Following James, Crumb-Crutch spread his large, jet-black pair of wings and shot off into the sky in pursuit. While James and Crumb-Crutch were speeding through the sky, the last of the residents of the mansion appeared on the rooftop. As each of them appeared, they took seats around the tables that were set up, then they looked toward the magical screen produced by Scathatch's scrying spell. I'm not too late, am I? Flora asked frantically as she made her way out of the mansion's elevator. Don't worry, they haven't started fighting yet. Mocha said. I hope Issei-kun, Asia-chan, and Irina-chan will make it in time, too. Akino said in a slightly concerned tone. I bet seeing a fight at this level would be good for them. Seeing a fight at this level is good for anyone. Evangeline said. Regardless of strength. Everyone else at the minor god rank, namely Scathatch, Irene, and Issa, nodded in agreement with Evangeline's statement. Hey, does anyone know where James is taking the dragon? Mizor asked curiously. If I am not mistaken, he is heading toward the uninhabited island where we fought Loki. Scathatch said in reply to Mizor's question. Wait, did you say that you fought Loki? Irene asked incredulously. Like the Norse god of trickery and lies. The very same. Scathatch replied with a nod. Then, she rubbed Fenrir's head. And this is his creation, Fenrir, with whom I was able to form a familiar contract. At that moment, everyone who was not present for that battle, except for Yusukar who was poorly educated on matters of the supernatural, stiffened as they looked at the German shepherd-sized wolf sitting next to Scathatch. James is slowing down. Sona said while adjusting her glasses. I guess Issei and the girls aren't going to make it in time. Ria said in a slightly disappointed tone. Just as her words ended, however, Issei, Asia, Irina, and Genshiro appeared after Yudo's shadow extended. Did we make it? Irina asked nervously. I really want to see James Senpai's new swords in action. Seeing the new arrivals, everyone was surprised. So, you went to pick up Saji-kun? Akino said as she looked at the new arrivals. Yeah, he lives even further away than I do. Issei said while scratching his head. So, I thought I'd go and get him first. I didn't mean to make you wait. Bang. You can discuss that later. Scathatch said after gaining everyone's attention by slamming the butt of her spear into the floor. The battle will begin soon, so pay attention. Human world, South China Sea, uninhabited island. At this moment, James had just landed on the island where he and the others fought Loki a couple of months ago. Shortly after James landed, Crumb-Crutch followed suit. A barren island covered with nothing but sand. Crumb-Crutch commented. A suitable place to do battle. I'm glad you like it. James said, in an unsure tone. Anyway, let's get down to business. Boosted gear balance breaker. Welsh Dragon Shihakusho. With that, James was covered in a red flash. Then, when the flash dimmed, James reappeared clothed in a red Shihakusho with black accents. Wasting no time, James rushed toward Crumb-Crutch without drawing his swords. Boost, X10. When he was in range, James began his attack with a flurry of jabs and straights that Crumb-Crutch either deflected with his own hands or avoided with minimal head movement. Noticing that his strikes were not landing after several seconds, James began to mix in elbow and knee strikes. Then, with the greater diversity of attacks and angles they could come from, Crumb-Crutch was no longer able to avoid. Instead, he was forced to block and parry. Your skill in hand-to-hand combat is much more refined than the White One's host. Crumb-Crutch said while defending. But if this is all you can do, then... Ugh. Crumb-Crutch was interrupted when James once again added in more strike variations. When James landed a left hook to Crumb-Crutch's ribcage, the crescent circle dragon stiffened and grunted involuntarily. Then, not letting the opportunity go to waste, James followed up with a right uppercut to the jaw, a jumping knee, a Muay Thai clinch, 2 knees to the face, an elbow to the chin, and another uppercut that sent Crumb-Crutch into the air. Using his flash step, James followed Crumb-Crutch into the sky. A moment later, James was standing above Crumb-Crutch with his wings extended. Then, he raised his right leg up high. Inferno Dragon's Talon. James shouted as his leg from the calf down was ignited with high-temperature flames. Bang. In the next instant, James slammed his flaming right foot into Crumb-Crutch's back. Then, with great force and velocity, Crumb-Crutch was shot downward toward the sand below. All the while, flames were burning on his back where James' kick made contact. Boom. In an instant, Crumb-Crutch crashed into the sand. Due to the impact, sand was shot up into the air as if a bomb had detonated. Meanwhile, James remained in the air, looking down at the impact site. As he did, he was lightly shaking his hands. Damn, that was like hitting a tractor tire. James said with an expression that said he was feeling a bit of discomfort. What kind of magical rubber is that tractor tire made of? Draig asked in an astonished tone. Don't be an ass, Draig. James said with a wry smile on his face. You know what I meant. Before James and Draig could continue with their back and forth, however, a surge of draconic aura blew away the cloud of sand. Ahahahaha. Crumb-Crutch laughed with clear delight and a bit of insanity. Finally, someone that can at least make me put in some effort. Come, Red Dragon Emperor. Show me everything you have. Well, shit. James said as he readied himself to continue. It looks like I flipped his switch. At that moment, Crumb-Crutch shot out of the sand cloud much faster than James was expecting. However, not so fast that James could not react. Then, as Crumb-Crutch neared, he cocked his fist back and threw a punch of his own that James deflected. However, James noticed that it took much more force than he thought it would to deflect the blow. This is gonna be a long day. James thought to himself as he continued to deflect and block Crumb-Crutch's assault. Eventually, after reading Crumb-Crutch's patterns, James began to counterattack. As the two exchanged blows that would destroy buildings, the smile on Crumb-Crutch's face grew wider. Good. Very good. Crumb-Crutch shouted excitedly. Show me more. Then, Crumb-Crutch flexed his aura even harder, and along with that, his speed increased dramatically. An instant later, he was behind James with his foot raised to deliver an axe kick. Shit. James exclaimed as he was able to turn and raise his guard just in time. Bang. Boom. Like Crumb-Crutch, James was slammed into the sand below. However, he immediately shot back into the sky while rubbing his sore forearms. Alright, let's kick it up a notch, then. James said as he placed his hand on Sixth Sense's hilt. Chapter 222, James vs. Crumb-Crutch 2. Human world, South China Sea, uninhabited island. Dropping down into an Iato stance, James tightened his grip around Sixth Sense's hilt. In the next instant, he disappeared from where he stood and reappeared in front of Crumb-Crutch. However, unlike his usual sword drawing, this time, he flooded the blade with his dragon aura. Inferno Dragon's Sweeping Claw. James said quietly as he drew his sword at a speed that even he would struggle to follow with his naked eye. After James finished his sword swing, an orange line appeared that led from Sixth Sense's blade back to the former position of the sheath. Unfortunately, Crumb was able to tilt his head just far enough that only the first few layers of skin on his throat were cut. This of course still resulted in a trickle of blood dripping from the incision. Ahahaha. Crumb laughed as he rubbed the spot where he was just cut. You're much faster than I expected, I could barely see that. If what he said is true, his instincts are on a scary level. Drake said in an even tone. Yeah, but I'm just getting started. James replied. Inferno Dragon's roar. Taking a quick, yet deep breath, James filled his lungs with Drake's flames. Then, from point blank, he exhaled all the flames he created. Not having enough time to dodge, Crumb could only raise his arms in a defensive position. Due to the force behind the breath attack, Crumb was sent flying backward. However, when the flames died down, Crumb floated in the sky, unharmed. More. Show me more, Red Dragon Emperor. Crumb shouted as he charged forward. Deciding that responding was unnecessary, James also charged forward. With Drake's flames coating his sword, James executed his sword play at a level that he had never reached before. On the other hand, Crumb was able to either dodge or use the backs of his hands to deflect the blade by pushing against the flat of the blade. Noting that using just one sword was not enough, James drew Carnage in a reverse grip. Although he caught Crumb off guard, he was only able to leave a flesh wound that left a long cut across Crumb's torso. Inferno Dragon's spiraling fang. James said, coating both swords in flames. Then, with Carnage still held in a reverse grip, James spun once at high speed. Due to his high speed, he was able to strike Crumb twice more. With Sixth Sense streaking across his abdomen and Carnage cutting across his chest. However, before he could get his footing, James was kicked away. Human world, Japan, Kuo. On the rooftop of the mansion, the residents of the Alaverus estate were watching the battle with rapt attention. After James was kicked away, and there was an apparent lull in the action, they collectively released the breaths they were unknowingly holding in. And I said he would be more of a fist fighter after learning Dragon Slayer magic. Irene said with a defeated smile. Haha. Don't worry about it. Leona said while patting Irene on the shoulder. James has been overturning everyone's expectations since he was 6. What do you mean? Evangeline asked, her gaze full of curiosity. Hearing Leona's statement, everyone, except for Rias and Sona, looked over in interest. On the other hand, Rias and Sona were looking at Leona with panic. Then, they turned to each other and huddled together. She wouldn't tell them, right? Rias asked in a whisper. I doubt it. Sona replied. Though her expression made her true thoughts on the matter quite clear. Then, both Rias and Sona turned their attention back to Leona. And to their relief, Leona told everyone the watered-down version of James falling into a coma when he was 6. Basically, the same story she told Yusaka when they drank together in Kyoto for the first time. Naturally, no one could believe that James was a quiet and soft-spoken little boy until he lapsed into that coma. I think I would have preferred it if Senpai had stayed like that. Issei said while scratching the back of his head. Then, he probably wouldn't beat me up so much. Just a thought. Akino said in response to Issei's statement. But maybe if you didn't deserve it, he wouldn't beat you up so much, either. But if he had stayed like that, Rias would have walked all over him. Sona pointed out. And she'd probably be a lot more spoiled and even more lazy if he hadn't changed. They're starting to fight again. Flora pointed out before Rias could respond to Sona's jab. Just like that, everyone turned their attention back to the scrying spell. Human world, South China Sea, uninhabited island. A few moments ago, while Leona was telling the story of James' coma, James and Crumb also engaged in a short conversation. Damn, this guy is a beast. James said while floating opposite Crumb. I don't know why you expected you beat him without using the Tyrant Dragon Domination Drive. Drake replied. Yeah, I know. James replied. I'm not used to fighting people that can match me, so I'm still working on this arrogance thing. I'll admit it, you're better than the White Dragon Emperor. Crumb said, his manic smile fading slightly. But if this is all you have then I'll be sorely disappointed. Yeah, sorry about that. James replied. I've gotten used to steamrolling my opponents lately, so I didn't start off taking this seriously. I'll show you what I really can do, now. Hearing that, Crumb's eyebrows rose. Then, his eyes opened wide when he felt James' aura begin to spike. I, who is about to awaken, am the Red Dragon Emperor who walks the true path of domination. Subjugating the infinite and breaking the dreams of those who would dare to stand on my path. I will embody all that defines a Dragon Emperor. And I will lead you on the path of conquest, while glowing with the light of victory. Tyrant Dragon Domination Drive. Like the last time he used it, James' Shihakusho inverted its color scheme and a sleeveless white haori draped itself over James' shoulders. Then, before Crumb-Crutch could react, James appeared in front of him and slashed Sixth Sense upward, forcing Crumb-Crutch to block his slash with his left arm. However, unlike every other time that Crumb-Crutch blocked, a deep gash was left on his left arm. Noticing that, James decided to turn it up another notch. Dragon Slayer Secret Art, Claws and Fangs of the Inferno Dragon. James said quietly. A moment later, both of James' swords as well as his arms and legs, up to his elbows and knees, were covered in DxD's flames. Then, James unleashed a flurry of slashes, elbow strikes, knee strikes, and kicks at his opponent. And with every attack, James mixed in, boosts, and penetrates. Then, as James was about to finish his barrage, he spoke once again. Scatter, Senbon Sakura. James said softly as carnage began to break down after it carved a large wound on Crumb-Crutch's chest. But James had yet to finish. Dragon Slayer Secret Art, the dragon slumbers under the fallen cherry blossom petals. At that moment, the petal blades produced by Senbon Sakura were about to make contact with Crumb-Crutch, who had taken a defensive stance, with his arms shape-shifted into dragon claws, and wrapped his large black wings around himself. However, just before they made contact, they burst into high-intensity flames and DxD's voice rang out from the boosted gear. Boost, X15. Transfer. Penetrate. With the petal blades attacking from all directions, Crumb-Crutch was unable to evade. And this was a welcome sight for James. Even though James was able to land most of the attacks during his barrage, all of the ones that were modified with the penetrate attribute were somehow dodged by Crumb-Crutch. After several more seconds, Crumb-Crutch fell from the sky as he was constantly being burned by the flames that covered the blades. Boom. Pant, even though I can manage it, I still need to find a way to bring down the consumption in this state. James said as he slowly caught his breath. I agree. DxD replied. I'm not sure how, though. Neither am I, but I'm sure I'll figure it out eventually. James said with a smile. As James and DxD spoke, James lowered himself to the ground. And just as he landed, Crumb-Crutch could be seen walking out of the cloud of sand he created when he hit the ground again. Ha ha ha. That's what I was looking for. Crumb-Crutch said in an elated tone. A fight that can get my blood boiling. There are even wounds that are not healing. Huh. James exclaimed in confusion. When did I get that ability? It's probably Sixth Sense's ability. DxD said. Did you forget that both Scathatch and Cu Chulin's weapons have the same ability? Actually, I did. James replied with a wry smile. I've never had that issue when we sparred, so I forgot about it. Come, let's continue. Crumb-Crutch said as his body began to enlarge. Be careful, he's taking his true form. DxD said in a solemn tone. However, before James could reply, a teleportation magic circle appeared next to Crumb-Crutch. From it, a silver-haired, red-eyed, handsome man who appeared to be in his early 20s with his hair tied in a braid appeared. Master Crumb-Crutch, Lord Ryzavim requests that you return. The silver-haired man said in a calm tone. You would interrupt my fun. Crumb-Crutch asked in an irritated tone. However, he stopped his transformation into his dragon form. Fine, but if this were to happen again, I would show you why I am known as the strongest of the evil dragons. Understood. The silver-haired man said with a slight bow. Deciding that the silver-haired man was no longer worth his time, Crumb-Crutch turned his attention back to James. We will continue this later. Crumb-Crutch said in a confident tone. And when we do, we will determine a victor. I'm sorry to say that you would have lost even if you had taken your true form. James replied. On top of that, I need to put you down for interrupting my date. Lucky for you, capturing this guy is more important than killing you, at the moment. Know your place, half-breed. Ugh. The silver-haired man began to shout as he was getting irritated that Ryzavim's orders were not being carried out immediately. However, he was interrupted by a backhand from James. Shut the fuck up. James said as his hand made contact with the silver-haired man's face. I'm so fucking sick of all you old devils and the half-breed bullshit you like to spew. At least come up with something new. Fuck. With James' outburst, both DxD and Crumb-Crutch were left speechless. The speed James moved at while angered was staggering. Even Crumb-Crutch, who was only a little more than 3 feet, approximate 1 m, from the silver-haired man could not react. Partner, you didn't kill him, did you? DxD asked in a slightly nervous tone. That's Euclid Lucifuge, right? That Graphia woman's brother, right? Because of DxD's reminder, James snapped out of his enraged state. Then, he flash-stepped next to Euclid, who was sprawled out on the sand and unconscious. On top of that, his neck was bent in a strange way. Oh, shit. James said in panic. Then, he quickly began to use his healing keto. Meanwhile, Crumb stood there, completely confused. He could understand why James attacked. On top of Euclid being an enemy, he insulted the young man's heritage. He could even understand that he attacked with the intent to kill. What he could not understand, however, was why he was trying to heal the near-dead foe so frantically. Human world, Japan, Kuo. He's got such a potty mouth. Leona said while shaking her head. I should clean his mouth out with soap. When Leona finished speaking, everyone looked at her with an expression that shouted, seriously. But when they considered that it was Leona who said it, they decided that trying to peer into the chaos that is Leona's mind was not worth the mental trauma. Why are you all looking at me like I'm crazy? Leona asked while tilting her head cutely. More importantly, Asia, I think you should prepare to heal that man when James arrives with him. Scat Hatch said calmly. Rias, Sona, I think it would be a good idea for you to contact the higher-ups of the Devils and inform them that James has captured Euclid Lucifuge. Yes. Rias, Sona, and Asia replied in unison. Then, Rias and Sona rushed to create communication magic circles so that they could report what they had seen. Meanwhile, Asia simply waited for James to arrive. Human world, South China Sea, uninhabited island. Phew. James exhaled a sigh of relief. Now, at least he won't die. You really need to pay attention to keeping your anger in check. Drake said as James stood up. I know, I don't want to be known as the Red Dragon Emperor with anger management issues. James replied with a shrug and a smile. Then, he turned his attention to Crumb, who watched him in silence the entire time. Anyway, since your boss, or whatever, is calling for you, you should go. Meanwhile, I'll be taking this jackass with me. Oh, and tell that rise of him guy that I'll be coming to find him at some point. Not really caring about Euclid's well-being, Crumb also shrugged his shoulders. Then, with his wings extended, he shot off into the sky and toward the horizon. Anyway, let's go back. James said. I wonder what Graphia will do when she sees her little brother who was declared dead centuries ago. And with that, James created a teleportation circle beneath himself and the unconscious Euclid. Then, a moment later, they both vanished. Chapter 223, Another Syscon. Seriously. Human world, Japan, Kuo. Not long after teleporting away from the uninhabited island, James appeared in the living room of the mansion. When he did, Scat Hatch sensed him immediately. As she was connected to the barrier covering the area, she was able to allow or deny entry to anyone trying to enter. On top of that, she could feel the energy signature of each visitor. Therefore, she quickly made her way down to the living room with Asia in tow. It would seem you were having fun, my disciple. Scat Hatch said as she made her way into the living room. Yeah, it wasn't bad. James replied with a smile. If it weren't for this guy interrupting us, I would have used Senbin Sakura Kageyoshi, and the fight would have ended in the next few minutes at most. Indeed. Scat Hatch replied with a nod. At the same time, while James and Scat Hatch were talking, Asia began to heal Euclid. Even though James had stabilized his condition, he would still die shortly if he did not receive proper treatment. And due to Asia's sacred gear, Twilight Healing, Euclid's treatment was going smoothly. Unfortunately, due to her low strength, the rate of healing was quite slow. Oh, yeah. Before I forget. James said as he spread his arms to each side. Clap. Bakudo number 99, Kin. James said as he brought his palms together and his fingers intertwined into a hand seal. Can't have this guy going on a rampage after he is healed. As James spoke, his demonic energy formed threads that weaved itself into long cloths. Then, these clothes wrapped themselves around Euclid's arms and pinned them to his back. Finally, a metal stake was created and sealed the clothes in place. There, that should hold him until someone comes to pick him up, at least. James said, wiping a bead of imaginary sweat from his brow. You certainly love your theatrics, do you not? Scat Hatch asked with a small smile on her beautiful face. What can I say? James asked with a shrug and a smile of his own. Things like that keep life interesting. Oh yeah, because fighting beings that can destroy cities with ease isn't interesting enough. Sona said, rolling her eyes as she entered the living room. Hey, Sona, how you doin'? James asked as he approached his fiancée. Wrapping her arms around James' neck when he was close enough, Sona pulled herself up and planted a kiss on James' lips. Seeing the display of affection, Scat Hatch smiled while Asia turned beet red. In order to hide her blush, Asia turned away and continued to focus on healing Euclid. You've become so strong. Sona said. Euclid is one of the strongest devils alive. And you slapped him away like a fly or a gnat. Ha ha. James laughed awkwardly. I kinda lost my cool for a moment there. I almost killed him by accident. But you're only like that with enemies, so it's fine. Rhea said as she also entered the living room. As soon as she did, she rushed over to James and Sona, and leapt onto James' back. Even so, watching you fight was really cool. And hot. Rhea whispered the last part of the sentence into James' ear. On top of that, she punctuated it by blowing into his ear gently. Naturally, this got a rise out of James that Sona could feel as she was pressed against the front of his body. However, at that moment, the rest of the group made their way into the living room. Seeing that, Rhea and Sona made eye contact for a brief moment, then they nodded at each other with a smile. Rhea, Sona, you're both already here. Leona said as she led the rest of the group into the living room. Then, when she saw the girls sandwiching her son, she smiled brightly with mischief swirling in her eyes. Oh, did we interrupt something? However, before anyone could respond to Leona's mischief, Ophis walked from among the group of new arrivals and approached James. Then, when she was standing close, she looked up at him and spoke. James, I'm hungry. Ophis said in her usual monotone voice. Make me steak. Smiling wryly, James separated himself from Rhea and Sona. Then, he extended his hand and patted Ophis' head, which caused the infinite dragon god to narrow her eyes in pleasure. Wait for a while, okay? James said with a smile. Once all the business is taken care of, I'll cook some for you. Ahem. 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 The rest of the group began to clear their throats as they looked at James with pleading expressions. Seeing this, James could only sigh. It's a good thing I decided to stock up again after the party last week. James thought to himself as he looked at the hungry gazes. At that moment, a teleportation magic circle appeared in the corner of the room. When it vanished, 4 people, Surzex, Ajuka, Seraphal, and Graphia, appeared in its place. Oh yeah, I talked to Big Brother, and he said that he would come over as soon as he could. Rhea said, lightly knocking herself on the head and sticking her tongue out after she finished speaking. Though Sona had also forgotten to relay the message, she could only marvel at Rhea's shamelessness. What point was there reporting that they would be here soon after the fact? Really, more boobs than sense. Sona muttered to herself quietly. What was that? Rhea asked as she glared at Sona. If the shoe fits. Sona replied, not backing down. Deciding that there was no merit in interrupting the best friend's argument, the Satans and Graphia approached James. James, can you give a report on the situation? Surzex asked with a conflicted expression. Damn it, has he already surpassed me? Surzex thought to himself as he looked at James. No, that's impossible. I'm the strongest devil in history, and that's how it will stay. Not paying attention to the slight hostility he could feel from Surzex, James reported what happened in detail. First, how he felt a massive aura approaching the town while he was finishing up his date with Shuna. Then, how he found out that the intruder was Krumkrutch. Then, how he took Krumkrutch to the uninhabited island the battle with Loki took place on. And finally, how when he had the upper hand in the battle, how Euclid showed up and asked Krumkrutch to return to Rizavim's base. So, Rizavim has managed to bring together some of the strongest evil dragons throughout history. Ajuka said with a slight frown. Just what is that lunatic up to? The same thing he's always up to. Seraphal said with a slight frown on her face. He just wants to be bad for the sake of it. What Ajuka means is what does he want to do with all that firepower? Surzex said. It's definitely not to just cause chaos. He's plenty strong enough to do that on his own. And with his means, it would be quite difficult to catch him while he does so. While the 3 Satans tried to figure out what it was that Rizavim wanted to accomplish, Graphia stared at the unconscious form of her little brother that Asia was working hard to heal. Eventually, just as Asia ran out of energy to power her sacred gear, Euclid's eyelids began to flutter. Then, he slowly opened his eyes. Finding himself in an unknown place, the first thing he did was scan his surroundings. Then, when he laid his eyes on 3 of the 4 great Satans, he frowned and began leaking hatred and killing intent. As the one closest to Euclid, Asia was the most affected by Euclid's sudden burst of killing intent as she began to stagger and feel faint. Noticing this, James, Flash stepped next to her and picked her up. Then, he, Flash stepped next to Issei and handed the girl to him. "Ise, take care of her," James said, before returning to his spot near the Satans. However, when Euclid's sights landed on Graphia, who was also standing nearby, his expression changed. Instead of the hatred that would be expected when looking at a traitor to their clan, Euclid's eyes were filled with lust and possessiveness. Of course, when Graphia saw those dark emotions swirling in her younger brother's eyes, she was taken aback. Not once, in the time they lived together in the Lucifuge territory, had she seen her brother look at her like that. Having also seen the way that Euclid looked at Graphia, Surzex could now understand why Euclid looked at him with such hatred the few times they crossed paths on the battlefields of the Devil Civil War. Naturally, Ajuka, Seraphal, James, and Scathatch, who were the closest to Euclid, also saw the way he looked at Graphia. Why the fuck are there so fucking many high-level bro and syscons among the devils? James asked himself loudly in his head. Then, he stopped to think for an instant. No, now that I think about it, there are only syscons at that level among the devils. Seriously, what the fuck? What did Rizavim do to you? Graphia asked with a frown. The way her brother was looking at her made her feel quite uncomfortable. How did you end up like this? Oh, this isn't because of Rizavim. Surzex thought to himself. Then, he shook his head as he continued his thought. He's always been like this. To think someone could be that enamored with their own sister. Ha 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 ha. Euclid began laughing uproariously when he heard Graphia's question. What do you mean by, what did Rizavim do? You should have been mine from the start. Instead, you were fooled by that fake over there. Yup, saw that coming from a mile away. Most of the people in the room thought to themselves simultaneously. Because of that fake over there, you betrayed the clan and Lord Lucifer. Euclid shouted, beginning to go into a frenzy. And for that, he deserves nothing but the most painful of deaths. Hearing that, Graphia could only look at Euclid in disbelief. In the past, he had never shown any signs of this. And because of that, she did not know what to think. Euclid. Surzex said, stepping forward in order to take Euclid's attention off of Graphia. Do not say my name so familiarly, you impostor. Euclid shouted, hatred filling his tone. Now that you are in our custody, will you tell us where Rizavim is, or will you make us take forceful measures? Surzex continued, ignoring all of Euclid's shouting. Go fuck yourself. Euclid shouted once again. You won't fool me into betraying Master Rizavim like you did my sister. The hard way it is. Surzex said with a shrug. Ajuka, do you have any ideas? Well. Ajuka said as he began to think. I do have some experimental truth serums that I have yet to finish testing that may or may not get the job done. Crazy mad scientist. Seraphal muttered after hearing Ajuka's idea. Is it safe? Graphia asked. I'd rather that he didn't die. He is my brother, after all. Ha ha ha. Euclid began to laugh. I knew his brainwashing wouldn't last forever. We were meant for each other. Now, come back with me. We can kill all those fake Satans and that damned half-breed on our way back to where we belong. Getting bitch slapped into last month once wasn't enough, huh? James said as he began to crack his knuckles, a vein began to bulge on his forehead, and his killing intent crashed down on Euclid. Calm down, partner. Drake shouted in James' head. He's still not fully healed, remember. You might actually kill him this time. You know, I'm surprised it took James so long to snap. Leona said with a thoughtful expression. If it had been me, I would have started breaking necks and cracking heads a long time ago. Feeling the anger rolling off of James, Graphia approached him and lowered her head. James, please don't kill him. Graphia pleaded. He's the only family I have left, even if he is misguided. Seeing Graphia's expression, James' expression softened. Sigh fine. James said after exhaling a sigh. But I suggest you put a muzzle on this bitch. Otherwise I may end up putting this rabid dog down on instinct. As James finished speaking, he walked away and left the living room. He knew that if he stayed, there was a good chance that he would lose it and kill Euclid for all the half-breed nonsense. Meanwhile, as James walked away, Graphia watched him leave with gratitude in her eyes. She knew that if James was truly bent on killing Euclid, with his speed, no one present could stop him. On the other hand, seeing the gaze Graphia directed at James, Surzek's pride was hit once again. He already has my sister. Surzek thought to himself angrily as he stared a hole in James' retreating back. Does he want to take my wife from me, too? Noticing that Surzek was about to go into one of his pride-induced episodes, Ajuka decided now was a good time to speak up. Surzek, we should go. Ajuka said, placing a hand on Surzek's shoulder. We need to interrogate Euclid. Then, maybe we'll be able to find Rizavim. Seraphal, you should stay here and see if there are any details that we missed. Okie dokie. Seraphal said cheerfully. Then, she rushed off and followed James. Jaquin, wait for me. I have more questions, Kay. Seeing Seraphal run off, Surzek took a deep breath to calm himself down. You're right, let's go. Surzek said. Then, after gathering Euclid, Surzek, Ajuka, and Graphia returned to the underworld via Graphia's teleportation circle. Chapter 224, Good News. Underworld, Satan Territory, Capital City, Lilith. What do we do about Euclid? Surzek asked in a tired tone as he tapped a finger on the table in the Satan's meeting room. After several days of high-intensity interrogation, we've gotten nothing about Rizavim or his plans. Didn't Ajuka-chan say that he had something to help with that? Seraphal asked while tilting her head cutely. It turns out that my truth serum is not strong enough to work on a minor god-ranked being. Ajuka replied calmly. And it will take quite some time to get the formula correct for a stronger version. And with the other research I have going on, it isn't exactly on the top of my list of priorities. I see. Seraphol said, tilting her head in the other direction. Anyway, what do you all think our next move should be? Surzex asked. I'm not sure. Ajuka replied. With no information, we can't make a plan of attack against Rizavim. On top of that, we have no idea what he's even planning. I know. Surzex said, clenching his fist in frustration. On another note. Seraphol said excitedly. This weekend, Sotan will begin building her raiding game school on the outskirts of the capital. It's that time already, huh? Surzex asked with a gentle smile on his face. Congratulations, Sarah. I'm sure you're feeling quite proud. That's right. Seraphol said, keeping her excited tone. Sotan is so amazing. But it's thanks to Jaquin that Sotan didn't face any real obstacles from those old corrupt councilmen. At the mention of James, Surzex gritted his teeth. Even though James had done much for the underworld, not to mention helped his sister grow stronger much faster than she would have, the young devil's presence and ambition of becoming the strongest made him quite uncomfortable. Speaking of Jaquin, how are we going to reward him for bringing in the criminal, Euclid Lucifuge? Seraphol asked, her excited expression morphing into one of seriousness. What do you mean? Surzex asked, breaking out of his own thoughts with a frown on his face. Why should he receive a reward? Helping society should be honor enough. If we reward him for it, we'll have to announce it to the public. Surzex thought to himself. And if we do that, the citizens will adore him even more than they do now. I won't allow that. Like they had been more and more in recent months, Surzek's thoughts had moved in the direction of suppressing James' influence. Though he had not gone as far as wishing to suppress James' growth and strength, not that he could if he wanted to, he was terrified at the thought that James would take his place in the hearts of the population at large. Understanding what Surzek was thinking, even Ajuka was beginning to get fed up with his best friend's pride. So, he took it on himself to speak on the matter. Surzek, are you suggesting that we not reward a promising young devil for his merits? Ajuka asked with his eyes narrowed. If we were to do that, no one would be willing to. I know what you're going to say, Ajuka. Surzek cut him off while waving dismissively. But, as an ultimate class devil, what more could we reward him with? Ajuka knew what Surzek said was nothing more than to cover up his pride and maintain his outward appearance as a good ruler. However, Ajuka also could not argue with the logic. As an ultimate class devil, there was not much that James could not obtain for himself. There is, actually, something we could grant him. Jan Falbium said in an exhausted tone. Why do you seem so tired? Seraphol asked curiously. With the Alliance, who do you even have to defend the borders against? There's always a chance that someone could attack. Falbium replied shamelessly. Staying on guard constantly will keep the devils in the underworld safe. At Falbium's declaration, the other three great Satans rolled their eyes. We all know it's because you're lazy and that you're hooked on Super Smash Bros., they all thought simultaneously. You don't have to put on an act for us. More importantly, what ideas do you have, Falbium? Ajuka asked, trying to move the conversation back on topic. Well, it's quite simple. Falbium responded. Though I don't blame any of you for not thinking of it. Stop beating around the bush, Falbium. Surzek said with a slight frown. Just tell us. He's an ultimate class devil, but he doesn't have territory of his own. Falbium replied, finally ending the suspense he had built. But his family already has territory of their own. Surzek countered. Do you mean that estate in Gremory territory? Falbium asked with a bit of disappointment in his tone. As an ultimate class devil, his rank is now higher than that of the Gremory house. Or have you forgotten? At that, metaphorical light bulbs lit up over Surzek's, Ajuka, and Seraphol's heads. However, in the next instant, Surzek's expression darkened. Clap. Then it settled. Seraphol shouted excitedly. That's the perfect reward. Technically, it's a terrible reward. Ajuka said while shaking his head slowly. As an ultimate class devil, who isn't part of another's peerage, James should have received his own territory to build his own clan when he was promoted to high class. Seraphol opened her eyes widely at Ajuka's words. Not only her, but even Surzek realized that was the case. Then, why did he not receive his territory back then? Surzek questioned with a frown. Though he had a guess as to the answer. Because the council kept putting it off, citing that there were more important issues to deal with. Ajuka replied. Once again, technically they were right. We had put all our attention to choosing candidates for training under Scathatch. Eventually, it slipped to the back of our minds. Surzek and Seraphol both lowered their heads. For Seraphol, she was ashamed that she did not remember something so important. Surzex, on the other hand, was upset that he had been played by the council and had not noticed it. As for James not getting what he deserved, it did not bother him all that much. What makes that even worse? Falbium said with his eyes half closed, as if he were fending off sleep with all his might. Is that James is the one that secured us that deal with Scathatch in the first place. We blew him off for something that he had obtained for us. While the silence in the room grew heavier, Graphia, who was acting as secretary to the four great Satans as she had done for centuries, noticed the look in Surzek's eyes. He's not upset that James had been wronged, he's upset that the council pulled one over on him back then. Graphia thought to herself in disappointment. What happened to being the ruler who cared most for his people? Human world, Japan, Kuo. The day after the four great Satans met, Sona received the news that the establishment of her rating game school had finally been confirmed. Naturally, when she did, she ran straight towards James. Getting in the elevator and pressing the button for the training room's floor, Sona's excitement grew as the seconds passed. James! Sona shouted uncharacteristically. As she exited the elevator and sprinted towards James. Hearing Sona's shout, James distanced himself from Siyu Chulin, who he was sparring with, and turned his head in Sona's direction. When he did, he saw Sona, in midair, flying toward him. On reflex, he opened his arms and caught her while Sona wrapped her arms and legs around him excitedly. What's got you so happy, Sona? James asked with a smile. Instead of answering directly, Sona pulled him close and planted a passionate kiss, causing Siyu Chulin to scratch the side of his head and awkwardly look away. You guys aren't gonna start banging right here, are you? Siyu Chulin asked. Hearing that, Sona broke the kiss immediately. Then, she buried her head into James' neck while she turned red up to the tip of her ears. Meanwhile, James glared at Siyu Chulin while the look in his eyes promised pain in their next spar. Damn it. Siyu Chulin thought to himself. Why do I always open my damn mouth? James is gonna beat the shit out of me. Meanwhile at the Haida residence, Issei was sitting in his bedroom. Beside him were Asia and Irina, helping with the homework in the subjects that he was struggling in. ISE, you're Japanese, right? Irina asked with a mischievous smile on her face. Then, how is it that Asia-chan has better grades in Japanese than you do? However, instead of answering Irina's question, Issei stiffened. Then, he began to shudder violently. Issei, what's wrong? Asia asked after noticing Issei's state. I just got the feeling that Senpai was pissed and wanted to beat someone up. Issei said while taking shallow breaths. Are you serious? Irina asked in confusion. Did you do something? You did, didn't you? No, not since he slapped me into the pool a couple of weekends ago. Issei replied. I don't think this one is aimed at me, actually. But my body just reacted instinctively. Asia and Irina could only look at Issei with pity in their gazes. They both wondered if all the beatings had knocked something loose in his brain. In fact, Asia's hand even began to light up with a green glow as her vision shifted continuously between her hand and Issei's head, wondering if her twilight healing could heal mental damage. Oh well, whatever, Issei exclaimed with a smile. There's nothing I can do about it, other than feeling sorry for the poor bastard that pissed Senpai off this time. Back at the Alaverus estate, James had finally decided to stop glaring at Siyu Chulin, who had sweated more due to James' stare than he had throughout their entire spar. Then, James turned his attention back to the embarrassed Sona. Anyway, Sona, I'm guessing you just heard some good news. James said with a smile. So, what's got you so excited? Hearing that, Sona looked up from James' shoulder, with her face still red. However, her eyes had lit up again with excitement. Yes, I did, indeed, receive some good news. Sona said, the excitement returning to her tone. The council has finally given me permission to open my rating game school. Hearing that, not only James, but even Siyu Chulin smiled. Both were happy for Sona, knowing that her biggest dream was to open a school that would teach devils of all social classes about the rating games. They also knew that was Sona's way of helping the entire population of devils grow stronger. Congratulations, Sona. James said happily as he tightened his hug. That means I can contact all the guest lecturers who agreed to teach a few classes once the school opened. Oh, who did you get? James asked in curiosity. Well, the first person I got to agree was Serorg. In terms of building physical strength, no one in the underworld compares. James and Siyu Chulin could not agree more with that statement. They knew that Serorg had recently broken through into the advanced level of the ultimate rank, recently. And unlike other devils who relied on their demonic energy growing to advance through the levels and ranks, Serorg had grown almost entirely due to his physique. After mentioned Serorg, Sona continued to list off people she had gotten to agree to teach at her school occasionally. To James and Cu Chillin's surprise, she had even managed to get a promise from the current champion of the rating games, DxD. However, before she got to the last one, Sona separated from James' embrace. "That's right, I need to go talk to Rosweiss," Sona said as she began walking toward the elevator. "I need to go tell her that her grandmother will be coming soon." "Rose's grandmother?" James asked curiously. "That's right," Sona replied without turning around. The former captain of the Valkyries and the greatest rune magician among them, Gondel. Chapter 225, Rosweiss Dilemma. Human World, Japan, Kuo. Not long after Sona left the underground training room, she arrived in front of Rosweiss' bedroom door. "Knock, knock." "Just a moment, please," Rosweiss said in response to the knocking. A few moments later, the door was opened, and Rosweiss found Sona standing there. Seeing the excitement in her, King's, eyes, it did not take much for Rosweiss to realize that Sona was in a good mood. "Lady Sona, to what do I owe the pleasure?" Rosweiss asked in a polite tone. Rosweiss, how many times do I have to tell you that it's okay to drop the formalities?" Sona asked in an exasperated tone before shaking her head. "Never mind that, do you have a moment?" "Of course," Rosweiss said, opening the door wide and gesturing for Sona to enter. "Please, come in." Nodding in response, Sona entered the room. Then, Rosweiss closed the door behind her and led Sona to the chair at her desk. "Please, have a seat," Rosweiss said, offering Sona the chair. "Thank you," Sona said, not wasting her, Rook's, good intentions. After taking a seat, Sona scanned the bedroom for a moment. Though this was not the first time she had entered Rosweiss' room, she was always amazed at how practical it seemed. There were no extravagances present in the room. Another thing she took note of was that everything looked like it came from a 100-yen shop. "Every time I come in here, I think that I'm not paying her enough," Sona thought to herself as she looked at how plain Rosweiss' room was. "So, is there anything I can do for you, Lady Sona?" Rosweiss asked curiously, snapping Sona out of her thoughts. "No, not really," Sona replied with a gentle shake of her head. "Actually, I came to inform you that the rating game school has finally been approved. Also, I wanted to know if you're still interested in teaching magic there." "That's wonderful news," Rosweiss replied with a smile. "Congratulations, Lady Sona." "And yes, I'm still interested." "Thank you," Sona said with a smile. "And I'm glad to hear it. In that case, I have a surprise for you." Hearing that Sona had a surprise for her, Rosweiss tilted her head in confusion. "Your grandmother, Gondel, will be a special guest lecturer for runic magic from time to time. And she'll be there this weekend for the open house." "What?" Rosweiss shrieked in surprise. "Granny's comin' this weekend." Shocked by Rosweiss' extreme reaction, Sona was even further baffled when Rosweiss dropped her proper speech and began speaking in some sort of dialect that she had never heard before. However, Rosweiss, in her panic, did not notice Sona's reaction. "Oh no, oh no, oh no, oh no, oh no," Rosweiss exclaimed in her head. "Last time I talked to Granny, I told her that I had a boyfriend who I was considering for marriage, so she'd stop asking me about it. That was only 3 days ago. If she shows up this weekend, she's going to want to meet him. What do I do? What do I do?" As she continued to think about her lie, Rosweiss clutched at her beautiful silver hair and paced around the room. Meanwhile, Sona could only stare at her with confusion written all over her face. Does she not get along with her grandmother? Sona thought to herself as she watched the former Valkyrie panic. However, when Rosweiss stopped and stood up straight with an expression of fierce determination on her face after a few moments, Sona was even more confused. "Thank you for letting me know, Lady Sona," Rosweiss said after turning towards Sona and bowing. "I have a great many preparations to make before Granny arrives. So, if you'll excuse me." Like that, Rosweiss rushed out of the room without giving Sona a chance to react. Sona, left sitting in Rosweiss' room, had her confusion reach heights that they had never experienced before. Sure, if you need anything, just let me know," Sona muttered to herself with the depths of her confusion on full display. Meanwhile, Rosweiss had already made it into the elevator. Without hesitation, she smashed her finger into the button corresponding to the underground training room. Then, after a few moments, the elevator arrived. "James!" Rosweiss shouted as she rushed out of the elevator towards James, who was once again sparring with Cu Chillin. Separating from Cu Chillin, James turned. When he did, he saw Rosweiss, already midair, flying toward himself. "I'm getting a serious case of déjà vu," James thought to himself as he opened his arms and caught Rosweiss. "Rose, what's got you so excited?" James asked with a smile. "Seriously, the déjà vu is strong. James thought to himself while chuckling inwardly. James, I need your help. Ross Weiss shouted with a blush on her face. I really need your help. Okay, now this is different. James thought as his expression turned more serious. Calm down, Rose. James said in a soothing tone. Take a deep breath, then you can tell me what you need my help with. Just as James said, Ross Weiss began taking deep breaths to calm herself down. Meanwhile, Siyu Chilin was standing off to the side using a training spear to prop himself up. I don't know what's going on with her. Siyu Chilin thought while trying to regulate his breathing. And it sounds pretty serious. But I'm glad it happened. I think James was really trying to beat me to death. Eventually, Ross Weiss calmed down enough to tell James what happened. And when he and Siyu Chilin heard the explanation, they could only stare at Ross Weiss in surprise. Embarrassed by the two boys' stares, Ross Weiss' face reddened. On top of that, now that she was calm, her face reddened even more after she remembered how she leapt into James' arms. What did I just do? Ross Weiss asked herself. How could I act like that just because I was flustered? What if James thinks I'm a fast woman? Will he not like me? But then again, we are on a first-name basis, not to mention, he calls me by my nickname. Not that I'm sure why he does that. Once again, Ross Weiss began to drift off into her thoughts. However, before she could get lost in them, James brought her back to reality. I understand the situation. James replied with a wry smile. But what do you want me to do? Pretend to be this boyfriend you told your grandma about. Hearing James' questions, Ross Weiss' face flushed even more than it already was, a feat James did not think was possible. Then, in a voice so small that James, a peak minor god-ranked being, had to strain his ears to hear, Ross Weiss replied while lowering her head. Yes. Meanwhile, seeing how red Ross Weiss was and the way that she lowered her head in embarrassment, Siyu Chilin could guess how she answered James' questions. What the hell, how does this bastard always have girls throwing themselves at him? Siyu Chilin asked himself internally, unable to utter a word because he was still trying to catch his breath. Why doesn't any of that luck with women come my way? What Siyu Chilin did not know, however, was that he just received the luck of a lifetime. Because of his shortness of breath and the inability to speak, Sona and Tsubaki, who had just come off the elevator looking for Ross Weiss because Sona was worried about the state she was in, did not hear the statement he would have undoubtedly said aloud. Ross Weiss, is everything okay? Sona asked with concern as she approached. Hearing Sona's voice, everyone turned their heads toward the source and saw that Sona and Tsubaki were approaching with worry in their expressions. While James smiled and Ross Weiss lowered her head in embarrassment, Siyu Chilin felt cold sweat dripping down his back. Holy fucking shit. Siyu Chilin exclaimed in absolute terror in his head. If I weren't so exhausted, I would have definitely said that out loud. And if I did, Tsubaki would have heard me and I'd be in a world of hurt. Does that mean I should thank James for the beating I just received? But why does that sound so wrong? Unaware of Siyu Chilin's internal struggle, Sona and Tsubaki continued to approach James and Ross Weiss. James, what's wrong with Ross Weiss? Sona asked with concern in her tone. In response, James wanted to laugh uproariously. However, he knew that would hurt Ross Weiss. So, instead he could only smile with his upper lip twitching heavily. Seeing that it looked like she would not be getting an answer from James, Sona turned her attention to Ross Weiss, who remained silent with her head lowered and her face as red as Rias and Mio's hair. Meanwhile, Tsubaki took a glance at Siyu Chilin, whose exposed skin was completely covered in bruises. You said something you shouldn't have again, didn't you? Tsubaki asked, which caused Sona to blush and James to begin glaring at Siyu Chilin again. In response, Siyu Chilin could only smile wryly and apologize with his eyes. What am I gonna do with you? Tsubaki said in an exasperated tone with a loving smile on her face. Seeing that smile, James decided to let Siyu Chilin off for now. At least he's doing something right. James thought to himself after seeing the love that Tsubaki has for Siyu Chilin in her eyes. She deserves to be happy, especially the way she was isolated by the Shinra clan. Lancer, if you fuck things up with her, I'll shove Gi Balg up your ass. At that moment, Siyu Chilin suddenly shivered and clenched his butthole. Then, he began to look around frantically. Tsubaki, who was looking at him, began to show confusion in her expression. She knew how good Siyu Chilin's senses were, so she didn't doubt that he felt something. However, she had no idea how he could feel a sense of danger inside the mansion that was surrounded with Scathacka's defenses. Eventually, with the blush still present on her face, Ross Weiss regained enough composure to tell Sona what was wrong. Hearing Sona's explanation, Sona began to smile wryly. From the way that Ross Weiss began to panic, she thought it was something more serious. At the same time, she could understand why Ross Weiss panicked so much. Especially after the thought of being caught in a lie by her grandmother, who she respected immensely, was racking her with guilt. So, she came to ask for your help, right? Sona asked James, whose wry smile was still on his face. That's right. James replied with a shrug. And I'm guessing she asked you to act as her fake boyfriend, right? Sona asked. Right again. James replied with a nod. Nodding her head at the fact that her assumptions were correct, Sona turned to Ross Weiss. So, why didn't you just ask him to be your boyfriend? Sona asked in confusion. Ah. But I did. Ross Weiss replied in confusion. No, you asked him to be your fake boyfriend. Sona pointed out. With that, Ross Weiss froze completely. She did not know what to say. She knew she liked James, but she was not ready to tell him, yet. I mean, it's obvious to everyone living here, even the new arrivals. Except for you, Sukar-kun, maybe. Sona said. And everyone knows that James is quite fond of you as well. James simply nodded without saying anything. Ross Weiss, on the other hand, felt as if a bomb had gone off in her head. Was I that obvious? What did I do that was so obvious? Ross Weiss asked herself, beginning to analyze her behavior over the months. Wait. James is fond of me, too. How? When? Why didn't I know that? Why didn't he say anything? You're probably wondering why he didn't say anything, right? Sona asked with a smile. Can she read minds? Ross Weiss thought, with a bit of astonishment making its way into her expression. No, I can't read minds. Sona said, answering Ross Weiss' unasked question. But this happened with Shuna, too. In fact, James has never taken the initiative to pursue any of the girls in his harem. He always waits for them to approach him so that he's sure that they're okay with being in a harem. Ross Weiss was dumbfounded. She had been okay with being a part of James' harem ever since she met him during Odin's visit. However, she had only wanted him because he was strong and set for life in terms of finances. However, after living near him for a while, she began to see his other good points, and began to truly like him. Unfortunately, she had been waiting for him to make the first move. Are you serious? Ross Weiss asked, visibly deflating. Pretty much. Sona replied with a nod. All you had to do was tell him you like him, and he would have become much more proactive. Wait, but what about with Cheyenne? Ross Weiss asked, newfound confusion in her eyes. I mean, it's obvious that he's fond of her too. And she stated it in front of everyone that she likes him, right? Then why do you avoid her like the plague, James? James could only smile wryly, with fear swirling in the depths of his eyes. Gulp, because she wants to personally cook dinner for me for our first date. James said while shivering in terror. Chapter 226, The Open House. Underworld, Satan Territory, Capital City, Lilith. The rest of the week passed without incident. James accepted Ross Weiss as part of his harem. Though they had yet to go on their first date. Which makes sense, since Sona's school will be holding its open house today. Actually, not only James and Ross Weiss, but all the members of the 3 peerages were in the underworld to help Sona with the event. Wow, it's only been what? 2 days. Since the school was finally greenlit. James exclaimed as he looked at the brand new school in the distance. They built an entire university-level campus so fast. Why are you so surprised? Flora asked as she wrapped her arms around one of James. Did you forget how fast they redid your house? Oh, I'm quite aware of that. James replied with a smile while poking Flora in her nose. What's surprising is that they completed the whole campus that fast. It makes sense, actually. Tsubaki said while adjusting her glasses. Sona has been drawing blueprints for as long as I can remember. So, it would actually be more surprising if they couldn't use those to get the buildings up so quickly. Hearing that, James glanced at Sona, who was talking to the head of the construction team that worked on the campus. When he saw the serious expression on her face, he could not help but smile. I guess it doesn't matter how fast the school went up. James said with a smile. What's important is that Sona's getting to see her dreams coming true. To that, the others who were standing around James smiled along with him. A few moments later, Sona finished her conversation with the construction team. Then, she made her way over to the rest of the group. Everyone, thanks for coming and offering your assistance today. Sona said with a slight smile on her face. I've already come up with some tasks that I need all of you to take care of. Hopefully, everything will be ready before the open house begins in the afternoon. Receiving a nod from everyone, Sona began to delegate tasks to everyone present. Just like that, the group split up with their tasks in hand. While James was responsible for carving the name of the school and a design that Sona came up with, and he perfected, into the main gates of the school's outer wall, Scathatch handled setting up the defenses around the entire campus with her runes. While James and Scathatch were taking care of their tasks, everyone else was making sure that each room and building was decorated. Moving tables, chairs, carpets, etc., they were all moving with purpose. Is James Senpai carving the gates with his sword? Issei asked while he was positioning a statue on the pedestal in the middle of a fountain in the campus main courtyard. That's what it looks like. Genshiro responded. How good do you have to be with a sword to be cutting that quickly and still making it look that good? If you're gonna move your mouth so much, at least move your hands just as much. Kaneko said while carrying a similarly sized statue to the one Issei and Genshiro were moving together. Yes, ma'am. Issei and Genshiro replied together. Like that, with a lot of hard work and some light bickering here and there, the rest of the morning flew by. Unfortunately, the workload was more than Sona expected. In the 3 or so hours that she thought it would take to get the rest of the work done, only about a quarter of it was finished. James and Scathatch were able to finish their work with no problem, leaving them free to help the others. Kaneko, Issei, Genshiro, and Lu were also able to finish their assigned tasks without issue. The others were not quite as lucky. There were just too many buildings and rooms for them to finish decorating them all. Not to mention, Sona had made a few mistakes in her delegations. For example, Rias, who is lazy, and Cheyenne, who has no talent for anything but swinging her sword, slowed the progress. Even so, there was just too much work for the 30 or so people that made up their group to finish in a few hours. I didn't consider exactly how much work there would be before I gave out the tasks to everyone. Sona said from the headmistress's office. It's your first time handling something like this, Sona. Tsubaki said with a smile. I think you're handling yourself pretty well, all things considered. I know you're right, Tsubaki. Sona replied. I just can't help wanting everything to be perfect right away. While everyone else had been working around the campus, Sona and Tsubaki had been in Sona's office dealing with paperwork and looking over the applications to fill all the positions, from teaching staff to custodial staff, needed to keep the school running smoothly. And seeing just how hard her, King, was working to make her dream a reality, Tsubaki could not help but feel that she made the right decision all those years ago when she accepted the position as Sona's queen. Anyway, I think it's time to stop, for now. Sona said. The guests should start arriving shortly. As Sona finished speaking, she put her pen down and then stretched. Nodding in agreement, Tsubaki also put down her pen and stood from her seat. Then, without wasting time, they both left the office and made their way to the main courtyard. When they arrived, Sona and Tsubaki scanned the courtyard. When they did, they were in awe at how good everything looked. If they were to be honest, though, they knew that they were looking at everything through rose-tinted glasses. Not to say that anything looked bad or out of place, though. Instead, everything looked exactly the way Sona had designed it to look. But knowing that this was part of the dream they had been working for, everything looked even better. Clap. After snapping out of her reverence, Sona shook her head and loaded demonic power into her hands. Then, she clapped her demonic power-charged hands, creating a sound wave that spread to every corner of the campus. All right everyone, come to the main courtyard. Sona said, spreading her voice in the same manner that she spread the sound of her clap. It's getting close to the time for our first guest to arrive. While most of the members of each peerage simply finished what they were working on and made their way toward where Sona was waiting, Ross Weiss froze and began to panic. The first guest is almost here. Ross Weiss asked herself while tugging at her hair. Isn't that Granny? What if she doesn't believe that I'm dating James now? I knew you'd be panicking like this. Considering that she had been standing there alone, Ross Weiss was surprised at the voice that spoke from directly behind her. And when a pair of arms wrapped around her waist and a chin was placed on her shoulder, she froze completely. However, when she saw the caramel skin tone, she relaxed. Not completely, but her panic had subsided quite a bit. James, it's you. Ross Weiss said, exhaling a breath she began to hold when she first heard his voice. I guess I'm much more nervous than I thought, huh? It's okay to be nervous. James replied with a smile. I mean, you are introducing your boyfriend to your family, right? Once again, Ross Weiss froze completely. Until now, she had not considered that she was introducing her boyfriend to her family in the normal sense. Why was I so concerned with Granny thinking that he was a fake? Ross Weiss thought to herself. I mean, it's not fake, so that doesn't matter. But what if she doesn't like James? What will I do then? Will I go against her wishes? Or will I do what she says and break up with James? Although James' skill set did not include mind reading, he felt like he knew exactly what Ross Weiss was thinking. Because of that, he could not help but smile wryly. I'm not sure what you're thinking about. James said, turning Ross Weiss around and looking into her eyes. But will worrying about it make a difference? Instead of worrying about it, why not just try to make the best of it? I know you're right, James. Ross Weiss said as she leaned her head forward and rested it on James' chest. But I can't help it. Granny is the person I respect and love the most. Just the thought of her not approving of my choice or being disappointed scares me. Well, instead of stewing over it by yourself, wouldn't it be better to just ask her about it? James asked, once again wrapping his arms around Ross Weiss. I mean, at this point you really are just scaring yourself. You think so too, don't you, Gondal? *I**, the youth nowadays, always spoiling an old person's fun. Gondal, a voice Ross Weiss could not be more familiar with, said in an exasperated tone. That's better than having my girlfriend freaking out because of the fears she's building up herself. James replied with a smile. Then, James slipped his smartphone out of his pocket and checked the time. We have about 45 minutes until the open house starts officially. So, why don't the two of you take some time to talk? With that, James separated himself from Ross Weiss, then he bowed politely towards Gondal. After that, he simply vanished. Vanished would be incorrect, though. Instead, he ran at a speed that Ross Weiss could not keep up with her naked eye. Oh ho. His speed is quite impressive. Gondal said. On top of that, he's quite strong. He's this generation's Red Dragon Emperor, too. Ross Weiss said in a small voice. Plus, he's rich. Like really rich. Now I see why none of the boys in Valhalla were able to catch your eye, Rose. Gondal said in a teasing tone. You have quite the high standards, don't you? I don't know. Maybe. Ross Weiss said with her head down. Either way, I'm glad you found a path that makes you happy, Rose. Gondal said with a grandmotherly smile. Then, she pulled Ross Weiss into a hug. Hopefully, you can get past the fact that you were unable to inherit the family crest. No one thinks less of you for it. As it turned out, Gondal and Ross Weiss family, throughout the generations, passed down a magic crest from family head to family head. With this crest, each family head would inherit the lifetimes of insight and magic power each family head before them experienced. Unfortunately, Ross Weiss, the first choice to become family head, was unable to receive the inheritance. Because of her failure to become the next family head, Ross Weiss threw herself into her magical studies to make up for her perceived shortcomings. Due to the fervor she held for overcoming these shortcomings, she was able to reach a height in magic ability that many would never dream of reaching. Not only in the 3 styles of magic that her family was famous for, but in many other forms of magic, she had made her way to the pinnacle of the field. Yeah, I don't think James'll even care. Ross Weiss said with a smile. I'ma have to talk to him about it, later. If I were you, I'd be more concerned about how he'll react to the country dialect you sometimes slip into. Gondal replied with a smile. Immediately, Ross Weiss blushed furiously. Ha ha ha. Gondal laughed at her cute, yet clumsy granddaughter. Let's go back. It's getting close to the time for the open house to start. Nodding meekly, Ross Weiss separated from Gondal's embrace. Then, she and Gondal began to walk toward the main courtyard. Shortly after they arrived, they noticed that most of the guest lecturers had also arrived. The only one who was still absent was the rating game champion, DxD Belial. Instead of panicking at the fact that the champion was late, Sona had expected as much. As the champion of the rating games, it stood to reason that DxD's schedule would be packed. Less than an hour later, the children and teenagers who were interested in attending Sona's school began to arrive in droves. Whistle, quite the turnout. James said with a smile. It looks like your school is going to be something special for the younger generations to come, Sona. I hope so. Sona replied. I just want to give them the chance they never would have received in the past. And you will. James said, patting Sona on the head as he finished speaking. Blushing slightly, Sona hurriedly smacked James' hand away from her head before straightening out her hair. Stop it. Sona muttered. Not in public. Smiling in response, James did as Sona asked. Then, as more and more prospective students showed up, groups, each led by a member of Sona's peerage led groups of young devils around the campus and explained the purpose of each building and facility. Eventually, about halfway through the time that was scheduled for the open house, DxD Belial finally showed up. When he did, the crowd of young devils went into a frenzy. As the most popular devil in the underworld after the Satans, almost every devil present was one of his fans. So, at that moment, Sona made the decision to have all the tours of the campus, whether they were ongoing or about to begin, paused so that DxD could address the crowd. After his speech, which spoke of how the young devils were the future of the underworld and about many of his experiences in the rating games, was completed, he excused himself for a short restroom break. Damn, that was one of the best speeches I've ever sat through. James said with an excited tone. I'm so used to boring speeches that are synonymous with sleep magic. That was truly a breath of fresh air. I know, right? Rhea said in an excited tone. He's definitely worthy to be my goal. And one day, I will surpass him. That's right, Bucho. Yudo said with a smile and determination swirling in his eyes. And we'll work hard to make that happen. Yeah. The rest of Ria's peerage cheered. Like the members of the 3 peerages, all the visitors who came to tour the campus were also talking animatedly about the champion's speech. Eventually, when she thought it had been long enough, Sona decided to get the tours back on track. Okay, everyone. Sona shouted loud enough for everyone on campus to hear her. Let's get back to the tours. If we don't, everyone won't get a chance to see what the school has to offer. Okay. The children and young teens shouted excitedly. After that, the children and peerage members were broken up into groups so that the tours could resume. However, before the tours could get started, James and Scathatch looked up to the sky and narrowed their eyes. Then, a crack appeared in the sky over the school. Master. James shouted when he saw the crack begin to open wider. There is no need to worry. Scathatch replied as she slammed the butt of her spear into the ground. In the next instant, all the runes that Scathatch engraved around the walls and campus lit up. Then, a translucent barrier covered the entirety of the school. Just as the barrier was raised, the crack began to light up. A moment later, an intense, high-temperature stream of fire rained down on the school. Gwahahaha. A boisterous laughter could be heard from the other side of the crack in the sky. There's nothing better than destroying the youths of a society. Do you always have to be so loud? Another voice asked in annoyance. Both of you, shut up. A third voice said. You can continue when we confirm that those brats are dead. Once the last of those voices fell, 3 large figures made their way through the crack in the sky. When they did, they were revealed to be 3 dragons. However, before they could descend any further, a roar of anger came from the ground. You motherfuckers have some nerve ruining my fiancée's big day. James said as he shot up into the sky through Scathatch's barrier. Along the way, James did not forget to devour the flames that coated the barrier. When he did, he finally got a good look at the attackers. So, it's Grendel, Apophis, and Azitahaka. James growled in rage. Just another reason for me to put my foot up Rizavim's ass. And as for you, I hope you're ready to die for the second time. Chapter 227, Wrath. Underworld, Satan Territory, Capital City, Lilith. On the outskirts of the Underworld's capital city, with their wings spread wide, 3 dragons who were thought to be dead were floating above the newly established, raiding game, school. Floating closer to the school was a young man with his own draconic wings spread. Everyone in the vicinity, however, could feel the anger rolling off the young man, James Alaverus, in waves. Holy shit. Issei mumbled while he looked up at James. Have any of you ever seen James Senpai this pissed off before? In response, all the members of the 3 peerages, James' peerage included, shook their heads. He's usually so friendly. Asia said with a worried expression on her face. It's kind of scary. You need not worry, child. Scathatch said while also watching James. He has not lost control. In fact, I've never seen him lose control of his anger. Meanwhile, James was sizing up his 3 opponents from outside Scathatch's barrier as they watched and evaluated him as well. So, what do you know about these 3, Drake? James asked internally. Well, the one in the middle is Grendel, the Crime Force Dragon. But I'm sure you knew that already. Drake said in reply. The only 2 things that interest him are fighting and destruction. He's a psychopath who enjoys combat and killing. Grendel, floating at the center of the trio of dragons, was a 49 feet 2 inches, 15 meters tall bipedal, western dragon with bright silver eyes, horns, and wings, black scales, and thick limbs. With a form like his, I'd guess he's into close combat. James said with a vicious smile on his face. He is. Drake replied. And if I'm not mistaken, that fire breath was his, too. Though it's nice to know, I didn't need another reason to kill him. Anyway, what about the other 2? On the right is the Eclipse Dragon, Apophis. Drake replied. I'm actually surprised that he's teaming up with Grendel for this attack. Why? James asked curiously. Because he despises brutes like Grendel. Drake replied matter-of-factly. He styles himself as a sophisticated dragon. I see. The aforementioned Apophis was an over 328-foot, 100 long Easter dragon with black scales. Along the length of his serpentine body were gems that exuded a mysterious silver glow. On his head were 3 eyes that radiated the same mysterious silver glow, as well. And to the left, the Diabolism Thousand Dragon, Azitahaka. Drake continued with his introductions. He's just a sharp-tongued brat who spends more time insulting people than doing anything else. Somehow when Drake mentioned him, Azitahaka, a 3-headed dragon with 3 pairs of wings and dark purple scales, focused his 6 eyes on James. I feel like the kid was thinking something rude about me. Azitahaka's rightmost head said. He should be running in terror, instead of thinking bad things about me. Azitahaka's center head said. I think I'll kill him for his rude thoughts. Azidahaka's leftmost head said. Shut up. Grendel said. I'll be the one that kills him. I'll kill him and everyone inside the barrier, too. You're so one-dimensional. Apophis said in a disdainful tone. I can't believe I was forced to work with a brute such as you. Oh, if you've got a problem, wanna fight? Grendel growled, the light of excitement glowing in his eyes. He's right, you know. Azidahaka's left head said. You're nothing but a brute. Azidahaka's center head said. On top of that, you're dumb as a box of hair. Azidahaka's right head said. Growl, I'll kill you both. Grendel shouted in rage. As the three evil dragons began to argue, everyone inside the school looked at them with confusion. Did they come here to play around? Mocha asked curiously. I mean, they aren't even taking James seriously. Well, what would you expect from Apophis, the fake shadow dragon? Skyadram spoke so that everyone could hear him. Fake shadow dragon? Issei asked in confusion. Does that mean his powers are like yours? Not at all. Skyadram replied disdainfully. He uses his shadows to dissolve things that they engulf. Such a crude way of using the shadows. I think James has gotten impatient with their bickering. Ria said, pointing one of her slender fingers at James, who dropped into an Iaido stance. A moment later, James flashed with a red light and appeared in his balance breaker state. Then, he took a step forward and appeared above Grendel an instant later. He then drew Carnage, followed by Sixth Sense in a reverse grip. Inferno Dragon's Twin Fang Assault. At a speed faster than Grendel could register, and before the pain could alert him, James cut off both of Grendel's wings. Instead of feeling pain, however, Grendel was more confused that he was losing altitude. Eventually, Grendel roared in pain when the heat that cauterized the wounds registered with his brain. Ah! My wings. What happened to my wings? Grendel shouted in rage and pain as he began to pick up speed while falling. What a moron. Azidahaka's center head said. Such a late reaction. Azidahaka's right head said. How did he not feel that right away? Azidahaka's left head asked. You can think about that later. Apophis said calmly. If we don't do something, that brute is going to die. And? All three of Azidahaka's heads asked simultaneously. Good question. Apophis replied while he watched James rush down toward Grendel. Before Grendel could hit the ground, James rushed past him and prepared to attack again. Inferno Dragon's Talon. James said quietly as he launched a kick towards the falling Grendel. Bang. A loud, echoing sound could be heard as James' foot contacted Grendel's chin. The next instant, Grendel was sent flying back into the air at a speed much faster than he fell. While Grendel was flying back into the air, James, flash-stepped, to right above Grendel, once again, with Sixth Sense and Carnage sheathed. Then, he fell into an Iaido stance as Grendel approached. Inferno Dragon's Sweeping Claw. Unsheathing Sixth Sense, James raked the blade across Grendel's eyes, causing the evil dragon's eyes to explode and blue blood to splash as a deep gash was left on Grendel's face. This is bad. Azidahaka's left head said in a tone of schadenfreude. This is really bad. Azidahaka's right head said in a similar tone. Indeed, this is bad. Azidahaka's center head said, also in a tone of schadenfreude. Yes, we both know it's bad. Apophis said, without panicking in the slightest. But we should do something before Grendel dies. Why? All three of Azidahaka's heads asked in unison. Because, well. Apophis began to stammer as he could not come up with a reasonable response. What are you motherfuckers doing? Grendel roared. If you don't help me, we're going to fail our task. That's right. Apophis and all three of Azidahaka's heads exclaimed, finally having a reason to intervene. A moment later, Azidahaka created several clones of himself and began to form magic circles from all branches of magic. Then, a barrage of elemental magic spells was launched at James, who was batting Grendel around like a volleyball. At the same time, the gems all over Apophis' body, along with his eyes, began to glow even brighter as a shadowy domain began to emanate from his body. Then, the entire mid-air battlefield was covered in dark shadows that no one from the ground, except for Scathatch, Gondel, and Diehauser, who was watching from the window of one of the school buildings, could see through. With his sight obstructed, James' attacks on Grendel were not as precise. So, the frequency of Grendel receiving life-threatening wounds decreased. On top of that, James was forced to dodge the multitude of spells Azidahaka cast in his direction. Unfortunately for Grendel, however, with his eyesight destroyed by James, he was unable to dodge the incoming spells. Luckily, his scales were strong enough that he only felt the impact of the spells instead of taking the full brunt of each spell. Damn, this is annoying. James muttered as he dodged a thunder attribute spell. Even though I can see where they are with soul sight and my perception, it's not so easy to hit vital points like this. Then, why don't you stop trying to hit vital points? Drake suggested. Even though you excel in close combat, you can use long and mid-range moves too, right? That's right. James said as if he had received enlightenment. A moment later, James stopped chasing Grendel. Then he took a deep breath. Once his lungs were full, he began kneading his demonic power. An instant later, he vanished from his spot with another flash step. Then, Inferno Dragon's Roar, James said after reappearing in front of Apophis. After speaking the name of the spell, a magic circle appeared in front of James' mouth, and he exhaled all the demonic power and flames filling his lungs. And considering that James' lungs had been swapped for a pair of dragon lungs, the flames he exhaled were quite the amount. Ah! Apophis shrieked in pain once the scorching flames bathed his face and a good chunk of his body. Feeling immense pain from James' sneak attack, Apophis' shadow domain began to weaken, making it much easier to see what was going on in the mid-air battlefield. Not wasting any time, James flash-stepped back to his primary target, Grendel. However, before he began his onslaught once again, he pointed his left hand towards Azidahaka. Heido number 90, Kuro Hitsuji. The next instant, Azidahaka was covered in a black and purple cube of swirling demonic energy. Realizing that the gravity inside the cube was warped and pushed in all directions, he abandoned the control of his clones and focused everything he had into defensive spell casting. James, finally free to deal with Grendel, turned his attention back to the heavily injured dragon. You made a big mistake trying to kill all those children. An even worse mistake was trying to destroy Sona's dream, though. James growled in rage. Now, it's time to put you down. Boost, X20. Transfer. As James spoke, his power was boosted 10 times. At the same time, he transferred half of the remaining boosts into Carnage, while the other half went into his dragon aura. Scatter, Senbenzakura Kageyoshi. James said in an eerily calm tone. Then, he unsheathed Carnage and let it fall. Before it could fall too far, however, it seemed to melt into the air. Then, 1,000 copies of the sword, glowing in dusky pink light, appeared surrounding James and Grendel. A moment later, all 1,000 swords began to break down into cherry blossom petal-shaped blades. Damn you! Grendel shouted. I don't know why some of my wounds aren't healing. But just you wait. When I'm healed, I'll definitely kill you. Unfortunately, you won't get that chance. James said, trying his best to hold his rage in check. Gokiai. When James finished speaking, the petal blades began to swirl around James and Grendel. As they did, they created a sphere. Once the sphere was formed, it began to be compressed. However, as it neared James, the petal blades making up that part of the sphere consciously avoided him. Then, once they were past him, the hole in the sphere closed up on its own. Meanwhile, back on the ground, the spectators were amazed that even when fighting 3 evil dragons, James was not at a disadvantage. Those who knew how strong James was, however, were not all that surprised. Those who were acquainted with his manga, however, were excited. That's Gokiai, right? Rhea asked in an excited tone. Hell yeah, it is. Issei shouted in just as much excitement. Sona. Sona. That's Gokiai. And Senbenzakura Kageyoshi. Rhea shouted while grabbing Sona excitedly. Oh yeah, I guess you've never seen James use that before, huh? Sona commented offhandedly while adjusting her glasses. And you have? Rhea asked in shock. Then, she grabbed Sona by the shoulders and began to shake her violently. Why wasn't I there? While the spectators were in awe of the fight, James' petal blades had compressed the sphere to the point that the sound of scales being split and grinded was audible to the entire campus. Thinking that was not enough, however, James added a little something else to it. Dragon Slayer Secret Art, Onslaught of the Inferno Blossoms. A moment later, James exhaled another fire breath. This time, it engulfed Grendel along with the 1,000,000 or so petal blades. Ah! Grendel shrieked in agony. Hearing that shriek, Apophis ignored the pain he was in, extended his shadow domain once again, covering most of the sky. And under the cover of the shadows, he crept back into the crack in the sky. At the same time, Azidahaka, inside of the gravitational cube, had similar thoughts. Deciding to ignore the backlash he would receive from trying to teleport out of an area with unstable gravity, he cast a teleportation spell with all his might and fled back to Rizavim's base. You think it's that easy to get away? James roared as the attack on Grendel was coming to an end. Eventually, when the petal blades stopped spinning, Grendel's corpse, nearly unrecognizable because of all the cuts and gashes, became visible. Then, it began to fall. Luckily, it would land just outside the boundaries of the school's walls. At the same time, just as James was about to give chase, Scathatch appeared next to him with her wings extended and her hand resting on his shoulder. "Calm down, my disciple," Scathatch said calmly. "It is time to stop. You have already protected the school. Not to mention, it would be unwise to chase into the enemy's lair without proper preparations." When he first felt the hand on his shoulder, James was prepared to lash out. However, when he heard Scathatch's voice, he relaxed. Then, he realized how stupid what he was about to do was. "You're right, master," James said in a tired tone. "But what they did, trying to destroy Sona's dream, is unforgivable." "I know, and they will pay," Scathatch said with a smile. "But rushing in without a plan is foolhardy at best." "James, come back," Sona shouted. "We still have more work to do. The open house isn't over yet." Smiling in response, James collected all the petal blades, dispelled Senbon Sakura Kageyoshi, and reconstituted Carnage, before sheathing it. Then, he and Scathatch made their way back to the school grounds. Chapter 228, What About James' Rewards? Underworld, Satan Territory, Capital City, Lilith. Shortly after the battle between James and the 3 evil dragons ended, the 4 great Satans and the Devil Council were made aware of the happenings at Sona's raiding game school. In response to the reports received, both groups met separately. While the Devil Council was meeting in their large meeting room, the Satans met in their own meeting room. "To think James has grown so much that he can dominate 3 minor god-ranked evil dragons in combat," Ajuka said while rereading the battle report. "The devils received quite the boon in this generation." "Yeah, Jakuin is probably stronger than me now," Seraphol said cheerfully. "There's no probably," Ajuka replied. "James is definitely stronger than you." "Boo. Ajuka-chan, you're so mean," Seraphol said with a pout while puffing out her cheeks. "Can't you be more delicate when you speak to a lady?" "Lady? Where?" Ajuka said while looking around the room in a comical fashion. While Seraphol continued to pester Ajuka about his choice of words and lack of delicacy while speaking to a lady, Surzex continued to read the report tirelessly. By now, he had read the report 4 times without saying a word. How can this be? Surzex thought to himself. Could I fight like that when I was only at the minor god rank? No, I couldn't. This cannot continue. If it does, James is going to surpass me. The other member of the 4 great Satans, Falbium Asmodeus, had also not spoken during this meeting. Though his reason for staying silent was much different than Surzek's reason. However, he did find it interesting to observe the changes in Surzek's expression. I wonder if I ask him, will he finally slip up and tell us the truth, Falbium thought with his eyes half closed, looking as though he would fall asleep any moment. He probably thinks that we can't see through his facade. Surzex, you've been reading the report so fervently, Falbium said. A penny for your thoughts. Visibly flinching at Falbium's call, Surzex was clearly surprised to be interrupted. At the same time, Ajuka and Seraphol also turned their attention toward him, interested in hearing what he had to say about the report. Actually, I'm concerned about this part, Surzex said, turning the report toward the other 3 and pointing at the part of the report in question. It seems that James' main sin is that of wrath. I'm afraid that could be dangerous. If his wrath were to run out of control, he could become a danger to the underworld. *I**, 3 of the 4 great Satans audibly sighed at Surzek's hypocritical response. So, his wrath could put the underworld in danger, huh? Falbium asked as he opened his eyes slightly wider. Like your pride did when it came to the Devil Council. What was that? Surzex asked in a threatening tone. That's enough, Ajuka said calmly. More importantly, for the time being at least, we need to reward James for his deeds. What do you mean we need to decide on rewards for James' deeds? Surzex asked with a slight frown. Didn't we decide that we would grant him a territory of his own? This time, even Seraphol and Falbium looked at Ajuka with some confusion. Surzex, Seraphol, do you really want to see those disappointed looks from your younger sisters when they find out that we rewarded James with something that he should have received long ago? Ajuka asked while shaking his head. And not only your younger sisters. Anyone who knows the laws of the underworld would scorn us for that reward. It would make it look like we, the great Satans, were afraid of the rising star of the underworld. With just the first part of Ajuka's explanation, Surzex and Seraphol began to shudder violently. Just the thought of their sisters looking at them with gazes of disappointment scared them to no end. However, when Surzex heard that the populace may grow to scorn him, he was mortified. His pride would not allow that to happen. What do you suggest, Ajuka? Falbium asked since he was not nearly as affected by Ajuka's explanation as the other 2 were. A second peerage. Ajuka replied calmly. What? Surzex and Seraphol exclaimed in unison. Although Falbium did not shout in surprise like Surzex and Serafal, he was also caught off guard. No one expected that Ajuka would suggest something that they considered to be impossible. Is that even possible, Ajuka? Surzex asked, a little upset that he was not the first one this treatment was suggested for. Not until recently. Ajuka replied. However, after we came up with that rather lackluster reward for James' capture of Euclid, I started considering something more. But what made you consider a second peerage? Falbium asked. Instead of answering immediately, Ajuka ran his gaze over Surzex and Serafal again. I'm sure the two of you are aware that the only reason your sister's peerages were filled up so quickly was due to the fact that James did not have enough room in his, correct? Ajuka asked calmly. Even though the two Siscons gritted their teeth at that question, they both nodded their heads, as it was no secret. At least 4 lost opportunities because he did not have enough pieces. Ajuka stated. On top of that, there are several powerful guests living in James' estate right now. If he could convince them to join his peerage and become devils, this could strengthen the underworld and devil society as a whole. After Ajuka finished speaking, the room fell silent. After a few minutes of contemplation, Falbium was the first to speak once again. I agree. Falbium said, then he closed his eyes and fell asleep immediately afterward. Falchon lasted much longer than he usually does. Serafal said while poking Falbium's bald head with a finger. After having her fun, Serafal turned her attention back to Ajuka. Then, with a tilt of her head, she asked the question that was on her mind. I wanna agree, too. But is it safe to connect a second peerage to one person? With the correct modifications, it shouldn't be a problem. Ajuka replied. And according to the simulations I've run, at the worst, the second set of evil pieces simply won't form a connection with James, instead of causing some kind of backlash. In that case, I agree too. Serafal said with a cheerful smile. Surzex, on the other hand, did not respond so quickly. Instead, he began to consider things from a different angle. If things were to go wrong in the process, James' progress would be slowed significantly. Surzex thought darkly. Unfortunately, with Ajuka handling it, the chances of that are slim. But on the off chance that something does go wrong, I won't have to worry about James progressing past me anymore. I agree as well. Surzex said as he ended his contemplations. Human world, Japan, Koo. While the Satans were discussing the incident, the news had found its way to Leona, Vanillana, and Rhea, who along with Graphia were having an early evening drink at the bar in the Alaverus estate. Seeing that the 4 devil ladies were having a drink, Irene, Evangeline, Aqua, and Kalua decided to join them for an impromptu girls' day. Did I underestimate James, or did I overestimate myself? Irene asked as she before taking a long drink from her glass. I'm certain that even if I went all out, I would have been unable to kill Grendel one-on-one. I know what you mean. Evangeline said while patting Irene on the shoulder. Even at night, I would have probably lost to Grendel one-on-one. And your freak of nature of a son not only defeated him. Vanillana said with a giggle. But he also killed him and fended off 2 more evil dragons in the process. How do you feel about that, Leona? Mama is proud. Leona said, standing up with her drink in her hand. And to show it, I dedicate this drink to my James. Then, without hesitation, Leona tilted her head back with her glass to her lips and began to chug the contents of her glass. Naturally, as they had all been drinking for most of the afternoon, the rest of the ladies began to cheer on Leona's display. Eventually, Leona finished her drink and slammed the empty glass on the bar. Then, like a hooligan, she roared in triumph. What kind of reward do you think James will receive for this? Vanillana asked as she prepared another drink for Leona. They haven't even rewarded him for capturing Euclid yet. Will they combine the rewards or will they reward him for each feat separately? Humph. Graphia snorted as the subject was changed to the topic of James' rewards. Graphia. Rhea asked. Is something wrong? With that, the rest of the ladies turned their attention to Graphia. Usually, Graphia would keep what happens in the Satan's meeting room to herself regardless of how much she disagreed with it. However, as her discontent with Surzek's actions was stacking up, plus the influence of the alcohol, Graphia responded in a tone that was much more aggressive than the tone she usually takes when she speaks. Those shameless devils were actually considering granting James a territory as a reward for capturing Euclid. Graphia shouted as she brought her drink to her lips. While Leona, Vanillana, and Rhea frowned at Graphia's outburst, Irene, Evangeline, and Aqua were confused. Kalua, on the other hand, was too busy trying to hug Evangeline and convince her to take her child form. However, the 3 noticed the discontent on Leona, Vanillana, and Rhea's faces not long after. What's wrong with granting territory as a reward? Irene asked. In most societies, it's considered to be one of the highest forms of reward. And in most societies, it would be an appropriate reward. Rhea said with a frown on her face. However, in Devil Society, things are a little different. Vanillana added. Devils, upon promoting to high class, are supposed to receive a territory of their own if they are not part of another devil's peerage. Then, why would they reward James with something that he already has? Evangeline asked while running her hand through Kalua's hair, who passed out while clinging to her in a drunken stupor. They are trying to reward him with something he should have received years ago. Graphia said angrily. James was only 14 when he was promoted to high class. Vanillana said. And he was promoted because he brokered a deal with Master Scathatch to train young devils when he was only 11. Before the conversation could continue, a potent killing intent covered the room and a good part of the house. And here I was thinking that James never received his territory because he was following the orders he received from the Council and the Satans to act as the guard for Rias and Sona. Leona said in a dangerous tone. I think I need to have a talk with Serzex and Seraphol about this. What the hell? Evangeline asked, completely confused by the amount of killing intent Leona released. Leona, could you please stop insinuating that you're going to kill my oldest child? Ria asked before taking a drink from her glass. Oops. Leona said, realizing that she was getting out of hand. Sorry about that, it's the alcohol. Well, it's easy to see that you and James' actions are governed by the same sin. Vanillana said. Either way, you're not strong enough to make a difference if they try to cheat him. So, just let James handle it. I know. Leona said, instantly deflating. The worst thing about this reward. Graphia said before taking another sip of her drink. Serzex was the one most in favor of it. Sigh, what happened to the men I fell in love with? It really feels like he doesn't exist anymore. With that, no one knew how to console Graphia. However, before the mood could fall any lower, a teleportation circle appeared in the entrance to the bar. When it vanished, a beautiful woman with blonde hair, a pair of fox ears, and 9 wagging fox tails appeared. Then, before anyone could react, she threw herself at Leona and grabbed her by the shoulders. Leona. You have a video of James' battle with the evil dragons, right? Yasaka, the leader of the Kyoto yokai, asked excitedly. I know you do. Hurry up and send it to me. I need it for me and Kuna's scrapbook of James' most notable events. How are you even here? Leona asked in dumbfounded amazement. I thought you couldn't leave Kyoto. Hearing Leona's question, Yasaka began to pout. Can you believe it, Amaterasu-sama has been hiding the fact that I can leave for up to 72 hours every now and then. Yasaka said in an aggrieved tone. Although unintentional, Yasaka's appearance managed to sweep away the gloomy atmosphere that had been created when the topic of James' reward was brought up. Instead, the ladies managed to drink themselves into a stupor, to the point that all of them passed out on the bar. Chapter 229, Hereditary Skill. Human World, Japan, Kuo. After the open house ended, James, Rias, Sona, and all the members of their peerages cleaned up the area of the school they used during the tours. Then, they called it a day and returned to the mansion in Kuo. Not before James and Scathatch stored Grendel's corpse, though. So, what are your plans for this dragon? Scathatch asked as she looked at the pendant James had wrapped around his wrist. Using a number of runes, Scathatch turned a simple pendant she was carrying into a storage device that could carry non-living objects equal to a volume of a little over 60 feet cubed, approximate 20 m cubed. If possible, I'd like to process the scales and flesh. James replied with a smile while also looking at the pendant fondly. Then, I'll work with Shuna to create some battle gear for the peerage. I'll do my best. Shuna said while clenching her fists in front of her chest with the flames of determination burning in her eyes. Just for your peerage? Rias whined as she gripped James' arm. That's not fair. Talk to him again when you kill a dragon of your own. Sona said while adjusting her glasses. Sona. Whose side are you on? Rias shouted as she let go of James' arm and glared at Sona. The side that makes reasonable requests. Sona replied nonchalantly. While Rias and Sona began to bicker as they commonly do, James finally reached the front door of his mansion. After unlocking the door, he walked inside. Then, in a voice that could reach every corner of the mansion, he announced himself. Honey, I'm home. You've been watching I Love Lucy again, huh? Rias asked while shaking her head with a smile. So, what? It's a classic. James said as he began to take off his shoes. However, it did not take long for everyone to realize that no one responded to James' call, which they found weird. At the very least, Leona would say something outrageous to let everyone know that she heard them. Frowning slightly, James spread his perception through the entire mansion. Then, with his soul sight active, he was able to find and identify every presence in the house. Kuroka, Isa, and Kokoa aren't here. James said while stroking his chin. Let's see. Mom, Auntie Venelana, Auntie Rhea, Graphia, Irene, Evangeline, Acua, Kalua, and Yasaka are asleep in the bar. In the bar? Sona asked with a smile. They must have had one of their girls' days. If my mom was the one bartending, they must have all gotten smashed. Rias added with a wry smile. Even so, how is Yasaka-san here? Akino asked. I thought she couldn't leave Kyoto. That is a good question. James said, with mischief in his eyes, after changing his shoes. And I intend to go and find out. I think you should go alone. Flora said with a smile. That way we won't be witnesses to whatever you're about to do. Oh, whatever do you mean, my dear Flora? James asked with a smile. That mischievous glint in your eye says it all. Kaneko said while pointing at James' face. Instead of replying, James simply allowed the mischief to spread from his eyes to his entire smile. Then, after taking a step, he disappeared. Really? Did he really just use the flash step because he wanted to play a prank? Mizor asked. And he always complains that Auntie Leona never uses it for its intended purpose. Well, they are mother and son. Mocha replied with a shrug. While the rest of his group went to their respective rooms or the baths to get cleaned up after a long day of work, James made his way directly to the bar on the mansion's ground floor. When he arrived, just like he saw/felt through his perception, the bar was covered in women who drank themselves into unconsciousness. However, there was someone who he did not sense originally laying on top of the bar with her hands resting on her abdomen and staring at him with her eyes wide open. When James saw those eyes, his movements came to a screeching halt, for two reasons. First, he did not expect her to be in the room, since he couldn't sense her with his perception and her soul sight. Second, he was not expecting anyone to be awake. When his mind finally rebooted after the surprise, however, he began moving once again. His plans unhindered. Ophis, I didn't expect you to be drinking with them. James said as he made his way toward his mother. Leona said. It would be fun. Ophis replied while following James' movements with her eyes. And did you have fun? James asked while materializing a set of colored permanent markers in his hands. Watching them was fun. Ophis said, answering James' question. Alcohol. Does not taste good. Well, I guess that makes sense. James said as he uncapped one of the markers. He began speaking again once he started drawing on Leona's face. You're too powerful to be affected by the alcohol, most likely. And without the feeling of getting inebriated, alcohol is just a disgusting liquid, for the most part. After that statement, James and Ophis fell silent. While Ophis simply watched James, with a huge smile on his face, drew a full goatee, much like his father wears, a monocle, and teardrops on his mother's face in the brightest colors he could. After he finished, he stepped back to admire his handiwork for a moment. Then, after nodding in satisfaction, he moved on to drawing random things on each of the other women's faces. Why draw on their faces? Ophis asked in a flat tone. However, the curiosity in her eyes could not be hidden. It's to teach them a lesson, James said with a smile as he put the finishing touches on Yasaka's face. Getting so drunk that you pass out like this can be dangerous. After he finished, James took one more look at all the pieces of art he created, nodded in satisfaction once again, and dematerialized the markers. Then, he looked at Ophis. Come on, I'm hungry. James said with a smile. After I get cleaned up, I'll grill some steak. Hearing that James would grill steak again, Ophis' eyes lit up. Then, in the next instant, she was sitting on James' shoulders with her hands resting on the top of his head. Steak. Steak. Ophis repeated melodically while swaying her head side to side, to a rhythm that only she could hear. Finding Ophis' actions cute, James smiled. Then, he turned and left the bar. The next morning, while James, Scathatch, Mizor, Mocha, Flora, Shuna, Mio, and Maria were eating breakfast and preparing to leave for the MMA club, a set of earth-shattering screams, followed by a symphony of voices cursing James, originating from the bar, could be heard throughout the house. I guess they're awake. James said with a smile. I think we should hurry and get going, or we won't get our full workout in before school. Naturally, those screams were from the women in the bar after realizing what had happened to their faces. The only one who didn't scream, however, was Leona. Instead of screaming, she looked at the doodles on her face and smiled brightly. Well played, James. Well played. Leona said while thinking about how she could get James back for this little prank. After that, several days passed uneventfully. Going to school, training with their contractors, surviving Scathatch's increasingly hellish training, etc. Basically, nothing out of the ordinary happened at all. At least until Graphia returned to the mansion with news. When Graphia first arrived, it was clear that she was there in her official role as the secretary of the Satans. However, that did not stop her from glaring at James for a moment. In return, James only smiled at her sweetly, causing her to roll her eyes at him. Is the ability to break Graphia's stoic mask hereditary, or something? Rias whispered to Sona. Maybe. I mean, Auntie Leona and James are the only ones who can do it. Sona replied. James Alaverus, I have come to inform you of two matters. Graphia began. Then, as she spoke of the first matter, her eyebrows constantly twitched. First, you will be granted a territory in the underworld. As I am sure you are aware, this should have happened when you were promoted to high class. However, due to certain circumstances, it has been postponed until now. Sure. James replied nonchalantly. Second, the rewards for not only capturing Euclid Lucifuge, but also killing the evil dragon, Grendel, the crime force dragon, and protecting the use of the underworld have been decided. The award ceremony will be held in the plaza with the King's Stone. Understood, and thank you for informing me. James replied with a polite bow, as etiquette would dictate. Good. Graphia said with a nod. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have much work to attend to in the underworld. Then, a teleportation circle appeared under Graphia. And an instant later, she was gone. Looks like I won't have to accidentally assassinate anyone. Leona began to mutter after Graphia left. Deciding that it was better for their mental health, everyone who was not present for the day drinking session the ladies had over the weekend ignored Leona's slightly psychotic ramblings. Hey, James. Kahlua said excitedly as she clung to James' back. Can I come to your award ceremony? I don't see why you can't. James replied. We'll just have to go to the underworld through the official channels, as it will be your first visit to the underworld as a guest, right? Right. Kahlua said excitedly. Thank you. Then, Kahlua hopped up and planted a kiss on James' cheek. After that, she skipped away while thinking of what she should wear for the ceremony. It looks like one of your sisters is going to become one of our sisters. Flora said while poking Mocha's cheek with her index finger. Whatever. Mocha said while swatting away Flora's hand. If they're both happy about it, then I don't have any complaints. You're more open-minded than I thought you'd be about this. Evangeline said as she sat next to Mocha. If there were a better man out there, I would tell her to go find her own. Mocha replied with a shrug. But since James is so head and shoulders above the rest, I don't know how to tell her to find someone else. How could you suggest that Brad is better than I, your father? Issa said as he also made his way over to Mocha. Oh yeah, what a great man you are, Dad. Mocha said while rolling her eyes. It takes a real great man to scare his daughter into thinking that he was going to sacrifice her so that the progenitor could be reinvigorated. Issa winced when he heard the sardonic tone Mocha spoke in. On the other hand, Mizor spoke. Speaking of that, what ended up happening to that Alucard guy? Mizor asked while looking at Issa with her eyes open wide. However, since Issa was still reeling from Mocha's statement, it was Evangeline who answered. When the son of Lucifer showed up, the first thing he did was kill Alucard. Evangeline said with a shrug. He probably would not have been able to if Alucard was at his full power. However, because he was still recovering, it didn't take much effort. Well, at least we don't have to worry about that mess anymore. Shuna said in reply. More important than that. Ria said, interrupting the conversation. What do you think James' reward will be? I don't know, but what could they possibly give him? Sona asked. As an ultimate class devil, what can't he get on his own? I'm not sure either. James chipped in. In fact, I'm not even sure if I'm looking forward to the reward. I mean, it's not like the higher-ups have never tried to screw me over before. Well, all we can do is wait and see, I guess. Ria said while tapping her chin with an index finger. I guess the next most important thing is to figure out what to wear at the ceremony. Oh, my peerage and I won't have to worry about that. Right, Shuna. James said with a smile. That's right, James-sama. Shuna replied with a similar smile. Thanks to you and Master Scathatch helping me, the outfits made from Grendel's scales and leather should be complete by the weekend. With that, the room began to buzz with excitement. Everyone was curious about what clothing made from an evil dragon would look like and if it would have any special features. However, James, Scathatch and Shuna kept a lid on the information. No one other than the three of them would know before the day of the award ceremony. Chapter 230, Rewarding Shuna for her hard work, R18. Human World, Japan, Kuo. The evening 2 days later . Tonight, the night before James' award ceremony, Shuna and James were in Shuna's bedroom. While James was standing in the middle of the room wearing a dark black tuxedo with a black and silver vest and a silver mandarin collared dress shirt, Shuna was circling him, making sure that everything was perfect, with an enchanted thread and needle tucked on a wristband on her left wrist. Everything looks perfect. Shuna said with a satisfied smile on her face. Now, James-sama, would you mind trying out the features of the outfit? As Shuna asked, James closed his eyes. Then, a moment later, the tuxedo he was wearing began to liquefy. A few moments later, the clothing he was wearing had morphed into a recreation of his school uniform. However, instead of its normal color scheme, it was black with silver accents. Asterisk whistle, asterisk looks like it's working the way we envisioned it. James said while looking over his new attire. Yes, everything is perfect. Shuna said with a smile on her pretty face. As Shuna spoke and looked at James from every angle, James continued changing his clothing. From his school uniform into casual clothing consisting of black jeans, a silver short-sleeved t-shirt, and a black button-down shirt that he left unbuttoned, to a set of training clothes, to a pair of swimming trunks. When Shuna saw James standing in the middle of her bedroom, shirtless, wearing nothing but a pair of black and silver swimming trunks, she could not help but begin blushing furiously and covering her eyes with her hands. Unfortunately, there seemed to be no point in covering her eyes, considering the rather large gap between her fingers that allowed her to see everything without hindrance. Although he noticed Shuna's actions, James let it be because he found them cute. Instead, he smiled at Shuna and opened his mouth to speak. Shuna, you did an amazing job. James said while enjoying the blush on Shuna's face. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to work with such rare materials, James-sama. Shuna said as she lowered her head in an attempt to hide her blush from James. Now that we're finished, I think we should. Kia. While Shuna spoke with her head lowered, James stepped forward and wrapped his arms around Shuna. Which resulted in Shuna's head being buried in James' chest. You did such good work, Shuna. James said while stroking his fingers through Shuna's beautiful pink hair. I wonder. How should I reward you? Upon hearing James' question, Shuna's face reddened even more. Then, before she could say or do anything, James lifted Shuna's chin with his left hand. When she looked into his eyes, all she could see was the care and fondness James felt for her. So, she reflexively closed her eyes and slightly puckered her lips. Understanding the cue, James lowered his head slowly and pressed his lips onto Shuna's. A few moments later, James broke the tender kiss. While James smiled at the sloppy smile that Shuna wore after their short kiss, Shuna eventually returned to her senses. Feeling that the kiss was not enough, she raised her arms and wrapped them around James' neck. Then, she raised herself onto her tiptoes and pulled James' head down so that she could kiss James once again. Surprised by Shuna's bold actions but not opposed to them in the slightest, James kissed Shuna more passionately. Eventually, James even pushed his tongue into Shuna's mouth. Having fallen deep into the feelings that the kiss made her feel, Shuna accepted James' tongue readily. And for the next few minutes, the sound of saliva being swapped was the only thing that could be heard from the inside of Shuna's bedroom. Eventually the kiss was broken when James noticed that Shuna was about to run out of air. James-sama, I love you. Shuna said after catching her breath. I love you too, Shuna. James said with a smile on his face. However, to James' surprise, he could feel Shuna's little hands roaming all over his chest and abdomen, as if she were examining the makeup of his muscular frame. Eventually, those little hands began making their way downward. However, James stopped them when they began to reach into his swimming trunks. Surprised and a little scared by James' action of stopping her, Shuna looked up with apprehension. When she met James' gaze, however, all she saw was a single question. Are you sure? When Shuna smiled in response to his gaze, James smiled in return. Then, he swept Shuna off of her feet and carried her to her bed. Even though she was ready for what was to come, Shuna could not help but bury her face in James' chest again with an even more prominent blush on her face. After reaching the bed, James laid Shuna down gently, placing her head onto her pillow. Then, he climbed onto the bed as well. Spreading Shuna's legs, he positioned himself between them. Then, he looked down to take in the sight of Shuna in her red and cherry blossom pink kimono. Beautiful. James muttered subconsciously as he gazed at the former Oni princess. Having heard James' utterance, Shuna reddened to the limit. Before she could cover her face again, however, James leaned forward and kissed her once again. As he did, he began to slowly untie the obi holding the kimono together. Then, once the obi was untied, he began moving his kisses down from Shuna's lips. First to her earlobe, then her neck, and her collarbone. As James lowered his kisses, he slowly removed Shuna's kimono. And as his kisses reached Shuna's more sensitive body parts, she began to moan quietly. The more time that passed, the lower on Shuna's body James kissed. The more he kissed, the more of Shuna's skin was exposed as James removed her kimono. Eventually, Shuna was left lying under James in nothing but a pair of white panties with a pink flower stitched into the waistband. Her boobs are much bigger than they look while she's wearing clothes. James thought to himself as he gazed upon Shuna's body. Deciding not to waste time and make the mood awkward, James backed up and began to kiss Shuna's left instep. Then, he worked his way up her leg. From her calf, to her inner thigh. All the while, Shuna's breathing began turning ragged while she squirmed under James' kisses. When James reached the base of her thigh, he snapped his fingers to activate a silencing barrier around the bedroom. Then, he slowly reached his hands to Shuna's panties. Once his fingers were wrapped around the elastic waistband, he slowly pulled them down her beautiful legs. Meanwhile, Shuna watched James' every action as her eyes were filled with both embarrassment and anticipation. A few seconds later, Shuna's panties were removed, she was naked as the day she was born. At the same time, James willed his swimming trunks to transform into a wristband. As the material making up the swimming trunks transformed and moved towards James' right wrist, Shuna was finally able to see James' naked body as well. And as soon as the swimming trunks moved away, she was surprised by the sight of James' fully erect dick jumping up from its captivity. I've heard the other girls talking about it, but it really is big. Shuna thought to herself with her eyes wide open. Once his clothes were also removed, James leaned down to kiss Shuna once again. At the same time, he used his left hand to line up his dick with Shuna's pussy. Once again asking Shuna if she was sure with his gaze, James began to enter her when she wrapped her arms around his neck and began kissing him in place of a response. Shuna groaned slightly as she felt James' dick stretching out the interior of her pussy. However, she had no intention of stopping him. She had been waiting for this for some time. Ever since she realized that she was in love with James a couple of months ago. On top of that, because she was on the cusp of breaking through into the ultimate rank, the pain was more than bearable. Eventually, James' dick reached the barrier that signified Shuna's virginity. When James realized it, he pulled back slightly. Then, in one go, he pushed through and kept going until he could go no further. The breaking of her hymen caused much more pain than Shuna expected. Even so, Shuna smiled happily after breaking the kiss with James. With tears from both pain and happiness, Shuna tightened the hug she had around James' neck. Then, they stayed in that position until Shuna had gotten used to the pain. I'm ready, you can move. Shuna whispered into James' ear. Nodding in response, James pulled his hips back until just the head was still inside of Shuna. Then, he pushed his entire length back inside of her slowly. MMM. Shuna moaned for the duration of James' long and slow thrust. Repeating the earlier actions, James, over time, picked up the pace. After not too long, James, though not at the speed he would with Scathatch, was pistoning into Shuna quickly. As he did, her legs waved around while she began to moan louder and louder as time passed. James. You're amazing. MMM. I love you. Shuna moaned in ecstasy as James continued to pound her pussy. While stroking her, James made sure to pay attention to which spots gained the greatest reactions from Shuna. And once he felt that he had mapped them out, he began focusing on them with each stroke. Oh! What is this? Shuna shouted as she could feel a new, mind-blowing sensation begin to take over her mind after a few minutes. Everything is going white. Shuna, experiencing her first ever climax, screamed at the top of her lungs for at least 15 seconds. While she screamed, her body shuddered violently, her toes curled, and her arms wrapped around James' neck much tighter. As a former princess, Shuna was educated to keep her body in the most pristine condition she possibly could for her future husband. Therefore, she never partook in the action of masturbation. So, when she had her first orgasm, and it was such an intense one, her mind blanked completely. For the next few minutes, Shuna could do nothing but breathe heavily and shudder due to the pleasure. Meanwhile, when he realized just how intense Shuna's orgasm was, James stopped moving. He was afraid of even further overloading Shuna's senses and doing damage to her. Eventually, Shuna's shuddering stopped. Then, she got her breathing under control. After that, she opened her eyes and met eyes with James, who was smiling fondly. How was it? James asked in a gentle tone. Was that an orgasm? Shuna asked, still a little hazy from the experience. Yeah. James replied with a nod. It was intense. Shuna said meekly. Then, she continued to speak, her voice getting quieter with every word. And it was the most pleasurable thing I've ever experienced. By the end, Shuna's voice was barely louder than the buzzing of a mosquito's wings. But I want to feel it again. Shuna said with a bit of hunger in her eyes. That could be arranged. James said with a smile as he straightened up and placed Shuna's left leg over his left shoulder. Then, James repositioned Shuna's right leg so that he was straddling it. Once everything was positioned properly, James began to piston his hips again. And like last time, he started off slowly. Then, as time passed, he picked up the pace. Yes. Faster. Shuna screamed with pleasure. Do it faster, James-sama, make me feel it again. Enjoying the change in Shuna's demeanor, James followed her wishes and sped up the pace at which he plunged his dick in and out of her pussy. Then, after about 10 more minutes, and another orgasm on Shuna's side, James also reached his limit. And when he did, he blew his load deep inside of Shuna. Humph. James grunted as he came. Ah. Shuna screamed again as she came for the third time. Once they both came down from the reverberations of their orgasms, James pulled out of Shuna and laid down behind her, wrapping his arms around her waist. After a few minutes of comfortable silence, Shuna was the one who broke that silence. James-sama, that was amazing. Shuna said with a smile. I would have never thought that sex would be like that. I'm glad you enjoyed yourself. James said, kissing Shuna on the ear. We can do this again, whenever you like. However, I think we need to show your creation to Master. She was involved in the creation process, after all. When she heard James mention the new outfits and Master Scathatch, Shuna jumped out of his arms with panic on her face. How did I forget? Shuna said frantically as she tried to put on her clothes, quickly. We can't keep Master Scathatch waiting. James-sama, we have to hurry. Damn, she's cute. James thought to himself as Shuna moved around the room quickly. I wonder how long it will take her to realize that she could just put on one of those new outfits to save herself some time. Chapter 231, Protean Gear. Human World, Japan, Koo. Shortly after their session of lovemaking, James and Shuna made their way to find Scathatch. Luckily, with James' perception and Shuna's senjutsu, it did not take long to find her in her bedroom. When they arrived, James politely knocked on the door. A moment later, Scathatch answered the door wearing a set of casual clothing. Then, without speaking, she turned her body and allowed the two into her room. I would assume that the project is complete, correct? Scathatch asked as she closed the door to her bedroom. Then, after seeing the glow on Shuna's skin, she adopted a teasing smile. It would seem the two of you completed a second project as well. Blushing immediately, Shuna gripped the hem of James' shirt while James smiled wryly. I think spending time around Mom is a bad influence on you, Master. James said while shrugging his shoulders. Your mother is not the only bad influence on the behavior of others. Scathatch said while staring pointedly at James. I plead the fifth. James said without changing his expression. I do believe that is an amendment from another country's constitution. Scathatch countered. It would seem that you are correct. James said with a bright smile. Anyway, you're right, Master. We came here to show off the finished product. And to be honest, I think they turned out better than expected. Then, without wasting time, James morphed the black jeans and t-shirt he decided to wear after he and Shuna were finished into a set of MMA gear. Seeing this, Scathatch stepped closer and scrutinized the gear from every angle. After having James change the outfit several more times and doing a few tests, Scathatch turned her attention toward Shuna and nodded in approval. A fine job, Shuna. Scathatch said while patting Shuna on the shoulder. And the craftsmanship is spectacular. The level of your needlework can be seen in every stitch, and in every form that this. I do not believe we have decided on a name for this clothing. Now that you mention it. James said while stroking his chin. You're right. Do either of you have any ideas? Scathatch asked, clearly showing that she had no interest in naming the creation. After a brief moment of silence, James opened his mouth once again. Actually, I think you should name it, Shuna. James said as he gazed at Shuna. Me. Shuna exclaimed. But why? Well, it's clear that Master wants no part in the naming. James said with a wry smile while glancing at Scathatch. Then, when he returned his sight to Shuna, he continued. And the only thing I did was come up with the concept. You did the most work in its creation. But. Shuna began to stammer. Girl, you should be more confident in your craft. Scathatch said in an unamused tone. Hearing Scathatch's tone, Shuna went silent for a few moments, contemplating what they should call the clothing she helped create. Why don't we call it Protean gear? Shuna asked apprehensively. Protean. Scathatch stopped to think. A Greek word meaning changeable in shape or form, huh? I find it suitable. Works for me. James replied with a smile. Protean gear it is, then. After that, James, Scathatch, and Shuna continued to chat about the new gear for the next few hours before deciding to call it a night. Before they returned to their rooms, however, James left a set of Protean gear with Scathatch so that she could wear it to tomorrow's ceremony. The next morning, after everyone in the mansion had breakfast, Flora arrived. As one of the 4 young devils in the 3 peerages that did not live in the Alaverus estate, it was rare for her to have breakfast with the rest. After she arrived, the group consisting of James, Rias, Sona, their peerages, Leona, Ophis, Kuroka, and the vampires gathered in the living room. I really want to move in here, too. Flora said in a sad tone while sitting on James' lap. But I know my parents would never agree. Well, you can just look at it this way. Rias said. After we graduate in a few months, you can move out of your parents' house and move in, right? Technically, that's true. Flora said with a wry smile. But I doubt that they would be thrilled with me moving out to live with a boy. They know he's your boyfriend, right? Sona asked. Yeah, they do. Flora replied. And they know that you've been dating for a couple of years, right? Tsubaki asked this time. That's true, too. Flora replied with a nod and a smile. The happiest years of my life. The rest of the girls who were in a relationship with James nodded and smiled in agreement, while the girls who wanted to be in a relationship with James frowned with slight jealousy. Anyway, if you've been together that long, do you really think they'll have an issue with this? Tsubaki asked. Now that you mention it, probably not. Flora replied with a tilt of her head. Well, all we can do is ask. James said, bringing this conversation to an end. In fact, when you do, I'll be right there with you. Thank you, James. Flora said excitedly. I love you. I love you, too. James said with a smile as he began patting Flora on the head. Eventually, Issei, Asia, Irina, and Genshiru arrived at the mansion. About 15 minutes after Genshiru arrived, Dante and Lady also showed up. When everyone was present, James and Shuna excused themselves. When they came back, they were carrying 8 rectangular boxes. Handing one box each to Mizore, Siyu Cholan, Mocha, Dante, Lady, Flora, Ayam, and Cheyenne, they were instructed to go and change into the box's contents. After the 8 returned, they were all dressed in black and silver casual clothing. When they all realized that they were wearing the same color scheme, they all, except Cheyenne, figured out that these clothes must be the clothes that were made from Grendel's remains. When they did, they all looked at James for an explanation, with Cheyenne turning her attention to James a second later. What you're all undoubtedly thinking is correct. James said with a smile. So, you're all still a little hungry, too? Cheyenne asked. Smack, X8. As soon as Cheyenne finished her question, the younger members of James' peerage, James included, face-palmed simultaneously. While Shuna covered her face, embarrassed for her friend. Scathatch, on the other hand, simply shook her head in amusement. Cheyenne, you can get a snack after we're done talking. James said while he rubbed his temples. Anyway, the clothes you are wearing are what Master and Shuna produced from Grendel's remains. More precisely, his scales and leather. Oh, and the coloring from his eyes. After hearing that, everyone in the room took a closer look at the clothes that James and his peerage were wearing. They all noticed that James, Scathatch, and Shuna were also wearing clothes with a color scheme of black and silver. It's not what I was expecting, Evangeline said skeptically. I know, right? Kahlua added. I thought it would be something more fantastical. Not only those two, but everyone else in the room, including the members of James' peerage who were seeing the clothes for the first time, were also a bit disappointed. In response, James began to smirk at their ignorance. It's not what you were expecting, huh? Something more fantastical, huh? James said in a playful tone. What were you expecting, then? A majestic suit of armor. Or maybe, regal-looking noble attire. Or even a Power Ranger-esque costume. The crowd's eyes grew wider and wider as James spoke. As he spoke the name of a type of attire, the casual clothing he was wearing originally changed its form. First to a black and silver armor that resembled the usual Red Dragon Emperor's scale mail. Then, it changed into a set of clothes that looked to be made from the finest silk and gave off an aura of regality. After that, James' outfit took on the appearance of the Gold Ranger from Power Rangers Zeo with silver in place of the gold. That's fucking awesome. Issei muttered after a few moments. That utterance was the breaking point. Eventually, the room was flooded with comments about the appearance, questions about the capabilities, and much more. Also, mixed in there somewhere was the sound of someone getting slapped upside the head and Issei shouting shortly afterward, wondering who it was that hit him. Clap. Okay, everyone, calm down. James said with a smile after gathering everyone's attention with a clap. Still so satisfying. James thought to himself after everyone was quiet. We have named this clothing, Protean Gear. These sets of Protean Gear can shapeshift into any kind of clothing the wearer can imagine with a slight injection of demonic energy. James said, beginning to explain the Protean Gear's capabilities. They should also have no problem tanking attacks at ultimate rank or below. And lastly, as long as there is at least 70% of the total mass of the gear remaining, it should be able to auto-repair. Now I want some for my peerage, too. Sona said while adjusting her glasses. Talk to him again when you kill a dragon of your own. Ria said, not missing the opportunity to get back at Sona. Though Sona wanted to retort, she knew that she could not since she had said the same thing to Rias only a week ago. So, instead of saying anything, she settled for glaring at Rias with all her might. After a little more oohing and awing, James pulled out a few sketches. So that his peerage would give off a united front, James had drawn up what it was that he wanted them all to wear for the ceremony. The men all wore black business suits with black shoes, silver shirts, and black and silver ties, while James added a pair of rimless sunglasses to his ensemble. Cheyenne wore a similar outfit to the men, without the tie, and a few of the buttons on her shirt were undone. The women, with the exception of Cheyenne, wore form-fitting black and silver evening gowns that showed off their backs and shoulders. Scat Hacka's dress had a diamond-shaped cutout that exposed her breasts and cleavage, while the rest added slits and other small modifications to match their preferences. Once James and his peerage were dressed, Rias and Sona had their peerages teleported to their estates in the underworld, where they would get properly dressed for the ceremony. Meanwhile, Irene and the vampires returned to their own rooms to get dressed as well, while Kuroka and Ophis would be staying in the human world, so as not to cause any trouble. The ladies in James' peerage also returned to their rooms, Lady deciding to follow Shuna to her room while Flora followed Mocha to hers, so they could take care of their hair and makeup, leaving James, See-You Chillin', and Dante sitting on a sofa in the living room while they played the latest Streets of Rage to pass the time. "Why do women always take so long to get ready?" Dante said after waiting for an hour. "I mean, other than Leona, they were all already dressed. And that's why you're still single. And will be till you die," Lady said as she re-entered the living room. "Shut it," Dante said, not even turning to look at the new arrival. "Looking good, Lady," James said with a smile and a thumbs up. "Thanks," Lady said as she took a seat next to Dante before looking at him in annoyance. After Lady, Issa arrived. Then, Leona, the rest of James' peerage, and the rest of the vampires showed up in the living room one after another. After chatting for a few minutes, they all teleported to the train station. Quickly making their way down to the restricted floor, they boarded the train to the underworld. An hour later, they disembarked in the capital city of Lilith. Chapter 232, The Award Ceremony. Underworld, Satan Territory, Capital City, Lilith. After disembarking from the interdimensional train, James and the others were greeted by two familiar faces for most, Cassiel and Graphia. "It's been a while, kiddo," Cassiel said as he approached the group with Graphia. "You've grown quite a bit stronger since the last time I saw you." "Hey Pop," James said excitedly after his father spoke. "Sirzex must have really been putting you through the ringer. I haven't seen you since my rating game against that one guy who got disqualified or whatever." "It was Diodora Astaroth," Mizor said while rolling her eyes. "He was branded as a traitor, not just disqualified." "Eh." James grunted while shrugging his shoulders. He was a small fry either way. "Anyway, what kind of mission have you been on, Pop? I'd love to tell you about it," Cassiel said as he made his way towards Leona. Then, when he wrapped his arms around her, he continued. "Unfortunately, that's classified. Am I watching the melancholy of Haruai Suzumiya?" James thought to himself while rolling his eyes. "Fine, whatever," James said. Then, with a cheeky smile, he continued speaking. "But it looks like you finally ranked up, huh? It only took you, what, 520 years longer than I did to reach the minor god rank." "It was only 518 years more," Cassiel said in mock anger. "Don't make me older than I am." Then, after staring at each other for a short while, both James and Cassiel laughed loudly. While continuing to laugh, they approached each other and exchanged a warm hug. "Either way, I'm glad you're here today, Pop," James said with a smile. "How long are you going to stick around?" "Should be a while before I have my next mission," Cassiel said, also with a smile. "So, I'll be coming to the human world to stay with you and your mother for a while in the meantime." "Really?" Leona asked in an excited tone. "Yeah, I think I've earned quite a bit of family time," Cassiel replied with a nod. "I'll be able to see you and James every day, for a while, like when James was a kid." As the family of three continued to chat, Mocha spoke to her sisters in a volume that her father would be sure to hear. "Uncle Cass is such a good father," Mocha said. "He would never pretend to sacrifice his child, like some fathers would." In response, Akua, Kalua, and Kokoa laughed softly as they watched Issa's expression change. "Are you ever going to let me live that down, Mocha?" Issa asked in a demoralized tone. "Nope," Mocha replied, clearly not amused. I guess I deserve this, but still," Issa muttered. After letting the Alaverus family chat for a minute more, Graphia finally stepped forward to interrupt. "I hate to interrupt your reunion," Graphia said in her usual tone. "But we don't have much time until the ceremony begins." "Right," James said. "Let's go then." With that, Graphia approached the group even closer. Then, she created a teleportation circle that covered the entire group. A moment later, they all vanished. When they reappeared, they were standing in front of the staff entrance to the rating game stadium. Wow. What is this place? Kahlua asked, looking at the large construct in wonder. This is the stadium where the most high-profile rating games are held. Sona replied as she led her peerage and parents toward the newly arrived group. Yeah, we've all had games here several times. Rias added while approaching from the opposite direction. After exchanging a few words, the group had to split up, as Graphia led James to his waiting room, while Cassiel led the rest of the group toward their seats. After arriving in the waiting room with Graphia, James was told to take a seat in front of a dressing table. Doing as he was told, he watched Graphia rummage through a few drawers and cabinets. What are you looking for, Graphia? James asked curiously. I'm getting the tools to do your makeup ready. Graphia replied nonchalantly. Why would I need makeup for an award ceremony? James asked. Because this will be broadcast to the entire underworld. Graphia replied. Wait. Why didn't I know about that? James exclaimed. My apologies. Graphia said, clearly having no intention of apologizing sincerely. It would seem that I forgot to mention it when I came to give you the message. Damn it. James thought to himself. Is this how she intends to get me back for that little prank? I don't have a speech prepared for a broadcast that will reach the whole underworld. When Graphia turned around, James could see a smirk quickly disappearing from Graphia's expression through her reflection in the mirror as she made her way over to do his makeup. However, instead of arguing, not that it would do him any good, James began to frantically construct a speech in his head. About 10 minutes later, Graphia checked her handiwork. After nodding in satisfaction, she asked James to follow her. Then, she led James to the northern entrance of the stadium, where they waited for James to be introduced. While they waited, James could see a large stage in the center of the stadium grounds. On top of it was a rather familiar-looking stone. Is that the King Stone? James asked in curiosity. Can that thing even be moved? Actually, it can. Graphia replied. It was not in the plaza from the beginning, after all. I guess that makes sense. James said as he listened to the ongoing speech by Zikram Bale. To James' surprise, Zikram's speech was much more riveting than he expected. Although it was a lot of propaganda about how the devils are the strongest, which James knew to be false, at least at the present. His speech was motivational at the very least. Then, after about 12 minutes, which also surprised James, Zikram ended his speech, handing the stage over to Surzex and Ajuka, who would be handing over James' rewards. And now, ladies and gentlemen, may I present to you, two of the four great Satans, Surzex Lucifer and Ajuka Beelzebub. Zikram said, before leaving the stage. As Zikram left the stage, the crowd cheered for their beloved Satans. As they did, Surzex and Ajuka walked onto the stage with calm and measured steps. While Ajuka maintained a neutral expression, Surzex smiled brightly at the crowd while waving his hands widely. Then, after reaching the center of the stage, Ajuka stood to the side while Surzex addressed the crowd and all the viewers around the underworld. First of all, allow me, on behalf of Ajuka and the other Satans, to thank you for such a warm welcome. Surzex said with a smile. Now, I'm sure you are all aware that we have gathered to reward the rising star of the younger generation, James Alaverus, for the merits he has rendered for the underworld and devil society as a whole. Once again, the crowd burst into loud, deafening cheers. Although they had not been informed of Euclid's capture, they did know that James had repelled an attack from 3 evil dragons, single-handedly, while killing one in the process. But I doubt there are many among you who are aware of all that James has done in a short time. Surzex continued after the crowd began to quiet down. Not only did he repel an evil dragon attack, but he also captured a fugitive who was long thought dead. This fugitive was also a member of the terrorist organization, Chaos Brigade. And his name is Euclid Lucifuge. After hearing that name, a lot of the older devils who were not involved in the political scene were surprised to hear that a devil who had not been heard from since the Civil War was still alive. Like Surzex said, Euclid had been declared dead centuries ago. Because of these great feats, we were torn on how we should reward James. Surzex said in a tone of mock anxiety. However, thanks to the great scientific minds of our devil society headed by Ajuka, here, we came up with something fitting for the achievements of one of our society's up-and-coming superstars. Although Surzex spoke fluently with a smile on his face, Ajuka, who was standing right next to him, could see the minute twitches in Surzex's eyebrows every time he said something that praised James in front of the public. This is really eating him alive inside. Ajuka said to himself while shaking his head mentally. I can only hope that he doesn't do anything stupid after letting his pride get the better of him. Now, before we mention the rewards, please join me in welcoming James Alaverus onto the stage. Surzex said as he spread his arms and looked toward the entrance where James and Graphia were waiting. Louder and with more fervor than the last time, the crowd exploded into cheers, with Leona's voice somehow audible over everyone else in the venue. I can't feel any demonic power leaking from her. James thought as he walked toward the stage with a smile on his face. How in the fuck is she so damn loud? A few moments later, James made his way onto the stage. Then, once he reached the center, he shook hands with both Surzex and Ajuka, maintaining his smile the whole time. Now that the men of the hour has arrived, I'll leave the presentation and explanation of the rewards to Ajuka. Surzex said before taking a step back. Thank you. Ajuka said in a calm tone. Before presenting the reward, I'd like to say that this is a breakthrough in technology that we of the R&D department made not too long ago. And due to your outstanding achievements, we felt that allowing you to be the first to receive it was only fitting. Hearing what Ajuka had to say, not only James, but everyone who was unaware of the reward that James would be receiving was intrigued as they leaned a little closer to the stage or their televisions. A moment later, James' eyes opened wide. Then, he glanced at the King's Stone before returning his gaze to Ajuka. So, you've noticed. Ajuka said with a slight smile on his face. That's right, the King's Stone is an integral part of your reward. As Ajuka finished, he reached his right hand forward. An instant later, a small case appeared in his hand. Then, he opened the case. When he did, a set of 15 evil pieces could be seen. Why would they present him a set of evil pieces? A man in the crowd asked in confusion. He's already got the strongest peerage in the younger generation, right? I don't know, but I don't think Lord Beelzebub would do something like this without a reason. The woman beside him said. So, just shut up and watch. Or maybe the Satans are trying to humiliate him. A man seated behind the first two said with a devious smile on his face. Maybe they're afraid of the young man's potential and want to bring him down a peg. Conversations like this could be heard all over the stadium, in homes, and in bars all over the underworld. Even so, no one was able to turn away before they saw what would happen next. James Alaverus, with the recent breakthrough of the R&D department and your own outstanding achievements. Ajuka said as the Kankara formula activated on his hand. We, the four great Satans, and the Devil Council would like to present you with the reward of a second peerage. Though James had his suspicions, he could not help but widen his eyes after having those suspicions confirmed. The crowd, on the other hand, fell silent for a short while, before breaking into a cacophony of excited and surprised cheering. Meanwhile, while the crowd was going wild, Ajuka was making the final adjustments to the evil pieces in his hand, so that they would be compatible with James' first set of evil pieces. Now, James Alaverus, I present to you your second, soon-to-be, peerage. Ajuka said once the adjustments were complete. With this new source of strength, we hope that you will continue to help in bettering the underworld and its people. Still in shock at today's developments, James mechanically reached out with both hands to accept the small case that Ajuka handed to him. Then, he once again shook hands with the two Satans, the excited cheering of the crowd acting as the perfect BGM. Though you are truly deserving of this reward. Surzex said quietly while shaking James' hand. Whether it was intentional or not that his words were spoken into an activated microphone, however, would remain a mystery. I feel it would have been more appropriate to have the strongest devil receive a second peerage before any other. With that statement, the stadium fell silent and the tension in the air thickened instantly. Chapter 233, The End of the Road. Underworld, Satan Territory, Capital City, Lilith. Though you are truly deserving of this reward, Surzek's voice could be heard throughout the entire stadium. I feel it would have been more appropriate to have the strongest devil receive a second peerage before any other. Hearing that, no one in the crowd or any of those viewing this event from around the underworld know how they should react. However, it felt to them that Surzex was saying that even with his achievements James still should not have been the first to receive this kind of reward. What is he doing? Venelana asked with a frown on her face. Is he trying to humiliate James? No, even if he isn't, that's exactly what will happen. Calm down, Lana. Zeoticus said, patting Venelana on the shoulder. Surzex would never do something like that. Psi if you only knew. Venelana said while shaking her head. Rhea and Dante Citri were having a similar conversation not too far away from the Gremory couple. The real issue, however, came from the Alaverus couple. After hearing Surzek's statement, Leona began leaking a level of killing intent that was rendering many of the weaker devils around unconscious. Leona, please, you have to stay calm. Cassiel said while holding onto Leona and keeping his anger in check. You need to keep a cool head. Flying off the handle will only make things worse, especially for James. Instead of responding to Cassiel, Leona was doing everything she could to get out of his grasp. Unfortunately, as a middle-rank being, there was nothing she could do against Cassiel, a minor god-ranked being. Meanwhile, Scathatch was exerting her own pressure. Though she was not directing any bloodlust through it. Instead, she was using it to keep the members of James' peerage in line. Like Leona, if any of them made a move because of what Surzex had to say, things would get worse for James. Stay seated and remain silent. Scathatch said in a commanding tone. Have faith in him. Although Scathatch seemed to be calm, Mizor, who was sitting next to her, was absolutely terrified at the moment. Although she was trying to suppress it, Scathatch could not completely contain her overwhelming killing intent that made Leona's feel like a light breeze. So, though it was not covering her surroundings, it was still leaking, basically coating her skin. Holy shit! Mizor exclaimed internally. Master Scathatch is so scary. At the same time in the tunnel that led to the entrance James used to enter the stadium, Grafia was staring at Surzex with her usual expression. However, the disappointment held within her gaze was overwhelming. I guess the man I fell in love with all those centuries ago really is dead. Grafia said in a sad tone with her eyes red. On the stage, though James had yet to react, as he was still processing what Surzex just said to him, Ajuka was the closest to panicking that he had been in centuries. This is bad. Ajuka thought as he watched the encounter. Or rather, this could be bad. If James' anger takes over and he begins to rampage. Is this what Surzex was planning? As Ajuka thought about the possible reasons for this and the possible outcomes, James' brain finally rebooted. Then, he looked into Surzek's eyes and smiled. You held this in much longer than I thought you would. James said with a bright smile on his face. When we had that disagreement about our ideologies when it came to dealing with Cao Cao's attack on Yasaka, I thought you would have done something much earlier. Instead of responding, Surzex frowned, not expecting James to cut the microphone before he spoke. Although the crowd could tell that James was speaking to Surzex, with no sound coming out of the speakers around the stadium, they had no way of telling what it was that James was saying. This isn't how I expected this encounter to go. Surzex thought to himself as he put on an embarrassed expression. I expected his wrath to take over, and that he would lash out. Which I could use to lower his influence among the population. At the same time, after calming him down, I wouldn't have to worry about his potential being damaged. But now, I don't know what to expect. Haha. I don't know what you mean, James, Surzex said after a hollow laugh. I don't know what you mean by I was holding this in. But I'm sorry that my words were broadcasted. I didn't expect that my mic would be active. James nodded in response, while maintaining his smile. However, the anger in his eyes was apparent to everyone. Things are about to go from bad to worse. Ajuka thought as he watched James' expression. You know, when I was growing up, I really respected you, Surzex. James said as his smile changed into a sad one. I knew how proud you were, and I thought it was the coolest thing. You were strong, charismatic, and fair, at least, that's what I thought. But now, more than ever, I believe that you aren't worthy of the title of Lucifer. At least he would have dealt with me up front instead of playing games like this. Immediately after James finished speaking, Surzek's aura burst out, putting pressure on the entire stadium. Then, with a malevolent glint in his eyes, he opened his mouth to speak. However, before he could, James' voice echoed all around the underworld. Lord Lucifer. James said with a cold expression on his face. Although I respect you, I cannot stand to be disrespected as you have. Even if it was an accident that your words were broadcast to the underworld, not once have you apologized for the words you spoke. With that, Surzek's words were stuck in his throat. However, before he could retort, James began to speak once again. As the underworld's strongest devil, instead of using that strength to protect its citizens, you use your position to humiliate me, someone who has been doing all that he can for the underworld for the past 10 years. James said with an expression that showed just how betrayed he felt. At this point, Surzex was so angry that he was incapable of forming a coherent sentence. On top of that, I'm the son of a member of your peerage. James said with disappointment in his tone. If my service to the underworld isn't enough, what about all that my father has done for you in the underworld? This boy is terrifying. Ajuka thought as he listened to James. It's clear that his anger is through the roof. However, he's in perfect control. In fact, he's managed to paint Surzex into a corner. Thus, though I don't want to do this, I have to challenge you to a duel. James said, showing regret in his expression. Otherwise, I would appear to be weak to pressure from the strong. And that would be something that, not only mine, but the underworld's enemies would think they could take advantage of. Then, with his expression changing once again, James looked into Surzek's eyes with an expression that showed a resolute determination. And that is something that I would never allow. James said in a tone that could cut iron. Once again, the stadium fell silent. And with James' declaration, their pride as members of the devil race was ignited. Unfortunately, they were unable to detect the wrath James was hiding just below the surface. However, everyone who knew him knew that he was straining himself to keep it inside. At the same time, the crowd stayed silent because they were curious to see if Surzex would accept the duel. Based on the expression on his face, it was easy for everyone in the stadium and those watching around the underworld to see that this was completely outside of his expectations. However, when his expression changed into a stern one, their expectations began to rise. I accept. Sirzex said in an even tone. We'll iron out the details at a later date. With that, Sirzex turned around and left the stage, making his way to the entrance where Grafia was waiting. While Ajuka took over the proceedings of the event, Sirzex left the stadium without looking back even once. Grafia, let's go. Sirzex said as he reached her position in the tunnel leading to the stadium. We need to speak with Cassiel. He needs to discipline his son. Is that how you see things? Grafia asked while looking at Sirzex with disappointment. Indeed, for publicly humiliating a Satan, he must be punished in some way. Sirzex said without stopping his steps. You really have changed. Grafia said without taking a step to follow. Your pride won't even let you consider that you were in the wrong in this situation, will it? And just where was I wrong about this? Sirzex asked angrily as he turned around. Was I wrong that I should have been the first of the devils to receive a second peerage? You really have changed. Grafia said while shaking her head. Look at yourself. You insulted him publicly. Even if the mic was turned on by accident, anyone who could hear you could hear that you were belittling his achievements. Yet, when he grew angry, you say that he needs to be disciplined. Are you taking that boy's side? Sirzex asked, his anger growing. That boy? Grafia asked, the disappointment in her tone growing. Someone who looked up to you as an older brother for most of his life. And someone you've treated as a nephew for the same duration. Is now just that boy. By now, Sirzek's anger had mostly dissipated. Unfortunately, his pride would not allow him to admit his wrongs and apologize to James. In fact, over the centuries, the only people he has ever genuinely apologized to have been his parents, his sister, Ajuka, Seraphal, Falbium, and Grafia. Even Cassiel, who he considered to be a good friend after fighting together during the Devil Civil War, had never received an apology when he was in the wrong. Once again Grafia could only shake her head when she saw the expression on Sirzek's face. She could tell he was dreading what he expected to come next. Grafia knew that Sirzek was expecting her to ask him to apologize and make amends with James. You don't need to worry, Lord Lucifer. Grafia said in a cold tone. I have no intention of asking you to apologize to James. Hearing Grafia refer to him as Lord Lucifer again, while she referred to James by name caused Sirzek to frown. As a matter of fact, Grafia said coldly. I have only one thing left to ask of you. I hope you will continue to be the father you always have been to Mil-Icas. What do you mean by that, Grafia? Sirzek asked, his frown deepening. You're no longer the man I fell in love with all those years ago. Grafia said. And I feel it would be best to end this marriage now, while I still don't despise what you have become, rather than later. With that, Sirzek's mind came to a complete and sudden halt. Now, if you'll excuse me. Grafia said as she began to walk away from the entrance to the stadium. I need to figure out how to explain everything to Mil-Icas. And I need to make sure he doesn't start looking down on you for your actions today. A few moments later, Grafia disappeared from the tunnel, making her way to the seating area where the Gremory family was sitting. Meanwhile, Sirzek was having trouble understanding how things got so bad, so fast. He knew that after he dismissed Grafia's information about the former members of the Devil Council, he had thrown himself down this road. And now, he had come to the end of a road that he never thought he would find himself on. Damn it. Sirzek muttered to himself with his fists clenched. I really fucked up. Didn't I? Chapter 234, The Aftermath. Underworld, Satan Territory, Capital City, Lilith. A few moments after Sirzek left the stage, the stadium was still in an uncomfortable silence. Did that young man just challenge Lord Lucifer to a duel? A devil who appeared to be middle-aged asked the woman sitting next to him. Yeah. A female devil with an appearance in her late 20s replied with a nod. But why would he do that? Isn't challenging the strongest devil in history suicidal? Even if it is, he had to. An elderly male devil said from behind the first two. Like he said, this would make him appear weak. And there are undoubtedly people who would try to take advantage of that, even if it's not true. The first two devils nodded, though they were not exactly sure how true that statement was. To them, like most devils who grew up after the last war, the thought of challenging one of the Satans was such a foreign concept that they could not even imagine someone else doing so. While conversations like this were going on, some just as tame as what was mentioned above while some were much fiercer and filled with confrontation, the group who came to support James were having their own conversation. I can feel his anger from here. Venelana said while her gaze switched between James and the tunnel that Sirzek left through. Still, I can't believe this happened, in public anyway. James might have been a bit out of line, though. Zeoticus said with a slight frown on his face. Challenging Sirzek like that must have undoubtedly been a humiliation for him. Oh, and my James wasn't humiliated. Leona growled as she stared daggers at Zeoticus. I don't know if you haven't noticed, or just decided to look the other way. But ever since James declared that he wanted to be the strongest, Xerxes has been looking at and treating him differently. Instead of responding, Xeodicus could only lower his head and exhale a sigh of resignation. Grandma. Milica said while tapping Venelana on the arm. Why are father and big bro James going to fight? Aren't we all family now? After hearing Milica's question, Leona immediately calmed herself down and smiled at Milica's while Venelana smiled as well. Rias on the other hand began to blush slightly with a happy smile on her face. Family. Rias muttered quietly. Well, sweetie, that's complicated. Venelana said while stroking Milica's crimson hair and looking into his red eyes. I'm sure your mother will come by soon to explain a few things to you about this. Milica nodded in response. Even though he knew that when his mother came to talk to him about things, it would result in a lecture that he was not looking forward to, he knew that this would be something important. I hope Milica will be alright, Venelana thought to herself. I already knew she was on the verge of ending things with Xerxes. And to be honest, it brings me a measure of grief to lose a daughter-in-law like her. But I would never be selfish enough to ask that she stays in a situation that is clearly bringing her pain. At that moment, Ajuka tapped his finger on the microphone in his possession, regaining the attention of everyone watching the ceremony around the underworld. Please, if everyone would calm down, we'll continue the awarding of James' second set of evil pieces. Ajuka said into the microphone, in his usual tone. My old friend, no matter what your intention was, this little stunt was more detrimental to your status than you could have ever imagined. Unlike everyone else, Ajuka knew that Xerxes had intentionally turned on the microphone before he spoke those damning words. Or rather, he had deduced as much. He could see from Xerxes' eyes the pressure he was putting himself under as he thought of James surpassing him one day, an outcome that his pride would not allow. After regaining the crowd's attention, Ajuka asked James to do like he had done the first time he connected with his evil pieces. And just like he did a little over 3 years ago, James held the case with the evil pieces in one hand while he placed the other onto the king stone. When he did, the 15 pieces in the case began to glow in a dusk pink color. Then, after a few seconds, the glow began to dim. In its place, a set of dusk pink, evil pieces were tucked securely into the case. No mutated pieces this time, huh? James said as he looked over his new, evil pieces, with a satisfied smile. Well, it's not like I expected to get one this time, anyway. The chances of getting them are supposed to be low, right? That's right. Ajuka replied, even though he knew James was speaking rhetorically. Besides, with your current strength, the chances of you needing a mutated piece to recruit someone is quite low. James nodded in response while his gaze remained on the case. Then, after a few moments, he looked up with a big, bright smile on his face. As he turned his head towards Ajuka, he extended his right hand again. Please, allow me to extend my gratitude towards the Satans and the Devil Council for bestowing such a reward upon me. James said in a happy tone. With my strength, and the new strength it will bring to me, I promise to do all that I can for the Underworld and Devil Society's benefit. With James' declaration, Ajuka reached forward to shake James' hand while the crowd exploded into cheers once again. Underworld, Grigori Territory, Grigori Headquarters. In the Governor-General of the Fallen Angels, Shamhazai's office, 3 fallen angels, Azazel, Shamhazai, and Barakiel were watching the broadcast of James' award ceremony. As soon as it ended, Shamhazai, using the remote, turned off the monitor. That kid, Xerxes, just what was he thinking pulling a stunt like that? Azazel asked with his usual, shit-eating grin on his face. That's one of the major flaws of the devil race. Shamhazai said while shaking his head. Every devil is deeply connected to at least one of the 7 deadly sins. And their actions are often influenced by that sin. I know. Azazel said as he waved off Shamhazai's comment dismissively. It seems that the years without war made that brat relax a little too much. When he was first named as Lucifer, he would have been nothing but proud that there was a young devil with that kind of strength. Shamhazai nodded to Azazel's statement. At the same time, Barakiel was frowning. What's the matter, Barakiel? Azazel asked, already knowing the answer to that question. That boy. Barakiel said apprehensively. He's dangerous. It's clear that his main sin is that of wrath, correct? That's right, it was in the report we received after the evil dragon attack on that school. Shamhazai replied. Then, what if he loses control and goes on a rampage? Barakiel asked. The people around him would be in danger. Are you still sour that you were put in your place after you tried to slap your daughter? Azazel asked with disappointment in his tone. Stop trying to cause trouble. We all know that you were in the wrong back then. Instead of playing conspiracy theorist, why don't you just go and apologize for doing something stupid? Shamhazai said. I mean, what would Shuri think if she could see you acting like this? Not to mention the punishment you would receive for trying to slap a Kino. Azazel said sternly. Before he continued, however, his expression changed into a teasing grin. Or maybe you would have been looking forward to that punishment. Contrary to his appearance of a tough, no-nonsense, middle-aged man, Barakil began to blush like a schoolgirl when his fetish was pointed out and made fun of by his former leader and brother. Heaven, sixth heaven. Like the members of the Grigori, the four great seraphim were also watching James' award ceremony. I know we're in an alliance now, Uriel said with a slight frown on his face. But the thought of a new devil with that kind of power makes me a little uneasy. What if they go back on the treaty? All we can do is have faith, Raphael said in a serene tone. Suspecting allies that have given us no reason to do so is not what we should be doing. Instead of responding, Uriel gritted his teeth and clenched his fists. It was no secret, in heaven or the underworld, that Uriel was completely against the forming of this treaty. He had never, and with good reason, trusted the devils or fallen angels. However, he was convinced to give peace a try, until they were betrayed, at least. I say this from my own personal experience, Michael said in his usual tone with a kind smile on his face. That boy, James Alaverus, is not like any other devils that we've met. He is a young man with a kind heart. That's right, James is a good boy. Gabriel chimed in with her bubbly personality on full display. Oh, I know. Why don't we invite him to heaven so that the two of you can meet him for yourselves? Thinking that her idea was amazing, Gabriel stood, with her wings extended and began to clap her hands. Meanwhile, her three brothers could only look at her with exasperated doting smiles on their faces. Human world, Greece, Chiron's personal subdimension. Kuroka just sent us some news, Lufei said as she rushed into the training grounds. Hearing his younger sister's voice, Lufei's elder brother, Arthur Pendragon, stopped his sword fight with Virgil and turned his attention to her. Not only Arthur, but all of the members of Val's team stopped their training to hear what Lufei had to say. So, what is it? Valley asked as he walked toward Lufei. It would seem the Red Dragon Emperor, James Alaverus, was just granted a second set of evil pieces. Lufei replied. And she thinks that his next peerage will be filled with some pretty strong people. How does that even work? Biko asked while scratching his ear with his little finger. I don't know, but that Ajuka Beelzebub is a genius, Virgil said. I'm sure he had something to do with it. Valley and Arthur nodded in response. However, Valley did so with gritted teeth. Damn it, he's already strong enough to fight Crumb Crutch, and now this. Valley asked while clenching his teeth. I thought I was catching up to him when I broke through to the minor god rank and created my Imperio Juggernaut overdrive. Don't forget, though, Arthur said with an impassive expression on his face. He's got something similar, right? The Tyrant Dragon Domination Drive. Also, according to Kuroka, he's inching closer and closer to the major god rank, Lufei said. So what? Valley growled. No matter what, I'll catch up to him and defeat him. That's the spirit, disciple of mine, Chiron said with a smile. Just make sure that you keep improving and one day, I'm sure it will happen. Though I say this to motivate him, I am not sure how true my own words are. Chiron thought to himself without losing his smile. All right, everyone, back to training, Chiron said as he returned to the place from which he usually watched the youngsters spar. Like that, Valley, Virgil, Arthur, and Biko returned to their training/sparring, while Lufei prepared to go back to doing what she was doing before Kuroka's communication came through. Oh, Lufei, Chiron called out. Yes, Lufei asked as she turned to face the old centaur. How goes your control over Gogmagog? Chiron asked with a smile. It's great, Lufei said excitedly. I've gotten to the point where I can. While answering Chiron's question, Lufei unleashed a torrent of words and excited squeals, to which Chiron simply smiled. Underworld, Gremory Territory, Alaverus Estate. Shortly after James received his second set of evil pieces, James was also presented with the territory he should have received years ago. Since he was given the opportunity to choose, he chose the former Lucifuge territory, under Graphia's insistence. Although it had been unoccupied for centuries, it still had some of the underworld's best caches of resources. Now, with Irene and the vampires having been teleported back to his estate in the human world, James, his parents, the Gremorys, the Citries, Graphia, and the three peerages decided to stop by the Alaverus estate in the Gremory territory. It will be a shame to see you all go, Venilana said while hugging Leona. Don't say that like you'll never see us again, Lana, Leona said with a smile. It's not like we could hide even if we wanted to. We'll be family soon enough, right? What do you mean soon enough? Rhea asked with a snort. We've been family for decades now. While the mothers of the three families were messing around, James, Scathatch, Cassiel, Graphia, Zeoticus, and Dante were talking about the development of the territory. They discussed having a manor built, what industries they should try to specialize in, and what industries from other houses they should allow to settle their territory, among other things. James, on the other hand, was beginning to lose his patience. Why am I even sitting here? James asked himself as he scanned the faces of those discussing the territory management. I'd much rather be training. James, are you listening? Cassiel asked, noticing that James had become absent-minded. Honestly, I've been checking in and out for a while now. James replied with a wry smile on his face. I mean, I know I'm the heir to the Alaver. Hold it right there. Cassiel said. As the strongest member of the Alaverus house at its inception, it's obvious that you will be the head. I'm sorry, come again. James asked with confusion in his tone. Then, James once again scanned the faces of everyone who was included in the discussion. When he saw them, all nodding in confirmation, his eyes began to shake while he began to sweat profusely. In short, James was having a panic attack. What? Wait. James said frantically. There's no way I can be the head now. I have so much time left to grow. On top of that, there's no way I would last if I had to stay at home and do paperwork, and... At that moment, James realized that everyone around him was smirking. Even the normally expressionless Graphia and less expressive Scathatch were finding enjoyment from his panicked state. You all were fucking with me, right? James asked with a deadpan, before disappearing from his spot a moment later. Swoosh. The next instant, the sound of a hand swatting at the place where James' head was a moment ago could be heard. Watch your language, young man. Leona said as she appeared behind the seat James was just sitting in. In any case, we're just messing with you. Zeoticus said with a chuckle. No matter how capable you are, it's too early to install you as a family head. Serorg would be an exception, I guess. James replied while signaling that he was sorry to his mother. That hasn't exactly been finalized. Zeoticus replied. But yes. From there, the discussion continued. Eventually, after getting the preliminary plans out of the way, everyone decided to call it a night while returning to their homes. Naturally James, his parents, Rias, Sona, and the members of the three peerages decided to return to the human world. Chapter 235, the day after. Underworld, Satan Territory, Capital City, Lilith. The day after the award ceremony, the four great Satans met in their usual meeting room inside the Devil Council building. Sirzexchan, you've created a really big mess. Seraphal said while resting the back of her left hand on her forehead. I knew it was only a matter of time before his pride made him do something stupid. Falbium said with his eyes half closed. Instead of responding, Sirzex merely sat in his usual chair with his head hanging low and a lifeless look in his eyes. It seems something that we are not aware of has occurred. Ajuka said while observing Sirzex's current state. I wonder if Ria said anything to him about his behavior. Surprisingly, Sirzex did not even flinch when Ajuka mentioned Rias. Instead, he kept that same lifeless expression on his face. Seeing that, Ajuka, Seraphal, and Falbium exchanged glances. Things must be much worse than we expected. Ajuka said. Maybe we should ask Graphia. Seraphal said with a tilt of her head. Now that I think of it, I wonder where she is. Although Seraphal and Falbium did not notice anything, Ajuka, who had been observing Sirzex the whole time, saw that he flinched minutely when Seraphal mentioned Graphia. I guess even Graphia has gotten fed up with the way you've been acting. Ajuka thought to himself. Yes. Ajuka said in response to Seraphal's suggestion. I think we should call her in. No, please don't. Sirzex said in a weak tone. Seraphal and Falbium opened their eyes wide hearing that Sirzex wanted to refuse Graphia's presence. At the same time, Ajuka sighed internally once again. Unfortunately, that's not an option, my old friend. We need her to take the notes for the next part of our meeting. She needs to document the details of the duel that you'll be having with James. At the mention of James' name, Sirzex clenched his fists and gritted his teeth. However, a moment later, he relaxed and exhaled a sigh of his own. I really messed up, huh? Sirzex said. Just what have I become? I can only imagine how angry James is with the stunt I pulled. I don't think you'll have to imagine for too long. Falbium said. You'll find out whenever the duel takes place. I know. Sirzex said. I'll make sure not to hurt him during the duel. Sirzexchan, what are you talking about? Seraphal asked him. Are you expecting me to let him win or something? Sirzex asked with confusion on his face. So, you really didn't think that his accomplishments were worthy of the reward, huh? Falbium asked with his eyes narrowed. I'm starting to wonder if you even really read the reports about him. What do you mean? Sirzex asked with his confusion growing. Surzex, it has been confirmed that Kromkruch has reached heavenly dragon levels of power. Ajuka said bluntly. Do you think you're strong enough to push that kind of power back single-handedly? What does that have to do with anything? Surzex asked. He really didn't read the reports. Falbium said, sounding even more tired than usual. That is exactly what James was doing before he captured Euclid. Ajuka said in the same blunt tone. Just then, Surzek's mind recalled the entire report about Euclid's capture. Then, he began to pale. Damn it. Surzex thought to himself frantically. There's a real chance that I might lose this fight. But wait, if he's so strong, why did Scathatch stop him from charging into the crack above the raiding game school last week? What have you been doing with your time recently? Serafal asked, her usual cheerful tone long gone. Scatty-chan stopped him because, 1, they did not know what to expect over there. 2, because they didn't know where they would end up. And, 3, because James is only at the minor god rank without the boosted gear. The light of clarity returned to Surzek's eyes when Serafal spelled it out for him. That's right, Rizavim has the special ability, Sacred Gear Canceller, Surzex thought to himself. He would have been placing himself on the chopping board if he had charged into the enemy's base alone. Damn, my pride really did a number on my personality. I was even too wrapped up in myself to put something that simple together. Enough about that. Ajuka said. We need to call Graphia so a draft of the terms of the duel can be made. Serafal and Falbium nodded in agreement while Surzex winced once again. However, he knew that there was nothing he could do about it, since it was necessary for Graphia to show up. And with that, Serafal created a communication magic circle and contacted Graphia. After explaining what they needed from her, she ended the communication. She should be here soon. Serafal said with a puzzled expression. But instead of sounding like she usually does, she sounded a bit unwilling this time. While Serafal and Falbium seemed to be confused by this information, Surzex lowered his head once again and clenched his fists. Meanwhile, Ajuka watched Surzek's actions the whole time. Things might be worse for Surzex than I expected. Ajuka thought to himself. I'm sure this little stunt wasn't enough to put a strain like this on their relationship. I can only imagine what else he has done. Not much later, Graphia arrived and the Satans began to discuss the duel that Surzex would be having with James. One thing they all took note of, however, was that Graphia did not position herself behind Surzex like she usually did. On top of that, other than the polite and formal greeting she gave him when she first entered the room, she never spoke to him. Human world, Japan, Kuo. While the 4 great Satans were discussing the duel that would be taking place soon, most of the members of the 3 peerages were attending classes at Kuo Academy. Meanwhile, Leona, Cassiel, Irene, and the Shuzan family were sitting in the living room of the Alaverus estate drinking wine or tea while discussing what happened yesterday. So, that Surzex Lucifer is Ria's older brother, right? Irene asked as she took a sip of wine. I heard about him years ago, but I didn't expect him to do something like this. All the stories about him make him out to be a very kind man. And usually he is. Cassiel said while rubbing his temples. For centuries, he's been my best friend. Hell, I even offered to join his peerage in a bid to repay him for saving my life. Hearing that, the listeners, Irene, Evangeline, Isa, Acua, and Cocoa were surprised. Kahlua on the other hand was busy adding sugar to her tea with a smile on her face. So, no one was sure if she was listening or not. At the same time, Leona reached over and held Cassiel's hand. I've fought so hard for him and the underworld over the years. Cassiel said through gritted teeth. And this is how he treats my son. It must be tough to be torn between your best friend and your family. Isa said. Yeah, just as tough as deciding to drive your own daughter away to protect her, huh? Evangeline said with narrowed eyes. Look, I know I handled that wrong. Isa said in a tired tone. And even if I didn't, Mocha reminds me every chance she gets. Well, can you blame her? Evangeline said with disdain in her tone. You bastards from the Teeps faction never thought highly of women. I bet you didn't think she'd be able to understand or handle the situation, right? Instead of answering, Isa lowered his head. He knew he was in the wrong and had no intention of trying to defend his actions. Calm down, Eva. Kahlua said with a smile as she hugged the other blonde vampire. This talk isn't about him or the Teeps, right? So, she was paying attention. Acua and Cocoa muttered simultaneously. Kahlua is right. Irene said. I do have a question about the upcoming duel, though. Sure. Go ahead. Cassiel said in a tired tone. If James wins. Irene said before being interrupted. When? Leona said, interrupting Irene. Huh? Irene exclaimed in confusion. When James wins. Leona said strongly. There's no way my James will lose to that prideful asshole. Okay, I get it. Irene said, deciding that she did not want to argue with the angry lioness of a mother. When James wins the duel, does that mean he will replace the current Lucifer? Everyone's eyes opened widely when they heard that question. I mean, is that how things like this work? Irene asked after not getting a response. I don't know. Cassiel said after he recovered from the thought that the previous question brought. I wonder if James thought that far ahead when he asked for the duel. How can you, a 500-plus-year-old devil, not know the answer to that question? Evangeline asked. Because no one has ever challenged the Satans for their titles. At least. Not to my knowledge. That makes sense actually. Issa said. There are probably only a handful of devils who can deal with Leviathan and Asmodeus, who are both at the minor god rank. But Lucifer and Beelzebub are both at the major god rank, and from what I know only the original Lucifer had reached that rank. That's right, and the ones that can are already in positions of power. Cassiel said with a nod. And becoming a Satan would probably be detrimental to them instead. What do you mean? Aqua asked curiously. Because the Satans have to renounce their houses. Cassiel replied. And in their own territories, I'm sure they have much more freedom and ruling authority than they would as one of the Satans. I see. Aqua said while nodding in understanding. Then, if James would have to take over the seat of Lucifer after winning, do you think he would throw the fight? Leona asked. I mean, did you see how flustered he was when you all joked that he would be the head of the Alaverus house? Hearing that, Cassiel smiled mischievously while the rest of the group looked at Leona with interest. Now, this sounds like a story I'd like to hear. Evangeline asked while licking her lips. You always seem to be so interested in things that have to do with James. Kahlua said while poking Evangeline on the cheek. And when you've had a lot to drink, you cling to him a lot, too. Blushing slightly, Evangeline swatted Kahlua's hand away. However, before she could retort. What kind of interesting story do you all have to tell? Genkai asked as she entered the living room with her hands behind her back. Oh, Master Genkai. Leona said with a smile. I didn't think that you'd be done training Yusuke so soon. I kinda hit him too hard during sparring. Genkai said without changing her expression. So, he'll be unconscious for a while. Everyone prayed a moment for Yusuke's well-being. They all knew that regardless of if he had regained consciousness naturally or not by the time Scathacka's training started, he would still be joining that training. And since I had some free time on my hands, I came up here to play some games. Genkai said. But this sounds just as, if not more, interesting. With that, Cassiel and Leona glanced at each other for a moment. Then, they both nodded. Honey, you tell the story. Leona said with a smile. If I tell it, I'll start laughing and mess up the story. Cassiel only nodded in response. Then, he began to tell the story of how they tricked James last night after the award ceremony. Like that, with several bottles of wine being emptied, several hours passed. Eventually, Kahlua changed the topic to something she was interested in. So, what do we have to do to join James' second peerage? Kahlua asked with a smile. With that, the conversation came to a brief pause. That's actually up to James. Leona said with a smile of her own. It will take some time for him to decide if you fit with his family. Because that's how he sees all the members of his peerage. Even the Tsundere son of Sparta. You mean the white-haired kid with the big sword and the prickly personality? Genkai asked. That's right. Leona replied. Yeah, now that I think about it, Dante only joined as part of a deal at first, right? Cassiel asked aloud, to no one in particular. That's right. Leona replied. But now, he even calls me auntie like the rest of the kids. Anyway, on top of compatibility with the rest of the group, you'll have to have some kind of compatibility with the evil pieces themselves. As they'll determine your position in the peerage. And for the next while, the group discussed the advantages and disadvantages of joining a peerage. Eventually, the students made their way home in their usual groups. When everyone was back and dinner had ended, Graphia appeared in the living room via teleportation circle. Hey Graphia, what's up? James greeted, the first to notice Graphia's arrival. Good evening, young Master Alaverus. Graphia said professionally with a polite bow. Hearing Graphia's professional tone, the rest of the conversations in the living room died immediately. I've come on behalf of the 4 great Satans to deliver a message. Graphia said once she straightened up from her bow. Please do. James said, adopting proper etiquette for an official message. The date, time, and place of your duel with Lord Lucifer has been decided. Graphia said. In 5 days, when the clock strikes midnight, on Saturday morning, a temporary arena will be created in the dimensional gap for your duel. Chapter 236, Progress. Underworld, Gremory territory, Gremory estate. After telling James the when and the where of his duel with Surzex, Graphia returned to the underworld. After appearing in the Gremory estate, she quickly made her way towards the bar, thinking to numb her emotions with a drink. Or 10. However, when she arrived, expecting the bar to be empty, she found Venelana standing behind the bar smiling at her kindly. "Take a seat, Graphia," Venelana said as she finished mixing Graphia's favorite drink. "I'm sure you need to talk." Sighing in response, Graphia did as Venelana said and took a seat in front of the bar. A moment later, the drink Venelana had just finished mixing was placed in front of her. Wasting no time, Graphia picked up the glass quickly and placed it on her lips. Gulp, gulp, gulp. Sigh I can't say that I know how you feel exactly, Venelana said after watching Graphia begin to chug her drink. But I do know how it feels to fall out of love with someone you've been with for centuries. Placing the, now, empty glass back on the bar, Graphia listened to Venelana intently. "So, what I would suggest is you taking some time away from Surzex," Venelana said. "And I don't mean to just stop sleeping with him. I mean to stop associating with him for a time. You should stop your work with the Satans, at least until you know exactly what you want and how you feel." "How am I supposed to do that?" Graphia asked while she covered her face with her hands. "I'm his queen." "That is true," Venelana said with a nod. "But perhaps that will have to change. Temporarily, at least." Instead of saying anything, Graphia stared at her mother-in-law, waiting for her to continue. However, Venelana, with a smile on her face, paused to make Graphia another drink. "There," Venelana said while placing Graphia's new drink on the bar top. "Now, where was I?" Graphia continued to stare at Venelana, not even touching her drink. It was clear she was more interested in hearing Venelana's idea of what she should do about the situation. "Fine." Venelana pouted a little. "You're no fun right now. I really hate seeing you like this. I'll suggest trading my unused queen piece with Surzex. After the duel with James, of course." "I see, that is an option," Graphia thought to herself. "But why wait until after the duel with James? I'm sure you're wondering why I would wait until after the duel to request the trade, correct?" Venelana asked with a smile. Graphia simply nodded in response. "Because, we can't give Surzex anything he could use as an excuse if he were to lose to James," Venelana said, answering her own question. "I see, with pride as high as his, he'll definitely come up with some kind of excuse to explain away his defeat," Graphia thought as she finally picked up the glass in front of her. "I don't know how possible this is," Venelana said as she began mixing a drink for herself. However, her expression darkened as she continued to speak. "But if Surzex is to go back to who he was, his pride will need to be crushed. Thoroughly. It looks like it's not just me who was disappointed in Surzex's actions, huh?" Graphia thought as she sipped her second drink. Sigh after explaining what happened to Milicas, Surzex's image took a hit in his mind, too. Well, I guess that's no surprise, Milicas has looked up to James as his hero for a long time now. I just hope that the father-son relationship can be salvaged. Human world, Japan, Kuo. The next day, after school while Scathatch was training the Peerages and Yusuker, Leona came down into the training room. "Ah. Mom is in the training room," James exclaimed while balancing on a spike using one finger and a thin layer of demonic energy. "Are there 3 suns rising from the south?" Hearing that, all those who had known Leona since they were children began to laugh and giggle. Leona even noticed Cassiel among the group of laughing people. "Haha, laugh it up," Leona said with a smile. "And Cass, I'll deal with you later." Immediately, Cassiel's laughter was caught in his throat. "Satanta!" Scathatch shouted, causing all the laughter to stop. "Your breakthrough is imminent. Do you have the time to laugh right now? Focus." "Yes, ma'am." Siyu Chulin shouted in response. "Oh, so Lancer is about to break through into the minor god rank, huh?" Leona said with some interest. "Well, that's not all that important right now. So, what brings you down here, honey?" Cassiel asked, trying to butter up his wife who intends to deal with him later. "Oh, a message from heaven arrived for James," Leona said with a smile. "For me?" James asked as he flipped off the spike he was balancing on. "Heaven's never contacted me before, I wonder what this is about." After James drew near, Leona handed him the letter from heaven. After opening the envelope and unfolding the letter, James began to read. The longer he read, the more his eyes lit up. "So, what does it say?" Leona asked, full of curiosity. "My peerage and I have been invited to tour heaven," James said with a smile. "And they're allowing me to set the date, since they are aware of the upcoming duel with Surzex." "Seriously?" Cassiel asked in an incredulous tone. You'll be the first devils to set foot in heaven since the creation of our race. I know, right? James said with a smug smile. I'm pretty awesome. A trailblazer if you would. Doing things that devils have never done before. Okay, take it down a notch, Chevy truck. Leona said. We don't want you to get too prideful like that asshole Satan. Mom, his sister is right over there. James said sheepishly while pointing to Rias who was working on more finely controlling her power of destruction. Oops. Leona said, covering her mouth with her hands. It's fine, what my brother did was unacceptable. Rias said without losing focus on her training. In fact, I have every intention to give him a piece of my mind. Be careful everyone. Aquino said with a smile. Then, while gesturing with her fingers, she continued. Rias is this far away from going into raging bitch mode. Shut up, Aquino. Rias shouted, absorbing her power of destruction back into her hands before she could lose control. Or I'll show you a raging bitch. Once again, laughter and giggles were heard around the training room, while Siyu Chilin continued to focus on his breakthrough. Damn it. Dante muttered while he watched Siyu Chilin attempt his breakthrough. He's getting ahead of me again. Quit your bitchin', Lady said without mercy. It's not like you haven't improved in the last few months either. Hell, we all have. I know that. Dante muttered. I just don't want to fall too far behind those two. As Lady said, everyone in all three peerages from the younger generation have improved over the last few months. Most have gone up 1 level, while some have gone up by 2. For example, everyone in James' peerage has gone up by at least 1 level. What that means is, no one in James' peerage is below ultimate rank now. Scathatch predicted that either today or tomorrow, Siyu Chilin would break through into the minor god rank. While Flora, Lady, and Shuna had broken into the initial level ultimate rank. Dante reached the peak of the same rank while everyone else went up a level in the rank. In the case of Rias and her peerage, Rias increased her level to the advanced level of the ultimate rank. Asia, Zenobia, Mio, and Maria have all raised their ranks to high rank. With Asia, Mio, and Zenobia rising by 2 levels in the last few months. Also, Aquino broke through to the ultimate rank, while Kaneko, Yuto, Gasper, and Issei all went up a level in the high rank. Sona's peerage had also shown good progress in the same time frame. Sona, like Rias, has also raised her level to the advanced level of the ultimate rank. While her queen, Tsubaki went up a level in the ultimate rank as well. The members in her peerage who were below high rank, namely, Tomo, Tsubasa, Momo, Ruruko, and Lu, managed to all rise to the high rank. Albeit at the initial level, with the exception of Tomo who made it to the intermediate level. While those who were already at high rank, Rhea, Genshiru, Rossweiss, and Benya, all went up to the next level in the high rank. Now that I look around, this is a scary talented group of young devils. Cassiel said, proud to be able to witness the growth of the devils who would carry the future of the underworld. How could he try to stifle this? Because he's an arrogant, egotistical, jackass who forgot who he was. Leona said before walking back toward the elevator. Anyway, now that I've delivered the message, I have no business down here. Just a moment, Leona. Scathatch said, appearing behind Leona with her hand on her shoulder. I do believe we had a deal. A deal? What could you possibly be talking about, Scatty? Leona asked with sweat running down her back. If I recall correctly, if you were to ever make your way down into the training room while I was conducting training. Scathatch said, tapping her chin with one of her index fingers like Rias often does. Holy crap, that's unexpectedly cute. James and Leona thought simultaneously as they watched Scathatch. Hey, Aquino, is Master Scathatch copying me? Rias whispered to Aquino. It looks like it. Aquino said while licking her lips. Punishing her while she's acting so cute would be so hot. You know what? Rias said as she turned away from Aquino. I'm done with you. Ha. Leona began to laugh dryly as Scathatch continued to stare into her eyes. What did you promise to do? Cassiel asked full of curiosity. I promised to join the training for the next month without complaints. Leona said with a tearful expression. Cassiel, knowing how much Leona hates training, was dumbfounded that Leona would ever make a promise like that. In fact, the only time he could remember seeing her train in the last 20 years was when she was doing James' water bowl training method. And that was only so that she could throw water at people once her control was good enough. And here I thought you would attempt to deny it. Scathatch said with her usual expression on her face. I'm a lot of things, Scatty. Leona said, almost sounding offended. But I am not someone who breaks their promises. However, if you had forgotten, that would be a different story. Would it? James asked. That still sounds like breaking a promise to me. It would. Leona said proudly. Because until Scatty said something about it, I had completely forgotten. Smack, X2. In response to Leona's shameless statement, James and Cassiel face-palmed simultaneously. I would expect no less from you, my wife. Cassiel said in a dry tone. Of course. Leona replied with a nod and a smile. Why do you look so proud that you forgot? James asked. Ignoring James' question, Leona turned her attention back to Scathatch. I'll start tomorrow. Leona said. I just want to enjoy my last night of freedom. Very well. Scathatch replied with a nod. But you will be down here tomorrow evening. Even if I have to drag you down here, kicking and screaming. Yeah, I know. Leona said as she began to walk towards the elevator again. Before Leona could get too far, however, Siyu Chulin's demonic power began to rise. The pressure that his presence alone began to put on everyone else in the training room was on the rise as well. Looks like he did it. Scathatch said with a smile. Yeah, as soon as you weren't breathing down his neck anymore, he broke through. James said absent-mindedly. Would you care to repeat yourself, my disciple? Scathatch asked in a cold tone. **Master, you may not realize this. James said in an exasperated tone. But you really put a lot of pressure on us, Lancer and me. The thought of disappointing you, the person we both respect the most, can be debilitating. I see. Scathatch said as the corners of her mouth began to curl ever so slightly. Anyway, I guess I better go spar with that idiot before he starts to get out of hand with his power going to his head. James said with a sadistic grin on his face. You know, I feel a bit sorry for Lancer, all of a sudden. Cassiel said while shaking his head. Chapter 237, The Prelude. Human World, Japan, Kuo. For the next few days after Siyu Chulin's breakthrough, James did not go to school. Instead, he spent all his time with Scathatch, Siyu Chulin, Irene, and Tatsuya, who also decided to take the same few days off of school. Naturally, because Tatsuya took time off from school, his sister followed him. So, as a result, Mizore spent a lot more time working with Miyuki on ways that they both could improve their use of ice in combat. Spending time with Scathatch resulted in more sparring and even harsher training. Although the higher intensity training was exhausting and nearly broke his body several times a day, James could not deny the progress it brought him in regard to demonic power control and the strength of his physical body. Even though he still was not as physically strong as someone like Serorg when compared to his level of power, James was one of the physically stronger devils in the underworld. Instead of improving himself, however, when James spent time with Siyu Chulin it was for the express purpose of helping Siyu Chulin gain control of his new power. With minor god rank being such a large step up in terms of power from the ultimate rank, Siyu Chulin needed a few days of intense training to get his new strength fully under control. Working with Irene was one of the more beneficial training sessions over the last few days. Thanks to her vast knowledge of Dragon Slayer magic and its effect on the dragon aspect, James and Irene found a way to lower the consumption of James' Tyrant Dragon Domination Drive. In fact, the method was quite simple. The answer was Dragon Force. With Dragon Force active, James could replace part of the energy powering the Tyrant Dragon Domination Drive with Draconic Aura. James felt a little silly for not realizing that earlier. But then again, in his defense, James had only unlocked the ability to use his Dragon Force freely shortly after the last time he used the Tyrant Dragon Domination Drive. Irene was even flabbergasted at how quickly he was able to tap into it. The last thing James did during his short staycation was experiment on fully integrating with Senbon Sakura, while Tatsuya observed him with his elemental sight. And with no expectations of actually reaching the major god rank before the duel, James and Tatsuya were pleasantly surprised when James succeeded only several hours before the event started. Seriously, that boy is a freak. Irene said with her eyes wide open as every inorganic object in a 33-foot, approximate 10 m, radius began breaking down into cherry blossom petal-shaped blades. I would have to agree. Scathatch replied with a nod and a proud smile on her face. For more than 1,000 years, I've been looking for that spark of inspiration to make the same jump in power. Yet, it has eluded me. So pretty. Kahlua said with wonder in her eyes. I love cherry blossoms. Yes, beautiful. Akua added with a nod. And even more dangerous. Issa and Kokoa nodded in agreement with Akua's statement. Just looking at the cloud of petal blades made them feel as if they were being shredded. Yet, they were unable to take their eyes away. So, how do you feel? Siyu Chulin asked with a slightly bitter expression on his face. Not all that different. James said as he tested how fine his control of the innumerable number of blades was. Also, I can sense that the spiritual mark on carnage has disappeared. I guess I don't need it anymore since I've integrated completely with the power, huh? I would assume so. Scathatch said, inserting herself into the conversation. We can talk about that later, though. How is the consumption? Not that high actually. James replied while still moving around the petal-shaped blades. Getting it started takes a pretty good amount. However, after I'm in this state, I don't use any energy at all, no matter how much I convert into the blades. That sounds like a cheat. Mizor said with a pout. It does. Rias added with a nod. But I guess that's how all major god-ranked devils are. Big Brother told me that he experiences the same effect when he changes into his true form as well. Speaking of Lucifer's true form, Evangeline said before continuing on to her real question. How will your ability stand up against his power of destruction? I'm not 100% sure. James replied with a shake of his head. But I think that with enough condensed draconic aura wrapped around each blade, they should last for a while. Or at least that's what I'm hoping for. Are you doubting my words? Drake asked in a voice that everyone could hear. Yes. James replied calmly. You little bastard. Drake growled. Look, I know you said that even Zekrom Baal's power of destruction couldn't harm you in the past, Drake. James said. But Surzex is in a different league than that old man. But his power of destruction isn't as pure as Zekrom Baal's. Drake protested. It may seem that way on the surface. James replied while shaking his head. But he's been fully integrated with his power for centuries. Well, maybe not fully integrated, since he's still in the major god rank. But you get the idea. Fine. I see your point. Drake said. In my prime, though, he wouldn't have been able to hurt me in the slightest, though. Yes, yes. James said in a placating tone. You were the third strongest of all the dragons, after all. That's enough. Scathatch said, putting an end to the boy and his dragon's little back and forth. You should spend the next few hours getting used to this new power. Then, for the last hour or so, you should concentrate on regaining your full strength. Yes, ma'am. James said as he turned his focus back to his training. However, before he got too deep into it, he turned and looked at Tatsuya one more time. Thanks, man. You really helped me speed this process up by a lot. Don't worry about it. Tatsuya said with the corners of his lips curling up slightly. It was part of our pact, after all. Is Oni-sama smiling? Miyuki asked herself as she noticed the corners of Tatsuya's lips curling up. How long has it been since I saw him begin to smile involuntarily? How did Alaverus-san do it? Like that, James continued to work on the control of his new ability for the next couple of hours like Scathatch suggested. Then, at around 10 p.m., he stopped and began to relax. Having a light meal was the first thing on his to-do list. After that, he sat down between his mother and Genkai on the sofa for a rather intense few rounds of several fighting games. At about 11:55 p.m., a teleportation circle appeared in a corner of the living room. When it vanished, Graphia took its place. When she saw the rather laid-back atmosphere, she was surprised. She thought that everyone would be more on edge due to the upcoming duel. However, she felt that it was not her place to question how another prepared for a duel. Young Master James Alaverus. Graphia said, making her presence known. I have come to escort you to the battlefield. Okay, just a second, I'm almost done administering this beatdown. James said with a smile while he was nearly done with a match of the latest Street Fighter. Just go already. Leona shouted as she slammed her controller on the floor. Haha. James laughed as he put his controller down. All right, I'm going. As James approached Graphia, instead of receiving hugs and handshakes, James only received verbal wishes of good luck and the like. They knew that there was not much time before the duel began and they did not want to delay him. If he were to be late and it was their fault, that would not be good. All right, guys, see you later. James said while waving at everyone with a smile. A moment later, Graphia activated another teleportation circle. Then, both she and James vanished from the Alaverus estate. Dimensional gap, temporary battlefield. A few minutes before Graphia arrived in the human world's Alaverus estate, Surzex and Ajuka were checking the stability of the battlefield that Ajuka had created in the dimensional gap. As they did, Surzex remained silent. Unless he was answering a question posed by Ajuka. I have a guess as to why you're acting like this. Ajuka said after making the last safety check. But you need to snap out of it. If you don't, the chance you had of winning will disappear. You can worry about your personal issues after the duel. Surzex only nodded his head in reply. However, he didn't speak on the matter at all. Seeing you like this, I think James might have been right. Ajuka said in an exasperated tone. Surzex had snapped up and his vision landed on Ajuka immediately after Ajuka's words ended. I mean, look at yourself. Ajuka continued. You provoked James to this point. And you've done nothing to prepare for this duel because you're too busy wallowing in self-loathing. Is that how a Satan, Lucifer, should act? Surzek's eyes widened after hearing what Ajuka had to say. I mean, it's not like you think you were in the wrong, right? Ajuka said. Then prove that you truly are the strongest devil in the underworld, like you claimed. Though Ajuka could see that Surzek was not back to normal, yet. He did notice that Surzek's fighting spirit had returned. This is all I can do for you, old friend. Ajuka thought. This way, hopefully you won't have any excuses to make if you lose. And if you win, then maybe that confidence that everyone has come to know you for will return. While Ajuka was thinking to himself, Surzek changed into his true form, a humanoid being made from the power of destruction. Then, his aura exploded, putting pressure on the temporary battlefield the two Satans were standing on. Well, now it looks like I'll have to make some more last-minute adjustments. Ajuka thought as he watched Surzek with a blank stare. Damn it, Surzek. Why couldn't you output power like this earlier, when we had more time to make all the safety checks? A few moments later, James and Grafia arrived on the battlefield. When they did, James' head snapped in the direction Surzek and Ajuka were. When he felt the level of power that Surzek was releasing, James' expression turned into a battle-hungry one. I've been looking forward to this, James said while he licked his lips in anticipation. James, I know you're strong, Grafia said, bringing James back from his battle hunger. But Surzek is no pushover. He's been called history's strongest devil for a reason. I know, Grafia, James said, turning back towards Grafia with his usual smile. To be honest, I'd be disappointed if he was a pushover. Making him eat his words and actions would lose its meaning if he just got rolled up like a newspaper. I can feel the anger and wrath rolling off of him, Grafia thought as she looked at James' bright smile. It's amazing how in control of himself he is while he's this angry. I'll beat the consequences of his actions into his very soul, James said, his smile morphing back into one filled with the lust for battle. He'll find that humiliating me the way he did was the worst mistake he ever made. And I'll make sure that he lives to remember and regret. As James spoke, his aura began to leak. When Grafia felt it, she opened her eyes wide. He reached the Major God rank. Grafia thought to herself in shock. I wonder if this battlefield will be able to handle this. At the same time, Surzek and Ajuka felt the spike in aura that James released. While Surzek frowned uncomfortably, Ajuka exhaled a tired sigh. So, he's already reached that step, huh? Surzek muttered. It doesn't matter, though. No matter what, I'm the strongest. And I'll show you exactly what that means, James. Why can't everyone let me know how strong they are earlier? Ajuka said. Are the two of you trying to ruin my reputation? What will everyone think about me if the damn battlefield shatters during your battle? Can't you two hotheads be more considerate? A few moments later, working at his maximum capacity, Ajuka was able to make the final adjustments just in time for the broadcast of the duel to begin. Then, Ajuka and Grafia teleported back to the Devil Council building so they could watch the duel without fear of being caught in the crossfire. Chapter 238, Wrath vs. Pride Eye. Underworld, Satan Territory, Capital City, Lilith. A moment before the live broadcast of the duel between James and Surzek began, Ajuka and Grafia teleported into the Satan's meeting room in the Devil Council building. Is everything all right? Falbium asked in a tired tone. We were expecting you to be here a little earlier than this. Well, let's just say that things are going to be more interesting than we expected, Ajuka said as he took his usual seat. What do you mean, Ajuka-chan? Seraphal asked while tilting her head. I somehow managed to get Surzek's fighting spirit back, Ajuka said calmly. That's part of the reason why it took so long to set up the safety measures. Part of the reason? Falbium asked, opening his eyes slightly wider. The other reason is that the fourth super devil has been born, Ajuka said as he massaged his temples. Are you saying that Jakuin is in the Major God rank? Seraphal asked in an excited tone. Then, I should ask him to draw another magical girl manga. Though Grafia did not react in a visible way and continued preparing tea, Ajuka and Falbium stared at Seraphal with blank gaze while she frolicked around the meeting room like an excited child. Aren't you supposed to be the one who does something for him, to celebrate his success? Ajuka, Falbium, and Grafia thought to themselves simultaneously. I believe the duel is about to begin, Grafia said as she walked over with a tray, a teapot, and 3 teacups. Grafia-chan, sit down and have tea with us, Seraphal said as she took her own seat again. Although I appreciate the offer, Lady Leviathan, I'll have to decline, Grafia said as she served the tea elegantly. How many times have I told you to call me Leviathan? Seraphal said while pouting and puffing out her cheeks. Human world, Japan, Koo. At the same time, James' parents, the three peerages, Irene, the Sheba siblings, the vampires, Genkai and Yusuke sat in the living room together, watching the duels broadcast. "Come on, James, kick his ass," Leona shouted excitedly. "I know he made you mad, honey, but don't you think you're going a little too far?" Cassiel asked with a wry smile on his face. "Humph." Leona snorted, then she looked at Cassiel with disdain. "Some father you are. Even if Surzex had been a perfect angel, I would always root for my James." At that, Cassiel fell silent with his mouth and eyes wide open. Meanwhile, most of the girls were laughing at him for his stupid question. A moment later, Issa patted him on his shoulder with an understanding expression on his face. "Don't look at me like that, Issa," Cassiel said as he swatted Issa's hand away. "I'd never scare James into thinking I would sacrifice him for his own good." "What the hell?" Issa exclaimed. "Can't we go a single damn day without bringing that up?" Then, as if they had been planning this for months, everyone in the room answered in unison. "No. Dimensional gap, temporary battlefield." "Hey, Surzex," James said with a friendly smile on his face. "I hope you're ready, because this isn't gonna be fun for you." "Don't get cocky, kid," Surzex said in a confident tone. "Just because you're in the major god rank now, don't think that you're my equal. I'm called the strongest devil in history for a reason." "Oh, you may be the strongest devil in history, for now," James said with his smile morphing into a battle-hungry one. Then, he extended his draconic wings. But what's a devil to a devil dragon? Welsh Dragon Balance Breaker, Boosted Gear Shihakusho. Unlike the usual red Shihakusho that usually manifests when James takes on his Balance Breaker form, the Protean gear that he was wearing redesigned James' attire. Now, James was wearing a sleeveless, more form-fitting Shihakusho primarily consisting of black with red and silver highlights and green gems placed around the entire ensemble. A moment later, James took a step forward and vanished from his starting spot. "He's fast," Surzex thought as James appeared right in front of him. "Inferno Dragon's Scorching Fist," James said as he threw a fiery uppercut toward Surzex's jaw. Although Surzex was able to react fast enough to raise his hands and guard the strike, he grunted due to the unexpected force behind James' blow. Then, he was launched high into the air. An instant later, James appeared above him with both of his feet ablaze. "Inferno Dragon's Tail Whip," James said quietly as he swung both of his legs at the quickly ascending Surzex. Bang! Surzex received the kick and was sent back down toward the ground. On top of that, the places where James' feet made contact were burning. Boom! The next instant, Surzex slammed into the ground like a small meteorite, causing dust and debris to be shot up into the air. Meanwhile, James lowered himself slowly just outside of the dust cloud's range. Then, he stood with his arms crossed and waited for the dust to settle. A few moments later, Surzex walked out of the dust cloud just before it settled completely. "I hope you didn't think that would be enough to defeat me, let alone harm me," Surzex said in an arrogant tone. "Believe me, I was hoping that it wasn't," James said with the same battle-hungry smile on his face. "If it was, I'd be sorely disappointed. That wasn't nearly enough to make you realize what kind of mistake you made by trying to humiliate me and then lie about it." In response, Surzex gritted his teeth and clenched his fists. "It would seem that you've grown too fast for your own good," Surzex said. "Not only have you forgotten the respect you should have for an elder, but you've forgotten the respect you should have for someone of my station." Yawn, sure. James said, letting out a fake yawn, as loudly as he possibly could. "Your rhetoric is rather boring." "Human world, Japan, Kuo." "Where's the sound?" Issei asked frustratedly. "I want to know what they're saying." "Then, you should learn how to read lips, you perverted idiot," Kaneko said, keeping her eyes on the TV. Not only Issei, but most of the devils, who never went through Venelana's educational courses, and Yusuke looked at Kaneko in awe. Learning how to read lips was part of Auntie Venelana's education back in the underworld. Sona said, dispelling the doubts of those who did not know. "And the reason there is no sound, Issei, is because if there were, the weaker viewers would be injured thanks to all the sounds from the explosions. And don't get me started on the monetary damages from all the destroyed viewing devices. Either way, respect his station," Leona said with a scoff. "Surzex sounds like a third-rate villain right now. Dimensional gap, temporary battlefield. You know, saying stuff like that makes you sound like a third-rate villain instead of one of the leaders of a race," James said while shaking his head. Before James could pile on another taunt, an orb of destruction appeared in each of Surzex's hands. Then, smaller orbs of destruction were launched from each of those orbs towards James. James, without missing a beat, calmly walked towards Surzex while avoiding each orb of destruction with minimal movement. "Come on, Surzex," James said with a smile. "You can do better than that, right?" Gritting his teeth, Surzex raised the firing rate of his attacks. However, James still maneuvered his way through the barrage with ease, adding the flash step into the mix. Seeing that simply firing faster did not help his cause, Surzex began to enlarge the projectiles. Seeing this, James placed his hand on the hilt of Carnage. Then, while injecting both his demonic energy and draconic aura into the blade, he swiftly drew the sword and split the closest destruction orb in half. What the? Surzex exclaimed, not forgetting to continue firing at his opponent. How is that sword still in one piece? That's a trade secret, James said with a smile. So, he was so arrogant that he didn't do any research on me at all. James thought to himself as his anger rose slightly for being underestimated. Well, whatever. Even if it would have made a difference, I would have still outclassed him in skill. Boost, X5. Transfer. Scatter, Senbon Sakura. James said quietly after, transferring the boosts into Carnage. Then, the sword broke down as it usually does. Under James' command, the petal blade separated into groups and split apart any of the destruction orbs that were on course to hit James. With the projectiles taken care of, James sped up his pace. Then, when he felt he was close enough, he used the flash step and moved behind Surzex. When Surzex reacted, James was already crouched down and sweeping Surzex's legs out from under him. With the force of his leg sweep, Surzex's legs were blown out from under him, to the point that he was laying parallel to the ground almost 4 feet, 1 meter above it. Then, from an Iaido stance, James drew Carnage's sheath from his sword belt and slashed it into Surzex's back, launching him into the air once again. Damn it! Surzex shouted as he flew upward. Before Surzex could right himself, however, James appeared behind him and wrapped his arms around Surzex's arms and waist. Then, he angled both of their heads at the ground and began to spin. Human world, Japan, Koo. Hell yeah! Issei shouted. He used the dancing leaf shadow and the primary lotus. Not only Issei, but Rhea, Asia, and the other manga fans were excited to see James move. Damn, that isn't a drop. Leona grumbled as she watched James fight with a smile. Damn that Hayabusa. On the other hand, Leona, Genkai, and Yusuke were upset at seeing James pulling off one of the hardest moves to pull off in the Dead or Alive series. Underworld, Satan Territory, Capital City Lilith. Is this really happening? Falbium asked, surprised at the one-sided beating Surzex has been taking since the duel began. Is Jakuin really that strong? Seraphal asked, picking up where Falbium left off. This is what happens when you let pride carry you for centuries. Ajuka said. Surzex hasn't taken part in a battle of this level since the Civil War. Well, there may have been 1 or 2 since then, but you get the idea. Realizing that to be true, Seraphal and Falbium nodded their heads at Ajuka's explanation. Then, there is James. Ajuka continued. He's been fighting enemies at, slightly above, or slightly below his level since he started taking stray devil extermination jobs when he was 8 or 9 years old. Also, if I may. Graphia added with her eyes glued to the monitor. Young Master James has been training with Master Scathatch since he was 11. So, that would make 7 years total. Seraphal and Falbium could only shake their heads when they remembered that fact. I guess this won't be as interesting as we thought. Falbium said. Asterisk I might as well take a nap. Don't write Surzex off so quickly. Ajuka said. He is still quite powerful once he goes all out. Dimensional gap, temporary battlefield. Boom. While rotating at high speed, James drove Surzex headfirst into the ground. Once another cloud of dust was formed, James shot out of it and landed on his feet looking no worse for wear. Come on, Surzex. James said in a bored tone. It's obvious that if we stay at a similar level of power, there's no chance that you can beat me. Why don't you turn it up a notch? If you insist. Surzex said in an eerily calm voice. Then, all the floating dust and debris was forcefully blown away by a shockwave of power. When the view was cleared, the usual form of Surzex could not be found. Instead, only a black and red mass of the power of destruction in the shape of a man could be seen. Even Surzex's brilliant blue eyes were replaced with dark red ones. Just remember, you asked for this. Surzex said in that same calm tone as he vanished from his spot. When Surzex moved, James' instincts began to scream at him with danger alerts. So, following his instincts, James spun around and crossed his arms in front of his chest while coating them in the densest layer of draconic aura that he could muster. Boost, X10. Bang. Even after having taken a defensive stance and bolstering his defenses with his draconic aura and the powers of the boosted gear, James was sent flying thanks to Surzex's strike. Boom. Unable to right himself, James crashed into the ground and yet another dust cloud was created. You should have known better than to challenge me, James. Surzek said with a proud smile on his face. We're not in the same league. Hopefully, you're not too hurt. I didn't hold back with that. Damn, that hurt more than I thought it would. James said as he walked out of the dust cloud while shaking his arms. My arms are numb. Surzek could only look at James in disbelief. Why are you looking at me like that? James asked with a smile on his face. I could fight and win against major god-ranked beings when I was still in the minor god rank. Did you really think that it would be that easy now that I'm in the major god rank like you? Chapter 239, Wrath vs. Pride 2. Dimensional Gap, Temporary Battlefield. I'll admit, you're faster than I expected, too. James said while shaking his arms with a smile on his face. But not fast enough that I can't handle it. You did catch me off guard a bit, though. Master's gonna put me through hell for that. Hearing James' tone, Surzek involuntarily frowned. Like James said, he really did expect James to go down with that one punch. However, he did not waste too much time thinking about it. Instead, he vanished from his spot again and reappeared on James' left. Then, he threw another punch at full strength. Tisk, TSK, TSK. James said while shaking his head slightly. At the same time, he coated his left hand in demonic energy and draconic aura and batted Surzek's punch away. I told you you're not fast enough that I can't keep up. When Surzek's punch was deflected, a wave of the power of destruction shot from his fist, causing a large ditch to form on the ground to the right of James. However, before James could pull his fist back, James' hands and feet lit up with flames. Dragon Slayer Secret Art, the dragon slumbers beneath the falling cherry blossoms. James said as he began an onslaught of blows. First, he snapped his left arm back, flinging his elbow into Surzek's face. Then, James followed up with a right knee to the gut, a right hook to the jaw, a left uppercut to the chin, shooting Surzek up into the air before reappearing above him to deliver an axe kick to the top of the head. Penetrate. During James' entire assault, Surzek was also barraged by the petal-shaped blades which were coated in the flames of James' Dragon Slayer magic. And to finish off the combo, James' axe kick had the penetrate effect tacked onto it. Boom. Surzek was once again shot down into the ground, causing a cloud of dust to form at the impact point. I'm definitely still faster, but I'm still not hitting hard enough. James muttered to himself while watching for any movement in the cloud. Then, at a volume that he was certain Surzek would be able to hear, James continued. Oh well, I guess now is as good a time as any to test out Dragon Force. Just as James thought, Surzek heard what he said. And when he did, his anger shot through the roof. At the same time, James reconstituted carnage and sheathed as the dust cloud was blown away. Impudence. Surzek shouted. You would dare to humiliate me by treating this duel as a platform to test a new skill. It would seem I was too lenient in thinking that I shouldn't hurt you too badly. You need to be taught your place. Too easy. James thought with a sneer. Just suggesting that I'm looking down on him is more than enough to get him to fly off the handle. Come on Surzek, you're just making this way too easy. Twin fangs of the Inferno Dragon. James said quietly as he dropped into an Iato stance and swiftly drew both blades, with Sixth Sense held in his left hand in a reverse grip. Just as the two blades left their sheaths, James' forehead was covered in dragon scale-shaped markings while his draconic aura exploded. At the same time, Surzek appeared in their path with his hand reeled back. However, before he could throw the punch, he was slashed across the chest, twice. Dragon Slayer Secret Art, Claws and Fangs of the Inferno Dragon. James muttered while his back was turned toward Surzek after the sword-drawing technique. Then, James whipped his fire-covered right heel across Surzek's face, following up with an upward slash with a flame-covered Sixth Sense that was still held in a reverse grip. Then, before the slash landed. Penetrate. Gah. Surzek shouted in pain and rage. However, even with Surzek's shouts and attempts to counterattack, James continued his assault with a flurry of sword strikes, kicks, elbow strikes, and knee strikes with boosts and penetrates mixed in here and there, while Surzek's failed counterattacks devastated the battlefield. Underworld, Satan Territory, Capital City, Lilith. Is that Dragon Slayer magic? Ajuka asked with a curious expression on his face. I thought that art had been lost centuries ago, after the dragon riots. Oh, I remembered that time. Seraphal said with a smile. There were a lot of talented humans back then. It's too bad most of them turned into dragons before getting killed by that black one. What was his name again? Acnologia. Falbium said, answering Seraphal's question. That's right, Acnologia. Seraphal said while nodding her head. He was a dragon slayer mage that turned into a dragon and slaughtered most of the dragons back then. Well, he slaughtered most of the dragons who could be bothered to participate in that conflict, anyway. Ajuka said. Most of the strongest dragons of that time couldn't be bothered. On top of that, he got himself killed when he ran into Ophis, the Ouroboros dragon, in his bid to eliminate all dragons. Graphia said as she refilled Seraphal's teacup. Either way, this isn't as interesting as I thought it would be. Falbium said. Yawn Cerzex can't even put up a fight. He's being beaten like a rag doll. And James has yet to use the Tyrant Dragon Domination Drive that was mentioned in the reports. Ajuka added. But what are those scale-shaped markings on his forehead? Do any of you know? Making eye contact with the other three in the meeting room, Ajuka could not help but be disappointed when he saw them all shaking their heads. Well, I guess I'll just have to ask James about it later. Ajuka thought to himself as he focused on the monitor once again. Human world, Japan, Kyoto, Yokai sub-dimension. Mom, Otosan is winning. Kunu said excitedly as her eyes were glued to the TV. Yes, I can see that. Yasaka replied with a smile. It looks like he's much stronger than me now. Is that Cerzex guy really that strong? Kunu asked. I know he's the current Lucifer in the underworld, and Ryusne-san's brother. I also heard that he's supposed to be the strongest devil in history. But, I mean, Otosan makes it look so easy. He really is that strong. Yasaka replied. I would have probably lost before he even took on his true form. Hearing that, Kunu opened her eyes wide. She may not know exactly how strong her mother is due to the difference in their power levels, but she has heard many tales from the guards and other yokai clan heads over the years. At the same time, Yasaka giggled at Kunu's exaggerated reaction. Even though she'll be starting middle school next year, her surprised expression was absolutely adorable. Still, how did James get us access to this fight? Yasaka thought as she paid attention to the beating of a lifetime Cerzex was getting on the TV. I'm sure that the underworld wouldn't want anyone to see this. Human world, Japan, Kuo. In the living room, Leona was going crazy as James laid into Cerzex. In fact, she was so loud that most of the other viewers were giving her annoyed glances by now. Honey, could you calm down? Cassiel asked in an uncertain tone. You're bothering everyone else. Unfortunately, Leona could not even be bothered to pretend that she was listening to what Cassiel had to say. She was too busy rooting for her baby, and nothing was going to stop her. Or so she thought. Bang. Be silent. Scathatch said sternly after hitting Leona in the head with the butt of her spear. There is no reason to be so excited, or did you expect the Scathacker's disciple to be on the losing end of this duel? Ow. Scatty. Leona whined. I said be silent. Scathatch repeated in an even sterner tone. With that, Leona fell silent with tears in her eyes. While everyone else in the room gave Scathatch grateful looks. Underworld, Gremory territory, Gremory estate. At the same time, the Gremory couple and the Citri couple were sitting in the living room of the Gremory estate watching the duel as well. It looks like we all either underestimated James or overestimated Cerzex. Zeoticus said. It's probably the former. Dante said, taking a sip of wine. No one expected him to break through to the major god rank before the duel. On top of that, no one trained by Master Scathatch would be weak, right? Not to mention, it's likely that Cerzex was not taking James seriously. Rhea added. He's been the strongest for a long time. So, that should be normal. No, it shouldn't. Venelana said in an exasperated tone. I know that James' feat of pushing Crumb-Crutchback was in the report about Euclid's capture. I wouldn't be surprised if Cerzex simply dismissed that fact. Unfortunately, you're probably right about that. Rhea agreed with a sigh of her own. Cerzex would never do that. Zeoticus said with a slight frown on his face. If you only knew what your son was capable of. Venelana said, before returning her focus to the TV. Dimensional gap, temporary battlefield. After a few minutes of attacking Cerzex, James' combo had yet to be broken and was nearing 3,000 hits. On top of that, in order to make Cerzex remember the consequence of his actions with every fiber of his being, James started off striking just hard enough that Cerzex would feel pain. However, over time, he had been adding more force to all of his strikes. So, by now, under the condensed form of the power of destruction, Cerzex's state was beyond terrible. He hasn't shouted for a while. James thought to himself as he launched Cerzex into the sky again. Well, I guess now is as good a time as any to end it. In the next instant, James appeared above Cerzex. Then, he inhaled a large breath and a magic circle appeared in front of his mouth. Inferno Dragon's Roar. James said quietly before spewing out a column of flames onto Cerzex that pushed him back towards the ground. Boom. This time, when Cerzex slammed into the ground, there was no dust cloud. Instead, his surroundings were covered in flames. If one looked carefully, they would be able to see the silhouette of a man lying in the middle of those flames. Surprisingly, Surzex had dropped his true form transformation and returned to his normal state. A moment later, James landed just outside the sea of flames surrounding Surzex. Then, he sheathed Sixth Sense. With Carnage in his right hand, he walked slowly through the flames towards the immobile Surzex. After what seemed like ages to Surzex, James arrived next to him and placed his blade on Surzex's neck. "Do you yield?" James asked coldly. Though he could feel that his anger had lessened significantly. "Oh, and if you're unconvinced, you should bear in mind that I didn't have to use my concept or my Tyrant Dragon domination drive to defeat you." The only reason James asked that question and spoke of Surzex's situation, considering that Surzex did not move, in the slightest, while he approached was simple. Surzex was staring at him with a mix of anger, unwillingness, and regret in his eyes. However, he knew that the regret he felt was not for his actions of humiliating him. Instead, it was for not taking him seriously at the beginning of this fight. Not only James, but everyone who knew Surzex well enough could tell. They could all see the same emotions in Surzex's eyes through the broadcast. After a few moments with no response, James pressed the blade of his sword down a little harder on Surzex's neck. It looks like big bro Surzex really is gone. James muttered in a sad tone with an expression to match. A moment later, however, James' expression hardened, and he continued. "Surzex, don't make me kill you. The underworld doesn't need to lose one of its pillars for this." Around a minute later, just as James was about to shake his head and walk away because of Surzex's stubbornness, Surzex finally opened his mouth. "I yield," Surzex said in a pained, resigned tone. Hearing that, James removed his blade from Surzex's neck, gave him one last look, then he turned and walked away. At the same time, the broadcast of the duel ended for the public, though the Satans and the participants' families could still see the battlefield. While James walked, with his back to Surzex, Surzex, with fury in his eyes, raised his hand and pointed his index finger at James. Then, he gathered the last of his demonic energy, in the form of the power of destruction, on it. However, after holding that position for several seconds, Surzex dispersed the gathered energy and dropped his hand back to the ground while exhaling an exasperated sigh. "You made the right decision, Surzex," James said from the distance. "Although I wouldn't have killed you, if you fired that attack, you would have lost a lot more than you gained." Underworld, Satan Territory, Capital City, Lilith. When James officially won the duel and began to walk away from Surzex, the Satans and Graphia were prepared to make their way to the battlefield and take care of whatever cleanup was necessary, before removing the battlefield from the dimensional gap. However, they froze when they saw that Surzex was aiming an attack at James from behind. Luckily, nothing came of it, and Surzex lowered his hand on his own. This caused the Satans to exhale a sigh of relief. Graphia, on the other hand, shook her head, even more disappointed than before. Lady Venilana was right. Graphia thought to herself. "I really do need to separate myself from him. I don't want all our time together, all the memories we share, to be tainted any more than it already is." Chapter 240, Pride is the Devil. Underworld, Satan Territory, Capital City, Lilith. In an infirmary in the Devil Council building, Surzex lay in one of the beds while staring at the ceiling blankly. His duel with James had ended just a little over 10 minutes ago. And at the moment, he was incapable of believing the duel's outcome. How? Surzex thought in confusion. How did I lose? I'm supposed to be the strongest devil in history. While he continued to ask himself the same question over and over, he remembered the one-sided beating he took during the duel. He was only able to connect one clean hit on James. No, that was inaccurate. James did manage to block that strike, after all. No matter how I think about it, this outcome should have been impossible. Surzex thought to himself while he clenched his fists. I'm stronger and I'm more experienced. Gah. Surzex groaned in pain. Unfortunately, the act of clenching his fists caused pain to shoot throughout his entire body, originating from his arms. During James' last combo that left Surzex unable to move, James had made sure to hit him in enough pressure points that his muscles would seize up every time he moved, causing him great pain. Damn, how long is this fucking pain going to last? Surzex growled. At that moment, the door to the infirmary opened. Surzex, however, did not even pay attention to it. He was too busy trying to understand how he could have possibly lost. No one expected the duel to end like this. Zeoticus said, looking at his son with concern. Son, how are you feeling? Hearing his father's voice, Surzex's eyes opened widely. Then, he turned his head toward the sound of the voice. When he did, he saw his family looking at him with concern. Mother, father, Riatan, Milicas, and... Surzex muttered when he saw the people who had just entered the room. However, his words trailed off when he saw the last person to enter. Graphia. Surzex muttered even softer. What he did not notice, however, was the gaze that 4 of the 5 new arrivals were looking at him with. Gazes filled with disappointment. Unbeknownst to Surzex, the members of each participant's family were able to see what was going on after Surzex declared his surrender. "Father, he doesn't deserve your sympathy," Rhea said in a tone mixed with anger and disappointment. Naturally, Rhea's statement caused Zeoticus to sigh in resignation while Surzex's eyes widened to a comical degree. "Rhea-tan, how could you say that?" Surzex asked weakly. However, he shrunk back when he finally saw the look in Rhea's eyes. After noticing the way his sister was looking at him, he scanned the expressions of the other people in the room. While Zeoticus was shaking his head with a somewhat sad expression, Venelana and Mil-Ica's were looks of disappointment much like Rhea's did. Graphia, on the other hand, looked at Surzex as if she did not know him. "Why are they looking at me like that?" Surzex thought to himself. "I've never done anything to them to get a reaction like this before. Why would I say that?" Rheas asked, the anger in her voice rising with each word. "After declaring your own defeat, you actually raised your hand intending to sneak attack James." Surzex looked at Rheas in surprise. How did she know about that? Surzex asked himself. It was in the agreement that the other Satans and I came up with that the broadcast would end right after the duel ended. Then, Surzex remembered a last point that Graphia suggested. She had suggested that the families of the participants, as well as the Satans, be able to continue watching the feed so that they could make sure there was nothing wrong with the losing party. Naturally, Surzex had agreed to that last suggestion at the time. He had no doubt that he would be victorious, and he would have no significant injuries. That way, they would be able to see him consoling James, and his reputation would grow even further. Unfortunately for him, Surzex had forgotten about that later, disregarding it almost completely. Since he was sure that he would win, there was no reason to think about it too much. And when he actually lost, he was so consumed with anger that he had acted without thinking. Luckily, he did not release that attack he had gathered. Otherwise, he would probably be getting looks filled with disdain, rather than just disappointment. "Dad, Auntie Rheas is right," Mil-Ica said, looking at his father with disappointment. "Why did you do that? You always told me it's okay to lose, as long as I live and don't give up, I can come back and win next time. But you..." At that moment, tears began to form in Milica's eyes, and he choked on his words. Even though he was a bright and intelligent boy, an 11-year-old had no way of expressing the emotions he was currently feeling in words. Seeing Milica's reaction, Surzex froze completely. Right now, he was filled with shock, sadness and anger. Shock, because he was not expecting to see his son begin to cry. Sadness, because he realized that everyone had seen his shameful display. And anger, because his pride could not stand that they were not looking at him with admiration as they always had. A moment later, however, he shuddered. "I'm angry at them." Surzex thought to himself. Why? What have they done to make me angry? They're looking at me like that because I messed up. I know that. But why am I angry at them for it? Unfortunately, everyone noticed the anger that appeared in Surzex's eyes for less than a second. And when they did, Mil-Ica's cried even harder, while the disappointment in Rheas and Venelana's eyes grew in intensity. On top of that, there was anger mixed into their gazes as well. Zeoticus was also looking at Surzex with disappointment now. Though Graphia was also looking at Surzex with disappointment, there was also some resolution flashing in her eyes. "Well, I think it's time that we leave," Venelana said, wrapping her arms around Mil-Ica's and beginning to walk him back towards the door. Hearing that, Surzex snapped back to reality. "Wait. I'm sorry," Surzex said, trying to reach out toward his mother and son. Unfortunately, a jolt of pain stopped him from moving. So, he could only watch as Rheas glared at him before turning around to follow Venelana and Mil-Ica's. Then, after a conflicted glance, Zeoticus turned to follow them as well. The only one who did not move was Graphia. "Graphia, dear, are you coming?" Venelana asked after noticing that Graphia was still standing in her spot. "I'll follow in a moment, Lady Venelana," Graphia said without taking her gaze away from Surzex. "Right now, I need to talk to him." "I understand," Venelana said with a forced smile. "Don't be too late, I'm sure Mil-Ica's needs you right now." "Yes, I understand," Graphia replied with a nod. After the 4 were out of the room and the door was closed behind them, Graphia took a few steps forward. A moment later, she was standing at Surzex's bedside. However, she did not begin to speak immediately. Instead, she stared into Surzex's eyes emotionlessly. The human saying, "Pride is the devil," could not be truer. Graphia said quietly while maintaining eye contact with Surzex. "To see pride, change a man so much. To change him into the type of devil he fought so hard to free the underworld from. Is disconcerting." Pride made you, who cared more about the well-being of his people more than anything else, turn into what you are today. A cunning, manipulative, vengeful devil. Just like the devils of yesteryear. Graphia. No. Serzex tried to retort. You don't think that you're any of those things, do you? Graphia asked. Instead of responding, Serzex could only avert his gaze awkwardly. If you don't believe it, allow me to explain to you. Graphia said as her voice grew colder. Cunning and manipulative go hand in hand. You've been manipulating the people to admire you for quite some time now. When it should be your actions and deeds that garnered their admiration. That's not my fault. Serzex said weakly. It was the Devil Council who made it impossible for me to do what was best for the people. I see. Graphia said without changing her expression or tone. So, that's why when I handed you the evidence of their crimes, you destroyed it, right? Because they made it impossible to do what was best. So, that's when everything went wrong. Serzex thought to himself. If I ever find out who it was that found that information, I'll erase them from existence. Once again, Serzex shuddered at his own thoughts. What am I thinking? Serzex thought to himself as he tried to shake his head. From the expression on your face, I can guess what you're thinking. Graphia said. I would say that I'm disappointed in you, but I think we both know it's too late for that. Serzex's pupils began to tremble after hearing that. He wanted to cover his ears at that moment. Why? Because his instincts were telling him that he would not like the rest of the words that Graphia had to say. Anyway, I'm sure that I don't need to mention why I called you vengeful. Graphia said in the same tone. Naturally, Serzex knew she was referring to the sneak attack he not only considered but prepared to launch after his defeat. I said this before, when you pulled that stunt during the award ceremony. Graphia continued. I think it's better to end our marriage before I come to despise what you've become. Serzex could feel his heart skipping a beat when he heard those words once again. Unfortunately, Graphia was not yet finished. Unfortunately, it would seem that I delayed the divorce for too long. Graphia said, anger marring her tone. You had the audacity to look at Mil-Icas with anger when he was disappointed in the way you conducted yourself. I don't even know the words to describe what I think of you right now. Hearing the wrath and contempt in Graphia's tone, Serzex began to shudder once again. This time, far more intensely. At the same time, it took all of Graphia's willpower to not slap the man she called her husband for centuries. After a while spent staring at Serzex in anger, Graphia was able to calm down. Because of all of this, I'd rather not have myself associated with you any longer. Graphia said, still struggling to keep her cool. Therefore, I would like to formally request that I be traded away from your peerage. Once again, anger flared in Serzex's gaze. However, it was quickly replaced with a lifeless expression. At this moment, he finally realized the weight of his actions. Because of what he had done and the way he treated the people he held most dear, he had lost their unconditional support. Something that he had taken for granted. As long as it's not to James, fine. Serzex muttered lifelessly. This led to Graphia looking at him with even more disdain. Rejoice, Lord Lucifer. Your pride shall remain intact. Graphia said coldly, putting extra emphasis on the word pride. I believe your mother, Lady Gremory, has a free, queen peace. I would like to serve as her, queen, and personal maid until I've determined how I wish to proceed with my life. Graphia's tone once again made Serzex realize just how much he had changed, and how petty he had become. I will inform Lady Gremory once I return to the Gremory estate. Graphia said, unconcerned with Serzex's internal struggle. By the time you have been released from your medical care, the ritual for trade will be ready. Then, as if she could no longer stand to be anywhere near Serzex, Graphia turned and walked away. Not even offering a farewell. Serzex, on the other hand, could only watch her leave with lifeless eyes. Once Graphia closed the door to the infirmary, she stopped for a moment to take a deep breath. Then, she began to walk toward the main entrance of the Devil Council building. However, when she turned the first corner, she found Venelana waiting for her. Not waiting for Graphia to react, Venelana stepped forward and pulled Graphia into a hug. I know you don't want to show weakness. Venelana said soothingly while rubbing Graphia's back. But crying is not a sign of weakness. It's okay to cry when the pain is emotional. As Venelana spoke, a teleportation circle appeared below Venelana and Graphia. An instant later, the two women vanished, and a single tear fell to the floor in their place. Chapter 241, Back Home After the Duel. Human World, Japan, Kuo. Just after the duel between James and Serzex ended, the residents of the Alaverus estate along with Issei, Asia, Irina, and Genturu were watching as Serzex prepared to sneak attack James. At that moment, the room was filled with a surprising amount of killing intent. That son of a bitch. Leona shouted. If he makes that attack, I'll make sure he comes to regret it for the rest of his miserable life. Usually, Cassiel would be the first to try and calm his wife down. However, just as Leona was, he was also releasing a massive amount of killing intent. At the same time, Rias was watching the TV with sadness and disappointment. Luckily, Surzex lowered his hand without attacking James. After that, the room fell silent for the next few minutes. In that silence, they all watched James teleport out of the temporary battlefield. Then, a teleportation circle appeared. At first, they all thought it was James and prepared to rush over to him. However, when they saw the mark on the circle, they realized that it was Graphia. "Good evening," Graphia said in her usual expressionless manner. "I have come to retrieve Lady Rias on the request of Lady Gremory." "My mother, what could she possibly want?" Rias asked in confusion. "She would like to see Lord Lucifer as a family, and she requests your presence," Graphia explained. "Oh, that's perfect," Rias said with anger burning in her eyes. "I need to have a word with my brother, anyway." "Very well," Graphia said without changing her expression. "Then, allow me to escort you to the underworld, Lady Rias." Rias nodded her head strongly, then she walked quickly to stand next to Graphia. After bidding everyone goodbye, Graphia teleported away with Rias. "Did something seem off about Graphia?" Cassiel asked, having calmed down from his anger slightly. "She seemed distracted, if that's the right word." "Don't worry about it," Leona said, waving dismissively. "If we're meant to know, we'll find out." Although Leona said that, she had a pretty good idea of what was going on, and why Graphia seemed different. She had heard from Venilana that Graphia was rethinking her marriage with Surzex after seeing how much he had changed. "Anyway, how many hits was that combo at the end of the beatdown?" Leona asked excitedly. "At least 2,000. Issei answered just as excitedly. "But the primary Lotus was the best part of the fight." "I know, right?" Rhea chimed in. "It's so cool to see James use moves from his manga. He used the Morning Peacock in the rating game with Team Bale, too," Asia said much more reservedly. With that, discussions about James' fight with Surzex, and his fights in general began animatedly. There was one person who was not as excited as the rest, though. "Hey, old hag," Yusuke said in a serious tone. "How strong is Toguro compared to James?" "Well, by spirit world standards, Toguro is a peak B-rank demon," Genkai said. "In the rest of the supernatural world, that would be at the peak of the high rank. And James is at the beginning of the major god rank, or SS rank by spirit world standards. So, he's more than 2 whole ranks higher." Yusuke paled when he heard that. "He's only 4 years older than me, right?" Yusuke thought. "How the hell is he so strong?" "It's because he's not lazy like you," Genkai said, answering the question in Yusuke's mind. Startled, Yusuke opened his mouth to retort. "Oh great, the old hag can read minds now," Yusuke said uncomfortably. "I can't read minds, dimwit," Genkai said while rolling her eyes. "But reading what you're thinking by looking at that stupid face of yours is child's play." As Genkai began speaking this time, for some inexplicable reason, the room fell into silence. When it did, everyone in the room heard Genkai's statement. Then, in unison, everyone nodded in agreement. Noticing this, Yusuke was about to lash out as he always does. However, he met Scat Haka's eyes, and all his complaints died in his throat. Just remembering the punishment he received for mouthing off to Scathatch once during training made him shudder. "She's way scarier than Toguro when he destroyed that parking garage," Yusuke thought to himself while shivering. At that moment, another teleportation circle appeared in the living room. This time, it was who everyone was waiting for. Once the magic circle disappeared, James appeared in its place with his usual smile on his face. "Yo, I'm..." "Whoa," James began to say before he was tackled. Lucky for James, his physique was strong enough that he was not thrown to the floor. "You're so strong, Naya," Kuroka said excitedly with her arms and legs wrapped around James while she rubbed her face on his chest. "Let's make kittens, Naya. Make kittens with me, Naya." Standing right behind Kuroka, Leona was dumbfounded. She had used the flash step with everything she had so that she could be the first to hug James. Yet, somehow Kuroka beat her to it. A moment later, Cassiel walked up behind Leona and patted her on the shoulder. "You're fast, honey, there's no doubt about that," Cassiel said, the smile on his face was audible in his tone. "But you're still only at middle rank. No matter how fast you are with the flash step, an ultimate rank like Kuroka is out of your league." Hearing that, Leona felt like she had been struck by lightning. It's true that she never cared about getting stronger. However, the thought of not being the first to hug her baby when he gets home after a battle made something inside her break. "Fine. Leona exclaimed. Until I'm at least at the peak of the ultimate rank, I'll train every day, without fail. No one will ever beat me to welcoming my baby home with a hug, ever again. Leona's declaration caused everyone in the room to look at her with strange expressions. Everyone except Kuroka, who was still clinging to James, and Kaneko, who was holding her older sister by the tails and trying to pull her away from James. Her motivations are certainly unique, Evangeline said while gazing at Leona incredulously. Yeah, but as long as she gets stronger, no one will have to worry as much about her. Irene said with a shrug. I guess that's true, Evangeline said, shrugging like Irene. However, at that moment, a powerful pressure fell on the room. When they looked toward its source, they were surprised to see Scathatch staring at Leona intensely. I will hold you to those words, Leona, Scathatch said with intensity. And if I were to find you slacking, my punishment will be swift. Just then, Leona realized what she had done. She basically made an oath in front of Scathatch, who takes them very seriously, having been bound by an oath, or geas if you would, for a millennium. No, Leona said. What in the world did I just do? With a smile, Cassiel patted Leona on the shoulder again. Then, he took a step forward, intending to give James a slap on the back to congratulate him for his victory. However, just before his hand landed on his son's back, he was kicked away forcefully. You're trying to get ahead of me too, Cass, Leona said in a threatening tone while her arms were wrapped around James. You may be my husband, but I won't let you have this. Then, when she had finished speaking to Cassiel, Leona's expression turned into a bright smile as she turned her attention back to James. Welcome back, sweetie, Leona said in a loving tone. Congratulations on the win. Thanks, Mom, James replied with a wry smile while he returned the hug. I feel so much better now that I've gotten all that negativity out of my system. That's good to hear, Cassiel said with an awkward smile as he wrapped his arms around his wife and son. Holding on to all that anger wasn't good for you, anyway. Oh, and you did great out there. Thanks, Pop, James replied with a smile. After his parents were done with their congratulations, James was quickly surrounded by everyone else. The most excited, of course, were his girlfriends, who were more than a little turned on after seeing him fight. The next group of excited people were the fans of his manga. They kept asking him what other moves he was able to do. Eventually, the hustle and bustle calmed down and everyone took seats on the sofas, with Kaneko and Ravel sitting on one of James' thighs each, while Ophis sat on his shoulders. So, now that the duel is out of the way, the next event is the trip to heaven, right? Aquino asked with a smile. It's too bad that just you and your peerage were invited to go. Actually, Mom was invited, too, James said with a smile. Apparently, Gabriel wanted to see her, too. You didn't mention that before, Leona said from her seat on Cassiel's lap. I was too focused on the duel, James said with a shrug that caused Ophis to buck as if she was on a mechanical bull. Do it again, Ophis said in her monotonous tone. Instead of replying, James just began to shrug his shoulders repeatedly while Ophis held onto his hair. Although her expression did not change, it was clear to anyone who took the time to look that she was enjoying herself just from the look in her eyes. When will we journey to heaven, my disciple? Scathatch asked curiously. We'll do it next weekend, James replied. I'm gonna take it easy this weekend. And if you'll allow it, I'd like to take a rest from training for today and tomorrow. I believe you have earned a respite, Scathatch replied with a small smile. For the next few minutes, the group continued to talk about the trip to heaven, while a few others started to play video games and talk in smaller groups. Eventually, however, Kahlua brought up a topic that made everyone stop what they were doing and look at James with anticipation. So, James, who are you going to add to your second peerage? Kahlua asked with a bright and innocent smile. Can I join? You're at the intermediate level of the ultimate rank, James said while examining Kahlua. That's not bad, but can you fight? Well. Kahlua began to stammer while looking away bashfully. Yes, she can fight, Aqua said while shaking her head. But when she does, she loses her self-control and acts like a berserker. Aqua, Kahlua whined. If you tell him that, he won't accept me. And how do you think he'll react if he finds out during a rating game? Aqua asked sharply. I mean, I would have told him before that, Kahlua said, her voice trailing off toward the end. Sure, you would have, Aqua said while rolling her eyes. On top of being a berserker, she's like crazy strong, Mocha added. She was born with super strength. That's right, I'm really strong, Kahlua agreed with a smile while flexing her thin arms that looked as if they could not hold anything. Dangerously strong, Evangeline added, having experienced Kalua's strength firsthand through her hugs. I guess I should start giving that some serious consideration, huh? James asked. Well, now that the duel is over and done with, I can put some focus on it. I wonder who will be his second queen, Maria asked. That question sparked another discussion with people throwing their guesses into the hat. I bet he'll ask either Irene or Evangeline. Sona said, throwing in her own 2 cents. They're the strongest ones here, after all. What about Issa? Cassiel asked with a teasing smile. He's at the minor god rank, too. If he picks my dad, then he won't be getting into my pants again for a long time. Mocha said in a deadpan. Well, I guess Issa won't be my second queen. James replied with a smile. Not that I ever considered it in the first place. James thought to himself. While everyone was having fun and talking about James' second peerage, yet another teleportation circle appeared in the corner of the living room. When they noticed, everyone stopped their conversations to look at whose magic circle it was. Noticing the Gremory mark on the magic circle, they expected that Rias had returned, and they were correct. However, to their surprise, Venelana was accompanying her. Once the teleportation was complete, Rias started walking towards James. Noticing that her expression did not look too good, James calmly placed Kaneko, Ravel, and Ophis down. Then, he opened his arms wide for Rias, who immediately sat in James' lap and buried her face in his chest. James, you should have beat him up harder. Rias said through muffled sobs. What happened? James asked in a serious tone. Allow me to explain. Venelana said, inserting herself into the conversation. Like that, Venelana told everyone what happened during the Gremory clan's short trip to visit Surzex. After that, the bad-mouthing of Surzex began anew. When everyone was tired of talking about Surzex, most, including James, decided to go to bed and James carried Rias up to his room. Another thing that James noticed while watching everyone with his presence detection was Ruruko pulling Genshiru toward the elevator. Chapter 242, The Underworld's True Strongest. Human World, Japan, Kuo. The next morning, a few minutes after 11 a.m., the atmosphere on the second floor of the mansion was quiet and peaceful. Unfortunately, there was one person in the mansion who had no intention of leaving it that way. Knock, knock. James, wake up. Kalua shouted while excitedly knocking on James' bedroom door. Meanwhile, James was still in bed, deciding to sleep in after the week of extra intense training in the duel. Like James, Rias was also still sleeping next to him after James brought her to his room after her not-so-great encounter with her brother last night. Ugh. What time is it? James asked while rubbing his eyes. And why is someone bothering me in the morning? James, go answer the door and tell them to go away. Rias said in a half-asleep state. If we don't answer, maybe they'll go away on their own. James mumbled as he rolled over and tried to go back to sleep. You know I can hear you. Kalua said as she began to knock with more force. For the next minute or so, James resisted getting out of bed with all his might. However, Rias eventually grew annoyed with the incessant knocking, and added to the number of people trying to force him out of bed. Fine, but if I have to get out of bed, then so do you. James said in an annoyed tone. After that, James pulled the blankets away from Rias, who was trying to go back to sleep as well. Once the blankets were pulled away, Rias was, unsurprisingly, revealed to be in the nude and reaching for the blankets with her eyes closed. Then, James stood from the bed and lifted Rias in a princess carry. Nope, you're getting up too. James said. However, Rias was completely unbothered. Instead of struggling to get back in the bed, Rias just curled up and made herself comfortable in James' arms. Naturally, James was dumbfounded for a moment. He was expecting her to struggle, which would eventually wake her up. You can either get down on your own, or I'll let you down the fast way. James said with a twitching eyebrow. No, you won't. Rias said with a sweet smile while adjusting her position in James' arms. Knowing that she was right about dropping her, James had a brilliant idea when it came to waking Rias. So, he walked into the bathroom, with Rias in his arms, and turned on the shower. Hearing the shower running, Rias' eyelids twitched while the smile on her face slowly disappeared. He wouldn't, right? Rias asked herself. However, she then felt James adjust her position so he could hold her with one arm. Then, she heard the sound of fabric sliding across skin. Did he just take off his underwear? Rias thought. No, he's just trying to scare me. Hey, Kalua. James shouted towards the bedroom door. Just give me about half an hour. I'm gonna take a shower, then I'll come out. Fine. Kalua said, clearly pouting as she replied. I'll be in the living room. Got it. James shouted back. Oh, so he was using the sound of the shower to get Kalua to leave. Rias thought, the smile returning to her face. That's a pretty good idea, I should try it sometime, too. Last chance, Riri. James said, his smile apparent in his tone. Are you getting up? Or do I have to use more drastic measures? Instead of responding, Rias adjusted her position to be more comfortable and continued smiling sweetly. Fine, don't say I didn't give you a chance. James said with a mischievous smile on his face. Then, an ear-shattering scream could be heard reverberating through the entire estate. Half an hour later, James and Rias made their way down to the living room, with Rias pouting and refusing to look at James while he snickered in amusement. Oh, Rias, what's wrong? Venelana, who spent the night talking with Leona, Irene, and Evangeline, asked with an amused smile on her face. You screamed so loud earlier. At that, Rias flinched, not wanting to talk about it. However, James could not help but start laughing. It's not funny. Rias shouted. The hell it isn't. James said while continuing to laugh. You got what you deserved. Seriously, what happened? Leona asked. Based off of the volume of Ria's scream, I'm sure it was hilarious. Really, have we gotten to a point where we can tell how funny a prank was by how loud the victim screams? Sona said while adjusting her glasses. What has the world come to? Culture will always advance, Sona. James said in the tone of a wise expert. Instead of dignifying James' idiocy with a response, Sona simply rolled her eyes and turned back to the book she was reading. Anyway, what happened? Leona asked with curiosity in her tone. However, Rias refused to answer. It wasn't as bad as Rias is making it out to be. James said with a smile while shrugging his shoulders. When Kahlua was knocking on my door, Rias tried to make me get up and make Kahlua go away. You two are so mean. Kahlua said, her voice traveling from another room. I had something really important to talk about. Anyway, deciding that I wouldn't be the only one to get out of bed, I picked up Rias and walked into the bathroom. Then, I turned on the shower. You didn't. Leona said, trying to stifle the laughter that was coming up from her imagination. Would you let him finish? Venelana said while playfully swatting Leona on the shoulder. Go on, James. Keep in mind, I gave Riri 2 chances to get up on her own. James said. But she just got comfortable in my arms and pretended to be asleep. Humph. Rias snorted. So, I moved her under the shower head. James said with his smile growing more mischievous by the second. But just getting wet shouldn't be enough to make you scream like that, Venelana said while looking at Rias with a smile. Especially since you were probably already naked. Aquino said. I mean, even if you two didn't have sex, there's no way that Rias was going to sleep with clothes on. Clothes or not, that didn't matter at all. Rias shouted indignantly. You'd scream too, if the water was freezing cold. You did. Leona exclaimed in excitement. I did. James said with a smile and a nod of satisfaction. I bet she woke up real quick after that. Leona said excitedly. Anyway, where's Kahlua? James asked. She's the reason for all of this, and she said she would be down here. I'm here. Kahlua said as she scurried into the living room from the direction of the kitchen with cookie crumbs around her mouth. Kahlua-san. Kaneko said menacingly when she noticed the crumbs on Kahlua's face. Did you go into my snack stash again? No. Of course not. Kahlua said while trying to look as innocent as she could. So, then where did those crumbs come from? Kaneko asked in the same tone. In response, Kahlua wiped her mouth as fast as she could, maintaining her innocent expression the whole time. What crumbs? Kahlua asked with a sweet smile on her face. Naturally, James was not able to hear what Kahlua spent so much time trying to wake him up for until Kaneko's anger was soothed. 20 minutes later, James was seated on the sofa with Kaneko on his lap. Every now and then, Kaneko would open her mouth and James would put a cookie or some other kind of snack in her mouth. Without James pampering, the little Nico show might have gone on scolding Kahlua for even longer. Meanwhile, Kahlua was on the floor, seated in the Seiza position with a sign around her neck that read, I stole someone else's snack so I'm being punished. So, Kahlua, what was so important that you wanted to talk about? James asked while scratching behind Kaneko's cat ears. That's right. Kahlua said, jumping up to her feet. Back in Seiza. Kaneko said sternly. Yes, ma'am. Kahlua replied while sitting back in the Seiza position. At the same time, the Shuzan sisters were looking at this situation in awe. Sister Akua, this is an illusion, right? Kokoa asked, not believing what she was seeing. At this point I'm not sure. Akua replied. To think that Kahlua would listen to someone else like this. I mean, it's almost impossible to get her to stay in one place for any amount of time. Well, even Auntie Leona doesn't make jokes about stealing Kaneko's snacks. Mocha said. It was funny when it happened though. Back to James' conversation, Kahlua looked up at James from her position on the floor with a bright smile on her face. "Test me to see if I'm strong enough to join your peerage," Kahlua said. "Why are you in such a hurry?" James asked in curiosity. "Because you and your peerage are allowed to go to heaven, and I want to see it," Kahlua replied straightforwardly. "I guess that makes sense," James replied while stroking his chin. "But I don't even know if my second peerage will be allowed." "Well, that would be simple enough to find out, wouldn't it?" Venelana said, as she created a communication circle on her right hand. A moment later, Venelana placed the magic circle next to her right ear. Then, a few moments later, the magic circle glowed a little brighter, signifying that the connection was established. "Hi, Graphia. Yes, I have a question to ask." "Oh, if you're busy, I'm sure it can wait." "Okay, I'll contact you later," Venelana said, speaking into the communication circle. "Well, I guess we're not getting the answer right now," James said with a shrug. Then, he sat Kaneko on the sofa beside him before standing up. "Well, I'm hungry. I'll cook you breakfast," Cheyenne shouted. "For some video games," James continued awkwardly. "I'm really looking forward to putting the smack down on someone. Maybe I'll go to ISE's house and play with him." And just like that, James ran away from the most terrifying enemy he ever had to face. Cheyenne's cooking. "And, he's gone," Mizor said, watching James run down the street. "I wonder if he was so panicked that he forgot that he could teleport." Rhea asked as she also watched James run away. "Even if he wanted to play video games, he should have stayed for breakfast," Cheyenne said with a pout. "Breakfast is the most important meal of the day, after all." "Well, it is pretty late in the morning, do any of you want me to make you some lunch?" The room fell silent when Cheyenne asked the question. A moment later, the room was filled with excuses to leave and hastily thought up plans for lunch. "Everyone had plans?" Cheyenne asked. "Such bad luck. I had a really good idea for a new recipe. Just out of curiosity, have you ever tasted your own food?" Shuna, the only one left in the living room other than Cheyenne, asked curiously. In response, Cheyenne shook her head with a big smile on her face. "Of course not," Cheyenne said. "Wouldn't it be wrong for a chef to deny others from having the first taste of her food?" "I don't think that's how it works," Shuna said. "But I guess she's not paying attention." As Shuna said, Cheyenne was too busy frolicking around the living room, gushing to herself about all the ideas she had for her next dish. Seeing that, Shuna shook her head lightly and walked toward the elevator. James had drawn many clothing designs for her to try and recreate after their first date, and she was excited to turn James' ideas into reality with her own personal touches. Meanwhile, on the streets of Kuo, James was walking leisurely towards the Haida residence. "I really dodged a bullet there," James murmured to himself while wiping a bead of sweat from his forehead. "No matter how strong I get, I don't think Cheyenne's food is a foe I'll ever be able to defeat. With that cooking skill, I'm certain that Cheyenne is the actual strongest devil in the underworld." Chapter 243, Ripples on the Pond. Human World, Sicily, Cefalu. On the terrace of a beachside villa, around the time James escaped from the horror of Cheyenne's cooking, two men sat and watched the recording of James' battle against Surzex on a tablet. While the first of the two, a tall, dark-skinned young man with a sharp gaze, black circles around his eyes, long dark brown hair, and what appeared to be light blue tribal markings all over his exposed skin, wearing a high-collar black cloak and baggy black pants with the same tribal markings all over them, a pair of what looks like red claws around his neck and a golden sash, stared at the tablet with an unreadable expression in his eyes. Although the murderous intent leaking out of his body would let anyone know that he wanted to kill one of the two fighters on the tablet. Whistle that boy sure is strong. The second man, a middle-aged man looking to be in his 40s with long silver hair, a beard of the same color and silver eyes, said with a grin on his face. "He's probably even stronger than my dear grandson." "That boy is using Dragon Slayer magic," the dark-skinned man growled. "Which means that he must die." "I know, and he will." The silver-haired man, Rizavim Levon Lucifer, said with his grin widening. "But now isn't the time. We have much more to prepare for the final battle. I won't wait much longer." The dark-skinned man said, returning his gaze to the tablet and staring at James' figure. "All dragons must be destroyed. I find it ironic that the apocalypse dragon, Acnologia, is so eager to annihilate all the dragons." Rizavim said with a chuckle. "Either way, I'd appreciate it if you didn't get rid of the dragons that are on our side until my plans are completed. As long as they stay out of my sight, I can tolerate their existences for now." Acnologia said, not even considering the dragons, other than Crumcrutch, a challenge. While Rizavim was controlling the Teeps faction of vampires, the first dragon that Lucifer revived with Valerie Teeps' sacred gear, Sephiroth Graal, was Acnologia. However, because he had the intention of reviving the other evil dragons, Ryzavim realized that leaving Acnologia in the Teep's castle was a bad idea, so he had him transferred to his private property in Sicily. As a matter of fact, we'll be ready to implement our final plan in the next few months if everything goes as we expect. Ryzavim said with an insane grin. Once I get my hands on that little Valkyrie's research, I'll be one step closer. As long as all the dragons are eliminated, I don't care what you do. Acnologia said, still staring at the tablet. Heaven, sixth heaven. He's much stronger than we expected. Uriel said, uncomfortable after seeing the power that James displayed in his duel with Surzex. It's a good thing that our spies in the underworld were able to get us this recording. Otherwise, we would be unprepared when this boy turns against the Alliance. Immediately after saying his piece, Uriel could feel that someone was glaring at him. When he turned his head to see who it was, he was shocked to find his sister, Gabriel, glaring at him with tears forming in her eyes, a pout on her lips, and her cheeks puffed out. At the same time, Michael and Raphael could only stare at Uriel with pity in their gazes. Gabriel, sister, what's wrong? Uriel asked in a panicked tone. James is a good boy. Gabriel said in a clearly upset tone. He wouldn't betray us. Not knowing how to handle this situation, Uriel turned to his brothers for help. First, Raphael, who seemed to not notice his silent plea for help, as he was studying a particularly interesting point on the wall of the meeting room. Then, when he turned his gaze to Michael, Michael only smiled kindly without offering a word of advice. Okay, sister, I'm sorry. Uriel said, unable to handle Gabriel's tearful gaze. I won't say anything like that again. You knew you were going to end up apologizing for it. Raphael thought to himself. Then why even bother saying it? Asterisk cough, asterisk, Michael coughed lightly to get everyone's attention. Once he had it, he brought the conversation to another topic that he figured would make Gabriel stop pouting. Graphia Lucifuge contacted us with an inquiry from James Alaverus. Oh, what did he want to know? Raphael asked. As I'm sure all of you are aware, James was the first devil to be granted a second peerage. Michael said. The other three great seraphs nodded in response. Well, James would like to know if only his original peerage will be allowed into heaven when he visits. Michael said, transmitting the message to the other seraph. Well, that depends. Uriel said with a slight frown. How many does he want to bring in total? The message didn't specify. Michael replied. How many of the sin suppression devices do we have? Michael asked. We have 14. Gabriel said in a bubbly tone. So, that means that James can bring his first peerage and 2 of his second peerage. But his first peerage only has 11 members. Uriel said, a bit confused. So, he should be able to bring 3 from his second peerage, right? No, no, no. Gabriel said while wagging her finger at Uriel. One of those devices is reserved for my friend Leona. Then, that means he can bring his first peerage, his mother, and 2 from his second peerage. Michael said with a kind smile. I'll respond to Miss Graphia with that. Underworld, Satan territory, capital city, Lilith. Around the same time, the 4 great Satans were meeting in Surzek's recovery room. Yon asterisk your impulsive actions have caused us some trouble. Falbium said in a tired tone. What do you mean? Surzek said listlessly. It seems that videos of your duel have been spreading to other pantheons at quite the speed. Ajuka said. And how is that my fault? Surzek asked with a frown on his face. If James had waited for a more appropriate time to challenge me to the duel, none of this would have happened. Smack. With the sound of flesh striking flesh, the room fell silent immediately. What left everyone stunned, especially Surzek who just got slapped, was that Seraphol was the one who slapped him. What was that for? Surzek asked angrily when he came back to his senses. This is your fault, and yours alone, Surzek. Seraphol said in a stern tone. Hearing Seraphol's tone and the fact that she did not add Chan to Surzek's name, everyone was shocked once again. The last time Seraphol acted like this, an entire fortress full of old Satan supporters were frozen into blocks of solid ice along with the fortress. If you hadn't provoked him in public, do you think that Jaquin would have challenged you in public? Seraphol asked sternly. No, if you hadn't provoked him, do you think he would have challenged you at all? Yet it's okay that he's been provoking me for months. Surzek asked angrily. Had he been provoking you or telling you like it is? Seraphol fired back immediately. He told you that you weren't worthy of your title. And to be honest, when I found out what you did with the report that Graphia-chan brought, I couldn't agree with him more. The report that Graphia brought? Falbium asked curiously. At the same time, Ajuka looked at Surzek skeptically. It's nothing to worry about. Surzek said while averting his eyes awkwardly. Don't give me that. Seraphol said, stomping her foot as she spoke. Grafia-chan brought you a copy of the report that was spread after James and Skathaka's duel with the former members of the Devil Council, months earlier. Hearing that, Ajuka and Falbium opened their eyes wide in disbelief. Then, they directed gazes at Sirzex that were practically screaming, "Is that true?" Once again, Sirzex could not maintain eye contact with the other Satans. I don't even know what to say," Ajuka said. Falbium, on the other hand, did not say a word. He just stared at Sirzex with a reproachful glare. "Oh, that's not even the worst part," Seraphol said, resting her hands on her hips. When Grafia brought him the reports, he destroyed them. Then, he gave her some crap about the underworld's public stability. We all know that it was because his pride wouldn't allow him to publish something that he didn't order to be found. But it did destabilize things when the news was first released. Sirzex argued weakly. "Do you want me to slap you again?" Seraphol asked with a scowl. "No, ma'am," Sirzex said while shrinking back. "Anyway, we got off topic," Ajuka said calmly. "What do we do about the whole of the supernatural world knowing about the duel? It may not be as bad as we think," Seraphol said after taking a deep breath and letting her expression change back to her usual cheerful one. "What do you mean?" Falbium asked with his eyes narrowed. "None of the other factions/pantheons, even our allies, are going to be too thrilled to know that we have another major god-ranked combatant. But it should also work as a deterrent," Seraphol said with a smile on her face. "At least until they're sure exactly how strong Jaquin is. Lucky for us, he didn't have to use everything he had to beat up Sirzex-chan." Sirzex winced at Seraphol's dagger-like words, but he had nothing to retort with. "Seraphol is right," Ajuka said. "Until they know if he can fight on par with a god-king-ranked opponent, since it is known that he can fight above his own level, we should have time until someone decides to attack." "So, Sirzex's pride finally did something good, huh?" Falbium asked. Things might have been much worse if Sirzex had been training and made James go all out. Human World, Japan, Koho. After a few hours of laying the smack down on Issei in the latest installment of WWE 2K, James returned home and prayed to everything unholy that Cheyenne had forgotten about cooking for him, for today at least. "I'm back," James shouted as he walked through the front door of the Alaverus estate. "Hurry into the living room," Leona shouted in return. "Grafia is here with a response from heaven about how many people you can bring." Hearing that, James' eyes lit up. This may mean that he could bring more than just his original peerage. Not that he would complain if he could not. But it was still something he was looking forward to hearing the answer to. Quickly changing out of his shoes and into a pair of house slippers, James made his way into the living room to see Leona, Cassiel, Irene, Evangeline, and Grafia playing poker. And judging by the expressions on everyone's faces, Cassiel was losing. "Hey, Pop," James said as he approached the card table. "Doesn't look like things are going too well for you." "Shut up, kid," Cassiel replied without even looking at James. "I'm concentrating." James only chuckled at the desperate tone from his father. He knew that none of these people cared about the money that was on the table in the pot. Instead, there must be something else that made his father so nervous about losing this hand. However, after seeing the manic smile on his mother's face, James thought it would be better for his mental health if he did not know the terms of the bet. "Anyway, what's the verdict about how many people can come with me to heaven?" James asked after Grafia folded her hand and exhaled a sigh. "Oh, the Seraph said that there was a total of 14 spots open." Grafia replied while nodding at James as a sign of greeting. 14, huh? James said, beginning to count on his fingers. When he was done, he spoke once again. "So, I have 2 extra spots if I count my original peerage and mom." "So, it would seem," Grafia replied. "Also, Michael, leader of the 4 great Seraph, inquired when you planned on making the trip to heaven." Can you let them know that we'll come next Saturday?" James asked Grafia with a smile. "Consider it done," Grafia replied with a slight bow of her head. "Now, all that's left is to pick the first 2 members of my second peerage. However, I don't know who will accept, other than Kahlua." Chapter 244, A Good Second Start. Human World, Japan, Koho. The following day, Sunday evening, James called all the residents of the mansion to gather in the training room. He felt that if he was going to bring anyone with him, now was the best time to add them to his peerage, so they could familiarize themselves with their changes before the trip to heaven. "Well, I'm sure you're all aware of why I called you here, right?" James asked while looking over the gathered crowd of people. "You're gonna let me join your peerage now, right?" Kahlua said with a big smile on her face. Although you're not wrong, you're not right either, Kahlua," James said with a wry smile. "But your one-track mind is a bit. You don't have to bother with her, James," Evangeline said. You're here to ask who among us is willing to join your peerage, right? That's right. James replied with a smile. Dealing with intelligent people always makes things easier. Meanwhile, when James said his last sentence, Kahlua began to pout. Then, she turned her gaze toward Akua. Hey, Akua. Kahlua said quietly. Is James calling me dumb? No. Akua replied quietly while rolling her eyes. Oh, okay. Kahlua said with a smile. Because if he was calling me dumb, that would have been really mean. Akua could not help but roll her eyes again. He may not be calling you dumb, Akua thought to herself. But no one would argue if he was calling you simple-minded. Anyway, other than Kahlua, are any of you interested in being a member of my second peerage? James asked while letting his gaze wander over Irene, the vampires, Genkai, and Yusuke. Me and the dimwit won't be joining. Genkai was the first to respond. Not being human would defeat the purpose of the training that he's going through. Expecting that response from Genkai, James simply nodded while Yusuke glared at Genkai. Hey, old hag. Yusuke barked. What gives you the right to decide for me? Because you're not strong enough to say otherwise. Genkai replied nonchalantly. Naturally, everyone began to tune out the two's bickering, as it has become a rather normal occurrence. I'm interested, but I have a few questions. Evangeline said with a serious expression on her face. If you didn't, I would find that strange. James replied with a smile. If I become a devil, will I keep my child body? Evangeline asked. I figured that would be your question. James replied. Honestly, I'm not sure. But what I do know is that even if you were to take on your child form, you would age until your body reached maturity at a natural, or maybe slightly faster, pace. Not ideal, but better than what I'm working with right now. Evangeline said while supporting her chin with her right hand. My question is similar. Irene said, after Evangeline began to consider. But since I've had the goal of becoming human again, becoming a devil feels like I'm giving up on that. Well, that's true. James replied with a wry smile while scratching the side of his head. But you wouldn't be a dragon anymore, at the very least. Instead, you'd be similar to the extinct Bune house of the 72 pillar houses. They were devils who could tame dragons and turn into them as well. I see. Irene said, falling into contemplation much like Evangeline did. I'd like to join. Akua stepped forward and said in a firm voice. If the weakness to sunlight would no longer hinder me, but not until I've determined if you are truly worthy of dedicating my life to. When Akua said that, Kahlua and Kokoa also looked at James intently. Issa, though not as blatant as his daughters, also let his gaze land on James. Even Evangeline paused her considerations long enough to hear the response. Instead of answering immediately, James looked at Mocha. Don't look at me, I never had that weakness in the first place. Mocha said with a shrug and a smile. Then, James turned his attention to Gasper. Me. Neither. I'm a damper. Gasper stuttered out. I didn't have that weakness either. Theoretically, since your race would be converted from vampire to devil, you should lose that fatal weakness. James said, beginning to explain. However, since the vampires are quite the proud race, I don't know of any vampires being converted willingly. And as for those who were forced to convert, I'm not sure. The vampires all fell silent after hearing James' explanation. Even Kahlua's enthusiasm dimmed a little. Clap. After a few moments, Mocha smiled and clapped her hands, drawing all the attention to herself. Wow, now I see why James likes to do this, it feels awesome. Mocha said. See. James said with a smile of his own. Get to the point. Akua said. Right. Sorry. Mocha said sheepishly. Ahem. Why don't we find someone to reincarnate Dad first? Then we can send him out into the sun and see if it's safe for the rest of you. While Evangeline and the Shuzhen sisters nodded in agreement, Issa was dumbfounded for a moment. The hell? Issa exclaimed in disbelief. Are you serious? Of course. Mocha said without shame. As a father, isn't it your duty to make sure your children are safe? Akua, Kahlua, and Kokoa nodded with fervor when Mocha made her argument. Issa could not find the words to argue with that statement either. Ooh, that girl can hold a grudge. Irene said while watching the spectacle with a smile. Well, it hasn't been that long since she found out the truth. Leona said with a smile. Besides, she's going kinda easy on him in my opinion. True. Scathatch added. Had it been you or James, Issa would have broken down in tears long ago. Probably. Leona replied with a shrug. Then, she looked at Cassiel with a loving smile. Although Leona's smile was pure and full of love, Cassiel felt an inexplicable fear while cold sweat began sliding down his spine. And if I did what he did, I would deserve it. Cassiel said in a righteous tone. Leona nodded in satisfaction after hearing Cassiel's response. Then, she turned her attention back to the arguing vampires. Eventually, it was James who broke up the discussion. Well, since none of us are sure of what would happen, why don't we ask an expert? James suggested. Then, James created a communication magic circle on his hand and placed it against his right ear. After a few moments, the magic circle glowed a bit brighter, signaling that the connection was completed. Hey, Graphia, I hope I'm not interrupting anything. James said with a smile. After hearing Graphia's response, he continued. We've got a question about evil peace, reincarnation. Do you think you could help me get in touch with the Juka? Sure, I'll be waiting. Thanks, Graphia. Okay, talk to you later. I guess after defeating the current Lucifer, it's only natural that he can have someone get into contact with one of the Satans for him. Issa said, hoping that his daughters would forget that they were considering sacrificing him in the name of science. He should be considered the strongest devil in the underworld, now, right? Mizor asked. My men is the strongest. Ka-san is gonna be jealous. Are you sure you want to tell her about that? Mocha asked with a mischievous smile. She might start talking about the whole communal husband thing again. I don't think you need to worry about that. James said with a wry smile. I gave Yasaka access to the duel. On top of that, I'm sure every faction had spies that were watching the duel and recording it for their real factions. Wait a minute. Mocha said, causing many of the conversations happening in the training room to pause. Kokoa, are you not interested in becoming a devil if there are no issues with sunlight? Mocha, James is not the only devil who has space open in their peerage. Kokoa said while rolling her eyes. Ravel asked me to join her peerage a long time ago. She probably would have asked the others, but she's only at the peak of high rank. So, she can't reincarnate anyone else. Don't make it seem like I'm weak, Kokoa. Ravel said with a pout. Other than James and his group of monsters, you'll find it hard to find another 16-year-old as strong as me. Yeah, Ravel. Kokoa said dismissively. You're so strong. With that, Ravel and Kokoa began bickering like longtime friends. When did they get so close? Mocha asked in confusion. I don't know, but it looks like the kitty cat and Maria are part of the group, too. James said as Kaneko and Maria went to egg on Ravel and Kokoa. Does it matter? Kahlua said as she wrapped her arms around James' right arm. It's nice that she has friends her age. You're right. Mocha said with a nod. Then she turned to Kahlua and spoke again. But why are you clinging to James? Because everyone else looks so comfortable when they do it. So, I'm doing it too. And it's quite comfortable, actually. I need to try sitting in his lap, too. For some reason that James could not understand, Kahlua's statement led to all the girls who were either intimate with him or hoped to be so, gathering around him and talking about how much they enjoyed sitting on his lap. Even Ophis showed up and listened to the conversation, though she did not speak a word. What's wrong with these crazy women? James thought to himself. More importantly, why are they holding on to me? This is not a conversation that I want to be part of. Luckily, or unluckily, James only had to sit throughout the conversation for around 20 minutes because Scathatch informed everyone that Graphia was teleporting into the barriers around the mansion. However, 20 minutes seemed to be more than James could handle, as his eyes seemed to be devoid of light. Young Master James, everyone, it is nice to see all of you again. Graphia said as she entered the training room with a bow. I know you're in work mode, Graphia. James said as he quickly distanced himself from the girls. But it's okay to loosen up when you're here. Sweetie, there's no point in beating a dead horse. Leona said with a smile. The Gremarys have been telling her that for centuries. After politely declining James' suggestion and completely ignoring Leona's comment, Graphia informed James that she was going to connect to a Juka with a communication magic circle, much like the one used to speak with Mephistopheles when the topic of magician pacts was brought up. Then, once the communication was set up, they spent the next 2 hours listening to a Juka explain exactly how the reincarnation from other races into devils worked. To make a long story short, they had nothing to worry about. The vampires would be fine under the sun, just slightly weakened like devils are. But what about my issue? Evangeline asked. Will I be a child or an adult? Your case is special, Miss McDowell. A Juka said. Your soul is much older than your physical body. Therefore, when reincarnating to a devil, your physical body will take on an appearance somewhere between the two. So, you'll be an adult, Evangeline. James said, interrupting another one of a Juka's long-winded explanations. You'll end up with a body that is a bit older than the age of maturity. So, you'll look about 23 to 26, or so. I can live with that. Evangeline said with a happy smile on her face. Then, she dropped her transformation magic and reverted back to her 10-year-old form. Anyway, what are we waiting for? Let's get on with this reincarnation. Well, it looks like there are 2 takers, so far. James said with a smile. Any more? I've made my decision as well. Irene said, stepping next to Evangeline. So long as I'm not a dragon, I won't feel ashamed to meet her again. James' smile widened when he heard Irene. My second peerage will have 2 minor god-ranked beings as well. James thought to himself. This just keeps getting better and better. The last to step forward was Aqua. However, she did not agree to join his peerage. Although I am leaning towards joining your peerage, I'll need more time to determine if you're someone worth dedicating my life to. Aqua said while staring into James' eyes. I understand. James replied with a nod and a solemn expression. But you shouldn't wait too long, Aqua. Because I have no intention of waiting for you to decide. Once the evil pieces are allocated, that's it. I understand. Aqua said with a nod. But I still would rather understand you better. Fair enough. James replied with a shrug. Then, he turned his gaze back to Ajuka. All right, thanks for your help, Ajuka. Don't mention it. Ajuka replied. Then, if you'll excuse me. With that, Ajuka ended the communication. Then, Graphia planned to leave as well. However, before she could go, she was stopped by Issa. Lady Graphia, am I correct in assuming that you have a set of evil pieces as well? Issa asked. Chapter 245, 3 New Devils. Human World, Japan, Koho. With Irene, Evangeline, and Kahlua deciding to join James' second peerage, everyone was a bit excited. This would truly be the beginning of something that no one had done or witnessed before. Basically, everyone present was witnessing history in the making. However, they were caught off guard when Graphia decided to leave without seeing things through to the end. They were even more surprised when Issa stopped her and asked to join her peerage. Especially the Shuzan sisters. Dad, are you serious? Mocha was the first to voice out in surprise. Have you thought about how Lord Lucifer would react if he heard about this? I have, and I'm not looking forward to dealing with that. Issa admitted. But, for a devil to reincarnate me, they would have to be at least at the minor god rank. And I only know a few at that rank. Yeah, but still, this seems a bit suicidal. Mocha continued, trying to dissuade her father. Huh, the mask finally broke, huh? Flora said as she suddenly hugged Mocha. Mask? What are you talking about? Mocha asked in confusion. You've been acting like you hate your father ever since he told you the truth about your situation. Flora said with a smile. But now you're showing such concern about his safety. It's really quite cute. Mocha looked at Flora like she just grew a second head. Seeing the look in Mocha's eyes, Flora began to doubt the conclusion she came to. Was I wrong? Flora asked. Sure were. Mocha replied. I never hated my father, even when I thought he was going to sacrifice me. But I was going to make him pay for that decision. And after I heard the truth, I wanted him to suffer a bit. But never did I want any harm to come to him. Not only Flora, but almost everyone who heard the exchange was surprised. The exceptions being Mocha's sisters, James, and Mizor. Naturally Aqua, Kahlua, and Kokoa understood how their sister thought, while James and Mizor knew because they asked Mocha about it shortly after the Shuzans arrived. My apologies, I do not have a set of evil pieces of my own. Graphia replied to Issa's question, putting an end to the discussions around the training room. And as of now, I do not intend to create my own peerage. Things in my personal life are complicated at the moment. Well, it was worth a shot. Issa said, letting his shoulders slump slightly. However, if you would like, I can help you to get in contact with Lady Leviathan. Graphia added. If I'm not mistaken, after all this time, she has yet to add anyone to her peerage. Claiming that no one was suitable for her vision. Perhaps you would like to ask her as well. Thank you, I would appreciate it. Issa replied with a slightly uneasy expression. Although Issa had heard rumors of the eccentric Seraphal Leviathan, he had no actual interactions with her over the centuries. So, he was unsure of what to expect exactly. However, those in the room who knew her personally tried their best to stifle their laughter and giggles. Sona, on the other hand, face-palmed and prayed to everything unholy that Issa would be all right. Well then, if there is nothing else, I bid you all farewell. Graphia said before bowing politely. So, you have no interest in staying to see the birth of a second peerage? James asked with a smile. As much as I would like to, I must work with Lady Vanillana to prepare a trading ritual. Graphia said in reply. Then, before anyone could question her further, she teleported away from the training room. Everyone was slightly stunned to hear that Graphia was going to prepare a trading ritual with Vanillana, however, no one thought much about it. Vanillana was a strong ultimate rank devil. So, it was not strange that she would start creating a peerage, even if she had no intention in competing in the raiding games. Anyway, let's get on to the main event. James said with a smile. We can ask Auntie Vanillana about it later. But for now, Irene, Evangeline, and Kahlua, could you please step forward? Wasting no time, the three James called on stepped forward and stopped when they were little more than an arm's length away from James. Then, James raised his hand in front of Kahlua and a few of his evil pieces appeared floating over his outstretched hand. A rook and 3 pawns, huh? James said to himself. Even when you're already at the ultimate rank, your potential must still be pretty good, Kahlua. Hey. Kahlua chuckled bashfully. A moment later, the 3 pawn pieces vanished. With just the rook left in his hand, James took a step closer to Kahlua and pressed the evil piece into her chest. Having gone through this process 10 times already, James did not wait until the changes to Kahlua's race were completed and moved on to Evangeline with his hand extended once again. Queen, bishop, and 4 pawns. James said as he saw the pieces that appeared this time. Hold on, I want to check Irene's compatibility, too. Seeming not to care, Evangeline nodded her head. When she did, James extended his hand toward Irene like he had with the other 2. Queen, bishop, rook, and 4 pawns. James muttered. I knew they would both be compatible with the queen piece. Ria said. Now, pay up. You and your damn luck. Sona said. If it wasn't for that luck, I'm sure that Yudo and Gasper, no, most of your peerage would be in someone else's peerage. Cry me a river. Ria said with a radiant smile on her face as Sona handed her what seemed to be a picture of James cosplaying as a kid. Hold on. James shouted when he caught a glimpse of the photo. What the hell are you trading around, and why the hell do you have it in the first place? Before Rias and Sona, who were looking away from James awkwardly, could explain, James' head snapped towards his mother who was grinning mischievously. When Leona noticed James' glare, her grin widened. Then, she moved her lips, allowing James to read them. Payback is a bitch. Leona mouthed. Immediately, James knew that she was referring to the prank he played when he doodled on all the ladies' faces with a marker. Oh, mother dearest, this is not over. James thought to himself. As James and Leona exchanged devious glances, the rest of the people in the training room, except for Scathatch, felt a chill go down their backs. Scathatch, on the other hand, knew that both of them knew better than to get her involved in their little game. Anyway, let's get back to business. James said, looking away from his mother and back to the potential queens standing in front of him. Let Irene do it. Evangeline said quickly, casually waving off the queen position. Even though I have the physical and magical traits to be a queen, I don't have the intention of being a second leader for this little group. I will help in teaching magic, though. Other than the vampires, everyone was surprised how easily Evangeline gave up the position of second in command. The vampires, however, knew that Evangeline did not usually play well with others. In fact, if the 2 things she wanted most were not part of the deal, Evangeline would have never agreed to join James' peerage. Though, Mocha was beginning to doubt that, as she noticed the rising interest in James that Evangeline had been showing. That's fine by me, I guess. Irene said with a wry smile. But I gotta admit, I was thinking we'd have to fight it out for the queen position. And to be honest, I was kind of looking forward to it. Damn dragons, always wanting to exert dominance. Evangeline muttered. Well, now that is settled, why don't we get down to business? James said with a smile while extending both his hands. At that moment, Kahlua finished her transformation and her devil wings extended. Then, she opened her eyes and smiled at James. An instant later, she shot forward and wrapped her arms around James, hugging him tightly. As Kahlua's arms began to tighten, James' expression began to change. He could feel the bones in his arms and ribs beginning to creak under the overwhelming, raw, physical strength that the rook piece just increased. Eventually, after a few seconds, Mocha noticed James' expression and the color of his face. Kahlua. Mocha shouted. Are you trying to kill him? Huh. Kahlua was confused. Then, Kahlua looked at James who was struggling to keep his arms and ribs from breaking with his demonic energy. Well, I know what we're going to have to work on first. James said with a pain-filled smile on his face. On top of stopping you from going berserk, we need to make sure that you have perfect control of your strength. You can leave that to this Scathatch. Scathatch said, stepping forward and grabbing Kahlua by the shoulder. When Scathatch's hand landed on her shoulder, Kahlua felt the strength in her right arm disappearing rapidly. Eventually, her arm fell and hung loosely at her side. A moment later, she was pulled away from James, causing him to let out a sigh of relief. And I'm supposed to be one of the physically stronger devils, James said while rubbing the forming bruises on his arms. Anyway, where were we? As James finished speaking, he held out his hands towards Irene and Evangeline, again. On his left, in front of Irene, a queen piece floated above his open palm. On the right, in front of Evangeline, a bishop piece floated. Then, James took hold of both pieces and simultaneously pressed them into the chests of the two women in front of him. After the evil pieces sunk into their chests, Irene and Evangeline closed their eyes as their bodies began to change. Rapidly, Evangeline grew from a height of 4 feet 7 inches (1.4 meters) to 5 feet 7 inches (1.7 meters). Along with her height, her childish features were replaced with those of a beautiful woman. All the baby fat on her face was now gone, her hips widened, and her breasts grew. Wow, Eva's imagination sucked, Leona said with a smile. What do you mean? Cassiel asked curiously. She's even more beautiful than her transformation from before, Leona replied. I'm guessing her imagination was where she got that older image of herself, thus, her imagination sucks. Everyone who heard her agreed with Leona's assessment that Evangeline was more beautiful than the transformation she wore before. However, they also could not help but smile wryly at her comment about Evangeline's imagination. On the other hand, Irene did not change in terms of appearance. However, it was clear that her energy reserves were increasing, even if only slightly. On top of that, her draconic aura decreased before being combined with the new devil aura that she was exuding. After about a minute, both women opened their eyes and a pair of devil wings grew from their lower backs. So, how do you two feel? James asked with a smile. I feel stronger. Irene was the first to answer. Even if it's just a little bit stronger. This new body is going to take some getting used to, Evangeline said as she moved her body. Then, she cupped her breasts and spoke again. On top of that, these are a lot bigger than I thought they would be. While James and most of the males in the training room looked away, Issei's scream of "my eyes" could be heard. Sigh that boy will never learn, James said as he unballed his ring finger and pinky. Did he just poke Issei in the eyes? Rias asked, looking back and forth between James and Issei. As her gaze swapped between the two, Rias was surprised when she saw Asia giving James a sneaky thumbs up. Thump. Now, I believe that you three are due for some training, Scathatch said after slamming the butt of her spear into the floor. Then, she stepped forward to stand in front of the three new devils. Having seen the intensity of Scathatch's training, Irene and Evangeline took a step back while Kahlua only tilted her head. You two need to work on gaining perfect control of your bodies and energy, Scathatch said, gesturing towards Irene and Evangeline. Then, she turned her attention to Kahlua. On top of gaining control like those two, we need to beat. Ahem. I mean, get the habit of going berserk during a battle out of you. She was about to say beat it out of her, right? Tsubasa asked. Yup, Momo replied. She definitely was, Tomo added. Well, you girls have fun, James said with a smile. Then, his smile turned devious before he continued. I think I'm gonna start drawing a new manga. And it's going to be a surprise for Saratan. Seeing that smile, for the first time in a while, I feel sorry for my sister, Sona said with a wry smile. While James was leaving, Mizore followed him closely. Surprisingly, Scathatch allowed her to leave. But that was only because she was curious to see what James would draw after seeing his expression, and she knew that the process would be much faster if his assistant, Mizore, were present. Chapter 246, Welcome to Paradise. Oops. I mean heaven. 6 days have passed since James accepted Irene, Evangeline, and Kahlua into his peerage. And in those 6 days, Irene and Evangeline began adapting to the changes in their physiques and energies. However, they were not ready for the hellish training that Scathatch had been putting them through. Kahlua, on the other hand, was something that Scathatch was not ready for. It's not that Kahlua was too much for Scathatch to handle. Instead, it was that Scathatch had never seen anything like Kahlua when she fights. Like the Shuzans told her, whenever she began fighting seriously, she would go berserk. However, for the duration, she would be sobbing silently. On top of that, the only ones who could keep up with her in a spar were James, Scathatch, Irene, and Issa. Even though Cassiel and Evangeline were also at the minor god rank, their physiques were not strong enough to handle even one of Kahlua's punches. In Evangeline's case, that was not completely true. If Evangeline went all out and used her own self-made magic, she would have no problem tanking one of Kahlua's blows. But if she used that magic, it would no longer be a spar. Evangeline would just be beating up Kahlua unilaterally. On another note, Cocoa also joined Ravel's peerage as, to everyone's surprise, a knight. As it turns out, Cocoa is very proficient with many sword-type weapons. And she has her familiar, a bat called Ko, that can shapeshift into many different weapons. On top of that, with her natural strength, stamina, and durability added to the speed enhancement she received from the Night Piece, Cocoa has become quite the well-rounded fighter. The last thing to take note of, the trip to heaven, was scheduled for today. As they discussed several days ago, James was able to bring a total of 13 people with him. As Leona was guaranteed one of the spots, James could bring 12 others. The first 10 were his first peerage. One of the last 2 was Kahlua, who pestered him about it, relentlessly, after joining his second peerage. And the last place went to his second, Queen, Irene. As it turned out, Evangeline actually had no interest in going up to heaven. Instead, she wanted to spend her time walking around Kuo during the day. At least until the novelty wore off, her interests would revolve around that. On the other hand, James would have chosen to bring Irene regardless of Evangeline's decision. As this was a formal visit, it was customary for a king to travel with his queen. Heaven, first heaven. At around 10 in the morning on the scheduled Saturday, James, Leona, the selected members of his 2 peerages, and Irina arrived in first heaven via teleportation circle. "Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to welcome you to heaven," Irina said with a big smile in her usual cheerful tone. Irina was asked to come along so that the devils will have an easy way to enter heaven. Actually, Gabriel offered to descend to the human world so that she could guide them up to heaven. However, James declined, suggesting that Irina, heaven's spokesperson, would be enough. "Asia, I've done all that I can for you," James thought to himself as he smiled at Irina's enthusiastic welcome to heaven. Human world, Japan, Kuo. Standing in her bedroom in the Haida residence, Asia looked over herself in the mirror as she psyched herself up for today. James made today possible, Asia said as she clenched her fists in front of her chest. "I won't waste the opportunity he gave me." "Hey, Asia, are you ready?" Issei's voice sounded from outside the bedroom. "Yes," Asia exclaimed excitedly. "I'll be right there." "Heaven, first heaven. This is not what I expected," Kahlua said as she looked around with curiosity. "Where are all the pure souls sitting on clouds?" Irina looked a little awkward when she heard Kahlua's question. Most people thought that heaven was exactly like it was depicted in fiction. "As a matter of fact, you're thinking of third heaven," a kind and gentle male voice said. "That is where those souls who have gained enough merit to enter heaven reside." When the group looked over toward the direction of the voice, they saw Michael, wearing a kind smile, and Gabriel, whose eyes were shining like a dog with a treat held in front of it. As they approached, Gabriel's eyes were focused on Leona with fondness flickering in their depths. Finally, when they were close enough that Gabriel could no longer hold herself back, she rushed in front of Leona and wrapped her arms around her. "Leona, it's been so long," Gabriel gushed happily. "Do you know how sad I was when I heard that you passed away during childbirth?" "It's good to see you again, Gabby," Leona replied while patting Gabriel on her back. "Tell me about how things are as a devil," Gabriel said, beginning to bombard Leona with questions. At the same time, Michael approached James, who was flanked by Scathatch and Irene. As he approached, Irina took her place behind Michael. "Irina, thank you for guiding them here," Michael said as Irina stepped past him. "It was my pleasure," Irina said with a smile. "The Alaverus family have been very kind to me ever since I returned to Kuo. Even if the training is..." Irina was unable to finish her sentence when she felt Scathatch's gaze fall on her. Seeing this, Michael could only smile wryly. Even if they were in heaven, he had no intention of antagonizing Scathatch over something so minor. "Ahem." Michael coughed to clear the air. "It's good to see you as well, James and Scathatch. I believe I haven't seen you since Loki's attack. Actually, I think the last time was when Valid dumped Ophis on me," James replied. "No, that's not the right term, since we all enjoy her presence." "Ah yes, that was quite the interesting gathering," Michael replied. "Anyway, would you mind introducing me to the new faces? I would assume they are members of your new peerage." "Yes, that's right," James replied with a smile. "This is my new queen, Irene Belzerian. The first Dragon Slayer magician." Hearing that name and title, Michael put on an expression of contemplation. "Ah, yes, it was quite the tragic string of events," Michael said. "Not many would have retained their sanity after what you were forced to go through. I can only admire the strength of will you showed back then. I'd rather not talk about times so long past," Irene said. "But it's nice to finally meet you, Michael, leader of the 4 great seraphs." "Likewise," Michael replied with a smile. "And this is..." James was about to introduce Kahlua as well. However, when he looked to where she was standing, there was no one there. After scanning his surroundings briefly, he saw that Gabriel and Kahlua were animatedly discussing his bloodline ability, Senbon Sakura. I guess I won't be leaving heaven without putting on a show, huh? James said while smiling wryly. So, it would seem. Michael replied with a similar wry smile on his face. Anyway, that is Kahlua Shuzan, Rook, in my new peerage. James said, pointing at Kahlua. The second daughter of the head of the Shuzan clan of vampires and the older sister of Mocha aka Haya, Rook, in my first peerage. I'm sure you've met before. Yes, though I believe we've never spoken. Michael said while nodding at Mocha in greeting. Once the pleasantries were out of the way, Leona, Gabriel, and Kahlua returned to the group. When they got close enough, Kahlua lunged at James and wrapped his left arm with her own arms while pressing it between her breasts. James, can you show us, Senbon Sakura? Kahlua asked with a brilliant smile on her face. A moment later, Gabriel also approached James. Like Kahlua, she also grabbed James' arm. Unlike Kahlua, however, she was blushing up to her ears as she pressed James' arm into her cleavage. Seeing his sister's actions, Michael frowned slightly. However, he knew that his pure-hearted sister was not attempting anything to be ashamed of or sinful. So, he just let it go, for now. Why, yes, could we see, Senbon Sakura? Gabriel asked while staring at James with upturned eyes. Normally, seeing the purity and innocence in Gabriel's eyes would have made James agree immediately, just so he would not have to see such pure eyes show any sadness. However, with, perhaps, the most perfect pair of breasts in the realms wrapped around his arm, he was more than a bit preoccupied. Holy shit! James exclaimed mentally. They aren't as big as Akinos, and they aren't as elastic as Rias. But what is this feeling? It feels like my arm has found paradise. As James enjoyed the sensation wrapping his arms, the pin he wore on his shirt began to flash. Then, a white barrier flared up around him. Seeing this, Michael was slightly panicked, while the other members of James' peerage and his mother only smiled wryly. If that thing didn't go off in a situation like this, I would have started questioning his sexuality. Leona said with a smile. I mean, look at those things. While the girls in James' peerages looked at Gabriel's breasts, Siyu Chulin and Dante looked away quickly. They were not looking forward to the embarrassment having their sin suppression devices set off would bring. On top of that, Lady was watching Dante like a hawk. Why are you looking at me like that? Dante asked. If you were a man, you would be tempted to look, too. That's probably true. Lady thought to herself. But that's not why I'm glaring at you, you moron. Or are you perhaps jealous? Dante asked with a grin. Because no one's staring at your chest. Immediately, Lady's sin suppression device began to light up while a white barrier appeared around her as well. Seeing that, Flora broke off from the rest of the group and tried her best to calm Lady down. That was a dick move. Siyu Chulin said while looking at Dante with exasperation. Dude, it's obvious she's got a thing for you. Siyu Chulin thought to himself. And it's obvious you have a thing for her, too. But why are you dense like the harem protagonists in James' manga? Whatever, it's none of my business. Even though Siyu Chulin was silent after his last statement, everyone from Kuo looked at him in amazement. Am I seeing things? James asked, while separating himself from Gabriel and Kahlua. Did Lancer just avoid putting his foot in his mouth at the most inopportune time? Siyu Chulin could feel his eyebrow twitching at the question and tone James asked it in. His eyebrow began to twitch even more when he saw the expressions on everyone else's face as well. What? Siyu Chulin asked in irritation. Do I need to say something about how those two should just sleep together and get it over with every time? Immediately after that, everyone sighed in relief. What would we do if Siyu was cured of his disease? Mizore asked while patting herself on the chest. I don't know, but I think everyone's rhythm would be thrown off by a lot. Mocha chimed in. Yeah, it would. Flora added with a nod. It would be like the laws of gravity changing to make things fall up instead of down. Dante, Lady, Shuna, Cheyenne, and Irina were stifling their laughter, while Leona and Kahlua were laughing openly. Meanwhile, Scathatch and Irene only looked at the ongoings. Lastly, Iam was staring at Siyu Chulin enviously. How lucky is Lancer? Iam asked herself. What I wouldn't give to be humiliated publicly like that. Oh, James-sama, please humiliate me, too. As Iam's thoughts and desires fell further into her perversions, her hot gaze landed on James. The lust and longing in her eyes were almost tangible. So, James naturally felt the gaze. When he saw the look in Iam's eyes, he looked at her in pure disgust. Then, he turned his head away and completely ignored her existence. Naturally, James' actions stimulated Iam immensely. That, of course, led to the third sin suppression device being set off, shortly before Iam collapsed and began to convulse. Unfortunately, when the device went off, I felt a great deal of humiliation, which turned her on even more, and the barrier around I brightened. If things keep going like this, she's going to be forced out of heaven, Michael said while looking at Iam's state. Sorry about that. James replied. I'll take care of her. James then approached Iam and wrapped his arms around her gently. Iam, I need you to, please, calm down, James said in a gentle tone with a loving smile on his face. Would you do that for me? Immediately, Iam's convulsions came to a stop. Then, she blushed furiously. An instant later, she fainted, and the device deactivated. Okay, crisis averted, James said with a smile while carrying the unconscious Iam like a princess. So, why don't we start the tour? Why does he look so proud that he averted the crisis? Everyone thought while they stared at James. Wasn't he the one that started it? Chapter 247, Heaven Under Attack. Heaven, Second Heaven. After waking up Iam in a short tour of First Heaven, where the brave saints, the humans who have reincarnated as angels, and the lower-ranked angels reside, Michael, Gabriel, and Irina led the group of devils to Second Heaven. This is Second Heaven, Michael said with his usual kind smile on his face. This is where we, the angels, come to observe the stars. With Michael's introduction, the group took a chance to look around at their new surroundings. What they saw was an area entirely filled with darkness. In this darkness, the silhouettes of angels could be seen staring off into the darkness with concentrated expressions. So, Second Heaven is an observatory? Shuna asked while scanning the area. From what I can sense, there are more angels in here than just those watching the stars, Irene said while scanning the area. And not all of them are angels. Your senses are impressive, Michael said, maintaining his smile. The angels who have sinned, yet not enough to fall, and the perpetrators of the Tower of Babel incident are also imprisoned here. Isn't imprisoning angels a bad idea? James asked curiously. I mean, wouldn't the chances of them falling rise with that? Unfortunately, yes, Michael said with a bit of sadness in his tone. However, his tone turned back to normal quickly afterward. But those are the guidelines that Father made. So, you blindly follow all the supposed guidelines he made, Scathatch said in an uninterested tone. Allowing the dead to dictate how the living live is the reason you have had the least progress out of all the Abrahamic factions over the last millennium. Frowning slightly at Scathatch's reply, Michael knew she was right. However, he did not accept it. Following his father's will would never be wrong in his book. Thus, he would never admit anything that the biblical God did could be flawed. Scatty, even I wouldn't criticize the way someone lives in their own house, Leona said with a shocked expression on her face. No, Leona would wait until she was in her own house to criticize them, Cheyenne said with a smile. That's right, Leona said while puffing her chest out proudly. Can we get a move on already? Dante asked while standing among the group with his arms crossed and tapping a finger on his arm. There's nothing to see here in the dark. What were you hoping to see on this trip, anyway? See-you chillin' asked. To find the answer to a question I've been asking myself for years, Dante said with a faraway look in his eyes. Seeing the look in Dante's eyes, See-you chillin' decided to drop the topic. As everyone has their own secrets, See-you chillin' knew better than to start prying into them. Very well, Michael said with a nod. As the son of Sparta said, there really isn't much to see here. A moment later, the entire group teleported away from Second Heaven. Heaven, Third Heaven. A moment later, the group appeared on an expanse of clouds with what appear to be humans walking or floating between them. This is Third Heaven, Gabriel introduced the level with a smile. This is where the humans, with enough merit to be accepted into heaven after their lives have ended, reside. Yeah, Lord Michael told us that earlier, See-you chillin' replied. Hearing that, Gabriel's smile disappeared. Instead, it was replaced with an expression that was about to cry any second. When See-you chillin' saw that, he did not know what to do. All he did was inform Gabriel so that she would not have to say anything unnecessary. Way to go, Lancer, James said with a slight smile. You made her cry. No, that's not what. See-you chillin' tried to explain frantically. Calm down, Gabby, Leona said, coming over and patting Gabriel on the back. He wasn't trying to steal your spotlight, he just didn't want you to have to explain something that was already explained again. So, he was just trying to help, Gabriel asked, her expression slowly regaining its cheerfulness. That's right, Leona said with a nod and a smile. If you want to be upset with anyone, you should blame your brother, Michael. I mean, it's clear that you two had planned out which of you would introduce which part of heaven, right? He's the one that messed up in the first place. Although Leona was usually all about causing chaos, seeing those innocent eyes filled with sadness caused Leona's instinct to protect to flare up. Like James, she could not stand to see those innocence-filled eyes show any sadness. Something that neither of them could explain. On the other hand, Gabriel stopped to think about what Leona said. Then, she remembered that Michael, in fact, did explain about third heaven in response to the question Kalua asked when the devils first arrived. She then turned her gaze towards Michael with a pout on her face. "Brother is the bad one," Gabriel said while pouting. She pointed a finger at Michael. Michael felt as if an arrow had pierced his chest. Am I truly the reason for sister's sadness? Michael thought to himself while stumbling back one step. How can this be? Seeing Michael's reaction, James narrowed his eyes and scrutinized Michael's expression and micro-expressions more carefully. When he found what he was looking for, he began to shake his head, not believing it, yet completely accepting it at the same time. "James, is everything all right?" Mizor asked after noticing James' changes in expression. "Yeah, everything is fine," James replied with a smile and patted Mizor's head. Immediately, Mizor's eyes narrowed in pleasure while James thought to himself about his findings. Really, another one? James thought to himself. Why is everyone over a certain threshold of power a fucking siscon? Is that something written into the world laws? No, I'll hold judgment on that until I meet the other two seraphs. While James felt like he was pondering the Tao, the group walked around third heaven, just observing what they could see. While the group wandered around, another woman, one with 3 pairs of white feathered wings, blue eyes, beautiful facial features, appearing to be in her mid-30s, and wearing a nun's habit, landed next to the group. Lady Gabriel, the new arrival said as she approached the group. I have returned. So, you got it? Gabriel asked with a bit of anticipation. Yes. The woman replied while holding out a bag in front of Gabriel. The limited edition tiramisu that you wanted. When the woman raised her hand, James noticed a Q on the back of her hand. When he did, he looked at the woman more carefully. Then, he smiled and approached. The Queen of Gabriel's deck, James said with an outstretched hand. Then, you must be Griselda Corda. I'm James Alaverus, it's nice to meet you. I must say, you're much more beautiful than I expected. Judging by how scared of you Zenobia always seems to be, I thought you would be a 6.5 foot, 1.98 m, tall monster of a woman. Griselda had already turned her attention to James when she noticed his approach. And when he complimented her beauty, she could not help but smile slightly. Regardless of what they tell you, there are no women in existence who don't like being called beautiful. Then, she stretched her own hand forward and grasped James lightly. It's nice to meet you, too, Griselda replied in a polite tone. So, you're the boy that Zenobia seems to have a crush on. I guess she does. James replied with a wry smile as he released the handshake. But as of now, she keeps telling herself that she just wants to experience having a baby with me. I guess that's my fault, Griselda said while shaking her head. Since I'm the one who raised her, I guess I spent too much time trying to raise her into an exorcist and not enough time raising her as a girl. As a person, really? Mizor interjected. That girl's common sense is. Yeah, but it's usually pretty funny, Mocha said. Especially when the church trio are together. I mean, none of them really have much in the way of common sense. What do you mean? Irina asked. My common sense is much better than those two. Oh yeah, a girl raised by an exorcist to be an exorcist would naturally have much more common sense than a girl raised by an exorcist to be an exorcist, Mocha said in a dry tone, causing everyone who was listening to snicker a bit. Mocha-chan, you're so mean, Irina said, puffing out her cheeks as she spoke. Seeing the interaction between Mizor, Mocha, and Irina, Griselda smiled. It's just like you're thinking, James said with a smile. Zenobia has become much more expressive since she started living with us. She's a lot more cheerful, too. I'm glad to hear that, Griselda replied. Unfortunately, most members of the Exorcists don't know much outside of being an exorcist. So, it was hard for me to teach Zenobia much about other things. While the others were talking about how the church trio was getting along, Dante was walking around with his scent spread as far as they could go. Damn it, this place is huge, Dante muttered to himself. At this rate, I'll never find her. Are you looking for someone in particular, Dante, son of Sparta? Michael asked after seeing the frown on Dante's face. Seeing that it was Michael who was asking, Dante exhaled a sigh then answered his question. I was hoping that I could find my mother, Eva, Dante explained. She was such a kind woman, so I have no doubt that she should be up here. Hearing that, Michael could not help but sigh helplessly. Unfortunately, she is not in heaven, Michael replied. Hearing that, Dante was shaken. Before he could ask why, however, Michael continued. Had father still been alive, she would most definitely have made it to heaven. Michael said, continuing his explanation. She was kind and helped others no matter what. Unfortunately, after Father's passing, his system became unstable. And because I'm not strong enough, I was unable to allow her, someone who fell in love with the devil, entry into heaven. Instead, her soul was sent into the cycle of reincarnation. Though Dante was a bit sad that he would not be able to see his mother again, he also found relief that the devils from the old Satan faction had not done anything to her soul. Now, I think it's time to continue the tour, Michael said in a louder voice, gaining the attention of the others. Next, we'll move to fifth heaven. Wait, what about fourth heaven? Irene asked curiously. Fourth heaven is the fabled Garden of Eden, Michael explained with a kind smile. The place where Adam and Eve resided. And where the tree of wisdom is planted. It's off limits to everyone other than the four great seraphs. So, even if I wanted to give you a tour, I'm unable to. The Garden of Eden, also known as Paradise, huh? James thought to himself after hearing Michael's explanation. Then, he glanced at Gabriel's breasts for a moment before turning away. I wonder if it compares to the paradise I found earlier. While James was lost in thought again, everyone gathered around Michael. As Michael prepared to teleport everyone to their next destination, the entirety of the third heaven shook, and Michael's teleportation failed. What's going on? Michael muttered while watching all those residing in third heaven beginning to panic. A moment later, a communication magic circle appeared next to Michael's right ear. Once it began to glow, Michael could hear the voice of a panicked angel. Lord Michael. The panicked angel shouted. The four evil dragons under the son of Lucifer's command have broken into third heaven. On top of that, a horde of weaker evil dragons are also rushing into heaven. Hearing that, Michael's face paled while his holy energy began to leak due to his loss of composure. All the devils present, with the exception of James, Scathatch, Irene, and, to a lesser extent, C.U. Chillin, felt uncomfortable when they felt his aura. How did they get in here? Michael asked after quickly regaining his composure. They broke through purgatory. The angel replied. Lord Michael, what should we do? We have lost the connection to anything higher than third heaven. The connection to the higher heavens has been cut. Michael asked in surprise. Brother, what's wrong? Gabriel asked. Since Gabriel and I are on third heaven, we'll come to provide backup. Keep them where they are for as long as you can, Michael said before ending the communication. Then, he turned toward the rest of the group. Rizavim's evil dragons have infiltrated heaven. Hearing that, everyone's expressions turned serious. Everyone except for James, that is. At present, James was wearing a bloodthirsty smile. Oh, so did those two that ran away last time show up as well? James asked with wrath swirling in his eyes. Incredible. Michael thought when he looked at James. I can sense so much wrath in him. However, he's controlling it perfectly. None of it is leaking. His sin suppression device isn't reacting at all. Hey, Michael. James said, not losing his bloodthirsty smile. Why don't you let us handle the evil dragons? That way you can focus on getting the residents to safety. Michael contemplated for a moment as the group began to move in the direction where they could feel four powerful auras. Then, when he looked at the lineup James had with him, he nodded his head. Very well, Gabriel and I will take command of the situation and help as many people as we can. Michael said. Since the connection to the higher heavens was broken, I would guess that Ladin, the insomniac dragon, has erected a barrier around the lower levels of heaven. Don't worry. James said. When we're done with him, he'll be nothing but a pile of firewood. You can handle his barriers, right, Master? There should be no issue. Scathatch said confidently. All right. James replied with a nod. Then, he looked at his mother. Mom, even though you've raised your strength to high rank, I'm afraid that a battle at this level is still out of your depth. I know that. Leona replied while rolling her eyes. I'll help Mike and Gabby save people. I'm still pretty fast, you know. Mike. Michael said but was easily ignored by the others. All right, then let's go. James said with a savage smile on his face. Chapter 248, The Insomniac Dragon Sleeps. Heaven, third heaven. While Michael, Gabriel, and Irina were showing the devils around the expansive landscape that is third heaven, four figures infiltrated heaven from the passage that connected to purgatory. Those four were Crumcrutch, Azidahaka, Apophis, and the insomniac dragon, Ladin, a red-eyed, tree-shaped dragon. So, this is heaven? Crumcrutch asked while looking around the new environment. It's peaceful and boring. That's not important. Azidahaka's center head said. We have a job to do. Azidahaka's left head said. Make the barrier already. Azidahaka's right head said. Don't rush me. Ladin said. Just this layer of heaven is huge. While the other 3 evil dragons surrounded him, Layden was creating a barrier around not only the level of heaven they were on, but the levels below it, as well. A few moments later, when angels arrived after realizing there was a breach, Layden completed his barrier, effectively cutting off the first 3 levels of heaven from the levels above. "Who are you, and what are you doing here?" a 10-winged angel asked in a demanding tone. "Someone as weak as you doesn't get to demand answers from us," Apophis said without even looking at the angel who was clearly in charge of the other angels. "Let's carry out the plan," Krumkruch said as he rushed into the group of angels and began to wreak havoc. As if on cue, Azidahaka and Apophis also began attacking the angels with their magic and shadows, respectively. As a result of the 3 evil dragons' attacks, third heaven began shaking violently. Meanwhile, one of the angels present tried to contact the 4 great seraphs to inform them of the situation. However, he was unable to connect to 6th heaven, where they usually reside. "I can't contact 6th heaven," the 4-winged angel who attempted to contact 6th heaven shouted. "Then contact the 4 great seraphs individually," the 10-winged angel shouted back while trying to save as many of the weaker angels as he could from the shadows and magic spells. Hopefully, one of them is in range of communications. Following his superior's order, the 4-winged angel tried contacting the 4 great seraphs individually, starting with Michael. Luckily, he was able to connect on the first try. After telling Michael about the current situation, he ended the communication and reported back to the 10-winged angel. Lord Michael said that he, Lady Gabriel, and the devils they were escorting would be here as soon as they could to assist. The 4-winged angel reported. Then, he joined the efforts to contain the destruction. "I don't like the thought of receiving help from devils in heaven, but I guess any help we can get would be welcomed," the 10-winged angel muttered to himself under his breath. A few minutes later, the angels, although they had not suffered any casualties, were struggling to hold the line. However, the stronger ones among them were more inclined to believe that the evil dragons were just playing with them, enjoying the act of toying with weaker opponents. At the same time, a shockwave rushed from the distance, past their ranks, and rushed straight toward the strongest of the evil dragons, Krumkruch. Inferno Dragon's scorching fist was heard just before the shockwave reached Krumkruch. An instant later, Krumkruch was launched up into the air with his head tilted back and a broad, manic smile appearing on his face. In Krumkruch's former position stood James with his fist extended upward, his Tyrant Dragon Domination Drive, and Dragon Force, active, and flames surrounding his fist. Before any of the angels or other evil dragons could react, James disappeared from his spot and reappeared next to Krumkruch. "Inferno Dragon's Talon," James said as he delivered a flaming kick into Krumkruch's chest, sending the evil dragon off into the distance with force. James then disappeared from his position again, following Krumkruch into the distance. As James disappeared, the rest of the tour group appeared. As they did, Cu Chulin approached Apophis, Irene launched herself towards Azidahaka, and Scathatch rushed towards Layden, who put up a barrier around himself. "Why are they here?" Azidahaka's left head asked. "No one told us that monster was here." Azidahaka's right head whined. "Did that damned devil send us here to die?" Azidahaka's center head asked. "Layden, drop the barrier and let us out of here," Apophis said while inching his way back to the breach they created from purgatory. "You want to go back and get killed by that maniac after failing our mission?" Layden asked as he created barrier after barrier in front of him. Azidahaka and Apophis fell silent after that question. They knew that a madman like Rizavim would order their deaths if they came back after failing another mission. And the maniac Layden referred to, Acnologia, would delight in fulfilling that order. Besides, that freak is fighting with Krumkruch. Layden continued. "Even if he is strong, he shouldn't be able to kill him." After facing off against James in the underworld, Azidahaka and Apophis grew a healthy amount of fear for James and panicked when they saw him arrive on the battlefield. However, Layden's words opened their eyes to the current situation. "That's right, there is no one here strong enough to hurt us," Azidahaka's left head said proudly. "Universe 1. Irene said calmly before Azidahaka's other heads could speak their piece. With Irene's spell, she, Cu Chulin, Azidahaka, Apophis, the angels, and the rest of the devils disappeared from where they stood. Once they all disappeared, only Layden, who was protected from the spell with his barriers, and Scathatch, who was intentionally excluded from the spell, were left near the breach leading to purgatory. It would seem, this Scathatch must give her thanks to Irene, Scathatch said while twirling her spear before taking a battle stance. "Now, I have all the space I need. And I do not have to worry about others getting caught up in the crossfire." Scathatch. "Damn," Layden muttered. "I can stay here and fight a mad woman or go back and get killed by a maniac dragon." Without giving Layden more time to mutter to himself, Scathatch pushed forward with her spear drawn back to pierce forward. In response, Layden pumped magic power into the barriers he had already raised. Even though he had never fought her in the past, there was no one in the supernatural world who had not heard of Scathacca's prowess in battle. And unlike the other evil dragons, Layton had very little in the way of offensive means. However, he was quite capable of causing pain and suffering with his barriers. However, Scathatch was quite efficient in using runes to destroy or negate the magic of others. As if to prove this point, just before Scathacca's spear tip landed on the barrier separating her from Layton, the tip of her spear was covered with a rune. Then, with little resistance, her spear shattered the barrier. However, as Layton expected this, he had stacked several dozen barriers between himself and Scathatch. Seemingly undeterred by this fact, Scathatch shot through at least 3 dozen barriers before her momentum was halted. Instead of pulling her spear back for another thrust, though, Scathatch thrust her free hand forward. When it collided with the barrier, 4 runes appeared on the barrier's surface. Then, spiderweb-like cracks appeared on the barrier before it shattered like the previous barriers. Unlike the other barriers, however, instead of just dissolving into magic power, the shards of the barrier remained solid and shot back towards Layton, destroying another few dozen barriers along the way. "What did you do?" Layton questioned in a panic. "How is this possible?" "I placed 4 runes on your barrier," Scathatch said as she began to rush forward again. The first one shattered the barrier, then reinforced the shards so they wouldn't dissolve. The next one added kinetic energy to the shards. And the last one controlled the vector they traveled on. Hearing Scathacca's explanation, Layton found himself a bit intimidated by Scathacca's skill in runecraft, as well as how quickly she devised a plan to deal with his barriers after seeing them just once. Unfortunately, as he was also devising countermeasures for Scathacca's tactics, he reacted a little slower than he usually would. When he raised his next set of barriers, Scathatch was not much further away from him than the distance her outstretched spear could cover. "Damn it!" Layton bellowed after realizing how close Scathatch had gotten in the few split seconds he stopped to consider. Before Scathatch could thrust her spear forward, Layton created a small barrier in the spearhead's path, interrupting Scathacca's momentum. Then, when she paused for a moment, 2 barriers appeared on either side of her and began to move toward each other. Not keen on being crushed between the 2 barriers, Scathatch somersaulted backward. Then, when she landed, she threw her spear forward with all her strength. In an instant, Scathacca's spear passed between the 2 barriers and punched through the rest of the barriers separating her from Layton. Then, the entire spearhead sunk into Layton's tree trunk-like body. "Gah!" Layton screamed in pain. While Layton was screaming, Scathacca's spear returned to her hand. Before she could close the distance, though, Layton erected several more barriers in front of him. And like before, he created barriers to hinder the warrior queen's movements and break her momentum. He was also more cautious about Scathacca's spear flying in from the distance, creating several barriers he could move to intercept Scathacca's next attempt to throw her spear. After trying for a few minutes, to no avail, to break Layton's defenses, Scathatch summoned a second spear to her free hand. Then, with a spear in each hand, Scathatch raced forward once again. With a second point of attack, combined with Scathacca's speed, Layton's barriers were now being broken faster than he could replenish them. Even his only attack method of trying to crush his opponent between 2 or more barriers was being taken care of easily. After 15 minutes or so, Layton was now covered in slash marks with dark green blood pouring down his tree trunk-like body. Meanwhile, Scathatch was circling him nearly unimpeded while adding injuries on top of injuries. "Damn it!" Layton shouted after receiving another wound. "I refuse to die here." As Layton shouted, his magic power surged to a yet-to-be-seen degree. The amount of power Layton gathered was so immense that the barrier locking down the first 3 heavens flickered for a moment. Then, a barrier that he had yet to erect in this battle appeared around Scathatch. However, Layton did not notice the small magic circle that appeared behind Scathatch during the moment that the barrier locking down the heavens flickered off. When Scathatch noticed that she was trapped in a barrier, her first reaction was to stab her spear at it. However, the barrier was not disturbed in the slightest. So, Scathatch tried striking the barrier in different places with differing amounts of power. After a few moments, she realized that breaking this barrier from the inside would be impossible with her level of strength. Through her observations, she also noticed that the flow of time inside and outside of the barrier were different. "It looks like time in here passes at a significantly faster rate," Scathatch mused. "This would be bad, if I were alone." Human world, Japan, Kuo. A few moments earlier, in Scathacca's bedroom, a German shepherd-sized ash-gray wolf was lying on the floor at the foot of the bed with its eyes closed. However, when a small magic circle, a summoning circle to be precise, appeared beneath it, the wolf, Fenrir, opened its eyes and shrunk its form to fit into the small magic circle. By the time it was done adjusting its size, it was no bigger than a puppy. Then, he and the magic circle vanished in a flash of light. Heaven, third heaven. That damned bitch. Layton grumbled after trapping Scathatch in his barrier. The wounds from those spears aren't healing. As Layton spoke, he was doing everything he could to heal the many wounds Scathatch inflicted upon him. However, to his dismay, nothing worked. Like James' sword, Sixth Sense, Skathaka's spears also created unhealable wounds. It doesn't matter, Layden said. Once I kill that woman and destroy those spears, these wounds should heal soon enough. Layden then took the time to observe Skathatch, who seemed to be moving at an extremely slow pace. Then, with a wicked smile, Layden created a barrier on either side of Skathatch. Looking forward to seeing her crushed between the barriers, Layden pushed them toward each other at a very slow pace. However, he was confused when he saw Skathatch slowly hitching her spear backward, as if she was preparing to throw it again. Foolish woman, Layden said to himself. Does she really think she can break my barrier from the inside? How? Before Layden could gloat any further, a wolf's howl could be heard. Then, from behind Skathatch, a nearly 33-foot, 10 tallish gray wolf grew. When it finished expanding, it swung its front paw, shattering all 3 barriers around Skathatch without injuring her in the slightest. Then, it lunged at the surprised Layden and sunk its fangs into the insomniac dragon. "Gee, bold alternative," Skathatch said calmly. When Skathaka's voice fell, Layden could feel himself being lifted off the ground and unable to move. At the same time, Fenrir released his grip and quickly distanced himself from the evil dragon. A moment later, Skathatch threw the spear with everything she had. Realizing that something was wrong, yet not knowing what it was exactly, Layden erected as many barriers as he could in the time that he was lifted and immobilized. However, those barriers served no purpose. The spear Skathatch threw pierced through them with no resistance. Then, the spear found its way to Layden's heart. Although his death was imminent, Layden did not die immediately. Noticing this, Skathatch cast another spell. "Gate of Sky," Skathatch said as her magic power surged. Then, in the sky behind her, a large gate was summoned. As it opened, a scenery that Skathatch could not be more familiar with appeared on the other side. "Why am I not surprised?" Skathatch said as she looked back into the gate. "It seems Luff has been procrastinating. I wonder how long it will take before he finds a new gatekeeper for the Land of Shadows. Well, until he does, it looks like I still have the rights to allow entry and imprison souls." While Skathatch mused to herself, Layden was sucked into the gate before his life ended. Then, the gate slammed shut and vanished. After everything was quiet once again, Fenrir reduced his size to the size of a German shepherd again and approached Skathatch. "Thank you," Skathatch said as she patted Fenrir on his head. While continuing to pet Fenrir, Skathatch closed her eyes and extended her senses. It looks like Irene is also done with her battle. It seems James and Satanta are still engaged in battle. Now, who should I go to watch? Chapter 249, James, is your sickness acting up again? Human World, Japan, Koho. In the Alaverus estate's living room, around the time when James' group reached third heaven, many of the estate's residents were present. Even Genturu had decided to visit. That way, when James and the others returned, they would be able to ask all the questions they wanted about heaven. What surprised everyone, however, was that Issei and Asia were not here. To think that Issei-kun and Asia-chan thought something was more important than this historic event. Tomo said while she ate some of the snacks that had been spread around the room. Well, James-senpai did make a point of asking Irina to guide them to heaven. Momo said with a smile. I wonder if Asia will be able to take advantage of the cock-blocking angel's absence. 2 packs of cookies says she won't. Tsubasa said, joining in on the conversation. However, before the fun could go any further, Rhea spoke up. More importantly, do you think the others are okay up in heaven? Rhea asked with a bit of nervousness. Of course, they are. Rias replied nonchalantly. James is the strongest person in the 3 factions after all. Besides, ambushing them wouldn't do any good for heaven. Rias is right. Sona said while adjusting her glasses. That's not what I'm worried about. Rhea said, the tension in her words not diminishing in the slightest. Then what's the problem? Aquino asked in confusion. James has protagonist syndrome. Rhea replied. Something always goes wrong. Everyone fell silent for a moment at Rhea's utterance. A moment later, however, they all began to giggle or laugh. When the laughter died down, Rias approached Rhea and placed a hand on the other girl's shoulder. You're overthinking this, Rhea. Rias said with a smile. Seriously, what's the worst that could happen? Heaven, third heaven. After separating everyone with her magic, Universe 1, Irene found herself standing in confrontation with Azidahaka. However, instead of paying attention to her foe, Irene spread her senses and scanned her surroundings. Well, adding the principles of devil magic on top of my old magic is really quite useful. Irene said. I was able to only change the places of those I choose. It's a lot more convenient than changing everything along with the landscape. While Irene was analyzing the changes in her magic, Azidahaka was also looking around. He felt that the magic used was familiar, but he could not quite put his finger or claw on it. Since he could not remember, he decided to stop thinking about it. Especially since there was an enemy in front of her. Is she ignoring me? Azidahaka's left head asked while staring at Irene. I think she is. Azidahaka's center head said. She definitely is. Azidahaka's right head said. Without speaking any further, Azidahaka created numerous magic circles behind him from many different systems of magic. Then, from each of those magic circles, offensive spells of all elements were fired at the seemingly inattentive Irene. When Irene noticed the incoming spells, she materialized a staff in her hands. Enchant, magic reflection. Irene said calmly as she watched the incoming magic spells draw near. Once the spells were in range of her staff, Irene began to twirl and swing it at each of the spells that would hit her directly. At the same time, she stomped one of her high-heeled boots on the solid clouds under her feet. Then, she shot forward, still batting the incoming spells away from her with a few being sent towards Azidahaka himself. Although he was surprised, Azidahaka did not panic when he saw Irene easily dealing with his spell barrage. In response, he put up a defensive spell that blocked the spells she returned to him without taking any harm. That was impressive. Azidahaka's right head said. You're stronger than I thought. Azidahaka's center head said. But not strong enough. Azidahaka's left head said. Deciding that it was not worth it to respond to Azidahaka's taunt, Irene continued to force her way through the barrage of magic spells. After several seconds, Irene had finally reached the defensive spell Azidahaka cast to protect himself from the reflected magic. Then, she tapped her staff against it. Enchant, dispel, Irene said calmly. When his shield was dispelled, Azidahaka's 3 pairs of eyes opened widely. At the same time, Irene collected demonic power in her lungs and inhaled a deep breath. Sage Dragon's Roar. Irene said as a magic circle appeared in front of her mouth. Once the spell name was muttered, Irene spewed a bright violet ray of destructive magic from her mouth that landed on the center of Azidahaka's chest. Ah! All 3 of Azidahaka's heads screamed in pain. While Azidahaka screamed, Irene was not idle. Instead, she closed the distance between herself and the evil dragon even further. Then, she once again began to swing her staff. Concept enchantment, Dragon Slayer. Irene said quietly as she sent her demonic magic into her staff. After adding a dragon-slaying enchantment on her staff, Irene could feel her hands beginning to tingle. However, instead of pulling back, she added force to her swings and struck Azidahaka with as much force and from as many angles as she could. After several tens of seconds of striking Azidahaka with her staff, Irene jumped high enough into the air so that she was level with Azidahaka's center head. Then, she wound up before swinging at the side of that head with all her might. Bang! Due to his body weight and their relative size, Azidahaka was not sent flying by Irene's last strike. However, he was unable to remain on his feet and slumped over on his side, with his center head slamming into the ground unprotected. His left and right head, on the other hand, were able to stop themselves from impacting the ground. Irene, on the other hand, landed near the spot where she stood after the teleportation occurred. After landing, she fell into her thoughts again while observing her hands and canceling the enchantments on her staff. When she took a good look at her hands, she noticed that there were mild burns on her palms and fingers. Not enough to hinder her fighting prowess, but certainly enough to take note of. So, it looks like I still can't use that enchantment without taking damage. Irene muttered to herself. But it's not as bad as before I reincarnated. Perhaps, I should start wearing gloves when I fight. She then remembered that she was able to use her Dragon Slayer magic. Something she had lost the ability to do in her human form ever since the use of Dragon Slayer magic turned her into a dragon. Even though she really only had one Dragon Slayer spell, Sage Dragon's Roar, Sage Dragon Slayer magic was not a mix of magic and martial arts like the other forms of Dragon Slayer magic. Instead, it was created to enhance Irene's already formidable skill in enchantment magic. While Irene was examining the results of her magic, Azidahaka was able to pull himself together and pick himself off of the ground. When he set his eyes on Irene again, there was wrath burning in his pupils. However, he was unsure of how he should get his payback. The fact that Irene could deflect, reflect, or dispel his magic left him at a loss. What am I thinking? Azidahaka's center head asked. Why am I so fixated on magic? Azidahaka's left head asked. I'll just beat her to death. Azidahaka's right head said. Once he came to that conclusion, Azidahaka rushed forward angrily. Noticing that her foe was moving again, Irene stopped her introspection. Then, she took a fighting stance with her staff again, prepared to handle another magic barrage, as Azidahaka was known for his magic mastery. Surprising Irene, Azidahaka did not choose to engage in magical combat. Instead, he put his large dragon body to use. When he was in range, Azidahaka stopped his charge, spun on the spot, and whipped his tail at Irene. Widening her eyes, Irene was quick to leap over the tail. However, while she was in midair, she saw that Azidahaka's left head was nearing with its mouth wide open. Instead of panicking, Irene simply extended her dragon wings. Then, with a burst of demonic power, she threw herself out of the head's trajectory. Then, she swooped back in and slammed her staff on the crown of Azidahaka's left head, before maneuvering out of the way of one of Azidahaka's claws. After that, Azidahaka's center head approached, which Irene dodged as well. Not even a second later, the right head also tried to devour Irene. However, instead of dodging this time, Irene took a deep breath and spewed another, Sage Dragon's Roar. This time, directly into the mouth of Azidahaka's right head. Ah! Azidahaka's center and left head screamed. Azidahaka's right head also wanted to scream. Unfortunately, the dragon-slaying breath attack did much more damage this time around. Although the pain from Irene's first breath attack was great, Azidahaka had his strong scales to mitigate much of the damage. But with the damage occurring inside his body, on the much softer flesh of his mouth and throat, Azidahaka's agony was in a completely different league. While Azidahaka thrashed around due to the pain, Irene once again landed on the ground and began to analyze her capabilities. "Let's see," Irene said while she thought about the previous exchange. "I'm a bit stronger than I was. In my human form, anyway. I'm faster, too. Well, I guess I better try the dragon form next." After saying that, Irene's body began to expand, then her head elongated. After that, she began to grow scales and her clothes were torn to shreds. When Azidahaka's pain subsided, he noticed Irene's transformation, his eyes opened wide. From the beginning, he felt that Irene's magic felt familiar. However, until he saw her transform into her dragon form, he could not put the pieces together. Irene Belzerian. All of Azidahaka's heads cried out. "You were supposed to be dead, killed by your own kingdom. Looks like your information was faulty," Irene said, her voice sounding more bestial in her dragon form. Now, Irene stood just under 40 feet, approximate 12 m, with scales the same color as her hair covering most of her body. On her underside, there were lighter, skin-colored scales with 3 pairs of spikes jutting out of her lower jaw. Above her red eyes was a dark-colored pair of wing-like markings, with 3 pairs of feathered wings on her back. Before Azidahaka could react any further, Irene launched herself forward with her right claw clenched into a fist. Then, when she was close enough, she sent an uppercut into the center head's jaw. Once again, Azidahaka's thought processes were slowed due to the brain in one of his heads getting shaken. Then, she wrapped her claws around the left and right necks and began to squeeze. A moment later, she charged her breath attack for the 3rd time. "Sage Dragon's Roar," Irene said as she unleashed the breath attack into the center head's face. This time, the breath attack was different in scale. Instead of just a beam of destructive magic, this time the conical shape captured most of Azidahaka's body, excluding his left and right head. Once the breath attack died down, Irene immediately lunged forward and bit into Azidahaka's center neck, then unleashed the Sage Dragon's Roar again. Ah! Azidahaka's left and right head screamed out in pain. However, the center head remained silent. With Azidahaka stunned and unable to move properly due to shock, Irene raised her right claw, releasing Azidahaka's left neck in the process. "Enchant, pierce," Irene said quietly in a muffled tone as her fangs were still sunk into Azidahaka's flesh. Then, Irene plunged her now glowing claws into Azidahaka's chest, which caused Azidahaka's heads to screech once again. A moment later, Irene pulled her claw out of the evil dragon's chest with a large heart held in its grasp. "I'm definitely satisfied with the increase becoming a devil brought to my strength," Irene said as she released Azidahaka. After releasing Azidahaka, Irene took a step back. Then, the ground shook when Azidahaka's lifeless corpse fell to the ground. A moment later, Irene put the heart and the rest of Azidahaka's corpse into her magical storage space. "No sense in leaving this here," Irene said as she began to transform back into her human form. A moment later, Irene was back in her human form standing there, in the nude. After another moment, Irene quickly conjured a new set of clothing before continuing to speak. "Dragon steak is one of the best meals anyone could partake in. I wonder how good it'll taste after James grills it." Chapter 250, The End of the Eclipse. Underworld, Satan Territory, Leviathan Estate. Having just arrived at her home after a meeting with the other great Satans, Seraphal was in a particularly good mood. She had just stopped at a store to pick up the latest issue of her favorite weekly manga magazine. To her surprise, James had released a new manga and did not tell her about it in advance. "The last time Jakuin didn't tell me that he was releasing something new was Sailor Moon." Seraphal squealed excitedly. "Does this mean that Jakuin's new manga is another magical girl story? Has Jakuin finally been awakened to the truth of this world? The truth that Cute is justice. As Seraphol got to the end of her monologue, she struck a pose. A pose that she had been working on for the magical girl show that she had been working on for the past few months. Unfortunately, with all the happenings in the supernatural world, the progress had been slower than she liked. With this, maybe I'll find more inspiration for my own project. Seraphol said, holding up the manga magazine as if it were a holy text. Now, let me see the excellence I've come to expect from you, Jakuin. Flipping to the first page of James' newest release, Seraphol could not help but read the title aloud. Puella Magi Madoka Magica. Seraphol read as her eyes lit up. Then, with every panel that she read, Seraphol liked what she saw more and more. Madoka's dream, the girl in the dream transferring to Madoka's school, everything she read ticked the boxes that Seraphol enjoyed the most. Unfortunately, the chapter ended before the story could really get started. Since from James' memories, the anime of Puella Magi Madoka Magica was only 12 episodes long, James found a way to cut each episode into 3 chapters, as of now. There was no saying that some episodes would be cut into more or fewer chapters as the series went on. Either way, he knew that this series would throw all the magical girl fans for a loop. Shortly after Seraphol finished reading the chapter, while she was basking in the afterglow, a communication magic circle appeared next to her right ear. Glancing at the magic circle, she was surprised to see Graphia's mark on it. Graphia-chan. Seraphol asked rhetorically. I wonder if something is wrong. Injecting a bit of demonic power into the magic circle, Seraphol answered the call energetically. Graphia-chan, what's up? Seraphol asked in a cheerful tone. Is there something Leviathan can do for you? Lady Leviathan, good afternoon. Graphia replied politely. I have not called to ask anything of you. Rather I called to introduce you to someone. Someone wishing to join a peerage. Oh. Seraphol's interest dimmed immediately. I guess I'll meet this person, but if they don't match my vision, there's nothing I can do about that. I understand. Graphia replied calmly, having expected that response. Then, I'll inform Lord Shuzan of your intention to meet. Hold on. Seraphol stopped Graphia while trying to remember where she heard that name. Lord Shuzan. As in the head of the Shuzan clan of vampires. That is correct. Graphia replied. He might be a good fit. Seraphol mumbled. Then, with a big smile on her face, she continued. I'll meet him as soon as I can. Seraphol said. He's at Jakuin's house in the human world, right? Heaven, third heaven. Cu Chulin, who was sprinting towards Apophis before the teleportation occurred, did not slow down in the slightest once the teleportation was completed. And after noticing that Apophis was confused and caught off guard by the teleportation, he realized that was a good decision. By the time Apophis noticed Cu Chulin's approach, Cu Chulin had already leapt into the air, roughly at Apophis' eye level. Then, he thrust his spear at the evil dragon's eye on his forehead. Reacting quickly to the incoming thrust, Apophis tilted his head, causing the spear to miss his eye. However, the spear coated with Cu Chulin's demonic energy tore a gash in the black scales on Apophis' forehead, drawing blood. Roar, Apophis roared due to the pain. Before Cu Chulin could find his footing after he landed, a black blur headed for him. Bracing himself and bringing his spear in front of him to defend, Cu Chulin was smashed away and sent flying. Ugh. Cu Chulin groaned due to the force of the impact. Landing on the clouds and sliding backward, leaving 2 trenches in the cloud layer, Cu Chulin could feel that his arms had gone numb from the force of the impact. Luckily, his spear was completely undamaged. While assessing the state of his body after defending from that attack, Cu Chulin looked up to see Apophis' tail returning to its place behind the evil dragon. A tail whip, huh? Cu Chulin muttered to himself. If Master had seen that I forgot about that, I'd be in trouble. As he thought about the potential punishment he would have to endure, Cu Chulin shuddered for a moment. Then, he tightened his grip on his spear and took his battle stance. A moment later, he shot forward to engage Apophis again. This time, Apophis' attention was on Cu Chulin from the start, so he would not be caught off guard once again. Instead of waiting for Cu Chulin to approach, the gems along Apophis' body began to glow more intensely with their silver light. Then, shadows began to spread in all directions from Apophis. With Apophis as the center, a shadowy dome was created, engulfing Cu Chulin. Damn. Cu Chulin said as he flared his demonic energy. I didn't know he could engulf the area this fast. He wasn't nearly this fast when he fought James in the underworld. He. A creepy laugh that seemed to originate from everywhere sounded out through the domain of shadows. Then, Apophis' voice could be clearly heard in the same fashion. Why would I go all out, when I was not the primary target of that monster? Even though James may be a monster, but to leave your comrade out to dry like that is a pretty dick move, isn't it? Cu Chulin asked while extending his presence detection. Not only was Siyu Chilin extending his presence detection, a pair of runes were cast on his eyes, letting him partially see through the shadows Apophis produced. My comrade. Apophis' voice sounded from every direction again. Grendel was a crass and foolish brute. He's better off dead. Damn, with friends like you, who needs? Ugh. Siyu Chilin began to reply before he was interrupted and sent flying across the shadowy domain. Damn it, as soon as I found him, he sent me flying. Siyu Chilin thought as he adjusted himself in the air. Was it coincidence or was that on purpose? I'll have to find out. Because of the attack, Siyu Chilin's concentration was disturbed slightly. Luckily, his field of presence detection was not disrupted by too much. So, a moment later, Siyu Chilin found Apophis once again. And just as he had, he sensed a long tail lashing out at him. This time, with more time to react, Siyu Chilin raised Gi-Balg up high. Then, he swung it down with as much force as he could. Muster. Swish. Bang. Asterisk roar, asterisk. Although he was able to strike Apophis' tail, Siyu Chilin was also sent flying once again. Also, unlike last time, Siyu Chilin took significantly more damage than he would have if he had just defended. He could feel that at least 3 of his ribs had cracked. Though they weren't enough to hinder his ability to fight, the pain was definitely uncomfortable. Damn, I misjudged the distance. Siyu Chilin muttered. I thought I would have cut his tail clean off. Instead, it's still dangling. Psy Master is gonna put me through hell. Instead of waiting for Apophis to make his next move, Siyu Chilin was already rushing forward in the direction where the roar came from. He could tell that Apophis had not moved from his location after they were both hurt. You damn brute. Apophis shouted. Your fighting style has no finesse. Just brute force like that fool Grendel. Are you stupid, or just pretending to be that way? Siyu Chilin shouted as he leapt into the air with his spear poised to thrust once again. You think intricate spearmanship would work on a son of a bitch as big as you? Like last time, Siyu Chilin aimed at Apophis' central eye. And like last time, Apophis tilted his head out of the way of his strike. Unlike last time, however, Siyu Chilin spread his devil wings. In a burst of speed, Siyu Chilin appeared under Apophis' chin and thrust his spear upward. Once again, Apophis roared. However, instead of from pain, this roar came about due to irritation. Ah, what's wrong, Apophis? Siyu Chilin said in a mocking tone while striking Apophis from several different angles. Is that little devil bullying you? I'll kill you. Apophis roared out. With Apophis' angry bellows, he began concentrating more of his aura around him. As he did, Siyu Chilin realized that the shadows in that area were becoming corrosive. With that discovery, Siyu Chilin was quick to distance himself from the enraged dragon. It took so much effort to get close. Siyu Chilin said disappointedly. Now I have to fight my way through. No, I guess I'll use that. Beginning to flourish his spear like the finest of marching band majorettes, Siyu Chilin eventually stopped and took a stance. Then, he leapt into the air and charged his spear with as much demonic energy as he could. Gi-Balg, soaring spear that strikes with death. Siyu Chilin said calmly. Then, he threw the spear as hard as he could. An instant later, the spear entered the highly corrosive region around Apophis. And pierced through it without issue. What? How is this? Apophis muttered in shock as he saw the flying spear drawing near. Boom. Once the spear made contact with Apophis' neck, the demonic energy Siyu Chilin charged into the spear detonated. The explosion engulfed most of Apophis' body, blew away the shadow domain, and drowned out the screams of pain. When the explosion died down, Gi-Balg spun back towards Siyu Chilin and he caught it easily. After securing his spear, Siyu Chilin looked upon Apophis' bloody and battered form. Many of his scales were cracked or torn off altogether. 2 of his 3 eyes were closed. There was a large puddle of blood underneath Apophis' large form. And the most telling thing about the power of the attack, there was a large hole in the side of Apophis' neck where the spear made contact. TCH. Siyu Chilin clicked his tongue when he saw the hole in Apophis' neck. I missed all 3 times I aimed at that third eye. If that is the case, we shall intensify your training until you are able to miss no more. Scat Hakka's voice rang out from directly behind Siyu Chilin. Now, hurry and finish your battle. Calming his racing heartbeat, Siyu Chilin approached Apophis. Meanwhile, Apophis, with his one working eye, stared at Siyu Chilin with hatred. At the same time, he had no intention of begging for his life. In fact, he found something beautiful about a hero defeating the evil dragon. Well, it was fun. Siyu Chilin said as he dropped into a stance that was best for thrusting. Gi-Balg, barbed spear that pierces with death. When the name of the technique was invoked, the magic power in the air froze. Then, Siyu Chilin thrust forward. In the next instant, Gi-Balg was thrust into Apophis' heart. At the same time, nearly all of the remaining demonic energy Cu Chulin had in reserve was used. Pant using both of those attacks in succession is a real strain, even now that I'm at the minor god rank. Cu Chulin said through ragged breaths as he propped himself up using his spear. If your energy control was more precise, it would not put such a strain on you. Scathatch said calmly, approaching Cu Chulin once again. And if your ribs were not broken, you would not have had to divert so much energy in order to continue fighting. Yes, master. Cu Chulin replied with his head bowed. Now, let us return to the others. Scathatch said as she turned toward the battle with the mass-produced evil dragons. Although the others should have no issue, this event will be concluded much faster should we offer our assistance.